Chapter 1. The Rain That Doesn't Fall. Please, manager, don't. I'm going to call someone. A terrified female voice echoed from inside the office, though it wasn't loud enough to fill the narrow hallway. Yao Yangji stood outside the door, holding a proposal he had revised 5 times, hesitating as he turned to look at his colleagues, who seemed to have heard nothing. Just as he was doubting whether he had misheard, a familiar male voice came from within the office again. Hee, don't resist. We're going to select supervisors at the end of the month. Don't you want to get ahead? Now let me see your determination to progress. Yao Yangji's expression changed. He was sure he hadn't misheard. No, I don't want to. Please let me go. Manager, I'm begging you. The pleading female voice rang out, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. Blood surged in his veins. Yao Yangji, ignoring why his colleagues seemed to be deaf to it all, kicked the office door open with force. What he saw was a balding, greasy man with gold-rimmed glasses pinning a terrified girl and tearing at her clothes. In that moment, fueled by long-standing oppression and a sense of justice, Yao Yangji charged in and threw a punch, collapsing half of the man's nose and sending his fleshy body crashing against the wall. Screams erupted, finally drawing the attention of Yao Yangji's colleagues. Before he could say anything, he noticed the pity in their eyes. Not for the manager, but for him, the colleague who had acted heroically. As the screams subsided, the manager's voice, sharp and grating, cut through the air. You, Yao Yangji, dare to come into my office and hit someone? Just wait, you'll be going to jail. Yao Yangji's expression shifted as he turned to look at the girl crouching and crying, clutching her torn clothes. In their gaze, he saw no gratitude, only fear. Booming thunder seemed to mock him as he held a cardboard box, staring at the suddenly darkened sky, feeling a mix of exhilaration and regret. Instead of being like this, with no taxis available, buses not arriving, and just standing there foolishly clutching a worn-out box, a tattered piece of paper flew up, and with his hands constrained by the box, Yao Yangji could only turn his head, feeling it stick to his face. He lifted one foot to brace against the box's bottom, freeing a hand to tear the paper off his face. After seeing its contents, he let out a cold laugh. It's been nearly a year of nuclear wastewater discharges, and nothing's happened. How many people have hoarded dozens of pounds of salt, only to use it for pickles and cured meat? He crumpled the worn-out flyer into a ball and tossed it into a nearby trash can. Only a fool would believe in the end of the world. After walking a few hundred meters, Yao Yangji, having overestimated himself, had to find a place to rest for a while. His shoulder, strained from playing the hero, was starting to hurt. The legendary hero, saving the beauty, didn't happen to Yao Yangji in such a private enterprise, with the girl unwilling to step forward to testify. Just getting fired today was a stroke of luck. Thinking of that cold figure, he shook his head. Such a woman shouldn't be in his mind. Although he had lost his job, it was too late for regrets. He should now consider how to handle next month's mortgage back home. Voices reached his ears again that don't do it here. While rubbing his shoulder, Yao Yangji suddenly heard breathless voices and became a bit jumpy. Quickly hiding his body, he peeked at the source of the sound. He saw a beautiful young woman in a blue floral dress, tilting her head back, eyes slightly closed, tightly holding onto the head of a tattooed man who was licking her neck. Damn, such passion in broad daylight, Yao Yangji thought, staring at the enticing scene while cursing the shameless couple. With a loud slap, the tattooed man smacked her on the backside. Lift it higher. And then 0.5 minutes later, as he watched the couple finish and leave, Yao Yangji stood there with his hands in his pants, feeling dazed. That's it? That's all? What kind of people are they? If they can't handle it, why are they trying to play at passion? What a waste of my feelings. A moment later, a man's voice rang out. Are you sure it fell here? Weren't we just here? Where else could it be? A sultry female voice, laced with laziness and urgency, replied. After a rustling sound, the sultry voice spoke again. How could it not be? Oh, you weren't in a hurry when we were doing earlier, but now you're anxious? Please, if my cousin finds out about us, I'm done for. Humph, look at your courage. Yao Yangji hurried along, finally spotting the old rented house he lived in after more than 10 minutes, taking a shortcut through the grain and oil wholesale market, but still couldn't escape the downpour. Yao Yangji froze, unable to believe his eyes as he wiped the rain from his face with his clothes. After realizing what had happened, he looked at his clothes in disbelief. My clothes, how could they be dry? The dim light outside filtered through the old curtains into the small rental room, casting patches of light that brightened the otherwise gloomy space. Yao Yangji didn't care about anything else, quickly walked to the window, and yanked the curtains open. Only light could dispel the inexplicable fear in his heart. Looking out at the torrential rain, he gently slapped his face, murmuring, "It's a dream, it's a dream." After saying that, Yao Liangji slumped down, and soon he began to snore softly. But he didn't know how long it had been. The sky had completely darkened when Yao Liangji woke up, thirsty and hungry. Groggily, he instinctively turned on the light. He let out a satisfied burp, completely unaware of his earlier strange behavior. Feeling his belly, enjoying the warm sensation, Yao Liangji contentedly rubbed his stomach, only to suddenly realize and dash toward the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, he saw his handsome face reminiscent of his high school days. He pinched himself twice, and only after feeling the pain did he joyfully accept his youthful appearance. After stripping off his clothes and tossing them into the laundry basket, Yao Liangji fondled his well-defined abs, murmuring to himself. He checked the bathroom and happily played with his member. Who cares? My member seems bigger, and as long as it works, that's fine. After finishing, Yao Liangji walked out in the nude, casually finding a clean outfit to wear. He tidied up the table, glanced at the nearly empty fridge, and the almost depleted bag of rice. Checking the time, it was 8 in the evening. Not bad. So he grabbed a big basket and headed toward the nearby market, but on the way, Yao Liangji did not see any signs of water accumulation on the road. He walked to a familiar store, purchased everything he needed, and then, carrying a bag of rice, called out to the owner, who was sleeping soundly at the door with his shirt off. "I'll just pay you through the app." Yao Liangji had bought these items countless times before, so he was very familiar with their prices, making it unnecessary to wake the owner. As for whether the owner heard what he said, that was his problem. The next day, Yao Liangji was awakened by the sound of forklifts and large trucks in the grain and oil market behind him. He pulled back the curtains to take a look outside, and it was raining again. He glanced at the trees outside in confusion. How come such heavy rain is silent? With a hint of suspicion, Yao Liangji looked at the ground, where the gray cement surface showed no signs of water, as if the torrential rain would never touch the ground. Chapter 2. The Change. Startled by this strange sight, Yao Liangji immediately took out his phone to search for news. Before he could even start searching, the headlines had already pushed notifications to his screen. After realizing that it was not just a local phenomenon, but something happening everywhere, Yao Liangji calmed down a bit. Then he seemed to think of something and skillfully bypassed the firewall to access the internet, looking at the speculations and comments online. At that moment, Yao Liangji finally believed that this was a bizarre event sweeping across the globe. Looking at the silent downpour outside, Yao Liangji shook his head, trying to shake off the feeling of oppression from his body. It felt as if he was the only person left in the world, facing an unknown but already present change, and that sense of helplessness completely enveloped him. "I don't want to die, being chased out of the company like a dog in such a disgraceful manner. If something unexpected happens and I die here, how will I release the breath I've been holding? Dying in a foreign land, who will come to collect my body? Those relatives of mine will probably just throw my ashes into the stinky ditch." The desire to survive and the imagined desolation of death temporarily calmed Yao Liangji down. He did not know what would happen next. After checking the remaining food in his rental apartment, Yao Liangji sorted out what little he had left: a metal baseball bat left by the previous tenant, a helmet he bought while riding his electric bike, 2 kitchen knives, and a set of wrought tan armor he won in the company's annual meeting lottery last year. Besides that, there were just some pots and pans, a few blankets, and the clothes he was wearing. The heavy rain outside showed no signs of stopping. After falling for so long, there wasn't even a small puddle on the ground, and the wind blew, even stirring up the dust on the surface. Sighing, Yao Liangji turned and walked to the bathroom, filling every container he could find with water. Then he sat on the worn-out couch in the cramped living room, scrolling through the news that hadn't updated in minutes, while staring at the heavy rain outside. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Liangji suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a bit sleepy. His gaze briefly lost its focus before he saw that it was already sunny outside. This did not resemble a scene that should exist in a country with a population of 1.4 billion. With a gritting of his teeth, Yao Liangji looked at the rain that had stopped outside, quickly tidied up, grabbed an umbrella from his rental apartment, and walked out. Regardless of the situation, he needed to stock up on supplies. As for the umbrella, it was merely a trivial psychological comfort. He hurried to the familiar grain and oil shop, finding the owner still lying on the bamboo chair at the entrance, just like yesterday, fast asleep. He muttered to himself, "Why is he sleeping again, and without changing his clothes?" But Yao Liangji didn't think too much about it and directly entered the store to pick out items, selecting enough for over half a month that could be stored. After scanning the items, he told the still sleeping owner, "Boss, I've scanned it through." There was still no response. Yao Liangji thought about waking him up, but the surrounding silence made him increasingly uneasy. If something really happened, it wouldn't be easy to run a grain and oil store, and I doubt you'd starve. With the items in hand, Yao Liangji finally took the time to observe the environment on the way back. Not to mention the absence of people. Even the stray cats and dogs that used to roam the neighborhood had vanished, and the scattered sounds of insects had all ceased, making it as quiet as a snowy winter night. After putting away the items, Yao Liangji gulped down a couple of mouthfuls of water, locked all the doors, and placed a table against the door for some reassurance. He then relaxed on the slightly worn, dark red sofa. After thinking for a moment, he flipped through his phone's contacts, noting that the first two names were now eternally unreachable. Those were Yao Liangji's parents, who had passed away from serious illness 3 years ago, one after the other. As Yao Liangji was an only child, some relatives had cut off contact after the older generation passed away. Yesterday, one person had spoken up for Yao Liangji, helping him avoid being taken away by the authorities. After hesitating for a while, feeling the deafening silence of the environment, Yao Liangji's anxiety drove him to dial the number. After 7 or 8 rings, a familiar cold female voice came from the other end. "Hello, who is this?" Clearly, the other party had not saved Yao Liangji's number after all. He had only communicated with her once for work. He couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Yao Liangji replied, "Hello, Manager Gu, this is Yao Liangji, the one who was fired yesterday." Yao Liangji was worried that she might not even remember his name, so he added the one who was fired, since he was the only one let go in the company yesterday. Manager Gu's name was Gu Fangzhou, a gender-neutral name, but she was a stunning beauty with a high education and outstanding work ability. It could be said that all the men in the company had secretly fantasized about her. But it was just a fantasy. In contrast to her looks was her unapproachable attitude towards men, which led many brave souls to leave in disappointment and seek employment elsewhere. Upon hearing a male voice, Gu Fangzhou instinctively frowned, straightened her back, and tucked her smooth thighs under the thin blanket. When she realized it was the person who had been fired yesterday, she relaxed and leaned back against the headboard, saying, "Oh, I remember you. What's up?" She still had an impression of Yao Liangji. Recalling how he had looked a bit dazed after the incident, Gu Fangzhou couldn't help but smile that it was just a pity that not everyone could accept Yao Liangji's good deed. For example, the girl from yesterday, even when bullied, just kept crying and did not dare to come forward to testify. "Nothing much. I just wanted to ask how things are over there now." "How so?" Gu Fangzhou picked up on the unease in Yao Liangji's voice. Is there any sound? Any human activity? Insect noises? Anything alive?" Yao Liangji nervously asked, glancing at the rain that was starting to fall again outside. A normal person would definitely think Yao Liangji was crazy upon hearing this. But Gu Fangzhou had a good impression of him from yesterday, so even though she was puzzled, she was still willing to verify. "Wait a moment, I'll go check that. Don't go out in the rain." As soon as Yao Liangji heard Gu Fangzhou was going out to check, he immediately urged anxiously. Sensing that Yao Liangji's state was off, Gu Fangzhou chuckled lightly and said, "Don't worry, I'll just take a look out the window." Pulling back the heavy curtains, Gu Fangzhou looked at the silent, torrential rain outside, observing the cityscape that seemed eerily quiet, like a cemetery. She finally understood Yao Liangji's anxious feelings. Yesterday, after helping Yao Liangji speak up, she left work early to avoid being disgusted at the company. So this strange rain was something she was seeing for the first time. Feeling the unsettling sense brought by the gray rain outside, Gu Fangzhou spoke with a hint of panic. "No, there's nothing, no sound at all, not even the sound of the rain." If it weren't for the fact that she was on the phone with Yao Liangji at that moment, her first thought would be whether she had gone deaf. Unfortunately, she did not have that luck. After receiving confirmation, Yao Liangji took a deep breath and directly asked, "Manager Gu, how much food do you have stored at home?" "Manager Gu, tell me your address and door number." As soon as that strange rain stops, you must go out and buy supplies. "Should we call the police?" Gu Fangzhou asked, feeling a bit scared for the first time encountering such a situation. "Sure, you can give it a try," Yao Liangji said, already having some suspicions in his mind, but feeling unsure. Okay, 3 minutes later, Gu Fangzhou's voice was even more terrified that I called. I called 5 times, and no one answered. As expected, Yao Yangji had placed all his hopes on Gu Fangzhou on the other end, as if there were only the two of them left in the world. Hearing each other's voice was the only thing that gave him peace. As I said before, remember, absolutely do not get caught in the rain. Yao Yangji searched a bit and realized it was a full 34 kilometers away from him. So he prayed, I hope this is just a scare. Chapter 3. The rain stops. After exchanging information, both hung up the phone with the same uneasy feeling. Yao Yangji went online to check for news, wanting to see if other areas were experiencing the same situation, but it seemed like all websites and platforms had paused, with all information frozen since midnight yesterday. The heavy rain continued to pour. Every time it stopped, the two would quickly go downstairs to move things back up. The duration of the rain stopping changed from 15 minutes to 10 minutes, then 5 minutes, and eventually became incessant. After the phone lost signal, Yao Yangji felt his heart skip 2 beats, as if some major change was about to happen. Gradually, he began to feel heat radiating from his body, with his muscles twitching uncontrollably. Startled by his own condition, Yao Yangji rushed into the bathroom, stripped off his clothes, and tossed them onto the pile of dirty laundry. Then let the cold water spray over him to calm the inexplicable heat. After a long while, he finally returned to normal and put the accumulated old clothes into the washing machine. This was the struggle of a single man. To save on water and electricity, he had to wait until he had enough clothes to wash together. Habitually checking his pockets, he pulled out a complex keychain with a floral tag. Looking at the key, he thought for a moment before recalling that it belonged to the married woman he had an affair with. He had time to examine it when he found it, initially thinking it was something valuable, only to realize it was just a bunch of keys. Just as he was about to toss it in the trash, he noticed a small inscription on the floral tag that read Building 3, Room 107, Jingwan Trade City. On the 7th day of the bizarre rain, without any warning, the rain outside suddenly stopped. Yao Yangji's first reaction was to take out his phone and search for a signal, but unfortunately, it still showed no signal. Watching the rain outside cease, he anxiously timed it. 5 minutes, no rain. 20 minutes, still no rain. Yao Yangji hesitated, wondering whether to take a risk and go out now. After an hour, the overcast sky showed no signs of rain whatsoever. Just as Yao Yangji was wavering, a strange fragrance suddenly wafted in through the window. Following the scent, he looked outside and saw a pond in the community where the old willow tree's cracked trunk emitted a faint green glow. The green light quickly spread, and as it reached Yao Yangji's nostrils, it brought with it a cool and tranquil feeling in his mind. I must have it. Instinctively, this thought surged in Yao Yangji's mind, and his earlier hesitation turned into determination. He put on his electric scooter helmet, donned a questionable vest one from a company raffle, and then grabbed a kitchen knife from the kitchen, quickly and cautiously running towards the pond. On the way, he couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the previously silent environment had gained a hint of noise, a complex sound of suppressed roars and desperate moans mixed together. Almost instinctively, Yao Yangji's body heated up again, his muscles trembling as his sensory abilities heightened, focusing on the grass under the old willow tree, where a pair of blood-red eyes slowly lit up. A dog. It was a stray dog. Yao Yangji looked at the dog, which was drooling, with glowing red eyes and covered in muscular lumps. No, it was more appropriate to call it deformity. Whoosh! The deformed stray dog charged towards Yao Yangji, and he instinctively dodged to the side, swinging the knife downwards towards the dog's head. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, causing Yao Yangji's hand to go numb. Almost dropping the knife, he quickly turned around, knowing he couldn't turn his back on this deformed dog. He didn't know how much of its animal instincts were left. Looking at the dog, which had only lost a few hairs, Yao Yangji's heart raced, saliva quickly pooling in his mouth. He leaned slightly forward, knowing he couldn't escape. The dog's eyes already revealed a thirst for blood. The sound of rushing wind came again, and this time, Yao Yangji didn't swing down, but used the flat side of the knife to deflect the dog's claws, then punched it hard in the abdomen with his left fist. A soft sensation followed, and then the deformed dog flipped in the air and crashed to the ground. Knowing the principle of beating a wet dog, Yao Yangji charged forward without hesitation, kicking the deformed dog in the neck. The dog rolled over several times and then staggered back up, looking as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Yao Yangji felt a hint of despair. The knife, punch, and kick had already drained nearly half of his strength, and he felt fatigue coursing through his body, his breath becoming rapid. He knew he couldn't waste any more energy. He didn't know the dog's limits, but he understood he was nearing his own. Shaking his hands, he noticed a few dog hairs stuck to the back of his left hand, and Yao Yangji immediately made a decision, focusing on the dog's abdomen. He lightly tapped the knife against his vest twice. I can only gamble this once. Almost simultaneously, both Yao Yangji and the dog charged at each other. Yao Yangji opened his front, his left hand in a half-embrace position, gripping the knife tightly in his right hand. In an instant, they collided. Crack! Ignoring everything else, Yao Yangji's eyes turned fierce as he tightly wrapped his left hand around the dog's neck, twisting it halfway around, and then forcefully slashed the knife towards its belly. With a howl, the dog's foul-smelling blood splattered onto Yao Yangji. Fearing the deformed dog would thrash in its death throes, Yao Yangji quickly twisted his waist and threw it away, then cautiously and tremblingly fixed his gaze on the dog that was now writhing and howling on the ground, not daring to approach until it fell silent. Only then did he muster the strength to walk cautiously towards the old willow tree. Chapter 4: The heart of the willow. Looking at the willow tree, glowing green and emitting a strange fragrance, Yao Yangji took a deep breath, the rich scent gradually soothing his aching body. Not daring to linger outside any longer, he immediately swung the knife in his hand, forcefully chopping at the thin layer of willow bark surrounding the green light source. After more than 10 chops, Yao Yangji felt his right hand go weak, but excitedly he quickly made a few more cuts at the opening and began to clear the wood shavings away. With a slight tremble in his left hand, he reached into the revealed hollow of the tree, while his right hand firmly gripped the knife, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the hollow. Soon, Yao Yangji felt a chilling dampness spreading in his palm. He quickly grasped it and forcefully pulled it out, glancing at the heart-shaped object glowing green in his hand. Feeling a little relieved, then he ran back to his rental apartment with it. Unbeknownst to him, the willow tree, stripped of its green glow, saw its vibrant leaves quickly fade to a dull yellow and then fall from the branches. 3 minutes later, Yao Yangji swiftly locked the security door and iron gate, then propped a table against the door before collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily. After a long while, he spat into his palm and splashed it on his face, wiping away the dry blood. He then looked at his vest, which had 3 long scratches about 7 or 8 centimeters long, with 2 white marks on either side. After taking off the vest, Yao Yangji picked up the knife he had tossed aside and forcefully swung it at the hem of the vest. With a clang, his right hand holding the knife slipped slightly to the side, the handle rotating a bit in his palm. Ignoring whether it was slippery or not, Yao Yangji felt a surge of joy in his heart when he saw the knife marks on the vine armor, but then a hint of fear flashed through him. He noticed that the knife marks he had painstakingly made were almost as deep as the claw marks made by that deformed dog paw. Yao Yangji couldn't imagine what would have happened if he hadn't had that vine armor. The best outcome would probably have been mutual destruction. Under the green light lay something that resembled a heart, cool to the touch. When he pinched it slightly with his thumb, a soft sensation traveled through his thumb. He brought it to his nose and took a deep breath. The fragrant coolness quickly spread through his mind, dissipating the exhaustion that had hung between life and death. Yao Yangji didn't know what this thing was, but he knew it was definitely a treasure. He picked up some cloth to wrap it casually, then found a biscuit box to put in, sealing the opening tightly with tape before carefully placing it among a pile of clutter. He then headed towards the bathroom. After thoroughly washing off the bloodstains from his body, Yao Yangji also cleaned the vine armor, the kitchen knife, and the electric vehicle helmet, washing them all. He then used a large plastic bag to pack the bloodstained clothes he had just taken off, opened the window, and forcefully threw them into the wild green belt of the community. As he felt the bloody stench slowly dissipate from the room, Yao Yangji cooked some rice and steamed some sausages, stuffing them all into his mouth without regard for the heat. After gulping down a few big swigs of water, Yao Yangji finally sank into a deep sleep on the dark red sofa, feeling quite satisfied. In a daze, Yao Yangji was awakened by a series of howls. He quickly opened his eyes, and the fatigue that had once consumed him vanished. Fully recharged, he peered out the window with caution, following the sound of the howls. He saw 4 people squatting together, not knowing what they were doing. Yao Yangji felt a surge of joy and was just about to greet them when he noticed a stream of red flowing from beneath them. Having just seen blood, Yao Yangji closed his mouth warily. Focusing, Yao Yangji realized that the 4 seemed to be fighting over something. Then, when a frail woman was pushed back by the other 3 and stumbled, Yao Yangji's breath caught in his throat and his heart skipped a few beats. That was blood-soaked meat. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Yao Yangji noticed that 2 human legs were twitching among the 4, and a man lay on the ground. His head tilted to one side, with his chest cavity opened and all his internal organs pulled out, scattered on him and the ground, blood flowing freely. Blood formed streams on the asphalt road, while the 3 remaining people squatted on the ground, fighting over liver and lungs to feed themselves. Unable to bear it any longer, Yao Yangji quickly pulled the curtains shut and tremblingly took out his phone. After receiving the no-signal warning 3 times in a row, he had to admit the reality. The world had changed. The howling outside grew louder, seemingly with new members joining in. Yao Yangji could only refer to these beast-like people as them. Over the next 2 days, the howls and screams from outside never ceased, and Yao Yangji's initial fear and anticipation gradually turned into habit and despair. One gruesome murder after another occurred, normal people transforming into bloodthirsty beasts. If human society could still function normally, Yao Yangji didn't believe there wouldn't be any relevant authorities coming to handle the situation. Yet at this moment, all that remained was the terrifying howls echoing occasionally. Another 2 days passed. The low howls from outside gradually moved into the corridors, with sounds of banging coming from upstairs and downstairs day and night. On this day, Yao Yangji mustered the courage to peek through the peephole of his room. He saw a strap that had slipped off someone's shoulder, revealing a beautiful half-circle that occasionally flashed a hint of pink as she moved. Yao Yangji's breathing quickened. Regardless of whether this figure outside was human or beast, the mere temptation of that exposed flesh was enough to stir primal desires in someone trapped and on the brink of despair. Forcing himself to take a few deep breaths and pushing aside his instinctual reactions, Yao Yangji moved 2 stools to block the door behind him, then lay back on the sofa and took out his phone to find the art films he had collected. He had used this method several times over the past few days to relieve his nearly collapsing mental state. After a long while, a tremor hit him, accompanied by an endless void. At that moment, the howls outside suddenly intensified, becoming more frequent and high-pitched. Yao Yangji quickly walked to the window, pulling the curtains open a little to look outside. In the empty community, only the scene of beasts roaming around was visible. But now there appeared a figure dressed in bulky clothing, holding a bone cleaver in his right hand and a makeshift wooden shield in his left. He ran towards the grain and oil wholesale market behind the community. After taking a few glances, Yao Yangji knew he was doomed. At this moment, dozens of beasts from all directions were closing in on him, watching him dodge and slash. Even as one beast had its hand chopped off and its intestines spilled out by the axe, it still lunged at him without a hint of being affected. Yao Yangji was completely shocked. How could such injuries have no effect on them? Just then, Yao Yangji spotted a familiar figure among the pack of beasts. It was the man who had been surrounded and devoured 4 days ago. His chest cavity was completely opened, and his body was irregularly exposing bloody bones. Yao Yangji finally understood that these were not beasts but zombies. Chapter 5. Resistance and Experimentation. Witnessing the broken body of the man being devoured, even after his abdominal cavity was hollowed out, he still struggled to reach for a piece of the newcomer. Yao Yangji completely broke down. He finally understood why no relevant authorities had come despite the situation lasting so long. Connecting it to the bizarre 7-day-long reign, Yao Yangji realized that social order had completely collapsed. With vacant eyes, he watched the man sprinting outside, seeing the fresh blood splattering onto him continuously. He saw dozens of zombies closing in around him, watched as he grew weaker, gradually being caught by the zombies, and was alive and torn apart. He saw him howl in pain, then have his abdomen bitten open with all his organs pulled out from his chest cavity. He watched him collapse in the midst of the zombies, his blood barely pooling on the ground. Yao Liangji quietly observed, having forgotten fear and disgust entirely. Even the words despair had vanished from his mind, watching the feast as it gathered, divided, and then dispersed. All the zombies returned to their wandering state, leaving behind a body with an empty chest cavity, bits of flesh and yellow fat hanging from it. 5 minutes after the zombies left, the body on the ground began to twist eerily, a sinister look flashing across its blood-stained face before it slowly stood up, becoming one of the roaming zombie horde. After the performance was completely over, Yao Liangji moved his somewhat weakened body and slumped onto the sofa. He glanced at his stockpile of supplies. If he rationed them, he could last 3 more months, but at that time, he could only ensure his survival, without any strength. So, the next day came. When night fell, the howls outside were much weaker than before. After checking the window to confirm it was sealed tight, Yao Liangji dared to turn on a small desk lamp. With a crackle, a guess surged in Yao Liangji's mind. He immediately pulled out his phone, which had lost signal, and woke the screen, then used the faint light to feel his way to the refrigerator, praying that his fears would not come true. However, sometimes fate plays tricks. When people least want something to happen, it often does, and the light inside the refrigerator did not turn on. Desperate thoughts surged in his heart again, but Yao Liangji still refused to believe it. He held up his phone and found the switch for the circuit breaker in the rental apartment. Under the dim light of his phone, there was no sign of hope. The circuit breaker was intact. Tightening his grip, Yao Liangji realized that no, it wasn't that it had just come now, but the impact had long been felt. The phone's signal had disappeared for several days. Remembering the water and gas, Yao Liangji quickly gathered all the containers he could find and went straight to the bathroom, filling them one by one, not even sparing the washing machine drum. After finishing his busy work, Yao Liangji followed the rice cooking method he had learned before, first boiling a pot of rice. Then go to the balcony where the cactus pots were, pouring some fine sand into a piece of cloth, and, after cleaning up in the bathroom, he began to get busy. When he woke up, the sky had darkened again. Listening to the sound of footsteps coming from the stairwell, a thought surged in Yao Liangji's mind. After a whole night and a morning of work, he realized that he didn't want to die, and even more so, he didn't want to be torn apart by that group of zombies, bitten to death, and then become the next walking corpse. Yao Liangji's eyes brightened slightly, murmuring to himself, "Even if I die, I must fulfill my promise." At this moment, the desire to survive combined with his promise to Gu Fangshou gave the originally desperate Yao Liangji a direction. He didn't want to weakly starve to death in this rental apartment, nor did he want to die at the mouths of those zombies. He sought survival. He wanted to go out and see, to find the woman who brought him peace of mind. With a goal in mind, Yao Liangji took a quick shower in the bathroom under the dim light of his phone, then prepared a sumptuous dinner with the leftover meat and fresh vegetables that he had saved, a meal that would have been difficult to obtain before the mutation. After eating, he pulled aside the curtains and, under the weak starlight, watched the slow-moving horde of zombies outside, quietly waiting for dawn to arrive. The vibration of his phone startled Yao Liangji awake. He glanced at the remaining 7 battery, then, using the light, put on 3 layers of clothing, gloves, and wrapped the interfaces with tape. His body slowly warmed up as he watched the woman slowly walk past his door. When her back was turned to him, Yao Liangji quickly rushed out, forcefully pushing her against the door across the hallway, making a loud bang. Ignoring her struggles, he quickly bound her hands together, then stuffed her old clothes forcefully into her mouth amidst her screams, dragging her into his room. Breathing heavily, he closed both doors, and without having time to barricade them, he pressed her down on the ground and tied her feet. Earlier, in the stairwell, he had been too anxious to feel anything, but now, feeling a bit safer, Yao Liangji noticed how terrifyingly cold the woman was, and her body was much stiffer than that of a normal person. After tying her up, Yao Liangji remained vigilant. He had already heard the sounds of banging coming from the 3 apartments above and below. After barricading the door with tables and chairs, he finally took off his helmet and breathed heavily. Once he calmed down, Yao Liangji stepped on the body, writhing on the ground, using a drying rod to push aside her long hair, covering her face. At that moment, Her hair was no longer the glossy black it had been when he had encountered her half a month ago. It looked like dried grass, sticking to her head. Looking at her eyes, which were entirely white, Yao Yangji realized that he had captured a zombie. Chapter 6. Gathering information, the performance of the person who had been devoured in the fight against the zombies was still fresh in Yao Yangji's mind. They felt no pain, and even with their chest hollowed out, they could still move freely. Faced with such a group of opponents, if Yao Yangji did not find their weaknesses and understand their movements and strength, how could he dare to recklessly go out? Removing his gloves, Yao Yangji carefully pried open the zombie's eyes, finding no trace of black left. He felt the skin on its face, which was cold and stiff, then extended his index finger in front of its nostrils, feeling no breath. Next, Yao Yangji took out his sweat-soaked used tissues, urine, and feces to test its sense of smell, but it showed no reaction at all. Finally, he unconsciously thought of the two people who had been devoured, frowning slightly as he pondered, taking a box of embroidery needles from the top of the refrigerator. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully jabbed one into his finger, and soon, blood quickly oozed out. Watching the zombie, which showed no reaction, Yao Yangji felt a slight sense of relief. Suddenly, the zombie, which had previously not struggled much, violently turned its head toward Yao Yangji, its white eyes revealing a strong desire. Yao Yangji's heart sank completely. It was surprisingly sensitive. He had only let out 4 or 5 drops of blood, and although they were in a confined space, they were too close together. Slowly moving his body, he closely monitored the zombie's behavior. At 2 meters, 3 meters, around 3.2 meters, the zombie's behavior gradually calmed down. When Yao Yangji took a small step closer, it immediately became agitated again. He squeezed out a few more drops of blood, letting them stick to some tissue before tossing it not far from the zombie. Silently counting, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, until 5 minutes later, the frantic zombie on the ground finally regained its calm. Then, Yao Yangji jabbed himself a few more times, squeezing out blood, and tested it with some cheap perfume, air freshener, and laundry detergent, but none of those worked. Only salt, alcohol, and toilet cleaners could quickly destroy the smell of blood. In the following time, Yao Yangji tested the strength of the zombie's limbs and examined the hardness of its nails. He wasn't sure if it was because it was a female zombie, but its limb strength was not strong, yet its nails were quite hard. He needed to exert some effort, even with scissors, to cut them off. After completing the basic tests, Yao Yangji moved her into the bathroom, donned a mask, and took a bone saw, walking in with a complex expression. Over an hour later, Yao Yangji emerged, drenched and bare, carrying a set of vines, leaving behind a room covered in blood and dismembered pieces of flesh. More than 10 minutes later, until his mouth tasted bitter and sour, Yao Yangji finally stopped, tears streaming down his face as he laughed and cried at the same time. He picked up a bottle of water to rinse his mouth and wash the stains off his face before collapsing onto the sofa. Although he kept telling himself that it wasn't human, when he actually took action, watching his bone saw cut through her pale hands and split open her once charming chest, seeing the blackened entrails flow out of her body. How could Yao Yangji not see her as human? Gradually, mixed with disgust and hatred, Yao Yangji slowly adapted and fell into a deep sleep. Woken by hunger, Yao Yangji felt the lingering bitter taste in his mouth. He propped himself up, boiled some relatively fresh food, and began to devour it ravenously. After finishing, he took out a notebook and wrote down all the information collected from his experiment. Half a month after the disaster, a basic introduction to the zombies. No consciousness. Acting on instinct, body cold and stiff, reduced agility. External reactions. No vision. Hearing similar to normal people. Only reacting to the smell of blood. The effect of fresh animal blood on them is unknown. Weaknesses. Sluggish reactions in the dark. Significantly increased strength after sunrise. No fatal injuries to limbs and torso, but damaging the limbs can reduce their combat or mobility. The brain is their fatal weakness, and they can be killed by strong impacts or penetrating injuries. Security measures. Currently, it has been found that 3 types of items, salt, alcohol, and toilet cleaners, can immediately damage the blood flow of zombies, making them lose their attraction. The method of transmission of the zombie virus remains unclear. whether it is through scratches or bites, needs further verification. After spending more than 2 hours packing the corpse pieces, I thoroughly rinsed the bathroom inside and out until there was no trace of odor. Then I tossed the packed corpse pieces out of the small window of the bathroom, one bag at a time. The sound of thuds echoed continuously. After finishing, I quietly watched the bags of corpse pieces rolling on the stone-paved road. Due to the force of the impact, 2 bags burst open, and the corpse pieces scattered out, with a hollowed-out head rolling to the front, as if it were looking at me upstairs. The unusual noise attracted several wandering zombies nearby, which searched around the corpse pieces. One zombie stepped into the hollow head, got its foot stuck, and fell, then stood up as if nothing had happened and continued to wander while stepping on the head. Seeing the scene, I silently added a note in my notebook. Zombies have poor coordination. If chased by a large number of them, escape to complex terrain should be prioritized. Chapter 7. Grinding needs for the next 5 days. I observed the activities of those zombies outside the house, estimating their numbers and exercising my body. During these 5 days, another brave soul rushed out, and the performance of scavenging was repeated. It has been more than half a month since the mutations began, and there are very few who can stockpile food for more than half a month. In this situation, preserving some physical strength to rush out still offers a glimmer of hope. After all, the grain and oil market is just behind, and the residents in the community are well aware of it. Bang! I watched a man on the opposite floor open the window and jump headfirst, smashing his head to pieces. The loud noise and the strong smell of blood attracted a swarm of zombies. 1, 2, 57, 58, 59. I silently counted in my heart, then waited for this feast to end. Looking at the motionless remains on the ground, I added a note in my notebook. The human brain, once destroyed, cannot turn into a zombie. Half a month passed, and no more brave souls appeared, but 4 more people committed suicide by jumping off the building, 3 of whom followed suit and landed headfirst, leaving a pile of remains after being scavenged by the arriving zombies. 1 more person, whether due to extreme nervousness or something else, jumped down from the building and landed on both feet, immediately shrinking in height by half. I looked at the female zombie crawling on the ground and couldn't help but sigh. Can't even commit suicide properly. Glancing at my remaining food under my relentless training, the originally 3-month supply was now likely not enough to last even 2 months as I listened to the banging sounds coming from the opposite building and upstairs. An idea struck me. After wrapping myself up securely, I cautiously walked through the stairwell, finding no zombies upstairs or downstairs. When I reached the door of the room that belonged to the dismembered female zombie, I cautiously entered and closed the door behind me. After surveying the room and finding no other zombies, I breathed a sigh of relief and began to clear out the rotten items from the fridge, throwing them all downstairs. With this resupply, my survival time extended significantly, and with those 2 boxes of functional drinks and a large bucket of milk powder, I no longer had to calculate my training. Taking sips of drink and dry milk powder, I surprisingly felt a sense of happiness. It's done. I finally made up my mind. The landlord of this building is a middle-aged couple living on the 2nd floor, the man named Hal Damon, who has the keys to the entire building. There is a platform extending from the corridor on the 2nd floor, allowing access to the landlord's bathroom window, thereby entering their room. I considered the feasibility of my plan. The first certainty was that the landlord couple had definitely turned into zombies by now. Just moments ago, I heard the growling sounds coming from their room while searching the stairwell. Secondly, the extended platform on the 2nd floor is entirely outside, and if I were to go over there, it would expose me to the gaze of all nearby zombies. Although the zombie vision I previously tested was indeed poor, I couldn't guarantee that other zombies were the same. Finally, entering through the bathroom window would require breaking the glass, which would surely attract some zombies, and I had to get into the landlord's house before a large number of zombies gathered. Thinking of this, I quickly fashioned a simple mask, found a rope, tied one end to the handle of a kitchen knife, and secured it to my waist. After downing half a bottle of drink, I opened the door and stepped outside. Cautiously making my way to the 2nd floor platform, I felt the warmth of the sun for the first time in a while. Squinting, I inhaled the scent of freedom, then carefully made my way toward the landlord's bathroom. "Ah, help me, please, officer." A cry for help came from the building across from me. At that moment, my outfit, a black electric vehicle helmet, a snug fit, and a piece of wrought tan armor made me look somewhat like a fully armed police officer from distance. 9. My heart sank. In a situation where someone was calling for the police, there were only 9 people coming to check. Keep in mind, my community has a total of 4 buildings, each with 2 households per floor, spanning 7 floors, and now only so few people were left alive. As the zombies wandering below were attracted by the woman's cries for help, I wasted no time and immediately took the kitchen knife at my waist and smashed it against the bathroom window of the landlord's apartment. The crisp sound rang out, and some nearby zombies immediately stopped and turned to walk toward me. After clearing away the glass shards, I squeezed through the window. Upon entering, I saw 2 overlapping figures scratching at the bathroom glass. Realizing the situation, I held my breath and tightly gripped the kitchen knife. The scratching continued for 6 or 7 minutes before the figures slowly moved away. "Thank you, tempered glass." I breathed a slight sigh of relief. If it weren't for the tempered glass, I would have had to face 2 zombies at once just now. Gently opening the bathroom glass door, I peered outside with one eye, seeing that the landlord couple had turned into zombies, creating a mess in the room with various items scattered everywhere, along with a foul smell of rotting emanating from the living room. Crouching down, my body heated up quickly as I closely watched the movements of these 2 zombies. At the perfect moment to strike, I swiftly flung open the door and charged at one zombie, but I exerted too much force, causing the entire knife to sink into the zombie's head. The other zombie, hearing the noise, immediately roared and rushed over. With no time to pull out the knife, I quickly sidestepped and pushed the zombie down, then mounted it, grabbing its long hair. Bang! 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 I smashed its head into the ground until it went completely limp, finally taking deep breaths of the foul, rotting air. After resting for a while, I stepped onto the neck of the zombie I had killed with the knife, then slowly pulled the knife out while gripping the handle tightly. I made my way to the entrance and found a large bunch of keys. Noticing the thoughtful labels with numbers on them, I smiled knowingly. This was a small help from these landlords, saving me the trouble of trying each key one by one. Chapter 8. Swallowing Willow Heart. Unlike the tenants like Yao Liangji, how Damon's home had a lot more complete items. Setting aside the piles of rotten and spoiled food, Yao Liangji found some intact cured meat, sausages, half a bag of rice, and more than half a box of milk in How Damon's house. After clearing a bit of space in the messy living room and moving the 2 corpses to the bathroom, Yao Liangji conducted a large-scale search, tossing a few stacks of cash out the window, fulfilling a dream from before. Then he began to count his gains. He found a first aid kit, a box of fast-acting heart pills, more than half a bucket of drinking water, more than half a box of paper, and a single soldier's shovel. After testing its sharpness, it was not inferior to his own dull kitchen knife. He then swung it vigorously at the nearby mahogany furniture, which sank in deeply. With a slight twist, he pulled it out. Unsatisfied, Yao Liangji went back into the bathroom and came out half a minute later, very pleased, holding the blood-stained shovel. Packing all the useful items into 2 bundles, Yao Liangji listened carefully to the outside noises of the zombies. Seeing that the roaring had dispersed, he quietly opened the 2 doors. After returning home, Yao Liangji put everything down and took deep breaths to relieve the tension in his heart. After resting for more than 10 minutes, he drank 2 sips of energy drink and brought up the last bag of items. Looking at the greasy, cured meat and sausages in front of him, Yao Liangji swallowed hard and then picked up the shovel to dismantle the old wooden furniture in his home, chopping it into small pieces. He luxuriously washed the cured meat and sausages with water, then used the remaining water to clean the frying pan. Setting up a simple makeshift stove before lighting a fire in the bathroom, he placed the pot filled with water on the stove, added a steamer, and then put in some clean rice, cured meat, sausages, and homemade dehydrated vegetables, preparing a whole pot. Half an hour later, the aroma of meat and rice wafted through the air. Yao Liangji didn't start eating right away. Instead, he waited an additional 10 minutes. When he finally took off the steamer, not caring whether it was hot or not, he moved it to the living room and arranged it ceremoniously. As the sky darkened, Yao Liangji, along with the bright setting sun, filled his stomach to the brim. The next day, Yao Liangji comfortably crawled out of bed as golden rays streamed through the transparent glass window, casting a yellow ambience over the porous yellow curtains. Instinctively, He pulled the curtains open and looked toward the pond, his lazy thoughts quickly sharpening. When did that willow tree wither? Looking at that small pond where the willow tree had once brought him a life and death experience, he glanced at the surrounding verdant willows swaying in the wind. The contrast between the withered gray and the vibrant green in the same frame was so striking. Was it because of that green heart? Yao Liangji pondered, unable to think of any other reason for how a once vigorous willow tree had transformed into this dry appearance, as if it had been cut down and exposed to the sun for years. Lowering the curtains and shaking out the messy blankets, Yao Liangji indulged in brushing his teeth and washing his face. Now that he owned the entire building, he no longer felt so strained. After enjoying a delicious meal of milk, fried rice, and boiled dehydrated vegetables, he dressed neatly and began to scour the other rooms. Most of the building was rented out, so the subsequent finds were not many, mainly focused on food and drink. However, Yao Liangji was pleasantly surprised to find a high-powered flashlight, which perfectly filled a gap in his experiments. So after dark each day, he quietly watched a zombie he had bound tightly, having dissected several zombies over the past few days. He discovered two types of zombies. One was the initial white-eyed type, which had hearing but no sight. The second was the black-eyed zombie he encountered today, which had both sight and hearing. Although the latter's proportion was low, he had only encountered one after cleaning up 11. This discovery cast a shadow over Yao Liangji's heart. Fortunately, it could only see moving objects. As night fell, Yao Liangji shone the flashlight on the zombie before him and noticed it had not changed. The darkness still affected it. It seemed that the rule of night-weakening zombie abilities should apply to most zombies. However, at this moment, Yao Liangji could not guarantee it. After all, a zombie that could see had appeared, and it would not be surprising if a black-eyed zombie unaffected by the night also showed up. Afterward, Yao Liangji fully armed himself and entered the room. Using the flashlight, he looked at the young and beautiful girl in the photo frame on the dressing table. Breathing in the faint scent in the girl's room, he wedged the wardrobe against the door, not wanting to risk being caught off guard by the zombie. The girl's bed seemed particularly comfortable, and when he woke up again, it was already bright outside. Putting on his protective gear, he pushed aside the wardrobe blocking the door and carefully opened it a crack, seeing the zombie still bound and writhing in the living room. Only then did Yao Liangji feel reassured enough to step outside. He had a quick breakfast with the biscuits and jerky he found, then dragged the zombie into the bathroom to begin experimenting slowly. The results weighed heavily on Yao Liangji's heart, compared to the white-eyed zombies. The black-eyed zombies not only had the added ability of sight, but their physical functions were slightly enhanced as well, although the differences were not very obvious. This phenomenon was enough to make Yao Liangji feel gloomy. He would not deceive himself into thinking it was an isolated case, nor would he assume that the black-eyed zombie was the only type of enhanced zombie. Now that he had seen black eyes with a larger sample size, it was not impossible for other types to appear. It had been a month since he lost contact with Gufang Zhou. Although the reasons for wanting to fulfill this promise were complex after struggling alone and even dissecting two zombies, Yao Liangji understood that the most critical reason for his survival was the desire to live. As for saving Gufang Zhou, it was just a short-term goal he set for himself. Otherwise, simply saying he wanted to survive felt too empty. After returning home, Yao Liangji took off all his gear, dressed in loose clothing, and remained silent for a long time. Today's discovery made him realize that whether he could survive going out like this depended entirely on fate. If he encountered two black-eyed zombies by chance, he would definitely be entangled. Once ensnared, the other zombies attracted by the noise would not care about fairness. They would swarm him, and he would end up like the first brave warrior, directly devoured. Thinking this, Yao Liangji no longer hesitated. He found the biscuit box he had hidden in a pile of clutter, tore open the tape, and gazed at the heart radiating a green glow. Following his instincts, he swallowed a whole. Chapter 9. Incredible effects. As soon as the willow heart entered his mouth, Yao Liangji didn't even have time to feel it. The solid substance instantly transformed into liquid sliding down his throat, accompanied by a fruity aroma lingering in his nasal cavity. A cool sensation radiated from his heart, rapidly converging in his mind. A suppressed groan escaped Yao Liangji's nose. The coolness continued to gather in his mind, ultimately forming a feeling of pressure and a shivering sensation like electricity coursing through his brain. Yao Liangji's eyes bulged, and his body instinctively clenched his teeth tightly. His consciousness felt as if it were separating from his body, allowing him to collapse to the ground. He wanted to scream in pain, but the deep, soul-piercing agony prevented him from opening his mouth. Dust floating in the air emits a rainbow of colors under the sunlight streaming through the window. Closing my eyes, I immerse myself in the sensation of my own bloodstream surging, controlling it to move faster or slower. Then, I let my thoughts disperse, stand up, and walk forward. Although I can't see anything, Yao Liangji is always able to precisely navigate around obstacles. After the experiment, Yao Liangji seems a bit excited, as if recalling something. He picks up a bottle cap and places it on the coffee table, focusing intently on it, silently repeating to himself, "Move, move." Half a minute later, the cap wobbles slightly, and then Yao Liangji faints. When he wakes up again, the sky is completely dark, meaning he has slept all day. Feeling the heaviness in his head, Yao Liangji decides he will never attempt such a thing again. The effects brought by the willow tree heart are not just as in the previous experiments. At this moment, the originally pitch-black night, which was hard to see through, is no longer completely dark in Yao Liangji's eyes. Instead, he can clearly see some outlines, like the sofa, the coffee table, and the water bucket. Feeling the hunger in his stomach, Yao Liangji first finds the flashlight that was left on the sofa, turns it on, and rummages for some food to eat. After finishing, he looks at the fully charged phone he scavenged. It's 8 p.m. After eating and drinking enough, the heaviness in his head dissipates completely. Remembering the 9 figures he saw a few days ago, Yao Liangji, who understands the importance of companionship, decides to try something. He makes a trumpet-shaped speaker, unlocks the scavenged phone with the severed fingers, checks the time, turns the volume up to the maximum, sets an alarm with a certain time difference, and then tapes it to his clothes. Opening the window, he throws it out forcefully in 3 directions. The sound of impact and the bodies hitting the ground follow one after another, soon attracting 5 zombies, for more than what Yao Liangji saw earlier. After repeating this for nearly 2 hours, Yao Liangji clears the last zombie, and after waiting for a full quarter of an hour without any zombies approaching, he quietly sits in the stairwell to rest, waiting for the time to come. Soon, a pleasant melody rings out, and the previously quiet night is filled with screams. After more than a minute, Yao Liangji rushes outside with the speaker, shouting, "For those who don't want to wait to die in 2 days, we will charge out together to the grain and oil market." After waiting another 20 minutes, another rock music starts playing. Yao Liangji runs out again, shouting with the speaker, "Those with courage, wear more layers, don't expose your skin, make some armor and weapons." After another 20 minutes, Yao Liangji runs out again, shouting, "Ordinary zombies have only hearing. Their weakness is in the head. They're slightly weaker than normal people, and if they have wounds and bleed, stay away during their menstrual period." Everyone is quietly waiting for the arrival of the 2 days later. After all, at this point, there isn't much food left at home for those still alive. Instead of committing suicide and being eaten, it's better to take a gamble with this warrior. The next night, Yao Liangji clears 3 zombies that wandered near his floor and then takes out the speaker to shout, "Bring salt and alcohol. The time is 9:17. All who are willing to take a risk, synchronize your watches. We will gather at the small road to the grain and oil market at 5:30 a.m. 5:30 is the best time Yao Liangji has tested. At this time, the sky is already lightening, and normal people can see enough to move without hindrance, while the zombies' mobility and strength have not yet recovered. In this confrontation, the physical strength of normal people will have a significant advantage. Yao Liangji has already packed the things he needs to take a day in advance: a full medical kit, 2 bottles of high-concentration alcohol, 5 packs of salt, a fully charged power bank, several phones, rolls of toilet paper, a filled water bottle, and some preserved meat, oil-pressed fried rice, and dehydrated vegetables. Fate. Chapter 10. Charge and kill after waking up. Yao Liangji roasts the prepared cured meat under the remaining light of the fire for a while, then cooks the fried rice with dehydrated vegetables for a bit. After eating his fill, he wipes the grease from his mouth and hands, puts on his full gear, thinks for a moment, takes out a few sanitary pads to stuff into his chest pocket, and then walks out holding a knife in one hand and a shovel in the other. At 5:30, Yao Yangji rushes out of the residential building, shouting, "Charge!" Then he starts slashing at the zombies that are wandering outside. Taking advantage of the initiative, he quickly dispatches 2 zombies and runs towards the small road to the grain and oil market. Thanks to some unknown reasons and a month of training, Yao Yangji's physical abilities have greatly improved, and soon he sees the entrance to the small road. At this moment, there are also sounds coming from the other 3 residential buildings. Seeing 2 people on his right struggling a bit, Yao Yangji frowns and slightly detours to run past them. This time he doesn't choose to kill directly, but instead strikes horizontally at the zombies' feet. The effectiveness of this method is immediate. Soon, Yao Yangji disables the mobility of 3 zombies. Seeing a man and a woman who clearly haven't eaten for a while in front of him, he casually takes out 2 pieces of compressed fried rice from his pants pocket and hands them to the 2. "Follow me and protect the rear." After receiving the 2 pieces of fried rice and smelling the greasy aroma, the 2 take a bite and put the rest in their pockets. No problem. Until now, those who haven't collapsed and have the courage to respond to him immediately. Yao Yangji doesn't hesitate to offer a little help. After saving the 2, he rushes towards the entrance of the small road. During this process, Yao Yangji glances at the situation of the other 2 buildings and finds that only one person has come out from each, one a fat man, the other a thin bamboo pole. The 2 seem to have plenty of food left and do not show the weakness of not having eaten for a long time. Moreover, they do not engage in direct conflict with the zombies. With Yao Yangji and the 3 helping to share the zombies, they dodge towards the grain and oil market. Just as Yao Yangji and his group attract enough zombies, more than 10 people rush out from the 3 buildings, some even running in the opposite direction from Yao Yangji and the others. Clever. The sky brightens more and more, and soon Yao Yangji, along with the man and woman, arrives at the place where the first warrior was devoured. "Pick it up." Yao Yangji slows down, chopping at the nearest zombies. The man following closely behind reacts quickly, picks up an axe from the ground, and rolls to slash at a zombie's foot. Yao Yangji protects him as he stands up straight, involuntarily regarding him with newfound respect. To be able to decisively and trustingly bend down to pick up an axe in the midst of zombies, and even take the opportunity to disable a zombie's mobility. Such courage and reflexes are not something just anyone can have. Not bad. Yao Yangji praises lightly, and then the 3 of them protect each other as they head towards the entrance of the small road. After more than 10 minutes, the 3 of them arrive at the small road entrance to the grain and oil market, almost at the same time as the fat man and bamboo pole. This entrance is between 2 tall and wide walls. It can be said that as long as they hold this entrance, it is a one-man defense. As long as their stamina is sufficient, 3 or 4 people can clear the more than 50 zombies. You 2 go ahead and take a look, fatty bamboo pole. The 2 of you stay with me to guard this entrance. Yao Yangji directly gives orders. The man and woman who followed Yao Yangji do not hesitate, putting the remaining half piece of fried rice in their mouths and walking towards the grain and oil market. Taking advantage of the terrain, Yao Yangji looks at the zombies that are about to pounce on him, delivers a vertical chop, and with a little twist, the zombie's head splits open, and the foul-smelling blood splatters onto the 3 of them. "If you 2 keep doing this, I'll throw you into the zombie pile." Ruthless. This was the first feeling of the 2, and they had no doubt about Yao Yangji's words. Right now, Yao Yangji's gaze made it clear that anyone who dared to defy him at this moment would be killed on the spot. This was the first step towards freedom, and Yao Yangji would certainly not allow anyone to sabotage it. While killing zombies, Yao Yangji carefully explained, the zombies are not very strong, so you don't need to fear a direct confrontation with them. Just be careful to avoid their claws, and if you have the chance, attack their heads. If not, prioritize attacking their limbs. Today, Xiao Yangji was not wearing cotton wraps on his feet, and with his kicks in hard-soled shoes. No zombie could get close to him in a short time. Meanwhile, the fat man and the bamboo pole, encouraged by Yao Yangji's explanation, gradually gained confidence, picking up the slack to create opportunities for Yao Yangji by attacking the zombies' limbs. With a pile of zombies blocking the front, the ones behind began to turn around and charge towards the group, trying to take advantage. Soon, Three screams echoed out, but Yao Liangji remained undeterred, continuing to clear the zombie horde in front of him. Fatty, bamboo pole, you two take a break at the back. The other two come up. Thus, with 5 people taking advantage of the terrain and having others divert the zombies, they took turns resting. In just over half an hour, they cleared the zombies in front of them. After finishing, the young couple wanted to rush out to rescue those being chased and bitten by zombies. But Yao Liangji stopped them. No rescuing. As soon as those words were spoken, the girl's gaze towards Yao Liangji instantly changed. With a faint glance, the young woman was immediately frightened. After confirming there was no danger, Yao Liangji felt in the mood to explain a bit to the two he had his eye on. I said we would come out at 5:30. They wanted to act independently, so now they have to bear the consequences. We have already expended too much energy. And at this moment, you want to waste the little energy you have left to save a few cowardly and selfish people? Are you tired of living? As he spoke, Yao Liangji stomped down hard on a juvenile zombie that had fallen to the ground and was still squirming. The slightly crushed head exploded under Yao Liangji's hard-soled boot like a watermelon. Seeing such a fierce scene, the 4 behind him gasped. And then the kindly-looking fat man spoke up. Exactly. Those people deserved it. Can we go to the grain and oil market now? The woman said nothing, while the man cautiously introduced, the iron gate over there is locked. I saw more than 10 zombies wandering inside the market from behind the gate, and we don't know how many more there are. Frowning and thinking for a moment, Yao Liangji took out 4 small pieces of cured meat from his backpack and handed them to the 4, saying, "Eat. You should still have water, right?" "Yes." "Have you rested enough?" Looking at the group that had been chased to their limits, Yao Liangji said, "Then let's go save them." Chapter 11. Demonstration. Yao Liangji's words made the young couple next to him very happy, and they immediately rushed out. The fat man and the bamboo pole also braved the pressure under Yao Liangji's gaze and charged out. With someone to share the burden, Yao Liangji appeared calm. With a flick of his right hand and a turn of his wrist, he struck down a zombie that attacked from the side. The people being chased by the zombies saw Yao Liangji as if they had found a lifeline and rushed towards him frantically. "Keep running with the zombies. If you dare come close to me, I'll kill you too." Yao Liangji seemed to have discarded all morality over the past month. Talking about killing was as natural as killing a chicken. His words stunned the people rushing over, and as they noticed Yao Liangji's gaze, they immediately turned to continue fleeing. Watching them, a hint of disdain flashed in Yao Liangji's eyes. Even with protection and a knife in hand, and having seen him and the other 4 demonstrate, they still dared not act against the clearly stiff-moving zombies. If it weren't for the fact that they might be needed later, Yao Liangji would have let them be bitten to death. Half an hour later, the open space in the community finally had no standing zombies left. Thank you. Following the voice, Yao Liangji looked over and couldn't help but smile. This woman was still alive. Ignoring her, Yao Liangji surveyed the zombies on the ground, stepping on and kicking them, cleaning up those that were barely alive or had lost their mobility one by one. The young couple and the fat man and bamboo pole, who had collaborated with Yao Liangji, began to do the same. Soon, they arrived at the 3 unfortunate souls who had been bitten by zombies, mercilessly swinging a shovel to crush the heads of the 3 who were already dead. The heads of those who had not turned into zombies were indeed harder than those of ordinary zombies. After cleaning up, Yao Liangji smiled and looked at the woman who had thanked him earlier. "Were you bitten or scratched?" "Huh, I wasn't." The woman quickly reacted and denied it. Yao Liangji ignored her. Whether she was scratched or bitten would soon be revealed. Sitting down on a corpse, Yao Liangji enjoyed the feeling of being able to chat with others. "The weather is nice today. Let's all sit down and rest for a while. Our community is temporarily safe now. Later, we can clear out the zombies locked inside the houses and scavenge for some supplies." At this moment, Yao Liangji appeared to the surviving group like a killing machine, covered in blood, with bits of flesh stuck to his clothes, sitting on a corpse as if displaying his achievements. Everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Yao Liangji, looking at him warily. It seemed that the numerical advantage gave the fat man a lot of confidence, and he retorted, "We need to go to the grain and oil market. We need to find help. We don't have time to waste here." After finally getting out, the others shared the same thought and began to voice their agreement. Yao Liangji did not pay attention to the others, but looked at the silent young man and the bamboo pole asking, "What are your names?" These two could be considered talents among the group, so he wanted to bring them along and even share some information and secrets. "Do you two want to follow me?" Yao Yangji did not hide his intentions. The two exchanged hesitant glances. They had seen Yao Yangji's abilities, courage, and understanding of zombies today. However, they had also witnessed his cold-bloodedness and brutality, leaving them unsure whether Yao Yangji treated everyone this way or just zombies and strangers, which made them hesitant about his invitation. Sensing their hesitation, Yao Yangji said, "Don't rush to decide. Let's wait and see for a bit." As he said this, Yao Yangji stared intently at the previously denying woman who had been hurt by the zombies. This would be excellent material and would add a key entry to his notebook. The woman felt a bit of a chill from Yao Yangji's gaze and, with her injuries, dared not speak against him. Moreover, she could feel that something was very wrong with her body. She was cold and stiff all over, and her head was a bit dizzy. She knew that what Yao Yangji had said earlier was true, but she did not want to die, at least not while she was still conscious. "Let's go. We need to leave. We need to find the police. We need to find the army. They can protect us." Her pitiful gaze searched each person, but all she saw were wary and probing looks. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she tried to escape, running quickly towards the grain and oil market. 50 meters. 100 meters, 200 meters. She stumbled and fell to the ground, then struggled to stand up, only to kneel down in vain again, her body twisting irregularly. By the time she stood up again, she had already transformed into a zombie with completely white eyes. "I'm coming." Fat Brother knew he had made a mistake again, so he hurriedly volunteered to rush over. At this point, the sun was already high in the sky, and the zombie's strength and agility had returned to normal. A flicker of astonishment passed across Fatty's confident face, and he quickly dropped his knife and jumped away, saying, This zombie is different. It's much more agile and stronger." Without him saying it, everyone present could see it. Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou glanced at the unfazed Yao Yangji, and both had already made up their minds. They would follow the strong. "Zhang Qingjie, bamboo pole, you two should go try as well." Lu Shou took a step back and seemed to have explained many times, saying, "My name is Lu Shou, but I want to call you bamboo pole." Lu Shou's lips trembled for a long time, but in the end he still accepted the nickname he had been called for over 20 years. "Is there anyone else who wants to try? This kind of opportunity doesn't come often." Yao Yangji grinned and scanned the remaining 5 people. No. We don't need to try." The 5 of them clearly understood the principle that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Zombies can die, but their lives are only one. If they get scratched, they would become the next plump lady. Yao Yangji stopped teasing and directly stood up to approach the zombie. With a slight sprint, he swung his individual shovel horizontally, and with a slight twist, the plump lady's beautiful face was ripped apart along with a small part of her skull. After it fell, Yao Yangji used the shovel to cut open her clothes. Seeing that there were no wounds, he kicked her slightly and found a bite mark on her lower back. Upon seeing this result, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Just this one bite mark could turn a normal person into a zombie? Chapter 12 Information Sharing after seeing this result. Everyone felt a wave of panic rise in their hearts. If a bite mark could do this, what about scratch marks? However, no one voiced this question, as they would eventually have the opportunity to see it for themselves as long as they were alive. After a moment of silence, Zhang Qingjie spoke heavily, "This brave warrior. What else do you know about zombies? Shall we discuss it together?" Yao Yangji glanced at everyone. Although they were mostly a rabble, he knew that he could not survive in this world solely relying on himself. That's why he had shown his cold-bloodedness and brutality over the past few days. In this temporary group pieced together by strangers, he needed to ensure that only one voice existed within the team, that someone would execute his words, and that they would have basic trust in him. "I do know, but what will you exchange for it? I've already taught you enough, haven't I?" Yao Yangji looked at everyone with a half-smile. "Exchange?" Everyone looked at each other. As adults, they certainly wouldn't naively suggest buying with money. As for food and drinking water, those were life essentials, and no one would propose using those to exchange for information that wouldn't be needed in the short term. Seeing that everyone remained silent, Yao Yangji asked a question that had been on his mind for over a month. "Each of you tell me about your experiences before and after the disaster. After you finish, I will tell you a piece of information that could save your lives." After understanding the situation, Yao Liangji focused and asked, "Have you noticed any changes in your bodies after the disaster?" As soon as he said this, the faces of the 7 rain-soaked people changed slightly. Having observed everyone's emotions, Yao Liangji already knew the answer. At this moment, Lu Shou took the lead and said, "I actually wasn't that thin. I only became like this after waking up from the rain. I feel like I run faster now, my body is more agile, and even my stamina has improved a lot." With someone leading, others began to speak up as well. Some had gained weight, some had become stronger, and some had better skin, but there was one common point. All those who had survived the rain had improved their physical qualities. After they finished speaking, everyone looked at Yao Liangji, waiting for his news. Knowing that he was not the only one, Yao Liangji first felt relieved, then a hint of regret flashed through him. It seemed that he was not the destined child after all. Yao Liangji asked his final question, "When did you get caught in that strange rain?" After learning that the 7 had been caught in the rain on the 2nd and 3rd days after the strange rain began, Yao Liangji was shocked but did not show it. Suppressing his inner questions, Yao Liangji decided that when someone asked such questions in the future, he would respond just like Zhang Qingjie and the others. After organizing his thoughts, Yao Liangji addressed the 9 people. "You should remember my announcements over the past 2 nights, right?" Yes, everyone nodded. After confirming, Yao Liangji continued, "Zombies are particularly sensitive to fresh blood in the human body. I don't know if a woman's menstrual blood will attract zombies in the same way, but now that everyone is temporarily safe, I hope that the girls who have their periods can cooperate and conduct an experiment." Yao Liangji glanced at the 3 girls in the group, and after seeing their stiff expressions, he shifted his gaze away. This question had to be resolved, or else if there were women in the team later on, they might be in danger. "In 2 or 3 days, it should be my menstrual period. I can cooperate." The young girl who had previously contradicted Yao Liangji spoke up. She knew that if this issue was not resolved, the group of men would never take the 3 of them along. Even if it did have an effect, the outcome would not matter. They would all be abandoned. After someone volunteered, the boys present had nothing more to say, and Yao Liangji continued to share some knowledge. Blood exposed to air generally loses its attraction to zombies after about 5 minutes, and this time can be greatly shortened through various methods, such as using salt, high-concentration alcohol, strong acids, or strong bases. After finishing, Yao Liangji added, including boiling at high temperatures. A roar from the zombies echoed, and Yao Liangji was the first to react. Tightening his grip on the individual shovel and moving toward the sound, while the other 9 adopted defensive postures. The unfortunate one who jumped off the building and landed on both feet. Yao Liangji looked at the female zombie that had collapsed into a heap, watching it crawl on the ground. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, revealing its black eyes hidden by hair. Black eyes, more black eyes. Yao Liangji's heart tightened, stopping Zhang Qingjie, who wanted to investigate. "Leave it. I need it for an experiment." Saying this, Yao Liangji picked up the piece of clothing he had just cut from the plump lady, twisted it into a ball, and took out a nylon rope. He approached the unfortunate zombie, stepping hard on its neck, skillfully binding it with both hands, and stuffing the twisted clothing deep into its mouth amidst its roaring. After finishing, Yao Liangji directly assigned the team. He would take 2 people, Bamboo Pole and Fatty would take 2 people, and Zhang Qingjie and the young girl would take 2 people. With the 3 teams organized, each selected a building to sweep through, while the building Yao Liangji chose had already been cleared by him alone. From morning until dark, the 3 buildings were mostly cleared, and the originally strained 9 people finally understood why Yao Liangji had not wanted their food and drinking water before. Chapter 13. Preparation. He wasn't worried about anyone running away with these things. Without another strong figure or group appearing, how could this panicked person, who was almost unable to act independently, bear to leave him, this big tree? Back at his home, Yao Liangji habitually blocked the door with something before putting down his backpack and unloading his entire gear. Today, he really didn't expect to clear all the wandering zombies in the community. He just happened to encounter 4 people with good courage, and that little path had an excellent geographical position, with others sacrificing themselves to attract fire. Naturally, Yao Liangji seized this opportunity, which allowed him to clear out a relatively safer base for this temporary team. He threw down the clothes stained with zombie blood from upstairs, and wearing only a pair of shorts, went to the bathroom for a comfortable wash with the remaining water. After finishing, Yao Yangji sat on the sofa and directly took a drink from a bottle of liquor. He had held up well today, regardless of the outcome. At least he had intimidated this group of people. Having grown up, his experience in managing people dated back to elementary school when he served as a little class monitor in his village school. So he could only manifest and consolidate leadership authority through the most intuitive intimidation. He pondered the relationships among the 9 people from today. First, Zhang Qingjie and that young woman should be acquaintances, but not familiar. And then there were Lu Shou and that cunning fat man. Their accents were somewhat similar. Although they pretended not to know each other, their eyes had crossed paths countless times. As for the other 5 people, they truly exemplified the theorem of neighbors who do not know each other. Alcohol is a good thing. It stripped away Yao Liangji's disguise and allowed him to calm down and think about how to lead this team to Gufangzhou. Saying it directly was definitely not an option. The people still held on a hope, and among those 9 who had truly experienced death, not one was present. And in this world, who doesn't have a few people they care about? Today, Yao Yangji was going to run dozens of kilometers to meet a woman. Was it too much for them to run dozens of kilometers to check on their family? No one mentioned this today. It was just the fear of starvation and the terror of the outside world that had just begun to plague him. The confidence that Zhang Qingjie and the others had built while following Yao Liangji in chopping and cutting was shattered during the single confrontation after the sun came out. If it weren't for the fear of them collapsing, Yao Yangji would have even shown them that black-eyed zombie. There weren't many people in Yao Liangji's community. With 4 6-story buildings, there were only about 120 or 130 people, but there had appeared 2 black-eyed zombies. This ratio didn't seem alarming at first glance. But what about the entire city? The city's population was over 6 million, which would proportionally mean that there were over 100,000 black-eyed zombies. And it wasn't impossible for other colored-eyed zombies to appear as well. Thinking about this, Yao Liangji gradually fell asleep under the influence of alcohol. The next day, after washing up, Yao Yangji began exercising in his room until he felt warm all over before he paused to catch his breath. After eating and drinking enough, he hesitated for a moment, but decided to wear only a fitted outfit, then put on his armor and helmet, took up a shovel, and walked straight downstairs. Taking advantage of the decent supply situation, he wanted to train the team's coordination. Upon reaching the community's open space, Yao Yangji shouted into his homemade loudspeaker, "Finish eating and come down quickly. I'm only waiting for 10 minutes." The remnants of Yao Yangji's authority from yesterday were still present. So regardless of who it was, they all hurried down. Looking at the 9 people coming down with weapons, Yao Yangji's eyes flashed slightly, but he said nothing. Seeing the spirited faces of everyone, Yao Liangji smiled and said, "Since everyone has rested well, let us start doing something." Doing something? The 9 exchanged glances, all waiting for Yao Liangji to continue. "Let us each talk about what we do for a living and any specialties we have." Today, Yao Yangji wasn't wearing a mask, and his young, handsome face no longer bore the brutality and bloodiness of yesterday. His gentle tone made the 9 feel somewhat unaccustomed. Although first, Zhang Qingjie stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm a fitness coach, and I studied fencing in college." "Oh," Yao Yangji looked at Zhang Qingjie, revealing a bit of surprise. He had noticed yesterday that Zhang Qingjie had good physical fitness and quick reflexes. It turned out he had undergone training. And not like those half-baked coaches who sold meat and protein powder. He was a graduate of a professional sports university. The other 8 people took turns to share their situations. And the young woman with Zhang Qingjie was also a fitness coach, specializing in yoga. As for the other 7, they had normal professions, but after the disaster, their jobs were of no use. Yao Yangji felt somewhat disappointed and continued. "You can also mention any specialties you have: massage, wilderness survival skills, knowledge of herbal medicine, or even lock-picking. In this situation, any skill is useful, and hiding it could affect your chances of survival." By the end, Yao Yangji's tone carried a hint of threat. The bamboo pole and the fat man exchanged glances, but ultimately remained silent. Yao Yangji didn't press further and said to Zhang Qingjie, "Let us practice a bit." Yao Liangji wouldn't blindly trust them, and upon hearing his words, the others felt relieved for their honesty. They couldn't imagine what kind of treatment they would face if they were caught lying. Sure, Zhang Qingjie appeared very confident. Yao Liangji casually picked 2 small branches from a tree in the green belt, stripped off the excess leaves, and handed one to Zhang Qingjie, saying, "Let us go." Yao Liangji hadn't undergone any professional training, if he had to claim there was any. It was only because his parents followed trends and sent him to a local martial arts school for 2 months when he was young. So, Yao Liangji understood some basic striking methods and dodging techniques. After receiving the branch, Zhang Qingjie quickly squatted down with a wide stance, applying slight pressure on his front foot, leaning forward and focusing his gaze intently on Yao Liangji's movements. In contrast, Yao Liangji appeared much more amateurish, merely taking an attack stance, with his muscles visibly relaxed. Wow, that's fast. Yao Liangji was startled. Zhang Qingjie's attack speed was at least 20 times faster than what he had shown. Forced to retreat, Yao Liangji tried to quickly straighten the branch in his hand, but Zhang Qingjie wouldn't allow it. Yao Liangji knew he couldn't continue like this. He once again deflected the attacking branch, suddenly pushing off to the side to move quickly. However, at that moment, Zhang Qingjie smiled slightly, quickly closing the distance and moving sideways almost simultaneously with Yao Liangji. The difference was that Yao Liangji's body was briefly airborne, his branch still in a defensive position, while Zhang Qingjie exploited the gap in Yao Liangji's defense and struck with full force. Thud! The sound of impact echoed. Chapter 14. Zombie Crystal. At that moment, the place fell silent. Zhang Qingjie, who had been in a passive position, didn't expect Yao Liangji to suddenly win, still showing surprise on his face. Zhang Qingjie was gracious in defeat and directly released the branch from his hand, saying, "You won." Yao Liangji's victory wasn't due to superior skills compared to Zhang Qingjie, but rather his physical condition and reaction speed. When Zhang Qingjie changed his move, Yao Liangji had already sensed his intention, so during that last push-off, he had held back quite a bit of strength and directly lifted his foot, continuously adjusting his position to target Zhang Qingjie's sword arm, resulting in Yao Liangji's victory. Although the fight was brief, Yao Liangji had fully recognized Zhang Qingjie's abilities, so he proactively spoke up. "My name is Yao Liangji. I'll ask you again. Are you willing to follow me?" Unlike yesterday, when he only wanted a short-term helper, Yao Liangji now regarded Zhang Qingjie as a companion to survive in this world together. In one sentence, they were companions who could support each other, and Zhang Qingjie could clearly feel Yao Liangji's goodwill. At this moment, he had completely lost any doubts about Yao Liangji's abilities, and since he had already made a decision yesterday, he naturally replied, "Boss Yao, please take care of me from now on." "Haha, it's mutual care." Yao Liangji extended his hand, and their handshake signified that Zhang Qingjie had become the second in command of this small team and Yao Liangji's only companion. The others also learned Yao Liangji's name for the first time, but it was somewhat different from his actual performance. Seeing this situation, Lu Shou almost couldn't help but speak up. He knew that only by joining forces could they survive, but he was uncertain whether his abilities would be useful. Yao Liangji seemed to be in a good mood. This was the second pleasant surprise since Lu Shuxin. "Qingjie, please help train the others. We won't just act at dawn anymore. Their current physical fitness and attack skills can't handle a few fully active zombies during the day." After speaking, Yao Liangji addressed the other 8. "You can freely use the supplies in the community. Your lives are your own. Whether you're willing to endure hardship is up to you. Qingjie and I won't wait for anyone." Over the next 2 days, aside from helping train the other 8, Zhang Qingjie also took on the task of feeding Yao Liangji's moves. After 3 days, Yao Liangji had become familiar with Zhang Qingjie. He looked at the young woman exercising in the open space and asked, "Qingjie, what is your relationship with that woman?" The actions of Yao Liangji and Zhang Qingjie intrigued the other 8, especially since Yao Liangji had even brought along a zombie. Lu Shou, who was training, realized he could no longer stand by, so he gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and ran toward Yao Liangji, shouting, "Boss Yao, I have something to say to you." Yao Liangji had already sensed that Lu Shou had a story, but since Lu Shou wasn't sharing, he didn't want to push. Over the past few days, He had been subtly trying to gauge how long Lu Shou could hold on. Oh, Yao Yangji looked at Lu Shou with interest, quietly waiting for him to continue. Boss Yao, I'll step out for a moment. Zhang Qingjie, noticing Lu Shou's constant glances at him, wisely decided to leave for a bit. No need. There's nothing you can't hear. Yao Yangji didn't want to create any barriers between the two, who had just established a foundation of trust. Sure enough, as soon as Yao Yangji spoke, Zhang Qingjie's eyes filled with gratitude. Bamboo pole, just say what you need to say. Even a hen can't hold its eggs for 3 days, right? Gritting his teeth, Lu Shou finally revealed his story. Boss Yao, the reason I didn't dare to say anything before is that my past isn't honorable. Before I became a middleman, I was actually a car thief. Later, I was caught by the police and sentenced to 7 years. I do have a talent. I can start any car on the market within 3 minutes. Haha, Yao Yangji laughed heartily, patting Lu Shou on the shoulder. You've already paid for your past with your prison time. What does that have to do with you now? With this skill, I'm just glad. How could I think you're dishonorable? Hearing Yao Yangji's heartfelt appreciation, Lu Shou also smiled. After being released from prison, he had faced a lot of discrimination, and Yao Yangji's attitude was the first that didn't mind or even welcomed him. Thank you, Boss Yao. No need to rush to thank me. How it goes will depend on practice, Yao Yangji said ambiguously. At this moment, there were still a dozen cars parked in the community's open space, but unfortunately, none belonged to Yao Liangji's group of workers. Yao Liangji casually pointed at one, and soon Lu Shou took out a wire and small scissors from his pocket and ran over. In less than a minute, the car was started, and the headlights lit up. This commotion attracted the attention of the other 8, who thought Yao Liangji and the others were trying to escape. So they nervously looked at him. What are you looking at? Aren't you going to train? If you wanted to leave, why would we bother training you? While saying this, Yao Yangji took a closer look at the fat guy, and seeing his expression unchanged, he knew the fat guy was aware of Lu Shou's skills. Boss Yao, how is it? Lu Shou asked confidently, stating that he had never lost to anyone when it came to stealing cars, or rather, unlocking them. I never expected that in such a small community with only about 120 or 130 people, with barely a dozen surviving, there would be so much talent everywhere. It's truly surprising. Yao Yangji generously praised him. After finishing, he addressed the crowd of onlookers disperse. Bamboo pole, you and Qingjie come with me. Yao Yangji picked up the writhing zombie from ground. The two followed Yao Liangji into the bathroom of a resident's house, where he threw the zombie on the ground and said seriously, what you see and hear here, I hope you can keep it to yourselves, especially you, Bamboo pole. Seeing the brutality reappear in Yao Liangji's eyes, both of them felt a tightness in their hearts and quickly assured him, we will. Yao Yangji pulled out the kitchen knife at his waist and said, you must be wondering why I know so much about zombies. What I've told you is just the basics. In fact, there are many secrets about zombies waiting for us to uncover. For example, not all zombies are blind. Just like this black-eyed zombie in front of us. Yao Yangji parted the long hair, covering the zombie's face, revealing a pair of pitch-black eyes that reflected in Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou's gazes, causing them to instinctively step back, a hint of fear flashing in their eyes. What? How can there be a black-eyed zombie? Experience it. Yao Yangji urged them to step forward and verify what he had just said. After they experienced it, Yao Yangji emotionlessly began to dissect the zombie before them. The dry muscles, the putrid blood, and the shredded organs from his leg bones slowly presented themselves to the two as Yao Liangji dissected. Next came the unique brain, which still had the last traces of life. When they saw Yao Liangji directly insert his hand into the blackened, twitching brain, and the brain matter spilling out like tofu from his fingers, the two could no longer hold back and rushed to the nearby wash basin to vomit. At this moment, Yao Yangji felt his fingers touch something hard and cool. Without showing any emotion, he discreetly took it out and placed it in his pocket, saying, after you finish throwing up, you two clean up and remember what I taught you today. Chapter 15. It's dangerous, but also a resource after leaving behind two somewhat traumatized newbies, having experienced Lu Shushin's effects. Yao Yangji now had a hint of curiosity and expectation for all the new things that emerged after the disaster. However, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to eat or do anything with the item obtained from the zombie's brain. He shone a flashlight on it, and saw that all the light was absorbed as if it couldn't penetrate at all. Picking up a small knife, he lightly tapped it, producing a pleasant, crisp sound. After hesitating for a moment, Yao Liangji put on 2 layers of gloves, secured it, and placed a piece of white paper underneath to scrape it on the surface. All that could be heard was the harsh sound of scratching, yet remained completely still. A somewhat skeptical Yao Liangji picked up a tool hammer and struck it hard a few times. The result was that the coffee table was smashed to pieces, but still didn't budge. Holding it up to his eyes and examining it closely, suddenly the originally hard black crystal melted away in an instant, directly seeping into Yao Liangji's skin without giving him a moment to react. Startled by this sudden development, Yao Liangji immediately jumped up, gripping a kitchen knife and staring intently at his hand. However, he ultimately gave up. Cutting off his own hand without proper medical conditions would only mean dying a few days later. After more than a minute, as the black crystal integrated into Yao Liangji's body, he slowly began to feel heat emanating from within, and his body started to itch as if being electrocuted. A bit frightened, Yao Liangji forced himself to endure the discomfort and tied his hands and feet with rope, uncertain if this was a precursor to becoming a zombie. After more than 20 minutes, the discomfort dissipated completely. Still not at ease, he waited for another hour before confirming that he wouldn't turn into a zombie. Finally, he struggled to untie the rope with his mouth. Confused, Yao Liangji wondered if the black crystal had only caused him to feel hot and itchy. He hesitantly picked up a box of milk, instinctively squeezed it hard, and with a bang, the milk burst out from the foil seal, splattering all over him. What is this? Yao Liangji looked at the exploded milk box in surprise, then quickly got up and went to try out some homemade fitness equipment. Things that were slightly difficult before now felt light and easy in his hands. In disbelief, he pinched himself, only to realize something was off. His skin seemed to have become tougher. Curious, Yao Liangji immediately found a clean small knife, disinfected it with high-concentration alcohol, gritted his teeth, and made a cut on his hand. The expected wound didn't appear, his skin only slightly indented before returning to its original state. Seeing this result, Yao Liangji steeled himself and pressed harder to make another cut. This time, his skin broke and a little blood oozed out. After moving the knife away, the bleeding stopped immediately as his skin sealed itself, which meant that he no longer needed to worry so much about ordinary zombie attacks. His skin could provide him with a final line of defense. After experiencing these benefits, Yao Liangji quickly put on his gear and several masks, then busied himself within the building. When night fell, taking advantage of his superior vision, he began to clear out the organized zombies outside, working until after 10 o'clock. Looking at the 5 white crystals in his hand, Yao Liangji fell into deep suspicion. Was the probability of obtaining these things so low? To know, he had to kill 74 zombies to get these 5 white crystals. However, even a mosquito leg is still meat. Yao Liangji took one and held it in his hand, waiting for 3 minutes, 5 minutes, then 10 minutes. His expression changed from expectation to confusion, and then to embarrassment. He seemed to have misunderstood. This thing couldn't just be absorbed by holding it. Thinking carefully about the feeling he had when absorbing the black crystal earlier, Yao Liangji focused on the white crystal in his hand under the dim light of his phone. In just 3 seconds, the white crystal melted into a puddle of liquid, then automatically flowed into Yao Liangji's body. He felt a slight heat and then an extremely mild itch, which dissipated quickly in just 3 minutes. Afterwards, Yao Liangji tested the changes brought by absorbing the white crystal. The results were not negligible, but to achieve the effects of the black crystal, he would need to absorb at least 50 or 60 of these. Now, having obtained 5 white crystals from 74 zombies, he realized he would need to kill 700 or 800 zombies to achieve his goal. Taking a deep breath, although this target seemed quite distant, at least it was a stable path, wasn't it? Perhaps his survival in this apocalypse would rely on the help of these small crystals. Without hesitation, after absorbing the remaining 4 white crystals, Yao Liangji went to sleep with high hopes. On the other side, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou were both lying in their respective rooms, unable to sleep for a long time. After they went into the house with Yao Liangji, The other 7 people had inquired about the situation to varying degrees. However, adhering to Yao Liangji's warning, the two naturally remained tight-lipped, which led to some dissatisfaction from their friends. Now, what worried them was not their relationship with their friends, but the lingering thoughts about Yao Liangji dismembering zombies in the afternoon. As people from a peaceful era, they had never witnessed such scenes. Although they knew Yao Liangji was right to do so, the remnants of their morals made them feel quite resistant to his actions. Just like that, their thoughts quickly turned to the next day. After eating their fill, Yao Liangji said to the young woman, "Zhou Ting, it's been 3 days." After these few days of interaction, even without asking, Yao Liangji had learned the woman's name, and Zhou Ting naturally understood what he meant. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "I came last night. So, how do you want me to cooperate? Follow me." Yao Liangji ignored the indignation in her eyes and directly led the group to the small path leading to the grain and oil market. "Everyone keep quiet. If you don't listen, I will pack up and leave my team," Yao Liangji said with a smile. Except for Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, the other 7 felt a tightness in their hearts, quickly biting their teeth to avoid making any noise. After the reminder, Yao Liangji knocked on the iron door with a shovel. After 2 loud bangs, 7 zombies came in response to the sound. Among these 7 zombies, Yao Liangji recognized the figure of the owner of the grain store he often visited. Remembering what the owner had bragged about before, Yao Liangji's eyes flickered, and he secretly took note. Chapter 16. Does Ant Flow have no effect? Watching the zombies swaying in front of the iron door, they seemed to have no movement in their noses and were scattered in direction. After swaying for 4 or 5 minutes without hearing any more sounds, they gradually quieted down, seemingly preparing to leave. This situation made everyone else breathe a sigh of relief, especially the 5 who had never killed a zombie. Their trembling bodies slowly calmed down, and their tightly covered mouths relaxed. "Take off your pants, spread your legs, and try again. Use this to wipe." They didn't expect Yao Liangji's cold voice to sound again at this moment, and he handed over a clean tissue. Hearing such an unreasonable request, Zhou Ting was stunned for a moment. Then her expression quickly turned worse. Her eyes filled with humiliation and anger as she stared at Yao Liangji, biting her lip and remaining silent. Although Zhou Ting was not particularly beautiful, her years of work as a yoga instructor had made her figure devilishly attractive. And they say that when people are well-fed, they think of lust. This was especially true in recent days, just like the few men who were slightly overweight. If it weren't for their concerns about Yao Liangji, they might have done something inappropriate. Zhou Ting was clearly aware of this, which was why she usually either participated in activities together or lived alone, giving certain people no opportunity at all. Now, upon hearing Yao Liangji's words, a flicker of struggle crossed Zhang Qingjie's face as he spoke. "Boss Yao, is it really necessary to go this far? Zombies won't reason with us. I must be 100% sure. Otherwise, my team cannot have women." Yao Liangji continued coldly. Lu Shou remained silent. He had little connection with Zhou Ting and was content to observe. The other 7, however, began to shout excitedly, urging Zhou Ting to quickly take off her pants. Zhou Ting's expression fell, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Yao Liangji's indifferent gaze, Zhang Qingjie's sympathetic expression, and the hidden fervor in the eyes of the others. Trembling, she began to unbuckle her belt. "You, go, and take off a piece of clothing to help cover her." Yao Liangji pointed to the other 2 middle-aged women. He had no interest in what these tools thought, but since Zhou Ting complied, he naturally didn't mind doing something. The 2 women hesitated, but eventually obeyed and took off their outer jackets to help cover Zhou Ting. All the men stepped back 3 paces. Yao Liangji's voice rang out again. Hearing this, Zhou Ting's expression eased significantly, and she even felt a flicker of gratitude towards Yao Liangji. However, the expressions of the others, including the fat man, became somewhat intriguing. Although they lowered their heads and retreated, it seemed they had their own thoughts brewing. Yao Liangji swung his shovel against the iron gate again, and the zombies that were about to leave turned back, continuously shaking the gate. He glanced at Zhou Ting. She did not see desire in his eyes, only a sternness of a ruler. Her face flushed slightly, but she still unbuckled her belt and slowly pulled down her pants. A flash of white light crossed Yao Liangji's eyes, Yet he insensitively directed his gaze towards the zombies across the way, focusing intently on their reactions. Minutes passed, and the zombies showed no reaction, returning to their dazed, wandering state after the stimulus wore off. After a minute or so, Zhou Ting, with flushed cheeks, held up the white paper Yao Liangji had handed her. Spread it out. Yao Liangji was not a perverse man. He had no interest in accepting such things from women. Zhou Ting's face reddened even more as she realized her actions were laden with ambiguity. Lowering her head, she trembled as she unfolded the white tissue, revealing a smear of blood in front of Yao Liangji, which finally allowed him to relax. Everyone come over. After the zombies moved away, Yao Liangji called out. Once everyone gathered, he scanned the group. Tomorrow we'll start clearing out the zombies in this grain and oil market. It's time for you to practice your courage. Practice courage? For those who had never killed a zombie, to join his team, they must kill one to prove their mettle. I don't care how you do it. But today you must kill one zombie, or I won't take a bunch of cowards on the road with me. Everyone understood whom Yao Liangji was addressing. So Zhang Qingjie and the others had no reaction. However, the other 5, who had never seen blood, began to tremble. They were not afraid of the bloodshed, but were simply afraid of the danger. After all, these were beings that felt no pain and could only be killed by attacking the head. With a moment's inattention, they could become zombies themselves. Naturally, they were terrified, even more so than of killing a person. The sound of metal clashing rang out again, and the zombies came lurching back like dogs on a leash. After last night, Yao Liangji led Zhang Qingjie and the others to the back, watching the 5 trembling individuals as the zombies continued to shake the old iron gate, occasionally reaching their hands through the gaps. Because they were so close, the 5, despite their fear, could clearly see every inch of the living zombies, their sharp claws, saliva-coated teeth, and the wrinkled, dried skin. Finally, one woman could not bear the pressure any longer. She closed her eyes and swung a kitchen knife at the outstretched hand of a zombie, but she couldn't even sever a single hand. Instead, it seemed to provoke the zombie, making it more frenzied. The other 4, seeing this, stepped back in terror, pleading with Yao Liangji. Yao, please, don't make us kill zombies. We'll be good. We promise not to cause you trouble. One day, just one day, you're all adults. You should know how to handle things. If you're scared, you could just hide in the community. Even if we take some supplies, it'll be enough for you to survive for another 3 to 5 months. That's all I have to say. Zhang Qingjie looked as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately sighed and left quietly. As for Zhou Ting, when Yao Liangji made his demand, the expressions of the 5 had extinguished her last shred of compassion. Thinking of this made her feel a bit ridiculous. These 5 were the same people she had defied Yao Liangji to save. Yet today, they not only failed to speak up for her, but instead wore faces of perverse excitement. It proved that when people are truly pushed to a dead end, they will indeed start to think. Over an hour later, the 4 returned with 2 makeshift long guns, and upon seeing that Yao Liangji and the others were not there, they appeared even more nervous. Cautiously, they mimicked Yao Liangji's earlier actions, lightly tapping on the iron gate. Once the zombies were drawn over, the 4 of them partnered up, using their makeshift long guns to repeatedly strike at the heads of the zombies. However, their aim was clearly off. They mangled the zombies' faces, but did not manage to kill a single one. How could it be so hard to kill? It was so easy before. Now you want us to go out and fight these monsters? No, I don't want to. One woman cried out in despair. She had given up. She could still live safely in the community for a few months, but out here, she might not last a single day. After her breakdown and departure, the remaining 3 gritted their teeth and did not mention giving up because they knew that Yao Liangji was their only chance at survival. Chapter 17. Clearing the grain and oil market after busying themselves for over an hour, the 3 finally succeeded in killing a zombie. But the death was far more brutal than anything Yao Liangji had inflicted. The zombie's face was mangled beyond recognition, with exposed cheekbones and eyes that oozed fluid, staining the bare bones and gums, resembling a grotesque ink painting of human bones. Once they completed their task, the 3 dared not look for long and hurriedly took their makeshift long guns to report their results to Yao Liangji in the residential building. After personally killing a zombie, a person's mental state changes significantly. The 3, those still showing signs of panic and fear on their faces, now had a hint of fierceness. If they could just get a good night's sleep to digest today's experiences, starting tomorrow's cleanup of the grain and oil market, they would certainly not hold back the team, if not contribute significantly. As for the other two, Yao Liangji did not ask where they had gone. They were already struggling internally, and forcing them along would only endanger everyone. After the three left, Lu Shou questioned, "Why are we still keeping these three around? Their combat ability is practically non-existent." They had taken nearly 2 hours to kill a single zombie, and that was with an iron gate as a barrier, making the zombie essentially a live target. Lu Shou genuinely didn't see how their combat ability would help the team. The five had been preparing supplies and battle plans for the next day, so they had heard everything the three reported. Except for Zhang Qingjie, who showed signs of struggle, the fat man and Zhou Ting clearly agreed with Lu Shou's assessment. Yao Liangji continued to rub the nylon rope in his hand. "How many normal people do you think there are left in this world?" Lu Shou fell silent for a moment. Regarding the situation in his own community, even with the addition of those 2 brave souls and a few who jumped off buildings, there were still over 100 people in the community, and after the catastrophe, there were about 20 normal individuals left. However, people are not counted this way. Without Yao Liangji, there likely wouldn't be a single normal person left in their community after a few days. Seeing their silence, Yao Liangji explained, "People can be cultivated, as long as they have the courage. In this world, there are not many who can survive. If we do not cherish and save those with hope, in the end, we will truly be lonely. Today, you follow me. I will teach you how to do this. But if I die in the future and our group disperses, if you have the chance to survive and the ability, I hope you can practice this rule. Be a bit more patient and kind when conditions allow." Zhang Qingjie and the others looked at this brutal and indifferent person in disbelief. He was someone who viewed human life as insignificant, yet also someone who wished to save some useless individuals. Although his ultimate goal was still for himself, this was enough to surprise them. At the very least, from Yao Liangji's words, they knew that as long as they were not in a desperate situation, he would not easily abandon them. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, Yao Liangji and the others arrived fully armed at the iron gate, each having made a spear. Due to the narrow space, Yao Liangji divided them into 3 teams. He led a newcomer who had just started eating meat yesterday. Looking at the 3 disfigured zombies lying in front of the iron gate, Yao Liangji nodded in satisfaction and then directly knocked on the gate. The sound of metal clashing was especially crisp and loud just before dawn, quickly attracting 5 zombies. As they clawed at Yao Liangji and the others while stepping on their fallen companions, one thrust and a slight twist later, one zombie fell with a loud crash. Taking no more than 5 seconds, Yao Liangji's actions made the 3 who had toiled for nearly 2 hours yesterday swallow hard. Although they knew the zombies' abilities had not yet recovered at this time, Yao Liangji's performance was still impressive. At this moment, Yao Liangji ignored their astonished expressions and, seeing more zombies approaching from behind, quickened his movements. 3 more splattering sounds followed, and 3 more bodies fell. "Are you just standing there watching?" Yao Liangji squinted at the man beside him. No, I'll do it right away." The man, slightly flustered, raised the spear in his hand and thrust it at the only remaining zombie, but only managed to poke a hole in its face. Observing the new zombies coming in, Yao Liangji continued to kill while teaching. Wait for the right moment to strike. The mouth and eyes of zombies are weak points leading to their brains. If you can kill them in one hit, don't waste your energy poking their faces. There are only 2 methods to deal with zombies: kill them or incapacitate their movement. When your abilities are insufficient, incapacitating their movement is your best choice. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Liangji crouched slightly, thrusting the spear at the zombie's ankle. With an unsteady stance, the zombie fell down, getting trampled by the zombies behind it and roaring incessantly. After repeating this 3 times, there were 4 more zombies lying on the ground. From a higher vantage point, Yao Liangji effortlessly pierced their heads, and soon they stopped moving. The man imitating him did the same, and sure enough, it was easier to aim at the zombies lying on the ground. After a couple of thrusts, he pierced through a head, achieving his 2nd kill. Yielding his position, Yao Liangji called out to Zhou Ting and the other 3 behind him, "You try it too." Thus, the 3 teams took turns, and when the continuous knocking sounds could no longer attract zombies. Yao Yangji instructed Lu Shou to feel for the iron chain and then pulled the door inward, revealing a mountain of corpses at their feet. According to Yao Yangji's understanding, this grain and oil market had nearly 150 businesses of various sizes, and the number of people making a living here definitely exceeded 1,000. Just as the others were about to leave, Yao Yangji stopped, opened the heads of the zombies one by one, and began to search inside. With experience, he no longer had to smash the heads of the male zombies to find something. Seeing Yao Yangji's actions, the other 7 had a flash of realization. They knew this was yet another secret about zombies from him. After opening the heads of more than 40 zombies, the stench in the air seemed to become overwhelmingly strong. Lu Shou and Zhang Qingjie were relatively okay, since they had seen worse, but the others, including the chubby one, looked quite pale, though they managed to hold back their nausea. Looking at the 4 white crystals in his palm, Yao Yangji did not hesitate to show them to Zhang Qingjie and the others. After all, acquiring these did not mean they would necessarily be used. And since they were all part of the same team, Yao Yangji knew they would eventually have to collect these things. It was better to be generous and set a goal to exchange for some benefits. Wiping his hands clean with the clothes from the zombies, he said to the 7, "I call these things corpse crystals. Not every zombie has them, but they are extremely beneficial to us. For 100 of these corpse crystals or items of equal value, I will tell you their uses and how to use them. This concerns your future survival, so cherish them." After speaking, he led the way into the grain and oil market. Chapter 18. Another encounter with the black-eyed zombie, since the surrounding zombies had basically all been attracted by Yao Yangji and the others. The area around the grain and oil market seemed peaceful, unchanged from before the catastrophe. The grain and oil market was a standard square layout, with 2 main roads running horizontally and vertically, and then some branching paths dividing the market into 16 areas. Currently, Yao Yangji and his group were in the passage between the 2 upper left areas. After surveying the surroundings, the 8 gradually relaxed. It seemed that the previous wave of baiting zombies had been very thorough, with no zombies remaining in the 2 upper areas. To improve efficiency, Yao Yangji directly divided them into 2 small teams. He would take Zhou Ting and one of the 2 new recruits, while Zhang Qingjie would take Lu Shou and the other 2, cleaning out the zombies by area. Previously, others might have been reluctant to provoke those zombies, but after witnessing Yao Yangji collect corpse crystals, they all understood that these crystals were something remarkable. How could they not pay attention to something that concerned their future? As they passed in front of the grain store that Yao Yangji often visited, the rattan chair remained unchanged, and he casually picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table. After lighting one, he shared the remaining ones with Zhou Ting and the others. Yao Yangji was not a person who enjoyed smoking, but it cannot be denied that smoking could relieve fatigue and stress, especially for Zhou Ting and the others behind him. In the community, everyone had already practiced coordinated attacks, so when they encountered 2 isolated zombies, it was just a matter of simple adjustment before they could work together effectively. Cold weapons truly were not as efficient as hot weapons in the hands of ordinary people. It took them over 10 minutes to deal with the 2 zombies. Although it was daytime and the zombies' abilities had not been weakened, this still reflected the shortcomings of ordinary people's insufficient strength and poor endurance. After allowing Zhou Ting and the others to rest for a few minutes, Yao Yangji directly split open the head of the zombie he had just killed and reached in to feel around, resulting in a look of surprise on his face. He really didn't expect these 3 to be so lucky, but he wasn't greedy either. He had been observing from the side and hadn't participated in the kills, so this corpse crystal naturally had to be distributed among the 3 of them. I can only ensure that you won't be besieged by zombies. I have my own matters to attend to. Now that you 3 are familiar with each other, you can manage on your own. Gather more corpse crystals. You will thank me for it. After saying this, Yao Yangji directly threw the white corpse crystal in his hand to Zhou Ting. How to distribute the corpse crystal is up to the 3 of you. I want to get involved. Good luck to you all. After finishing, Yao Yangji began to feel his way towards other areas, leaving the 3 staring curiously at the white crystal. They really hadn't expected Yao Yangji to give this thing to them to distribute among themselves. And they also understood why Yao Yangji hadn't made a move and left earlier. If Yao Liangji had stayed with them, given his personality, as long as he took action, this corpse crystal would definitely belong to him. This corpse crystal is mine. Any future ones will belong to the two of you. But I hope the final distribution ratio will be 2 to 1 to 1. You two have no objections, right? Zhou Ting carefully put away the corpse crystal. No, no problem. The other two looked enviously at the corpse crystal Zhou Ting had stored away, without any objections. After all, Zhou Ting had contributed the most in killing zombies, and they didn't dare to disagree with this distribution plan. On the other side, in Zhang Qingjia's team of 4, they had already killed 7 zombies, but hadn't found a single corpse crystal. After leaving Yao Liangji's sight, the fat man seemed to come alive again and said cheerfully, "What exactly is this corpse crystal? We killed 7 and Haven T found even 1. Lu Shou, although he knew him, that was in the past. Their relationship was purely based on mutual benefit from previous collaborations, and now that he was with Yao Liangji, he didn't want to have too much interaction with this fat man. His wariness of this fat man was greater than that towards the already familiar Yao Liangji. He knew that this fat man would abandon everything for profit. If it weren't for their hometown connection, he would have long since reported this fat man's affairs to Yao Liangji. Didn't big brother Yao say that if we collected 100 corpse crystals or equivalent items, he would tell us? Zhang Qingjia, as the temporary team leader, explained, knowing what the fat man was trying to imply. He just wanted to extract some information from him and Lu Shou, as they were the only two considered trusted by Yao Liangji. Big brother Yao, is a bit unfair. All the zombies in the neighborhood, and the more than 40 zombies we just killed, he took all the corpse crystals for himself. Isn't that a bit greedy? Zhang Qingjia pointed his spear directly at the fat man. Fat man, put away your little schemes. No matter how it is. Big brother Yao is a person who keeps his word. The reason you can stand here alive and know some free information is because of him. You should know how many of those zombies were personally killed by Big brother Yao. Looking at the spear pointing at his nose, the fat man's eyes narrowed slightly. He was not in this neighborhood because he was poor. He needed a cover for his identity. It was the first time in his life that he was threatened by someone like this, and he didn't dare to express any thoughts about Yao Liangji. However, he didn't have the same patience for Zhang Qingjia, who was just a man of ordinary courage. What's wrong, Qingjia? Yao Liangji's voice sounded, and at the same time, a gentle yet powerful hand landed on the fat man's shoulder. When? The fat man was startled, his muscles tensed up. His years of involvement in the underworld had given him a much sharper perception than ordinary people. Yet he hadn't even noticed the approach of someone as dangerous as Yao Liangji. His body instinctively wanted to jump away, but he was completely immobilized by Yao Liangji's hand. Oh, a tingle ran through his body, and the fat man's instincts kicked in, causing goosebumps to rise all over him. He couldn't help but think, how could this pressure be so much stronger than 4 days ago? Is it the effect of the corpse crystal? The fat man's mind was quick, and he guessed the key to Yao Liangji's rapid increase in power. Fat man, I don't care what your past is because we're just passing through each other's lives. The price I've offered is out there. Whether you can complete it depends on your own ability. Given your past, you should understand that everything is equivalent, right? Yao Liangji removed his hand and warned the fat man. All right, you all continue. I have my own matters to attend to. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Liangji turned and left down a small path. When he encountered Zhang Qingjia and his group, Yao Liangji had already swept through 2 areas of zombies and still hadn't found his target. However, the few white-eyed zombies he had casually killed had contributed a corpse crystal. Yao Liangji dodged an attack, turned to see 5 zombies charging at him. Among them was the black-eyed zombie he had been searching for. Boss in yellow, there's a crossbow. Chapter 19. Harvest. After shaking off the black blood from his combat shovel, it seemed these 5 zombies had been attracted by the noise he made while killing the zombies. So he knew he had to finish this quickly. Yao Liangji ducked under the attack of the black-eyed zombie and then executed a horizontal slash, directly severing the ankle of a white-eyed zombie. Then, with a turn and a thrust, the well-maintained edge of his shovel sliced along the jawline of another white-eyed zombie. And with a twist, the zombie's face and head instantly exploded, collapsing to the ground. Without a moment's pause, Yao Yangji retreated 7 or 8 meters and then began to actively attack the other two remaining white-eyed zombies. A sprinting slash, then a kick. His hard-soled boots struck the approaching black-eyed zombie with a thud, sending it flying backward, while Yao Yangji used the momentum to slice diagonally at the last white-eyed zombie, seeing part of its head slide off, revealing its smooth brain inside. After landing, Yao Yangji didn't have time to catch his breath because he heard the sound of chaotic footsteps. Slightly bending his knees, he charged directly at the black-eyed zombie. Having sight, the black-eyed zombie was different. It instinctively knew to block with its hands. The sharp combat shovel failed to cut off the black-eyed zombie's arms, producing a dull thud. Knowing he couldn't delay any longer, Yao Liangji gritted his teeth, released the combat shovel, letting it get stuck in the black-eyed zombie's hands to hinder its movements. He quickly circled behind it, pulled out a bone-cutting knife from his waist, and struck hard at the back of its head. The blow caused the black-eyed zombie to stagger and fall to the ground. Yao Yangji then stepped hard and the bone-cutting knife embedded in its skull, fully sinking the blade in. Without looking back at the fate of the black-eyed zombie, Yao Yangji turned and ran because he saw over 10 zombies approaching from all directions. Since today was primarily about clearing zombies, Yao Liangji only brought some basic supplies. He tore open 2 small bags of pork jerky and beef jerky, cautiously leaned against the wall, eating a bite of water and a bite of meat. The short 2 or 3 minutes of fighting and the high-speed running of 500 to 600 meters had greatly drained his physical energy. To maintain his stamina, even if he wasn't hungry, Yao Liangji had to put something in his stomach. He stepped on the black-eyed zombie's foot and then pulled out the stuck combat shovel with force. Looking at the black blood clinging to the shovel, he wiped it off disdainfully on the zombie's clothes, then walked in front of the only remaining white-eyed zombie and finished it off with a single shovel strike. 3 minutes later, Yao Liangji looked at his empty hands, feeling frustrated that he hadn't obtained even a single corpse crystal. Damn it, a bunch of poor souls. The reason Yao Liangji left the team was to hunt down the black-eyed zombie alone. First, the black-eyed zombie posed too great a danger to Zhang Qingjie and Zhou Ting. Second, the corpse crystals that the black-eyed zombie might produce were too valuable for Yao Liangji to ignore. It seemed he had to find that thing first. After finishing his task, Yao Yangji went directly to the grain and oil store owned by the man in the yellow shirt. He clearly remembered that this owner once boasted to his friends while drinking that he had a crossbow and had used it to hunt wild boars, claiming he didn't keep it at home for fear that his children would find it. Entering the small shop of less than 20 square meters again, Yao Yangji noticed the scattered rice and flour that seemed to have been visited by rats, leaving a foul odor. He first went to the counter and searched all around, even knocking on the tiles on the walls and floor, yet he still found nothing. This shouldn't be the case. Such items should have been easy to find before the disaster. If the owner didn't keep it at home, it could only be in the store where he spent the most time, so it should be findable. Yao Yangji continued to observe the arrangement of items in the store. Thanks to the powerful effect brought by Lu Shuxin, every detail in the grain and oil store was captured in his eyes. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual drag mark near the bottom layer of the left shelf, underneath a dusty cardboard box. Yao Liangji walked over to take a look. The box contained some broken rice grains. The owner seemed to worry about insects, as he had thoughtfully placed 2 small bags of lime inside. Suspecting something, Yao Yangji moved the box aside to look inside, but found nothing. He knocked on the floor again, and it still gave a solid, dull sound. Confused, Yao Liangji straightened up. He couldn't just tear the shop apart to find a possible hidden item. Lowering his head to glance around casually, he suddenly seemed to discover something and looked up. Why was the thickness of the horizontal plank different? Feeling excited, he gently pushed the lower shelf back and forth, and one of the bottom boards slid to the right with a poof, followed by the sound of something heavy falling. Picking it up, he found it was an item wrapped in cowhide oil paper. Seeing its shape, Yao Liangji's breath quickened, and he opened it up. Before him lay a completely black alloy crossbow, with a rough cowhide wrap around the middle of the bow. Gently gripping the cowhide, he weighed it in his hand. This crossbow must weigh around 8 or 9 pounds. He continued to feel around inside the compartment, but found no arrows. Yao Yangji was startled, thinking the owner must have hidden the arrows separately from the crossbow. He quickly began searching under other shelves. After feeling the sliding of the bottom board again, Yao Yangji felt relieved and picked up a package of cowhide paper that had fallen to the ground. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find 5 sharp arrows lying inside. He took one in his hand and weighed it. The arrow itself weighed nearly a pound. Removing his gloves, he gently wiped the tip, and a sharp pain shot through him as a drop of blood oozed from his thumb, which his body instinctively tightened around. How sharp! A wave of joy surged in Yao Liangji's eyes. This was exactly what he needed. He then felt around the remaining bottom boards and found 2 bowstrings and a quiver. Sniffing the bow and arrows, he detected a strong scent of brown oil. Yao Liangji searched around the store, then picked up a nearly empty bottle of mineral water, drank it all, and filled it with brown oil. He took the crossbow and arrows and found a place to practice. Yao Liangji had never learned how to use a crossbow, but he knew the basics of drawing the string and shooting arrows. However, he was a bit worried about damaging the arrowheads, so he found a few wooden posts to aim at while pulling the trigger. With a loud bang, the pure alloy arrow buried itself nearly 20 centimeters into the wooden post, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Yao Liangji muttered, "No wonder this owner hit it so securely. With this power, he probably won't be able to sit still for a few days, but will have to get to work." Excitedly, he approached and pulled at the arrow, but it wouldn't budge. He had to shake it back and forth for 4 or 5 minutes before finally getting it out. For the next hour or so, Yao Liangji practiced his archery skills. Thanks to his strong physical condition and enhanced perception, after more than an hour, he could easily hit a target from 50 steps away, if not further. He didn't go to meet Zhou Ting or Zhang Qingjia. Instead, he slung the quiver over his back and cautiously began searching the unexplored areas. With a loud bang, a zombie fell in response, without alerting another nearby zombie. After shooting another arrow and taking down 2 zombies, Yao Liangji didn't linger to retrieve the arrows. He immediately ran away. In just 2 hours since he finished practicing archery, he had stealthily killed over 30 zombies, but unfortunately, he still hadn't encountered a black-eyed zombie. Looking at the 8 white crystals in his hand, Yao Liangji didn't hesitate. He removed his gloves and absorbed them all at once. The effect of absorbing 8 crystals together was much stronger than doing it one by one. The electric shock sensation was so intense that Yao Liangji nearly lost control of his bladder, quickly tightening it to avoid embarrassment. In the future, it was better to absorb them one at a time. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, he wouldn't be able to react in time. Yao Liangji wasn't worried about Zhou Ting and Zhang Qingjia. They were following behind him to clear the area, so they were unlikely to encounter a black-eyed zombie. Glancing at the time, it was already past 1 in the afternoon. Yao Liangji found a relatively concealed and safe spot to take a short rest and replenish his energy. The sweep continued until 4 in the afternoon, marking the 4th area Yao Liangji had cleared. Aside from the earlier black-eyed zombie, he hadn't encountered a second one. The hard soles of his cloth-wrapped shoes made a dull thud against the concrete floor as Yao Liangji moved stealthily through the narrow paths between buildings. Suddenly, a roar echoed from above. Looking up, Yao Liangji saw a black-eyed zombie staring intently at him from the balcony of the 3rd floor across the way. A little kid could turn into a black-eyed zombie? The black-eyed zombie was only about 2 to 1, 3 meters tall, and its once white frilly dress was now dirty and torn. A pink butterfly hairpin dangled from its dry hair, seemingly about to fall off at any moment. Silently raising the crossbow, he fired. The sharp arrow pierced through its eyes, embedding itself into a wooden, colorful gnome behind it. Blood and brain fluid dripped from the little girl zombie's eyes onto the awning of the shop below, slowly pooling and dripping onto 2 white-eyed zombies loitering at the entrance. The white-eyed zombies, lacking focus, instinctively tilted their heads back to silently gaze at the deceased little girl zombie. In this tender yet sorrowful moment, Yao Liangji had no time to appreciate it. He dashed forward, chopping down with the shovel in his right hand and stabbing with the arrow in his left, causing both zombies to fall. All right, consider this a family reunion for you. I hope you know to thank me from the afterlife. Afterward, Yao Liangji skillfully opened the zombie-esque skull and reached inside. To his surprise, it was as if his prayer had been answered. He found 2 white corpse crystals. Licking his lips, Yao Liangji eagerly looked up at the black-eyed zombie eyes above. After retrieving a set of keys from the zombie, he hurried upstairs. The grain and oil market mainly consisted of self-built houses. Although they had been planned out, they still adhered to a family-run model of living and operating a shop. As soon as he saw the shop door sign and the words printed on the aprons of the two zombies, Yao Yangji realized that this must have been a happy family of 3 before the disaster. Concerned that there might be other zombies inside the house, Yao Yangji cautiously made his way up the stairs. By the time he reached the 3rd floor, he didn't even bother to try the keys one by one. The door opened with just a gentle twist. Walking through the door, the room was decorated in light yellow, with children's toys scattered all over the floor. Even the corners of the table and coffee table were carefully padded with bumpers. After glancing at the large refrigerator with its door open, Yao Yangji wisely refrained from opening it. He gently stroked the cute face of the zombie, which still had one eye remaining, but seeing that it wouldn't close its eyes, he set aside any compassion and picked up a cleaver, striking down directly at its head. After turning into a zombie, its head had not become any more fragile due to its age in life. It was just as stiff as any other black-eyed zombie. When the familiar hardness and coldness hit him, Yao Yangji looked at his right hand, covered in slime, and noticed the black crystal pinch between his thumb and index finger. A blissful smile spread across his face as he murmured to the corpse on the floor, "To thank your whole family, don't worry. Once I clear the grain and oil market, I will ensure your family can rest in peace." Adhering to the principle that only what goes into his mouth counts as meat, Yao Yangji didn't bother to wipe the slime off his hands on the zombie's clothes. Instead, he stood up and rubbed his hands on the genuine leather sofa before taking off his gloves and immediately began absorbing the black crystal. Under Yao Yangji's focus gaze, the black crystal quickly turned into a puddle of liquid and then directly melded into his body. Then he slipped into the kitchen, found a clean fruit knife, rolled up his sleeves, and without a second thought, made a cut on his left forearm. After a slight indentation, it sprang back, and Yao Yangji's left forearm remained intact. A glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He applied more force again, and it was still the same. Testing the sharpness of the fruit knife, Yao Yangji gritted his teeth, picked up an unused arrow, burned it with a lighter for 2 minutes, and then controlled his strength to jab it into his left forearm. There was no pain at all, and only when he slowly applied more force did he feel his skin break. Stopping, he looked at the small red dot on his left forearm and felt quite satisfied with this enhancement. Now, as long as he wasn't bitten by an ordinary white-eyed zombie, under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be scratched by a zombie that didn't know how to accumulate power, which meant that even if he was surrounded by zombies in the future, he would greatly enhance his survival ability. After going downstairs, Yao Yangji kindly moved the 2 corpses outside to the eaves and then quickly headed toward the community while there was still some light left. Chapter 21. The contribution of the fat guy when Yao Yangji arrived at the small road connecting the grain and oil market to the community. Zhou Ting and Zhang Qingjie were already waiting at the intersection, looking exhausted. Zhou Ting thought Yao Yangji was just trying to collect zombie crystals more quickly. But Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, who knew a bit more about the situation, didn't think so. They had cleaned up over 40 zombies in one day, but hadn't encountered a single black-eyed zombie. They certainly weren't naive enough to think it was just their good luck. The only possibility was that Yao Yangji had cleared them out beforehand. The iron gate was locked again once opened, and Yao Yangji didn't ask about their harvest because he knew that after they studied for a night, they would naturally come looking for him. He was a leader, but not an oppressor. He allowed his subordinates to try things out. When Zhang Qingjie and the others saw the crossbow strapped to Yao Yangji's back, they were smart enough not to ask where he had obtained such a rare item. On the other side, Zhang Qingjie and the other 6 were studying the white crystals they had obtained, none of them being fools. No one thought about eating what was inside the zombie's head. But after trying all methods, people like the fat guy, whose minds were active, couldn't help but think of the most unlikely possibilities. After a good sleep, the next morning, when it was still dimly bright outside, Yao Yangji and the others again split into 2 teams, while Yao Yangji continued to move through unexplored areas alone. With 2 swift sounds, he took down 2 zombies in the weak morning light, then immediately pulled up his personal shovel and charged forward. This was a small group of 4 zombies, and to minimize the noise, Yao Yangji had to use his crossbow to eliminate two of them first. With a jump and a slash, the zombie's hard skull was split open as if there were no obstacles at all. Pulling back skillfully, the shovel regained its freedom. And after slightly twisting his body, Yao Yangji charged with a horizontal slash, taking down another approaching zombie. After checking 2 areas, Yao Yangji still couldn't find a single black-eyed zombie. Now that the zombie's period of weakness had passed, there was naturally no need for him to rush to clear out small groups of zombies anymore. With a squelching sound, as if his hand had passed through tofu, Yao Yangji picked up a white crystal after some searching. Today's harvest wasn't too bad. He had collected 3 crystals from over 30 zombies. Wiping the slime off his hands on the already dirty clothes of the zombie, he then entered a house to absorb the remaining crystals from yesterday. After finishing, Yao Yangji frowned slightly in dissatisfaction. The effects of the white crystals had begun to diminish. The enhancement of strength and skin toughness had reduced somewhat. Of course, there were still effects, but to achieve significant progress, it seemed he would need hundreds of white crystals. After drinking some water and eating a little, Yao Yangji knew he had to speed up. He couldn't hide the existence of the crystals for long. There were too many capable people in this world. Even among their small group, there were already a few talented individuals. If the scope were expanded to the whole country or even the world, how many strong people would emerge? Black crystals. Yao Yangji silently resolved that he needed to hurry and stay ahead of most people. The only way now was to obtain as many black crystals as possible and strengthen himself to the limit he could touch. Ignoring the need to care for Zhang Qingjie and Zhou Ting behind him, Yao Yangji quickly began exploring unexplored areas. However, fate did not favor him. After exploring 2 more areas, he still did not see any black-eyed zombies, and by this point, Yao Yangji was feeling quite frustrated. The grain and oil market was his supply route to the outside world. Weapons, supplies, and practical training for his team all had to come from there. With his current abilities, it was challenging to traverse 30 or 40 kilometers outside, let alone bring along a group of ordinary people. Little did Yao Yangji know that just after he turned to leave, 2 black-eyed zombies flashed by not far from him. In Zhang Qingjie's team, their cooperation among the 4 had become seamless. They had encountered no more than 3 zombies in any small group along the way, and steadily by the time noon came, they'd already cleared out most of the area. The fat guy tightened his grip on the 2 white crystals in his pocket. He had tried every possible method yesterday. Soaking, burning, scraping, smashing, but nothing had budged even a little. In this situation, it seemed there was only one possibility left. If this team were under his command, he would have unhesitatingly pulled someone out to test any method he could think of, but with Yao Yangji around, he didn't dare to overstep. Grinding his teeth, the fat guy looked at a retro building with white bricks and red tiles. Considering Yao Yangji's performance these past few days, he decided to take a gamble. As soon as Yao Yangji approached, the fat guy's eyes widened. He had become stronger again, but not as dramatically as the day before. Boss Yao, I remember you said that if we collected 100 crystals or something of equivalent value, you would tell us the secret of the crystals? The fat guy confirmed. Yao Yangji squinted his eyes and knew that the fat man could no longer hold back. He had keenly sensed that there was an unusual smell of blood on the fat man, which indicated that before the catastrophe, this fat man had seen blood. The fact that someone like him had not been discovered by the strict public security system after witnessing blood was enough to show that he was not simple. What Yao Yangji had now was merely personal courage and some understanding of zombies gained through desperate experiences. The road ahead would be difficult for him to develop significantly based on his own knowledge. So he needed an old hand to help him quickly accumulate what he needed in the early stages. And this person was naturally the fat man. Whoever meets the conditions, I will tell them, not you. The fat man's willingness to cooperate made Yao Yangji smile. It was the only thing worth being happy about today. All right, Boss Yao, come with me for a moment. I have something to show you. Chapter 22. Pricing. Yao Yangji discreetly glanced at Lu Shou, saw that he also looked confused, and then said, "Let us go together." The fat man led everyone back to the white brick and red tile building, which was a shop specializing in camellia oil. Upon entering, there was no musty smell of rotten rice. Instead, A faint aroma of tea oil constantly penetrated everyone's nostrils. Once inside, the fat man skillfully walked to the back room, picked up a wooden clamp, and went to the third tea oil vat at the entrance. He stepped on a small stool, moved aside the covering wooden board, and untied the plastic film wrapped around it. The aroma of tea oil immediately intensified. The fat man used the wooden clamp to scoop something from the vat, pulling out a large bag of items. He then pried open the square wooden board that was raised below the vat, and a paper-wrapped bundle fell out. Without saying a word, the fat man directly opened the paper bundle, revealing a black handgun in front of everyone, along with 2 magazines filled with bullets. Zhang Qingjie and the others instinctively took 2 steps back, and at the moment the fat man touched the gun, his body immediately became stiff, instinctively telling him to comply. To definitely comply. Even though the gun's safety was still on, and he could take control of the situation with just a turn, he did not dare to make any excessive movements. Instead, he pointed the gun at himself and raised it with both hands, saying, "Boss Yao, this is what I've contributed." When Yao Liangji saw the handgun, he instinctively reacted. After all, it had only been a few days since the apocalypse began, and he did not want to test the power of a handgun, even though he had made significant progress. He reached out to pick up the handgun, and his body relaxed slightly, while the fat man's cold and stiff body slowly sensed warmth, becoming softer. This was Yao Liangji's first time handling a gun in his life. Weighing just over a kilogram, it inexplicably gave him courage and a sense of security. Upon closer inspection, he felt that the beauty of machinery would never go out of style in a man's eyes. Seeing that Yao Liangji picked up the gun without even checking the safety and pointed it at himself, the fat man could not help but swallow hard and exclaimed, "Boss Yao, don't point the gun at me. It's not on safety, and I'm a bit scared." "Safety?" Yao Liangji asked. The fat man was not surprised. After all, in the country, there were not many ordinary people who could come into contact with guns, so it was not strange for Yao Liangji not to know about gun mechanics. He pointed to the slide ring that was slid down next to the rear chamber of the gun. This, Yao Liangji pressed it and slid it up, blocking the slide path. "Yes, that's it." The fat man breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Yao Liangji wouldn't want to kill him, but he was still afraid of accidental discharge. Given the current medical conditions, even if he was not shot in a vital area, he could only await death. "What are those?" Yao Liangji pointed to the large bag that had been pulled out from the vat after receiving the other 2 magazines. The fat man did not speak, but squatted down to open the large bag. Inside was a complete set of protective clothing, a military helmet, and several triangular military daggers. The appearance of these items made everyone except Yao Liangji feel even more uneasy as they looked at the fat man. These items were not something to be trifled with before the catastrophe. If discovered, one could face detention for 10 days to half a month. Yao Liangji was merely curious about the handgun, but he was genuinely delighted by these items. If hot weapons could not be used on a large scale, they would be useless against zombies. The sound of gunfire could attract a small horde of zombies, and if one could not kill them with a single shot, the power of a gun would only serve to adorn them with a bit of gold. He picked up a triangular military dagger and tried it in his hand. The glove was cut through directly, and he even felt a slight warmth and sting in his fingers. A thin line of red blood flashed, and was quickly closed off by his body's instinct. "Very good." Yao Liangji couldn't help but be overjoyed and said aloud, "Boss Yao, try the others." The fat man picked up the helmet and protective clothing. After trying everything, Yao Liangji was quite satisfied and said, "Not bad, very good." After praising, Yao Liangji turned to the fat man. "I want the handgun, protective clothing, and helmet, and I'll also take 2 triangular military daggers." Yao Liangji, am honest, I'll offer you 50 zombie crystals for these items." 50? The fat man's expression darkened, thinking that Yao Liangji was trying to haggle. Noticing the meaning behind the fat man's expression, Yao Liangji was not angry at all and smiled as he said, "You should have understood the probability of these items appearing in the past 2 days. Also, fat man, do you think you've been able to safely clear zombies these past 2 days because of what?" After saying this, Yao Liangji patted the fat man on the shoulder. "When you know the effect of these zombie crystals, you'll be grateful, because if you had taken them out any later, these items wouldn't be worth this price." The fat man looked seriously at Yao Liangji's expression. Believing he could read people well, he smiled broadly. Boss Yao, you're serious. The pricing for these items is certainly to support you. I trust your character. If you say it's 50, then it's 50. After saying this, he handed the bag to Yao Liangji. However, Yao Liangji did not take it. Instead, he pulled out another triangular military dagger and handed it to Zhang Qingjie. This is for you. Use it well. He then turned to the fat man and said, Fat man, the 50 zombie crystals I mentioned are for these items. As for the others, you can either keep them for yourself or trade them with your team. It's up to you. I want to interfere. Hearing that Yao Liangji did not take everything, the fat man was momentarily taken aback. These items were important for winning people over and increasing one's combat power. It was incomprehensible for someone of Yao Liangji's status to still be willing to give him part of it back, but he immediately accepted, saying, Thank you, Boss Yao. Zhang Qingjie, holding the triangular military dagger, was a bit excited and repeatedly expressed his loyalty. Thank you, Boss Yao. I will definitely use it well. Lu Shou showed a hint of envy in his eyes, but said nothing. Back at the community, they closed the iron gate again, lit a bonfire in the open space, and brought down the remaining alcohol. Yao Liangji wanted to take this opportunity to have an honest conversation with the fat man about a deal. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out, and finally, the last shot hit the beer can that had been thrown far away. After finishing the last bit of beer in his hand, Yao Liangji casually threw it, and with a bang, the sound of the impact followed. Everyone looked, and a bullet hole appeared cleanly through the beer can. Just now, it took 3 shots to hit. Now with 1 shot, he could hit a moving beer can, and it was in the dim light of night. Zhang Qingjie and the others might not have felt much, but for the fat man, someone who had handled guns, he understood how difficult that was. Today, when Yao Liangji came into contact with a handgun, they knew that he had never handled a firearm before. However, now, after just a few shots, not 4, but 3, Yao Liangji had achieved this level of shooting accuracy, which left the astonished and also more eager to see the effects of the quartz crystal. Here you go. Bamboo pole. Yao Liangji casually disengaged the safety and threw the gun along with 2 magazines to Lu Shou. Being hit by the handgun. Lu Shou didn't mind the slight pain and looked at Yao Liangji in surprise, asking, What do you mean? Qingjie took the triangular military stab. So I should give you something too. But this is a gun. Lu Shou still couldn't wrap his head around it. To him, a gun was a deadly weapon, the foundation for survival in the apocalypse. Yet Yao Liangji had casually thrown it to him like this. Chapter 23. Conditions continuing. He opened a can of beer and took a couple of swigs, looking at Lu Shou with satisfaction. Did the gunfire just now sound loud? Yao Liangji lay back on the ground, listening to the distant roars, and thought mysteriously. Yes, it was loud enough that if one doesn't want to die, they wouldn't shoot in a horde of zombies unless absolutely cornered. Bamboo pole, this gun isn't as good as you think. Unless it's a small military unit with plenty of ammunition. Otherwise, with just this handgun and a mere dozen rounds, if your aim is slightly off, you might not even kill a single zombie, let alone its strong ability to attract them. Giving you this gun is merely the last layer of insurance. Lu Shou understood this was Yao Liangji's warning. Now, at the beginning of the apocalypse, societal resources were still abundant, and it was far from the point of competing with others. The main enemy now was the zombies, and when facing zombies, one either used cold weapons or, as Yao Liangji said, went directly to the military. Using firearms in a small-scale way was like calling zombies over for a meal. I got it, Boss Yao. For the rest of the time, everyone fell silent, quietly drinking and eating, occasionally looking up at the clear sky, a clarity that had never been seen before the disaster. Boss Yao, can I owe you for now? After thinking for a long time, the finally spoke up. If it weren't for today's equipment, he might still be able to endure, but now, seeing Yao Liangji so generous and in such a good mood, he still held a glimmer of hope and asked. Here it comes. Yao Liangji's performance tonight was waiting for them to say this. He had realized that relying solely on himself was absolutely not enough to gain sufficient strength in the early apocalypse. He needed the help of companions, even if it was just temporary. Oh, Yao Liangji showed a half smile. Once he opened his mouth, they could only force himself to continue. Boss Yao, I've already handed over more than half of the corpse crystals. The remaining half is just a matter of time. Don't worry, although I said I owe you. I will definitely repay it. Your intuition should be quite sharp, right? Yao Liangji said something unrelated. He had long noticed the nervousness when facing him. It wasn't fear of others, but fear of power. The eyes narrowed. He had never mentioned this to anyone. Before, his intuition wasn't so sharp. He could only vaguely sense a threat, but couldn't distinguish the source of the danger. After waking up from the rain, he found that his talent had been directly enhanced, which is why he was such a cautious person, running out to help Yao Liangji clear out the zombies in the community. Before clearing the grain and oil market, you just need to gather 20 corpse crystals for me, and I will tell you the secret of the corpse crystals. Likewise, in exchange, I want you to stay by my side wholeheartedly for 3 months to assist me. After 3 months, I won't care about your whereabouts. You could do as you please. 3 months. He was silent for a long time, weighing the pros and cons. Given his current progress, getting 3 corpse crystals in 2 days meant it would take at least a month to gather 50. He couldn't predict what would happen in that month, nor did he want to imagine it. On the other hand, being by Yao Liangji's side now was the safest opportunity to obtain corpse crystals. The smooth sailing of the past 2 days was due to Yao Liangji's care, but after leaving him, would there still be such a safe environment? Gritting his teeth, he said solemnly, "No problem, but one thing, Boss Yao, you can't let me go to my death." Straightening up, Yao Liangji dusted off his pants. His purpose had been fulfilled. I cherish your life even more than you do. Watching Yao Liangji's retreating back, to realize that his talent seemed to be a very useful ability in Yao Liangji's eyes. The next day, he got up early again. Looking at the triangular military stab in Zhou Ting's hand, Yao Liangji said nothing. How they traded was their own business, and he didn't want to interfere. Let us go. Today we'll clear all 8 areas up there. Passing through the path filled with rotting zombies, the 8 of them continued, splitting into 2 small teams and 1 loner. Yao Liangji had considered the personnel configuration of these 2 teams. This distribution was sufficient to allow each member to gain experience and have opportunities to obtain corpse crystals, no matter how those 3 newcomers were before. At least in the end, they had mustered their courage, and Yao Liangji wouldn't mind giving them some opportunities. After all, people aren't born talented. Today, Yao Liangji didn't seem so bloated. While running, he occasionally revealed the protective suit he wore underneath, with a regular outfit on the outside. In just 10 minutes, he was already covered in filthy blood and bits of flesh sticking to him, and the outer layer, stained with zombie blood, had turned a bit dark, losing its original color. With a whoosh, the bleeding effect of the triangular military stab was indeed impressive. Watching the zombie he had pierced through the head with the stab, blood mixed with brain matter flowed from the wound. He kicked it with some disdain, then vigorously shook the stab, which instantly became smooth and new again. After jogging a few dozen meters forward, suddenly, Yao Liangji felt his body heat up rapidly. He immediately stopped. This was another ability he had gained after the disaster. His body would uncontrollably heat up in response to imminent danger affecting him. Cautiously surveying his surroundings, Yao Liangji felt uneasy. Calming down, he didn't hear any sounds, but the heat generated by his body couldn't deceive him. A gust of wind sounded, and Yao Liangji instinctively ducked and twisted, his right hand swinging the single soldier shovel horizontally. All his attacks were for defense. It was the first time he encountered zombies so close to him. Out of the corner of his eye, when he saw the zombies attacking him, a clear look of astonishment flashed in Yao Liangji's eyes. There were actually 2 black-eyed zombies. The shovel struck the big-bellied zombie in front of him, but only caused it to slightly shake. Whether by coincidence or not, the position of the other zombie prevented Yao Liangji from continuing his attack. So he could only use the shovel's recoil to quickly create distance from the 2 black-eyed zombies. They didn't immediately chase after him. Yao Liangji looked at the 2 black-eyed zombies with a fluctuating expression. This shouldn't be the case. Given his current abilities, having only 2 black-eyed zombies shouldn't give him such a sense of crisis. Suddenly, a powerful surge of mental energy allowed him to see that the seemingly pregnant female zombie swallowed hard and let out a loud roar. Without hesitation, Yao Liangji turned and ran. He didn't have the ability to deal with these obviously abnormal black-eyed zombies, with help potentially on the way. Seeing Yao Liangji escape, the big-bellied zombie showed a hint of urgency in its dull black eyes. Without bothering to call for help, it quickly hurriedly chased after him along with the male zombie beside it. Chapter 24. Fighting skillfully dodging a few white-eyed zombies that came at the sound. Yao Liangji ran even faster when he saw the two black-eyed zombies rapidly closing in from behind. Something was wrong. Everything was wrong. The power that could conceal itself from my perception and rival my speed, even able to attract other zombies, could not possibly be black-eyed zombies. Absolument impossible. Yao Liangji didn't even have a trace of a testing mindset. Right now, he was deep in enemy territory alone. If he got entangled with that big-bellied zombie's ability to attract others, he feared he would be left with nothing but bones. Thus, it was one person fleeing while a horde of zombies chased. After 10 minutes of winding and turning, Yao Liangji glanced back to see the two black-eyed zombies still leading three little buddies relentlessly pursuing him. He could no longer run backward. Otherwise, Zhang Qingjie and the others would definitely encounter those two black-eyed zombies. Given their abilities, if they met, they would surely not survive. Seeing Yao Liangji slow down, the big-bellied zombie let out an excited howl and accelerated to catch up. Yao Liangji finally decided to counterattack. However, the previously accurate arrows were now dodged precisely by the big-bellied zombie. Without hesitation, Yao Liangji shot the second arrow. This time, there were no surprises as it accurately hit another black-eyed zombie in the head, burying the arrow shaft 2 centimeters deep, but the black-eyed zombie did not fall. There was no time for a third shot. He tossed the crossbow aside and drew the triangular military dagger clenched between his teeth, directly engaging the big-bellied zombie in close combat. Another roar erupted as Yao Liangji saw the nearest white-eyed zombie lunging at him, and the big-bellied zombie was also quickly closing in. Gritting his teeth, Yao Liangji knew he could not get entangled any longer. If the other black-eyed zombie caught on, he wouldn't easily escape under the combined attack of 5 zombies. It was worth a fight. With a forceful push off the ground, he accelerated, intending to completely ignore the white-eyed zombie's attack and let it strike him. Screech! The sharp claws grazed across Yao Liangji's helmet and then struck against the vine armor he wore. Yao Liangji finally reached the other black-eyed zombie, and with a strike of his well-prepared single-man shovel against the exposed arrow tip, this lucky black-eyed zombie finally fell straight down. However, due to this attack, the big-bellied zombie had completely caught up. Sensing the foul wind from behind, Yao Liangji forcefully twisted his left foot upon landing, tossing aside the triangular dagger, and charged into the big-bellied zombie with a single fist. The big-bellied zombie clearly did not anticipate that prey would actively charge at it, so it was momentarily caught off guard. Bang! Ultimately, Yao Liangji's punch was a bit slow, and he was heavily slammed by the big-bellied zombie. He struggled to control his somewhat disassembled body, stepping back a few paces to dissipate some of the impact. Then, without pausing, he ran again. With a crossbow and a triangular dagger, and having taken a hit, he had traded for the death of a black-eyed zombie. Yao Liangji at this moment did not know if it was worth it. While desperately running, Yao Liangji had to make a decision. Zombies did not feel fatigue, but he did. Gritting his teeth, he decided to lead this big-bellied zombie to his own territory, leaving Zhang Qingjie and the others to fate. Seeing Yao Liangji in such a desperate state for the first time, Zhou Ting was startled and hurriedly motioned the other two to drop the already severely injured zombies and hide to the side. For she saw a zombie she had never encountered before, following Yao Liangji closely behind, its eyes black. Just a glance made Zhou Ting feel a chill all over, her body involuntarily trembling, forgetting even to breathe as she watched Yao Liangji and the black-eyed zombie run past her. Slap! The rotten, swollen flesh of a zombie splattered beneath Yao Liangji's feet at the iron gate. Given Yao Liangji's current state, he had to choose a quiet environment to potentially fight for his life against this big-bellied zombie. Otherwise, at the grain and oil market, the sheer sound of fighting would attract enough zombies to become the last straw that broke Yao Liangji's back. Roar! Having not captured its prey for so long, the big-bellied zombie was furious. Seeing no signs of the big-bellied zombie slowing down, Yao Liangji slightly bent his knees and leaned forward, trying to minimize his attack surface. With a sudden charge, the single-man shovel clashed against the big-bellied zombie's sharp claws, emitting a piercing screech. Yao Liangji clearly lacked power, and the shovel was pushed back toward him. He had no choice but to spin sideways and deliver a powerful kick that caused the big-bellied zombie to stagger back 2 steps. Knowing that his hand-to-hand combat skills could not harm the zombie before him, Yao Liangji warily drew an arrow from his back. Without warning, both he and the zombie seemed to understand each other's intentions, charging at each other once more. Just before the collision, Yao Liangji crouched down, driving the arrow directly into the big-bellied zombie's kneecap, but the cost was him being brutally hit in the face by the zombie's other knee. Yao Liangji's makeshift wooden mask shattered instantly, the sound of his nose breaking clearly ringing in his ears, and then he flew backward, rolling twice on the ground before finally coming to a stop. This exchange of injury for injury was relatively effective at least, as the big-bellied zombie's mobility was immediately restricted. Its right leg could no longer support its rapid movement. Blood gushed from his nostrils, and at this moment, Yao Liangji could barely feel the pain, only experiencing a numbness in his nose as if it didn't exist. The fresh blood stimulated the big-bellied zombie, making it even more frenzied as it dragged its injured leg toward Yao Liangji. Both were in a poor state, but Yao Liangji did his best to use his agility, constantly attacking the big-bellied zombie while adjusting his breathing to recover his strength. Seeing that it had yet to attack Yao Liangji, the big-bellied zombie suddenly opened its mouth wide and let out a loud scream. Not good. Such a loud sound was comparable to a large truck's horn. Yao Liangji didn't dare to gamble on how many zombies would hear this call, but he knew that unless he dealt with this big-bellied zombie, his small team would likely meet their end. Chapter 25. Victory taking advantage of its unguarded moment. Yao Liangji quickly drew another arrow and shot it directly into its shoulder blade. This was knowledge gained from dissecting zombies. Although they felt no pain, damaging the bone connections could still impair their mobility. On the other side, Zhang Qingjie and the 7 others were nervously swallowing as they watched 30 to 40 zombies pouring in. The fat guy nervously asked Lu Shou, "Have you locked the iron gate?" Having stayed with Yao Liangji for so many days, they had killed no fewer than 250 zombies. But that was due to their numbers overwhelming the zombies, accumulated bit by bit. Having just secured their basic needs and caught a glimpse of the new world, they had never seen so many combat-ready zombies during the day. Zhou Ting quickly recalled those pitch-black eyes, her body involuntarily trembling, but she still kept her mouth shut, saying, "I'm just following Boss Yao's orders. As for the rest, you can ask him later." Hearing the sounds coming from the community, Zhang Qingjie wanted to rush in to help. But Zhou Ting immediately stopped him, saying, "No, we shouldn't disturb Boss Yao. We just need to guard this iron gate and prevent these zombies from interfering with him." Zhou Ting had a strong sense of self-awareness. From that fleeting glance, just now, the oppressive feeling brought by the black-eyed zombie, along with the characteristics of zombies, made her realize that her group could only add to the chaos. Moreover, the iron gate in front of them was on the verge of collapse. If they didn't react soon, they would truly be wrapped up like dumplings. Zhang Qingjie was clearly not a hesitant person. He knew what his group needed to do. He shouted sternly, "Quickly clear the zombies. Zhugan, don't hold back on your bullets. Aim and shoot." After successfully taking down a zombie, Yao Liangji didn't feel too relaxed because he could already hear the gradually approaching growls. After separating, Yao Liangji took out his last arrow. Whether he could succeed today hinged on this arrow. He had already tried many times, and the large-bellied zombie's protection of its vital points exceeded his imagination. Relying solely on a shovel, he might not even have a chance to break through its defenses after half an hour of entanglement. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Yao Liangji couldn't afford to be conservative any longer. He silently switched his arrow and shovel, then charged at the large-bellied zombie again. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of collisions rang out continuously as the clothing on the large-bellied zombie was shredded by the shovel during Yao Liangji's struggle, leaving only a pair of red, blackened underwear on it. Having dissected 2 black-eyed zombies before, Yao Liangji was quite familiar with them. Looking at the large-bellied zombie's pale belly marked with green stripes spreading from its stomach to its whole body, The suppressed suspicion in his heart surged again. Was this a black-eyed zombie on the verge of evolution? Damn! Yao Yangji couldn't help but curse under his breath. Since the disaster, his range of activity had only been a little over a kilometer, and how lucky he was to encounter a zombie about to reach the 3rd level. Due to his nose, Yao Yangji felt a wave of nausea in his throat, followed by an excessive secretion of saliva, which became an additional burden on his body. He didn't have enough moisture to care for his body's emotions. Looking at the large-bellied zombie, which had several fingers sliced off by his own hand, Yao Yangji knew it was time. He tightened his grip on the arrow and charged forward again. The naive, large-eyed zombie thought it was just another ordinary collision, but when its hands were brushed aside by the weapon of its prey, it saw the thing it hated being thrown away by its prey, directly charging toward it. If one didn't look at the expressions of the person and the zombie, the scene would resemble a pair of infatuated lovers, seemingly about to embrace to relieve their heated emotions. However, the steamy scene did not occur. Yao Yangji grabbed the large-bellied zombie's hair with his left hand and yanked it down, while his right hand thrust the tightly gripped arrow into its gaping mouth. The accompanying sound of wood hitting the ground marked the end of the mission for the vine armor that had accompanied Yao Yangji for over a month. Due to the force of the thrust, the arrow pierced through the large-bellied zombie's head, and the remaining momentum caused both the person and the zombie to crash to the ground with a dull thud. The cold, stiff contact sent chills down Yao Yangji's spine, and he quickly rolled away, breaking free from the large-bellied zombie's embrace. Not caring about anything else, Yao Yangji, seeing the zombie completely motionless, anxiously touched the area that had just been attacked by the zombie's claws. He ran his fingers along the shredded clothing, and when his fingers made contact with the unique texture of the protective suit, he finally felt relieved. Not long after Yao Yangji dealt with a large-bellied zombie, Zhang Qingjie and the others hurriedly ran over. After quickly clearing more than 20 zombies, they came over when they saw that the iron gate was no longer in danger of collapsing. They then saw Yao Yangji covered in blood, with pieces of vine armor scattered around him, and his outer clothing tattered, exposing the protective suit underneath. Everyone's gaze shifted to the nearly naked large-bellied zombie lying on the ground, with 3 arrows embedded in its feet, hands, and mouth. "Boss Yao, are you all right?" Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou asked with concern. Zhou Ting, who was a bit further back, saw the black-eyed zombie that had terrified her die at Yao Yangji's hands, and she couldn't help but feel a deeper sense of respect for him. The fat man also breathed a sigh of relief, having placed heavy bets on Yao Yangji. If Yao Yangji were to die just like that, who would he turn to for the secret of the zombie crystal? So, with a hint of jest, he said, "Boss Yao, that battle was intense." However, when the fat man got closer and saw the lifeless black eyes, his heart dropped. "What? Why are the eyes black?" After saying this, he quickly glanced at Yao Yangji and Zhang Qingjie, and upon noticing that only he and the 3 newcomers showed a hint of surprise, he felt a wave of panic. If he encountered such a zombie, would he still be able to survive? "Qingjie, you explained to them about the black-eyed zombies." At this moment, Yao Yangji didn't even want to speak. He took out food and water from his small backpack and began to drink deeply. Meanwhile, his body, under Yao Yangji's inaction, temporarily accepted the reality of his injured nose, and the secretion of body fluids gradually decreased. Zhang Qingjie, with a slightly reluctant expression, began to recount what Yao Yangji had previously told him and Lu Shou. After everyone listened, a sense of despair rose in their hearts. If there were black-eyed zombies, would there be others with different eyes? However, everyone smartly refrained from voicing their questions. After all, the black-eyed zombies had already gained sight and could even fight Yao Yangji to a standstill. Such an ability was hard not to instill fear. Chapter 26. Zombie Baby. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Yao Yangji felt that his stamina had recovered somewhat. He picked up a shovel and walked to the large-bellied zombie. Without hesitation, he struck down hard at its head. Then, stepping on the zombie's shoulder, he shook the shovel left and right to enlarge the opening before reaching in to feel around. Not sensing anything, Yao Yangji's expression darkened. Had he risked his life for nothing? Finding it hard to accept, Yao Yangji straightened up and raised the shovel to continue hacking down. After completely making a large hole in the zombie's head, he meticulously crushed the black, viscous brain matter, but still found nothing. Damn, he cursed angrily, wiping the brain matter off his hands on the zombie's smooth body. Then he spoke to the visibly despairing group of 7. Upon hearing Yao Liangji's words, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou's views shifted. After all, the previous black-eyed zombie had been directly dealt with by Yao Liangji for dissection lessons. Now, the one before them had fought Yao Liangji to a stalemate, making the difference in their combat abilities undeniable. The fat man, who had been following Yao Liangji since yesterday, was actively looking for conversation, not wanting their relationship to be limited to simple mutual interests over the next 3 months. So he awkwardly said, "Boss Yao, do you think if a pregnant woman turns into a zombie, will the baby in her womb also become a zombie, or will it still be alive?" "What did you say?" Yao Liangji abruptly halted, as if recalling something. Startled by Yao Liangji's sharp tone, the fat man stammered, "Boss Yao, I didn't know you didn't like jokes. Please don't take it to heart." The fat man thought that Yao Liangji disliked his low-level humor and quickly apologized. "Apologizing for what? What you said is indeed very possible." Yao Liangji turned to look at the large-bellied zombie lying quietly on the ground, observing the green stripes spreading from its belly. "Qingjie, give me your triangular bayonet." Yao Liangji extended his hand. Seeing the others approach, Yao Liangji frowned and said, "You all stand back a bit and surround this zombie in a circle." Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou exchanged a glance, having already guessed what Yao Liangji intended to do. And then they looked at the other 5 with a sense of shared fortune. Yao Liangji squatted down, and before he could act, he saw the zombie's stomach suddenly split open, and a baby zombie, roughly the size of an adult's palm, rushed out quickly. Leaning back, Yao Liangji could clearly see the wet, sticky fluid still flowing from the baby zombie, as well as the obvious hatred reflected in its bluish eyes. He must not let it escape. Yao Liangji did not want to be targeted by a zombie that clearly possessed basic reasoning, even if it was just a baby less than a month old. He pushed against the ground with his hands and thrust his head upward, creating a loud bang as he collided with the baby zombie. Then he twisted his body, turning his lower half around 1.5 times before stabilizing himself in a half-kneeling position. He then charged directly at the baby zombie he had just sent flying, using his 3-edged military stabber to mercilessly cut through its tender skin. The slightly greenish blood flowed from the baby zombie's tiny arm, but at a critical moment. For some reason, Yao Liangji's stabber deviated by 2 centimeters, failing to deliver a fatal blow. The baby zombie, having narrowly escaped death, appeared significantly weakened, its originally clear, bluish-black eyes dimming. Seeing Yao Liangji continue to attack, it immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. This human-like reaction surprised Yao Liangji, but his 3-edged military stabber did not stop for a moment and continued to stab toward the baby zombie. He wouldn't be naive enough to leave this creature alive. The story of raising a wolf among sheep could only happen in fairy tales, and those beautiful tales had long been washed away by the heavy rain. Seeing that Yao Liangji was completely unmoved, the hatred in the baby zombie's eyes seemed to overflow, and there was another inexplicable deviation. However, Yao Liangji, who was already mentally prepared, took the opportunity to make a horizontal slash, and the head, no larger than 3 fingers, fell steadily to the ground, rolling 4 or 5 meters away before stopping at Zhou Ting's feet. Even so, the baby zombie did not die. Its small mouth continued to open and close, as if it couldn't produce any sound due to its underdeveloped vocal cords. Although the entire process felt long, it was only a little over 10 seconds. And by the time Zhang Qingjie and the others had just assumed a defensive stance, Yao Liangji had already ended the battle. Watching Yao Liangji's spectacular series of movements and perfect combat response made the well-informed even more wary. The last remaining trace of his small thoughts completely dissipated. He just wanted to safely fulfill the conditions set by Yao Liangji. The moment he saw the baby zombie, Yao Liangji realized where the absurdity of the day came from. First, he had only discovered the approaching zombie after it had gotten close to him. And second, the unreasonable strength of the pregnant zombie and the emotions it displayed were all due to the existence of this baby zombie. Emptying his supply backpack, Yao Liangji stuffed the baby zombie's body and head inside, then lifted it about 40 to 50 centimeters away from his body and said to Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou. Qingjie, Zhugang, you two take that pregnant zombie inside the house. I need to study it. Study? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in his eyes. Remembering the efforts they had just made at the Iron Gate, Yao Liangji glanced at everyone and said, "Those willing to observe can follow me." Seeing the others show expressions of joy, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "You all be happy. If you can still eat something today, consider it the result of your training these past few days." In just over 10 minutes, the last 3 newcomers ran out retching and inside the room, and Zhou Ting looked quite pale. At that moment, they finally understood where Yao Liangji's knowledge of zombies came from. It wasn't learned, but rather something he had figured out through his own experience with a knife. Had traveled all over, having encountered various dark dealings, including organ trafficking. But he had never seen anyone like Yao Liangji, who excitedly dissected zombies into flesh and bones, classifying the organs. Seeing the others' reactions, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou's previously uncomfortable expressions eased considerably, and after the 3 outside had retched enough, they defiantly ran back in, only to rush out again to vomit. The study of the 2 zombie corpses, one large and one small, took nearly 3 hours to complete. The mother zombie was nothing special. It was just like an ordinary zombie, except that it had a baby inside. There was no other difference. However, the baby zombie, although still cold, was not as stiff and dried out as an ordinary zombie. Instead, it had a certain softness and plumpness. It still had sharp teeth and claws, but the hardness of its body was far from what its eye color should indicate. Yao Liangji frowned tightly. He was unsure whether this was due to its transformation into a zombie while still in the womb, or if it was a result of its uniqueness. Carefully picking up the baby zombie's head from the side, Yao Liangji noticed the obvious fear in its eyes. He realized that the black-eyed zombies and higher-level zombies should already possess the ability to think and feel emotions. Hardening his heart, he opened the baby zombie's skull and took out his phone to take pictures of its internal structure. At that moment, it still hadn't died, as its slightly pink brain continued to pulsate. Yao Liangji sensed an invisible force seemingly touching him, as if there was some new discovery. He narrowed his eyes and extended his mental energy outward. "Please, spare me. I am willing to serve you as my master." Although there was no verbal communication, Yao Liangji clearly understood the baby zombie's meaning. "Sorry, I don't believe you." A squelching sound was heard, and the communication between Yao Liangji and the baby zombie came to an end. Chapter 27. Leap forward with a slight stirring of his 2 fingers. A dark green zombie crystal appeared between Yao Liangji's fingers. He smiled in satisfaction, finally feeling like his effort wasn't in vain. Glancing at the pale-faced 7 people, Yao Liangji kindly said, "Let's clean up the spoils in the evening. For now, everyone should rest well. You've all worked hard." He did not mention the earlier mental exchange with the baby zombie. After returning to his room, Yao Liangji first checked his nose. He saw that his once prominent nose bridge had now collapsed by nearly half, with his face covered in dried blood. Among the 8 members of the team, plus the 2 who had run away, there wasn't a single person who had any medical knowledge. Taking a deep breath caused a sharp pain to shoot through his nose. Knowing he couldn't just leave his nose like this, or even if it could heal, it would be deformed, affecting its appearance and function. Yao Liangji didn't know how to treat his nose, but he knew that as long as he could restore the nasal bone to its original state and then fix it to allow it to grow back, it would be fine. He hurriedly tried on the nose splint he had prepared, and after feeling the comfort, he quickly made small holes on both sides and threaded 2 lines through, tying it tight, not behind his head, to finish treating his injury. After finishing these tasks, Yao Liangji cooked some white rice with cured meat and dehydrated vegetables, drank 2 cans of beer, and then fell into a deep sleep. After a morning of continuous battles, he managed to hold on and dissect the zombie for nearly 3 hours, which was quite an achievement for him. When he woke up well-rested, it was already close to 5 in the afternoon. After sitting quietly for a while to regain his composure, Yao Liangji picked up his biggest gain of the day to take a look. Without hesitation, Yao Liangji directly used his mental power to touch it. The dark green corpse crystal melted much slower this time, and it wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that it turned into a puddle of liquid, which then automatically merged into the palm of Yao Liangji's hand. The sensation this time was much greater than when he had used corpse crystals before. After the dark green liquid merged into his body, Yao Liangji's eyes suddenly widened, and the intense pain made him instinctively clench his jaws, bending over and curling up. He felt as if a steel brush was scrubbing through his flesh and organs, causing him to roll off the sofa and onto the floor. The pain made Yao Liangji's saliva secrete rapidly, dripping from the gaps between his teeth in a long string. His nose, which had stopped hurting, suddenly began to ache again, accompanied by heat and itching. Feeling the enveloping sensation all over his body, Yao Liangji scratched the layer of gray dirt on his hands with his nails, brought it to his nose, and rubbed it slightly. A foul odor mixed with a fishy smell and rancid grease rushed into his nostrils. He didn't feel like vomiting at the smell of the rotting corpses of zombies, but now that he smelled himself, he felt like throwing up. After using a brush to clean himself, Yao Liangji finally managed to get himself clean. Thanks to his enhanced physical condition, otherwise, after a few scrubs, the dirt might have fallen off together with his flesh. After washing up, Yao Liangji realized that the persistent pain in his nose had completely disappeared. Carefully, he removed the nasal frame, gently touched it with his hand, and then pinched it. Good. Yao Liangji never expected that the corpse crystal had this effect. Back in the living room, wanting to test the results of his physical enhancement, Yao Liangji suddenly stabbed a small knife into his left forearm. Even using 2 points of force, his arm remained unscathed. It should be known that after the body was enhanced again, the current 2 points of force might be similar to the previous 3 points. Yao Liangji felt a surge of joy, increased his strength again, and only after using 3 points of force did the small knife finally cut a gash in his left forearm, causing bright red blood to flow out. After just 2 seconds, the wound automatically closed, and Yao Liangji knew that the risk he took today was not in vain. At 6:30, Yao Liangji once again brought Zhang Qingjie and the other 7 to the Iron Gate, where more than 20 fresh zombie corpses were lying quietly in front of it. You all clean this up, and for now, don't split up. I'll go patrol first. Yao Liangji was also worried about encountering another dangerous zombie with a big belly. So for safety's sake, he let Zhang Qingjie and the others gather together first. Okay, Boss Yao. Everyone's tone was now much more willing. Following his memory, Yao Liangji quickly and cautiously arrived at the place where he had killed another black-eyed zombie and found his crossbow and 3-edged military daggers still there. Using the last bit of twilight, Yao Liangji quickly patrolled several surrounding areas and, seeing no danger, turned back towards the community. Over the next 4 days, Yao Liangji only encountered 1 black-eyed zombie, and by this day, he had completely explored all the grain and oil market areas, leaving nothing behind. Yao Liangji directly swept through the last area towards Zhang Qingjie and the others. In just 7 days, they had cleared the entire grain and oil market. Chapter 28. Discussion and confirmation that night. Everyone could feel Yao Liangji's intention to leave. After learning about the existence of the corpse crystal, they understood that Yao Liangji's goal should be the zombies, perhaps with some other tasks along the way, but he definitely would not stay. Sitting in front of the campfire, the group was roasting some not-so-delicious items. Yao Liangji took a big gulp of white liquor and, seeing the anxious expression on Fatty's face, said in a good mood, "Fatty, are you ready for the 20 white corpse crystals?" All right. Fatty quickly pulled out 20 white corpse crystals and handed them to Yao Liangji. Yao Liangji casually sorted them out, taking a large portion for himself, and saying, "Last time you all performed well, so each of you gets 5 white corpse crystals. But I don't have any extra now, so I can only promise you a big pie, which will be deducted from that 100 corpse crystals." Hearing about the reward, although it was already 4 days late, Fatty and the others were pleasantly surprised. 5 white corpse crystals would take them 4 to 5 days to obtain, so they all smiled and thanked him. "Follow me." Yao Liangji glanced at Fatty, who was tightly clutching the white corpse crystals, knowing his expectations. So he didn't keep him in suspense. Fatty rubbed his hands and stood up to follow Yao Liangji, under the envious gazes of Zhang Qingjie and the others. By the firelight, Yao Liangji looked at the old tree in front of him. After the disaster, it seemed to have become even more lush. Compared to the difficult survival of humans, this tree had a serene posture in Yao Liangji's eyes. glancing at the dark patches of grass scattered on the ground. Yao Yangji knew they were bloodstains that time had not yet erased, some human, some zombie. Looking at the distant darkness, Yao Liangji spoke to the fatty behind him. Fatty, you should know my goal by now. I'll give you one last chance. Do you want to wait patiently and gather 30 corpse crystals to leave gracefully, or stay by my side for 3 months? Fatty was silent for a moment and asked, Boss Yao, is it really that urgent? Yao Yangji sighed, Fatty, if you want to take your life into your own hands in this world, can you afford not to be urgent? Luck won't always be on our side. Fatty hesitated for a while, gritted his teeth, and asked, Boss Yao, I want to ask about your next plans. Fatty finally asked the most important question for this small team. At this point, Yao Liangji paused and then looked at Fatty, continuing, As for me, I will wander around, completing a promise along the way. Fatty knew it was impossible, but still asked, Can I stay here to help Boss Yao manage the base? Yao Liangji looked at Fatty with a half-smile, clearly indicating that he should not daydream. If he left Fatty at the base, would the base still belong to Yao Liangji? Fatty chuckled awkwardly, understanding Yao Liangji's meaning. He could not stay in this grain and oil market. Regarding Yao Liangji's suggestion for him to consider, it was merely about whether he would be taken along for a month or 3 months. Thinking about what Yao Liangji had faced, he did not believe that Yao Liangji was just wandering around, since the outcome of being taken out could not be changed. What was the difference between 3 months and 1 month? On the contrary, only by quickly grasping the secret of the corpse crystals could he possibly survive the first month. Ignoring Fatty's expression, Yao Liangji had no confidence in his own safety. So how could he care about an outsider with ulterior motives? All right, now take out the corpse crystals, hold them in your palm, then clear your mind and use your mental power or attention to touch and gaze at it. Huh? Fatty was taken aback for a moment, but still obediently complied. After 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, Fatty looked at Yao Liangji with a face full of doubt. Yao Liangji appeared calm on the surface, but inside he felt a bit awkward. Was he unable to teach something he had promised so confidently? So he took out a white corpse crystal and demonstrated in front of Fatty. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the white corpse crystal melted into a puddle of white liquid and naturally seeped into Yao Liangji's body. Frowning slightly, Yao Liangji's reaction to absorbing the white corpse crystal had become almost negligible. After demonstrating, Yao Liangji looked at Fatty with a light and carefree expression. The slightly embarrassed fat man cast aside his doubts and continued to absorb the white corpse crystal as instructed by Yao Liangji. This time, after more than 40 seconds, the white corpse crystal finally melted into a puddle of white liquid. The fat man was happy for only 3 seconds before a muffled sound erupted, causing his whole body to tremble involuntarily, his face turning red from holding back, gritting his teeth to keep silent. The commotion drew the attention of Zhang, Qingjie, and others, who had been watching the two. Seeing the fat man's reaction, everyone felt a shiver, thinking that Yao Liangji had done something to him. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that the fat man, drenched in sweat, stood up, his left hand open and right fist clenched, giving it a hard tap. Then secretly twisted himself, his eyes filled with surprise. Yao, Boss Yao, is this the effect of the corpse crystal? Yao Liangji patted the fat man's shoulder, which was still a bit sensitive. At least I've discovered this effect. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. Unless you ensure safety, it's best not to rashly absorb this stuff. Moreover, if you get a chance to obtain high-quality corpse crystals, weigh your own capabilities before discussing absorption. Otherwise, the corpse crystals can take your life. The fat man shivered at Yao Liangji's pat, almost urinating himself, and firmly remembered Yao Liangji's words. Don't worry, Boss Yao, I'll be careful. After all, he had a deep understanding of the uncontrollable 10 minutes. Time was tight, since he had already discussed the subsequent arrangements with the fat man. Yao Liangji seized the opportunity to speak to Zhang Qingjie and others. Now that the grain and oil market has been cleaned up, let's talk about the next arrangements. Zhou Ting, you and the fat man should adjust yourselves well in the next 2 days. We will set off to explore the surroundings. Qingjie, you and Zhu Gan will keep watch at the grain and oil market. Manage it well. We cannot give up on the supplies here. At the same time, discuss whether to introduce new people. With this grain and oil market, I believe the survivors around won't forget about it. Zhou Ting, who was called out, visibly froze for a moment. She couldn't understand why Yao Liangji wanted to take her out, but based on the authority Yao Liangji had built over the past few days, she didn't voice any doubts. Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, however, had fewer reservations. They still wanted to know the secret of the corpse crystals. If they couldn't follow Yao Liangji, how long would it take them to gather 95 pieces of corpse crystals? So they eagerly stood up and said, "Boss Yao, we want to go out with you." Chapter 29. Departure. Yao Liangji merely glanced at them, and Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou involuntarily closed their mouths and sat down. Although Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou had relatively high moral standards, they couldn't resist the influence of their bodily instincts. Moreover, even though Zhou Ting wasn't particularly outstanding in appearance, her devilish figure inevitably tugged at the hearts of men. Without Yao Liangji's presence, it was only a matter of time before trouble arose. After finishing the remaining half bottle of white liquor, Yao Liangji said to Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, "You two come with me." Noticing their slightly nervous expressions, Yao Liangji continued, "I shouldn't be discussing the corpse crystals with you right now, but since I've decided to let you stay and manage the grain and oil market, I naturally have to leave you something." Hearing Yao Liangji's words, the disappointment of the two for being left behind instantly turned to excitement, and they looked at Yao Liangji expectantly. "As long as you help me guard the grain and oil market, I will not take a dime for the secret of the corpse crystals. Do you two have the confidence to hold it down?" Yao Liangji asked seriously. He then taught them the method and precautions for absorbing the corpse crystals again. However, Yao Liangji was surprised that Lu Shou melted the corpse crystal in just over 30 seconds, while Zhang Qingjie, like the fat man, took more than 40 seconds. Their performance was no different from the fat man's, except that while the fat man managed to hold back, the two of them cried out. 10 minutes later, they also looked surprised after trying out and bowed to Yao Liangji, saying, "Thank you, Boss Yao. Zhugan, give everyone a class tomorrow. You don't need to train them to your level. Just let them know how to open ordinary cars and door locks on the market. In a day, can you teach them?" Lu Shou frowned slightly. "I can teach everything, and I'll point out the key points, but I can't guarantee that they'll learn it all in a day. After all, this isn't just about skill, it also depends on talent. It's fine, just teach the basics in a day, and let them practice the rest themselves. Whether it's transportation for going out or collecting supplies, learning the lock-picking skill is a must." The next day, under Lu Shou's astonished gaze, Yao Liangji learned all of his lock-picking skills in one go, and even some of the more difficult ones were miraculously learned through sheer force. After finishing the first one, Yao Liangji put on his gear and went to the grain and oil market. He first stuffed the 3 family zombies that had previously given him a grand gift into a large sack, then found a flower bed. At this moment, the individual combat shovel finally played its intended role for the first time. While digging, Yao Liangji couldn't help but complain, "You all have become zombies. So all familial ties should have dissipated, and consciousness no longer exists. Living as zombies, you'll eventually be killed by others. They won't be as kind-hearted as I am to dig you a grave for family reunion. If you have any awareness in your afterlife, please bless me for safety. Kill more zombies, and produce more corpse crystals." It must be said that after his physical quality was greatly enhanced, Yao Liangji's speed in digging graves was somewhat astonishing. Looking at the pit over a meter deep in front of him, Yao Liangji measured it against his height and felt it should be enough. He lightly jumped out of the makeshift grave, instinctively lifted his foot to kick it, then quickly realized and stopped himself, ignoring the rotten smell from the completely decayed bodies. He picked up the sack and gently placed them into the pit, his expression carrying a hint of compassion. "May you rest in peace." After covering the soil and stamping it down tightly, Yao Liangji lit 3 cigarettes, poured half a pot of high-concentration alcohol, and murmured, "This is your final resting place. Don't dislike my humble offerings. After all, I definitely don't have incense candles. As for the alcohol, giving you high-concentration alcohol is no different. Now, I have fulfilled my promise. I hope Guanyin Bodhisattva and King Yama bless you to be a family again in your next life." Comparing the drop rate of black-eyed zombies, it was obviously much higher than that of ordinary white-eyed zombies. The only downside was their scarcity, and apart from their eyes, they were no different from ordinary zombies, which greatly increased Yao Liangji's difficulty in finding black-eyed zombies. The night before leaving, whether it was because Yao Liangji was human or not. A man and a woman who had previously run away and hidden came boldly to Yao Liangji's front. The two had been secretly observing for days, and, seeing that Yao Liangji's team had not lost anyone, their originally timid thoughts became active. They wanted to take advantage of Yao Liangji's small team to get a piece of the pie. Yao, Boss Yao, do you think you could give us another chance? Smelling the obvious stench and bodily odor from the two, Yao Liangji couldn't help but step back a few paces in disgust. He had no expression for such people. Since you chose to indulge in pleasure, you should bear the consequences, not come here with a shameless face wanting to take advantage. I've already said before, we won't take all the supplies from down there. What's left is yours, but you cannot go to the grain and oil market or touch it. If you do, you'll die. After saying this, Yao Liangji glanced at Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou. Qingjie, Zhugan, remember my words. I will not allow cowards in my team, nor will I allow those who fight hard in front, while others enjoy the benefits behind. Yao Liangji's words shocked everyone, and they had no good feelings towards the two escapees either. Now that Yao Liangji had made a conclusion, they were naturally very willing to execute it. Don't worry, Boss Yao. Yao Liangji's words instantly ignited the two people's fluctuating emotions, and they pointed directly at Yao Liangji's nose, cursing loudly. The courage they displayed at that moment even made Yao Liangji feel like giving them a thumbs up. He then thoughtfully picked up a single soldier's shovel and swung it horizontally before delivering a strong kick to the remaining woman. Two screams echoed, and then they all lay on the ground, one clutching her neck tightly and the other spitting blood, clearly just a minute or two away from death. This was Yao Liangji's first time killing someone, and it wasn't as uncomfortable as he had imagined. He glanced at the two on the ground and instructed, you two, smash their brains, then bury them under a tree. We'll call it a day. After emptying the fuel tanks of more than 10 vehicles, the last SUV slowly drove out of the grain and oil market. This was Yao Liangji's first time on the main road. Chapter 30. On the road, after coming out of the grain and oil market, they found themselves on a spacious 4-lane road. However, after driving for just over 2 kilometers and arriving at the most famous commercial center nearby, Yao Liangji, the fatty, and Zhou Ting were all stunned by the scene before them. It seemed that the number of survivors was not small, as nearly half of the 6-lane road was blocked by burning cars, leaving only their frames behind. Inside the mall, zombies were occasionally seen wandering around, some of which were clearly transformed into zombies after being partially devoured. Fatty and Zhou Ting had seen enough of the hollow, incomplete zombies, but the sheer number was something they had never encountered before. A casual glance revealed at least 40 or 50 of them. They couldn't even begin to imagine how many normal zombies were in the mall, let alone the number of black-eyed zombies or even higher-level zombies that might appear. Let's take a detour, Fatty suggested. Yao Liangji had no desire to poke this hornet's nest, even knowing that there would undoubtedly be many black-eyed zombies inside. Fatty readily agreed and immediately turned the car around. Just a few minutes after they left, the expressions of the three changed from excitement to unease. They had overestimated themselves and underestimated the zombies. The reason they had previously dealt with zombies so easily in the neighborhood and the grain and oil market was that both locations were semi-enclosed, with iron bars blocking all entrances, making it difficult for outside zombies to enter. Additionally, those places were somewhat remote, surrounded by old neighborhoods with very few residents, most of whom were single. Therefore, the population was low, and naturally, the number of zombies was also limited. Now, their target was the city center, a densely populated area where a single residential building could have hundreds of people. The terrifying number of zombies in such a compact environment meant that if they made even a little noise, dozens or even hundreds of zombies could come greeting them. After hesitating for a moment, Fatty spoke up. Boss Yao, do we really need to head into the city? Yao Liangji didn't want to plunge headlong into the city right now, but he couldn't shake off the thoughts about Gu Fangzhou. It wasn't out of deep feelings for Gu Fangzhou, but rather due to a promise and self-affirmation. With his current abilities, if he kept running away from problems, how would he confront green-eyed or even higher-level zombies in the future? After thinking for a while, Yao Liangji made up his mind. In such a zombie gathering place, if we can avoid it, we will. However, it's only about 30 kilometers away, and as long as we are careful with our current capabilities, we should be fine. Don't touch the supplies in your backpacks. and don't remove your combat gear until it's confirmed to be safe. After he finished speaking, Yao Liangji looked at Zhou Ting, who was filled with fear. I can tell you the secret of the corpse crystal now, but my condition is that you have to sell it to me for life. You can choose for yourself now. Upon hearing Yao Liangji's words, Zhou Ting glanced at his clear eyes. He was the only man she had met in these days who didn't seem to have ulterior motives towards her. But precisely because of this, she hesitated. She understood Yao Liangji's meaning. If she agreed now, she would fundamentally have to follow him into danger in the future. Remembering the scene of the sea of zombies from earlier, Zhou Ting gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, but you can't let me go to my death." "Deal." Yao Liangji readily agreed, then taught her how to absorb the corpse crystal and the precautions to take. It was clear that her control was not strong, as enticing moans occasionally escaped her lips. Yao Liangji's originally calm breathing became hurried with Zhou Ting's gasps. He forcibly shook off those alluring thoughts. Zhou Ting did not fit his taste. After calming down, he glanced at Fatty, who was constantly looking into the rearview mirror, feeling the tremors of the car. Yao Liangji directly concentrated his mental energy and sent a cold wave towards Fatty's head. Feeling a chill all over, Fatty's goosebumps arose, and his pants immediately returned to a flat state. He smiled awkwardly, vowing never to have such thoughts in front of Yao Liangji again. If it happened again, he feared he would directly become impotent. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ting finally returned to normal, drenched in sweat. At this moment, her eyes were still somewhat dazed. Her cheeks flushed like the morning glow, and the strands of hair on her forehead were stuck with sweat. Although her features remained the same, she exuded a unique beauty. After a long time, Zhou Ting slowly began to test the effects of the corpse crystal. It was only after the experiment that she decided to wholeheartedly follow Yao Liangji, as this was her only way to take control of her own fate. Taking the detour wasn't easy. The road was filled with broken-down cars blocking each other, but at least they were still in the city outskirts. Many zombies had transformed at home, and the few remaining zombies didn't have time to react before Yao Liangji cleared them away. The three of them took turns driving, moving cars, and killing zombies when they encountered them. As night approached and they checked their progress, they realized they had only managed to detour a small portion of the way. To completely avoid them all, they would need at least 3 more days. Before it got completely dark, Yao Liangji and the others cautiously took their personal belongings from the car and stealthily made their way into a villa area. Compared to ordinary residential communities, the villa area was spacious with a wide variety of supplies. Most importantly, there were few zombies, and even if they did encounter some unexpected situations, they were confident they could escape. Although the villa area they encountered only had over 40 independent villas, it covered more than 100 acres. Yao Liangji kicked away a zombie that had jumped out from the bushes, then stepped forward to stomp on its head. Twisting it forcefully, a crackling sound of bones breaking echoed as he aimed the triangular military dagger at the crack and thrust it inside, feeling a hard object blocking it. Yao Liangji smiled slightly. This villa area was not bad, and he had made a good start. With a gentle flick, a white corpse crystal flew up, and Yao Liangji caught it firmly in his left hand. "This will do." Yao Liangji pointed to the red and white villa behind the bushes. Even though it hadn't been maintained for over a month, the villa still showed remnants of luxury. Fatty was clearly more familiar with such places than Yao Liangji and Zhou Ting, leading them directly to the back door. They entered without needing to unlock it. Then, he guided them into the basement, saying, "There should be diesel generators and water towers in a villa like this, so we can comfortably clean ourselves up today." A low rumble sounded. It was the engine starting up, followed by the bright lights coming on. Being rich is so nice. At this moment, Yao Liangji finally got a clear view of the basement's layout. The 60 square meter space was divided into 2 sections, one of which was where Yao Liangji and the others stood, filled with some miscellaneous items. On the other side were 2 wooden racks, on which were some old books and a few dust-covered gift boxes. Yao Liangji casually picked one up and opened it, revealing luxury items typical of ordinary people. He threw these ostentatious items aside and began rummaging through the bookshelf, which mostly contained books on economics and management, along with a few popular magazines from Mingzhu Island. Flipping through them, Yao Liangji felt a surge of joy. He had long since gotten tired of the stock on his phone, and These magazines were just the right supplement. After looking at the full shelves of books, Yao Yangji couldn't help but think that there was a medical university not far from here. Remembering his violent healing methods, he decided he would take a good look at the school next time he passed by. Chapter 31. The Call for Help. Turn on the lights. Yao Yangji glanced at the fat guy. Seeing that he had no tense reaction, he felt relieved. Huh. Zhou Ting was taken aback for a moment before quickly saying, "Won't turning on the lights attract zombies?" With a smile, Yao Yangji confidently replied, "No, there are no black-eyed zombies in this room, and white-eyed zombies don't react to light. Besides, artificial light won't restore their combat ability. This is just another little tidbit I'm sharing with you since we VE come out." The fat guy was already used to it. He had no idea how much more Yao Liangji had stored in his mind. But it was the occasional new knowledge that made him willingly stay by Yao Liangji's side after learning the secret of the zombie crystals. Otherwise, with his personality, even if he was truly afraid of Yao Liangji and didn't dare to defy him, he would definitely still have ulterior motives. In the deep of night, a villa lit up, illuminating the interior as bright as day. The brightness of the night made the three of them forget when they last experienced it. In the dark, the three, prepared, weren't intimidated by a few weak zombies. In just over 10 minutes, after rummaging through the zombies' brains, they found nothing. Choose a room to rest. Yao Yangji wiped the filthy blood and slime on the expensive silk quilt and casually glanced around the room. Seeing only clothes and jewelry he deemed useless, he said somewhat disinterestedly, "Don't be in a hurry. Boss Yao, let me take you to a good place." The fat guy grinned mischievously. When he had just come to clear the zombies, he had noticed a special room downstairs. According to the nature of wealthy people, if there was something not seen in the living room and the room with the three zombies, there was a high probability that there was a dedicated storage room for it. Understanding the fat guy's implication through a man's intuition, Yao Yangji became a bit excited. "Is there alcohol?" "Of course." Looking at the three large wine cabinets before him and then at the few boxes of cigarettes on the floor, Yao Yangji almost felt an urge to settle down in this villa area. If a family was already this rich and there were over 40 villas, Yao Yangji and the others weren't lacking food now, but they were very tempted by such high-end cigarettes and alcohol. There are only a few things in this world that can relieve stress: cigarettes, alcohol, women, and drugs. He couldn't bring himself to touch women, and drugs were out of the question. So the simplest and most accessible were naturally the cigarettes and alcohol in front of him. In moderation, don't drink too much. Then have a comfortable bath and rest. Zhou Ting, for some reason, chose to stay in the room next to Yao Liangji. Once inside the room, Yao Liangji moved the cabinet to block the door, then took 2 bottles of wine and a few magazines into the bathroom. Today he planned to release twice. At midnight, Zhou Ting wore an expensive, sexy silk nightgown found in the villa, even though the lights were off. The faint starlight outside still illuminated her fiery, devilish figure beneath the fitted nightgown, especially the 3 dark shadows that highlighted her most beautiful areas. With flushed cheeks and her mouth filled with the scent of alcohol, Zhou Ting was a normal woman, especially after seeing the magazines Yao Liangji had. 1 bottle of wine down, the suppressed desire she had held for so long surged forth. Now, all it would take was a gentle touch from Yao Liangji to ignite a fierce desire that would consume her. Filled with anticipation and anxiety, she twisted the doorknob to Yao Liangji's room, confident in her figure. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to entice Yao Liangji, who had been holding back for at least 2 months, if she took the initiative. But sometimes it happens like this. When you finally muster the courage to take the initiative, the other person doesn't give you a chance. At that moment, Yao Liangji in the room had drunk too much. After releasing 3 times in a row, he had completely fallen into a deep sleep. Unless there was some danger or stimulus, he was unlikely to wake up. Outside the door, Zhou Ting's heart slowly turned from anticipation and anxiety to coldness. She didn't believe that with Yao Liangji's ability, he wouldn't sense her twisting the doorknob. 5 full minutes passed, and Yao Liangji still hadn't opened the door. Finally, feeling a bit desolate, she gave up. In her earlier self-fantasy, her secret had already become wet, leaving only a cold sensation now. The next day, both Yao Liangji and the fat guy looked revitalized. Cigarettes and alcohol were a man's spiritual food. especially after shooting a few rounds into the void. The restlessness in both of them had noticeably decreased. After having breakfast in the house, Yao Yangji looked at Zhou Ting with a puzzled expression, inwardly wondering, has this woman hit early menopause? She was fine yesterday. Why does she have a sour face today? Too lazy to care about Zhou Ting's mental state. She wasn't worth him saying anything to comfort her. After finishing breakfast, the sky outside had already begun to brighten. Wiping his mouth, Yao Liangji, already dressed, said to the two, let's go. While we have this time, let's clear the surrounding zombies. You two stick together, and I'll move around freely. Just shout if you need anything. Yao Yangji didn't plan to clear zombies with the fat guy and Zhou Ting. He needed zombie crystals much more than they did. If they teamed up, he would have to take care of them at the expense of his own interests, which he wouldn't agree to. But if he didn't team up, the benefits for the fat guy and Zhou Ting would be hard to say. So it was better for them to move separately in a low-risk situation. The two understood Yao Liangji's intention, so they said in unison, okay. Whoosh, following the arrow. They rushed out. Almost at the same time, two wandering zombies on the left and right instantly fell. Yao Yangji drew a triangular military dagger, then turned and punched the zombie that was about to open its mouth to roar. With a crack, he felt the hardness on his finger bones break off. Then, before the zombie's body had fallen, he changed his fist into a palm, directly covering the zombie's face, and slammed its head against the wall. With a splatter, zombie blood and brain fluid burst out, splattering onto Yao Liangji's clothes, ignoring the foul stench wafting into his nostrils. Yao Yangji took the opportunity to rummage through the heads of the three zombies and surprisingly found 2 zombie crystals. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Yangji turned and ran. Although there weren't many zombies in this villa area, he had only searched 4 villas so far. And just because he hadn't encountered any black-eyed zombies didn't mean they didn't exist. By probability, it was estimated that there were at least 3 black-eyed zombies among these more than 40 villas, along with over 100 white-eyed zombies. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could escape from the encirclement of these zombies. As he ran, Yao Yangji couldn't help but curse inwardly. So damn stupid. Lived this long and still don't know zombie habits. Once the woman spoke, she realized she had made a mistake, so she quickly shut her mouth, anxiously watching Yao Liangji run away. There it is, a black-eyed zombie. With a leap, Yao Liangji climbed a large tree, then loaded an arrow into the bowstring, keeping a close eye on the black-eyed zombie. The number of zombies attracted by that woman would determine whether Yao Liangji would hide or move. Chapter 32. Unexpected Joy 17. 18. Yao Yangji silently counted in his heart the number of zombies attracted by that woman's cry for help. His eyes narrowed slightly, and without hesitation he pulled the knife, causing a black blood flower to bloom on the head of the black-eyed zombie. Having learned from the previous experience of being surrounded by 2 zombies, Yao Yangji naturally chose not to shoot at the hard part of the zombie's skull. Seeing the black-eyed zombie fall face down, he let out a slight sigh of relief. However, the sound of the arrow whistling through the air attracted a few nearby zombies, who began to approach Yao Yangji. He chose not to take action and remained in the tree. After killing the black-eyed zombie, he had no intention of getting entangled with ordinary zombies. He had come here only to take a break and replenish some corpse crystals, not to clear zombies for the survivors inside. After 5 or 6 minutes, the other ordinary zombies, having lost the guidance of the black-eyed zombie and hearing no other sounds, gradually returned to a wandering state, slowly sliding down from the tree. Yao Yangji quickly ran towards the place where the black-eyed zombie had fallen, which was his target. Behind the window ledge of the villa, the woman watched Yao Yangji, who had never looked in her direction, and gritted her teeth, knowing she had to take a gamble. Yao Yangji was the most promising person she had seen to bring her way out. Picking up the things she had already prepared, she opened the door and looked at the 2 zombies wandering in the living room. Her eyes filled with bitterness. These were her husband and the aunt who had taken care of her for 7 years. Ignoring the noise she made, the woman quickly ran towards the front door. The moment she opened the door, she felt her backpack being tugged. In a panic, her survival instinct made her struggle free, and she looked at the man at the door, who was cleaning the stains off his hands from the zombie's clothes, biting her lip tightly and refraining from calling for help. What a hassle. Just finished cleaning up, and now 2 more have come. This was the most reassuring thing the woman heard, feeling the unique zombie stench emanating from the man in front of her. Before she could think further, she felt a cold splash of liquid on her neck, then was shoved by Yao Liangji, causing her to stagger. Then she heard the second sentence, "Back off. Don't be in the way." When the woman managed to regain her balance and turned to look, she saw Yao Liangji forcefully smashing her zombie husband's face against the metal threshold. This was the first time she had witnessed such a scene of a head bursting open. However, surprisingly, she felt no discomfort but rather a sense of relief. But this sense of relief didn't last for more than a few seconds, as she then saw the man in front of her pry open her husband's head and reach inside to rummage around. Although she couldn't see the man's expression, she knew he was very pleased at that moment. The woman's retching sounds continued until Yao Liangji broke open her aunt's head, and only then did she react. Leaning against the doorpost and retching constantly, the reason for her dry heaves being that she had nothing to vomit. After putting away the white corpse crystal in her hand, she carefully looked at the woman in front of her. The desire that had been suppressed last night surged rapidly again. The woman was wearing a smooth, white satin dress, revealing half of her small, fair foot. Looking up, there was her beautiful rear tightly wrapped in the satin dress, and further up was her delicately tapered waist. Even without seeing her face, one could tell she was stunning. Forcing down the heat in his heart, Yao Liangji coldly said, "Now I ask you, answer." Sensing the coldness in Yao Liangji's tone, the woman quickly turned around. The moment she looked, it made Yao Liangji's heart skip a beat. A heart-shaped face with a small cherry mouth, only about 4 centimeters wide, was slightly open due to her dry heaving, revealing her pink tongue inside. Above it was her small, delicate nose, from which tiny beads of sweat appeared due to nervousness and running, and a pair of weak, charming big eyes were now nervously and fearfully looking at Yao Liangji. The violent desire surged in Yao Liangji's eyes. He wanted to recklessly ravage this woman, who was filled with deadly allure. Her figure might not be as good as Zhou Ting's, but the combination of her plumpness and her pitiful expression nearly made Yao Liangji lose his sanity. It seemed that she sensed the brutality in his eyes, and the woman nervously retreated a step. At this moment, she felt a bit regretful. How could a man who kills zombies as easily as chopping vegetables be a good person? Just as Yao Liangji was losing control, a faint fragrance masked the decaying stench of zombies in the air, entering Yao Liangji's nostrils and causing him to pause his breath. The uncontrollable thoughts were restrained, and instinctively he glanced at her again before closing his eyes. He still looked down on the idea of using force against a woman. How did you survive? What can you do? Are you brave enough to kill zombies? I have plenty of food and water at home. The water tower has run dry. After my husband turned into a zombie, I discovered that zombies are only sensitive to sound, so I've been hiding at home and survived until now. After the woman finished speaking, she glanced at Yao Liangji. Seeing no reaction from him, she continued, "I can cook, sew clothes, and I can also do some simulated portraits." Simulated portraits? Yao Liangji asked. After she said that, noticing Yao Liangji was still looking at her, the woman glanced at the 3 zombies lying on the ground, swallowed hard, and timidly said, I can, but I'm afraid I lack the ability." Seeing the woman's timid demeanor, Yao Liangji smiled. "There shouldn't be any zombies left in the house, right? You go inside and prepare the things you just mentioned. If you lie, you should be able to bear the consequences, right? Let us hope so." Yao Liangji turned around, intending to leave when he felt the woman anxiously reaching out to him. Originally able to avoid it, Yao Liangji felt a twinge of warmth in his heart and let her grasp him. Although separated by 2 thick layers of clothing, he still clearly sensed the woman's soft hand and the warmth of a living person. Don't leave me behind," the woman said anxiously. Chapter 33. The side effects of corpse crystal's breathing slightly quickened. Yao Liangji finally felt something was off. His desires were too overwhelming. He was not some adolescent boy. Having lived for over 20 years, he had had relationships in his youth and had done things that men love to do. Therefore, he had a clear understanding of his desires. In such a perilous environment, he shouldn't and couldn't have such lewd thoughts, yet he found himself with them, even affecting his physical reactions, allowing a stranger woman to touch him. Feeling a bit irritated, Yao Liangji pushed the woman's hand away. "You go inside and hide. Only after passing the test will you be qualified to follow me, not by showing this pitiful appearance and begging for my mercy." As he approached, he caught the familiar stench of zombies from Yao Liangji again, causing the woman to feel a shiver, her eyes slightly dazed as she said, I'll listen to you. I will definitely pass the test." That was how women were. They showed extreme caution and disgust towards those who coveted them, yet felt an inexplicable impulse to get close to those who rejected them. Not paying any more attention to the woman, Yao Liangji quickly walked towards the source of the nearest roar. "Open the door. It's me," Yao Liangji said in a flat tone. Inside the house, when the woman heard the footsteps outside, her original tension and fear transformed into reassurance when Yao Liangji spoke. She didn't know why she felt safe with such a brutal man, but she believed that as long as she had value, she could survive. With a creak, the door opened, and the woman saw Yao Liangji standing at the door. Before her joy could fully rise, she noticed the zombie he was holding, which was still writhing. Unconsciously, she took a step back in fear, tightly covering her mouth, afraid to make a sound. Bang! The zombie was thrown to the ground by Yao Liangji. Then its limp limbs began to thrash wildly on the ground, which frightened the woman even more, causing her to run around to Yao Liangji's back. "Is this what you call daring to kill a zombie?" Yao Liangji's voice was cold. The woman truly did not expect Yao Liangji to actually bring a zombie to her. Yao Liangji glanced at the watch on his wrist, which he had taken from that villa, a standard gold and gem model. It was already 6:30 in the morning. "I don't have much time to waste here. You have 10 minutes. If you can't kill this zombie within 10 minutes, then you can continue hiding in this villa to survive." After saying this, Yao Liangji threw the three-edged military dagger in front of the woman and began to inspect the villa. Seeing Yao Liangji leave, the woman instinctively wanted to follow. But when she kicked the three-edged military dagger at her feet, the clanging sound brought her back to reality. She finally understood that her beauty seemed to hold no value in the eyes of this man. Yao Liangji quickly finished inspecting the entire villa, where he saw many photos of that woman and several trophies. In the photos, the woman looked confident and beautiful, her face filled with happy smiles. Looking at the man beside her, Yao Liangji felt a surge of jealousy, envious that this person had once possessed such a beauty, even in death. He put down the photo in his hand, looked at the trophies, and softly read out the name, Su Shu Chu. At this moment, Yao Liangji completely believed the first part of the woman's words. She really could paint and make clothes because these trophies were her past honors. As he walked out of the room, a murderous intent suddenly surged within Yao Liangji. He could not go against his principles and allow someone who was afraid to kill a zombie to join his team. However, this woman was so enchanting that he wouldn't allow any other man to have her. Therefore, if she failed, she could only die, becoming a sacrifice to sever his ever-churning desires. With only 2 minutes left, the murderous intent in Yao Liangji's eyes was slowly building up, even as his instincts fought back frantically. In his mind, he kept saying, "Don't kill, be killed. Even if you don't go against your principles, you can enjoy it before killing her, right? How many women like this can you encounter in your lifetime? You might die tomorrow. Can't you at least enjoy it once? You coward." Finally, in the last few seconds, Su Shuchu finally raised the three-edged military dagger in her hand and plunged it fiercely into the face of the writhing zombie, hitting right in its eye. The black blood of the zombie splattered onto her white silk dress, as if creating a landscape painting for her. What a pity. This thought inexplicably surged within Yao Liangji, causing him to tremble. Only then did he realize that both of his earlier thoughts seemed to be problematic, and even the murderous intent felt somewhat inexplicable, far more concealed and resolute than his desires. With a snap, Yao Liangji threw down a homemade mask, pulled out the three-edged military dagger, and then waved his right hand, using the combat shovel in his hand to split the zombie's head open. He crouched down and said, "This is the 2 points of knowledge I taught you. 1. The fatal point of a zombie is only in its head. 2. There is a chance of finding something called a corpse crystal in a zombie's brain. But unfortunately, this zombie doesn't have it." Yao Liangji had to wipe his hands on the zombie's body, took out a corpse crystal from his pocket, and gave it to her as a reward for her last kill of the zombie, saving her soul. He handed the corpse crystal to her and said, "This is a corpse crystal. When you meet certain conditions, I will tell you its uses." With a hint of relief, Yao Liangji looked at the woman, who was now more tearful, and said, "Pack your things, change into some clothes, wear this mask, and then leave with me." A quarter of an hour later, Yao Liangji brought the well-dressed Su Shuchu to the front of the villa they checked into yesterday. Zhou Ting and the chubby guy, who had been waiting for a long time, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yao Liangji's figure, then looked at the person beside him with a hint of curiosity. "Introduce yourself." Su Shuchu nervously spoke up. I am Su Shuchu. This big brother saved me." At that moment, Su Shuchu remembered that she did not know the name of the man beside her. Big brother? Zhou Ting and the chubby guy exchanged strange glances. Although they didn't know the woman's age, the mature charm that could not be concealed definitely would to be younger than Yao Liangji. "You could just call me Chubby." The chubby guy smiled, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Although the woman was fully covered, his experience told him that it was obvious she was a gem. Zhou Ting. Zhou Ting seemed very happy. Being the only woman in the team was indeed uncomfortable, but now that there was another woman, she felt much more at ease no matter what they did. Chapter 34. Su Shuchu's talent. The chubby guy and Zhou Ting did not hide their faces, so Su Shuchu, with her solid painting skills, could naturally gauge their approximate ages. Seeing the newcomer so close to Yao Liangji, and Yao Liangji showing no instinctive vigilance, a hint of surprise flashed in the chubby guy's eyes. After so many days of interaction, he could see clearly how heavy Yao Liangji's vigilance was. Not to mention him and Zhou Ting. Even Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou had no chance of getting so close to Yao Liangji without raising his guard. Quickly suppressing the inappropriate thoughts, the chubby guy's gaze became clear. After sensing that hint of coveting fade away, Su Shuchu realized that she had almost pressed herself against Yao Liangji, so she blushed and quickly pulled away. "I'm Yao Liangji. You can call me boss or captain, but no need for big brother." Yao Liangji took off his mask and turned to look at Su Shuchu. At that moment, it was the first time Su Shuchu saw Yao Liangji's appearance. Looking at his face that was just over 20, she blushed and asked without thinking, "Brother, how old is the captain?" 29. The three were all surprised. Yao Liangji did not look like someone approaching 30 at all, and at that moment, Su Shuchu understood why Zhou Ting and the chubby guy had strange looks in their eyes. She was actually 5 years older than Yao Liangji. "All right, since we all know each other, let us pack our things and get going." As for Su Shuchu, she has already completed the assessment, so if I'm not around later, you two will be responsible for teaching her some basics. Upon hearing that Su Shuchu had passed the assessment, the smiles on the faces of the chubby guy and Zhou Ting became even more sincere as they said, "No problem." After moving out the things they had collected from the villa yesterday, it was clear that one vehicle could not accommodate 4 people plus so many supplies. So, Yao Liangji had to run to the garage to take a look. Good heavens, it was a nearly brand new top-of-the-line off-road vehicle. Without hesitation, he commandeered it, stocked it with a large amount of cigarettes, alcohol, medical kits, water, and food, then drained the fuel tanks of the other 2 vehicles. After finishing, he said to the chubby guy, "You drive this vehicle. Su Shuchu, you help Zhou Ting drive." Standing to the side, Zhou Ting recalled what happened last night when she saw Yao Liangji putting those magazines into the car, and her face darkened a bit as she thought of the frustration she felt from the zombie hunt. Seeing that Su Shuchu still had empty hands, Yao Liangji threw a shovel that was leaning against the garage door directly at her. "You don't want to follow us to kill zombies empty-handed, do you?" The chubby guy walked to Yao Liangji's side with a troubled expression. He really didn't want to be alone with Yao Liangji in the same space, as his instincts were screaming warnings, making him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. However, he had no right to refuse, so he had to sit in the driver's seat. The chubby guy drove in front, constantly maneuvering around the vehicles parked on the road, while Su Shuchu's driving skills were surprisingly good, even leaving her with extra attention to chat with Zhou Ting. After seeing the outside world and learning about Yao Liangji from Zhou Ting, she became more certain of her decision to follow him. Everyone fears the tyranny of the strong, but when that person is a teammate, their relief outweighs their fear. Su Shuchu seemed to have a kind of magic that made people want to be close to her. In just an hour, Zhou Ting's previously gloomy face returned to a smile. She didn't know if Yao Liangji really didn't feel anything yesterday, or if he intentionally didn't open the door for her. So she decided to bury this matter deep in her heart. Zhou Ting also enjoyed chatting with girls. The two in her previous team were too submissive, unlike Su Shuchu, who could talk about anything that resonated with her. Whatever Zhou Ting said, Su Shuchu could respond to, so even when Su Shuchu inquired about Yao Liangji, she casually shared everything she could talk about. Soon, the four of them drove to the front of a medical school. Stop here. After hesitating for a long time, Yao Liangji decided to go in and take a look. The team really lacked medical talent. Even though they had many common medicines in the car, without a professional to manage and prescribe, a little poison could easily become a lot. Since they happened to pass by, and it was still the early stage of the disaster, it was only natural to check out the medical university and look for medical talent. Su Shuchu drove up next to Yao Liangji, rolled down the window, and asked curiously, "Why are we stopping? Right now, there isn't anyone in our team who understands medicine. I wouldn't dare to go into a hospital to look for people." But during the disaster, all universities started their summer vacations, so those who remained in school are likely to be scattered, and there shouldn't be too many zombies around. I want to go in and see if I can bring someone out. Yao Liangji explained, not only to Su Shuchu, but also to Fatty and Zhou Ting. After he finished speaking, Fatty and Zhou Ting quickly said, "Then let us hurry in and look." The two naturally had their own risk assessments, knowing Yao Liangji was right. And compared to him, they needed a doctor even more. After all, Yao Liangji could fight and run. As long as he didn't force himself, escaping was not a problem. But for them, once they were entangled by more than 3 ordinary zombies, it would be hard to escape unscathed. Even if they were lucky enough not to be grabbed or bitten by zombies, some bumps and bruises were inevitable. As for Fatty, he thought further about how to deal with injuries caused by other humans. "No, I'm just going in to check the situation. If I can't bring anyone out by myself, I'll come back and call you in." Yao Liangji refused, saying that having 4 people go in was too conspicuous and not as convenient as going in alone. Just as Yao Liangji was about to grab his bag and get out of the car, Su Shuchu quickly called out, "Wait, Captain, let me draw you a map of the school layout. If you search blindly, you want to know how long it'll take." Yao Liangji was a bit surprised. "You know the layout of this school?" Su Shuchu puffed out her chest, her tone clearly playful. "I used to come to this school with my husband, so I have some impression of its layout." Originally, Yao Liangji intended to take some risks and enter the medical university from the front to check its layout. But since Su Shuchu said she could draw it, it was naturally better for her to take that risk. Soon, within 5 or 6 minutes, Su Shuchu drew the layout of the medical university and pointed to a small side door. This might lead to a small hillside behind the school, which is an undeveloped area with very few people. If we enter from there, we can go directly to the 4th cafeteria. The disaster has been going on for almost 2 months now. If anyone is alive, it's most likely in the cafeteria. Su Shuchu didn't mention the dormitories because the density of people in university dorms and the cramped space made them a low-value target. Given that it had been almost 2 months since the disaster began, the chances of finding survivors in the dorms were naturally slim. Chapter 35. Survivors in just 7 or 8 minutes. The 4 of them arrived at the small hillside Su Shuchu mentioned. Yao Liangji looked around and saw that it was indeed quite remote. The nearest residential buildings were a kilometer or 2 away, and there were only a few large trucks quietly parked nearby, with some yellow soil washed down from the hillside by the rain. "You 3 wait here. I'll go in and check the situation." Yao Liangji didn't want to delay. After confirming there were no problems, he turned around, packed his things, and walked towards a small hillside. It was September, and the hillside had several trees, possibly wild orange trees, laden with bright yellow fruit. As he got closer, he could smell a strong orange fragrance. Swallowing a bit of saliva, Yao Liangji's pace slowed down. He hadn't eaten fresh fruit in almost 2 months. Enjoying the scent of oranges filling his nose, he directly reached out to pick 2 oranges, peeled off the skin, and saw the plump segments with some white fibers. He lifted his mask and placed half of the fruit in his mouth. As he closed his jaws, the tangy juice burst in his mouth, evoking wonderful feelings. Looking at the orange trees before him, Yao Liangji didn't expect to have made a profit even before he started. Fresh fruit wasn't easy to find in the city. He placed the remaining half in his mouth and put the other orange in his backpack. After a brief enjoyment, Yao Yangji headed towards the small side door of the medical university. Looking at the lock on the iron gate, Yao Yangji chose not to use brute force. After all, he had learned Lu Shou's skills, which were convenient. He pulled out two thin iron wires, straightened them a bit, and began to fiddle with the lock. In just 4 or 5 seconds, the rusty lock opened with a click. Without hesitation, he hung the lock on the iron gate, pulled it open a bit, and slipped inside, heading straight for his nearest destination. After passing through a small path about 70 or 80 meters long, Yao Yangji saw many zombies wandering outside. Although the density wasn't too high, for safety's sake, he took out his homemade binoculars and kept observing the zombies wandering around the fourth cafeteria. From what Yao Yangji could see, there were at least 40 zombies, but thankfully, there were no black-eyed zombies. He took out 2 towels from his bag and tied them to the soles of his shoes to minimize the noise while running. Timing it right, Yao Yangji dashed towards the fourth cafeteria, trying to make as little noise as possible. But sometimes things don't go as planned. There were 5 zombies wandering at the entrance, and no matter how quietly Yao Yangji moved, he couldn't possibly get in without making a sound at such a close distance. Standing in the corner, he took out the phone he had prepared earlier and a finger preserved with lime, unlocked it, set an alarm, wrapped it in a rag, and threw it into the flower bed at the cafeteria entrance. After more than 30 seconds, the phone rang, and all the zombies within a certain range seemed to go wild, instinctively excited, running towards the source of the sound and continually roaring. Watching the gathering zombies, Yao Yangji could only keep praying that no black-eyed zombies would appear and that if there were any, they wouldn't see him. Just as all the zombies in the cafeteria walked out, Yao Yangji wasted no time and slipped inside. Just 4 or 5 seconds after he left, a black-eyed zombie approached the cafeteria entrance and began to look around. The structure of the cafeteria was relatively simple. Yao Yangji didn't spend much effort and quickly saw students turned into zombies after being bitten, along with cafeteria staff in tattered work clothes on the second floor. He sighed as he looked at the open storage room of the cafeteria, realizing there was no need to waste any more time there. With his strong physique and robust psychological strength, Yao Yangji eliminated 2 targets and got a rough estimate of the number of zombies in the school. Although summer vacation had already started at the time of the disaster, from his brief observation, he estimated there were at least 1,000 zombies in the school. Based on his calculations of the ratio of advanced zombies, there were at least 20 black-eyed zombies in the school. If it weren't for the large size of the school and the zombies being spread across various buildings, Yao Yangji wouldn't dare to wander around in broad daylight right under their noses. After eliminating 2 key zombies with a couple of swift shots, Yao Yangji focused on searching the storage room in the cafeteria. He didn't have the energy or the inclination to look for other places with a lower chance of finding survivors. Holding on to hope, he looked towards the third cafeteria he planned to search. When he didn't see any zombies that had been bitten and turned, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Consequently, Yao Yangji had to tear off a small piece of cloth, cut it into smaller pieces, and wrap the scraps around the arrowheads. Every time a zombie approached the wall, Yao Yangji shot out the modified arrows. After firing 5 arrows, with only 1 zombie remaining, Yao Yangji rushed forward and stabbed it directly with his triangular military dagger. The zombie's eye fluid mixed with blood splattered onto Yao Yangji's mask. Supporting the zombie's body with his left hand, he didn't even search for the corpse crystal, but began inspecting the storage room. The storage room had a traditional iron chain lock, which was currently in an open state, hanging on the doorknob. Seeing this situation, Yao Yangji finally believed that there were still people inside. I am a survivor, currently searching for others who are still alive. If you don't want to wait to die in there, then within 5 minutes of me finishing my words, remove the obstacles behind the door. I will only wait for 5 minutes. After saying this once, Yao Yangji repeated it and then quietly leaned against the wall opposite the door. In less than a minute, there was a rustling sound from behind the door. Although it was very faint, it completely proved that there were still living people inside. At that moment, 2 young men, who reeked, were moving bags of rice that had been used to block the door, their faces filled with surprise. After nearly 2 months of isolation and fear, they were on the verge of collapse. So when they heard Yao Yangji's voice, they didn't hesitate at all, knowing that the person who could reach the front of the storage room would be the one to bring them freedom and hope. they couldn't hold on much longer. The door cautiously opened a little, and when they saw Yao Liangji, fully armed, outside, the eyes peeking through the crack of the door quickly brightened. Just as Yao Liangji was about to say something, he heard footsteps approaching and quickly motioned for silence, then pushed the door open and slipped inside. The two inside didn't even have time to express their surprise before they saw Yao Liangji anxiously close the door and repeat their actions, blocking the door with the bags of rice. In that moment, they felt despair because it was evident that the zombies outside were still there. After finishing up, Yao Liangji glanced around the storage room and frowned. Just the two of you? He looked at the two scruffy young students in front of him, feeling a bit disappointed. He hoped to find a teacher from the medical university, as these ordinary students might not even have dissection skills as strong as his, let alone medical expertise. The two reverted to a state of desolation, somewhat lifelessly stating, "It's just us two here, but there must be others alive in the library. We just didn't have time to hide in the library before we stumbled in here to hide." Yao Liangji chuckled lightly, not commenting on their words. It had been nearly 2 months since the disaster, and their survival was due to the abundance of food and drinks in the storage room, or the people in the library eating and drinking. Yao Liangji glanced at the scattered snack wrappers and drink bottles on the floor. There were about a dozen large vending machines. Even if they weren't living comfortably, they should still be alive, considering the library had an independent water tower. Oh, Yao Liangji instantly became interested. He knew the location of the library, about 500 to 600 meters northwest of the second cafeteria. If there were really still people alive inside, and if they were useful, he wouldn't mind putting in some effort. Moreover, the medical university's library would definitely have some professional books. Adding that up, even if they were just inexperienced students, he wouldn't feel it was a loss. Do you know who else is alive in the library? Seeing that Yao Liangji was indeed planning to rescue people, the two couldn't help but smile. Perhaps it was because the two desperate people hadn't communicated for so long that their words became more animated. Jiang Wenbo, I remember you said your girlfriend was hiding in the library, right? Jiang Wenbo was the skinny boy, and upon hearing this, he didn't hide it. His voice filled with concern as he replied, "Yes, she was organizing materials in the library with her teacher." After saying this, he finally rekindled some hope and looked at Yao Liangji expectantly. "Besides my girlfriend and her mentor, there should be 8 other people alive in the library because I was just 1 step away from hiding inside." So I clearly remember the other 8 people eagerly closing the door. Hearing that there was a teacher alive, Yao Liangji made up his mind. Even if it was someone teaching gynecology, he had to rescue them. So he felt much better and said, "You two stay hidden. I'll clear out the outside a bit. I have a few companions. I'll go first to let them draw some zombies away, then come back to take you to the library." Yao Liangji wasn't arrogant enough to think he could lead these 2 inexperienced ordinary people through a horde of zombies and escape through a side door. He needed to grab some supplies from the car and have Fatty and the others help out to draw the zombies further away, at least to reduce the risk of being surrounded by them. Hearing that Yao Liangji had companions, Jiang Wenbo and the other person's spirits lifted significantly, and they quickly replied, "No problem." 3 minutes later, Jiang Wenbo and the other person bravely peeked their heads out of the door and saw 8 corpses lying in various positions on the ground. At that moment, Yao Liangji was smashing the heads of the zombies one by one. 8 zombies, 1 crystal each, wasn't a bad deal. After finishing, Yao Liangji turned around, smiled at the two, and said, "Don't be afraid. You'll get used to it. Now continue blocking the door as you just did. This is a little welcome gift from me to you too." Saying this, Yao Liangji took out a ripe orange from his bag and tossed it over. Seeing the fresh fruit, the two's eyes suddenly lit up with greed, and they swallowed hard, forgetting the bloody scene they had just witnessed. After receiving the orange, they smiled broadly and said, "Good, good." Yao Liangji couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. It's no wonder they were medical students. Their tolerance for such shocking scenes was high. If there were still people alive, he needed to distribute tasks. Fatty would take a roll of firecrackers and wait at the school gate, while the 2 of them would coordinate with him on timing. Once the time was up, he would light the firecrackers and throw them into the school. Zhou Ting and Su Shuchu would follow him, and when it came time to rescue people, he would need their help to take care of them. After glancing at Fatty, seeing him hesitate a bit, he added, "There's a teacher among those people." Upon hearing this, the fat man immediately perked up. If it were just students, he wouldn't be very interested. After years of hard work, he was confident in his skills in treating injuries, not worse than those students. However, a teacher from a medical university was a different story. They typically started as deputy chief physicians in well-known hospitals, having seen more patients than he could ever claim. The value of that was naturally worlds apart from ordinary students. "No problem, leave the front to me," he said, checking the time with Yao Liangji after finishing his words. The fat man wasn't just agreeing blindly. He was quite aware of the surroundings since he had just come from there. Even if he was briefly surrounded, he could still find a way out while driving. So acting as bait wasn't too dangerous. It's settled then. After finishing, Yao Liangji pulled 3 fresh oranges from his bag, tossing one to each of them, saying, "Here, have a snack for now. After we're done, these will fill you up." Seeing the oranges, the 3 quickly thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Captain Yao." After the fat man drove away, Yao Liangji grabbed a few extra phones from the car, then handed 2 rolls of firecrackers to Zhou Ting and Su Shuchu, saying, "Wrap a towel or some thin clothing around your feet, then come with me." "All right." After entering the school, Yao Liangji handed the school layout map that Su Shuchu had drawn to Zhou Ting, saying, "You wait here for now. Once you hear the firecrackers and the zombies are drawn away, rush to the second cafeteria. I'll meet you there." Yao Liangji was already very familiar with the campus layout. So after mentally marking the points, he took the roll of firecrackers from Su Shuchu and dashed out. In less than 3 minutes, the cheerful sound of firecrackers echoed through the silent campus, which was otherwise filled with the growls of zombies. At this moment, Yao Liangji had already run far away and hidden himself. Listening to the pleasant sound of the firecrackers, he lit a cigarette and said to himself with a relaxed expression, "1 cigarette, 1 roll of firecrackers, I'll make you my dust." Chapter 37. The Evil of Humanity Hiding in the Lush Trees. Yao Liangji smoked while watching the surging horde of zombies below. A casual glance revealed several black-eyed zombies, making his heart skip a beat. Fearing that his joy would turn to sorrow if the black-eyed zombies spotted him, he was glad to be well hidden, as the zombies were not looking around. 3 minutes later, Yao Liangji quickly climbed down the tree, ran to the second designated point, placed the remaining roll of firecrackers down, lit a cigarette next to the fuse, and pressed a stone against the filter to prevent the smoke from being blown away. After finishing, he immediately took a detour towards the second cafeteria. In less than 2 minutes, the sound of firecrackers echoed through the campus again. When he arrived at the storage room, he found Zhou Ting and Su Shuchu waiting at the entrance with 2 students. Without wasting words, Yao Liangji made a shushing gesture. Leaning his head out to look, he saw 600 to 700 zombies rushing towards the sound of the still crackling firecrackers like bandits raiding a home. 1, 2, 13, 14. Counting softly, he noted a total of 14 black-eyed zombies. While he breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a bit envious. But he knew he could only watch from a distance. In such a large horde, showing himself would mean certain death. Checking the time, Yao Liangji turned and said, "Let's go." Immediately head toward the library. While running, he explained some basic strategies for dealing with zombies, which naturally included precautions regarding black-eyed zombies. Upon hearing Yao Liangji mention black-eyed zombies, Su Shuchu subtly glanced at Zhou Ting, as this was something Zhou Ting had not told her. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the bottom of the library, but the main entrance was tightly shut and clearly locked from the inside. At this moment, the lock-picking skills he had learned came into play, and in less than a minute, the library door was opened. However, as soon as the door opened, Yao Liangji caught a faint whiff of a rotting smell. It was a stench of decaying flesh. Startling him, he did not want all his efforts to result in just a pile of corpses. "Come in," Yao Liangji barked, then locked the door behind him again. Once inside, Zhou Ting and the others felt somewhat relieved, especially Jiang Wenbo and the other boy, listening to the dense growls of zombies not far away. Without Yao Liangji leading the way and Zhou Ting being there, they might not have been able to muster the courage of youth to avoid collapsing in fear. "Where are they?" Yao Liangji asked. When Jiang Wenbo saw it, his heart trembled. Without thinking much, he instinctively ran over to push aside the girl's hair. Upon seeing it wasn't his girlfriend, he felt slightly relieved, but immediately realized, staring at the already swollen and decaying face with unclosed eyes, that he let out a scream. which Yao Liangji quickly covered. Without discussing further, just Jiang Wenba's instinctive action of pushing the hair back made Yao Liangji feel good about his courage and character. So he said gently, "Don't be afraid, stay calm. I'll slowly let go of my hand, then you adjust your breathing." As for the other boy, he stood at the stairway, not daring to approach. He then took off his shirt to cover the female corpse's body. This series of actions immediately raised Zhou Ting and Su Shuchu's favorability towards him, and Yao Liangji took out a spare shirt from his backpack, handing it to Jiang Wenba, saying it might be a bit big, but just make do with it for now. Zhou Ting looked towards the dim corridor and spoke up, "Captain, do we still need to save these people?" Yao Liangji didn't stop to explain, because soon the fat man's roll of firecrackers would go off. The corpse that had been violated bore only 4 distinct fingerprints, and given the current temperature and level of decay, it was clear that the time of death was no more than 3 days. So it was obvious that there were still living people here. These people should be divided into 2 factions. Our future companion's faction must be saved. This time, Yao Liangji's search was much more violent. Kicking open 6 reading rooms in a row, and in the 7th room, he suddenly felt that the door was barely ajar, revealing chairs and tables used to block the door. Just then, the last firecracker went off. Knowing time was running out, Yao Liangji disregarded any gentle words and swung his shovel, cutting through the hinge of the door. Pulling the doorknob back, he saw a pile of tables blocking the entrance. Peeking through the gap, he saw 5 terrified faces staring back at him. Seeing 4 girls and 1 boy, although their spirits were low, at least their clothes were relatively intact, and the coldness in their eyes faded a bit. "Gu Meng!" exclaimed Jiang Wenba in surprise, and upon hearing his voice, a cute girl with a round face trembled, her voice tinged with tears as she said, "Wenba, Wenba, save us." As this young couple gazed at each other, Yao Liangji's expression darkened as he turned to look at the reading room behind him. His eyes filled with murderous intent, causing the figure lurking behind the door to jump back in fear. Yao Liangji had no time to deal with such a person. Right now, saving the 5 people in front of him was the priority. The others behind would naturally be dealt with by the zombies. Enough of this. Hurry and move the stuff, we have no time. Okay. At this moment, the 5 people finally reacted and hurriedly helped to move things aside. Yao Liangji kept a portion of his attention on the back. But he didn't know if the people inside the reading room were so scared that they didn't even dare to approach. In just over a minute, a passage was opened. Yao Liangji looked at the haggard, beautiful woman in front of him, took a piece of chocolate out of his pocket, and said in the gentlest tone he could muster after the catastrophe, "You are a teacher at this school, right?" When Yao Liangji grabbed her, the woman visibly shivered, but still tightly held onto the piece of chocolate. As soon as Yao Liangji let go, she immediately opened it, broke it into small pieces, and shared it with the 4 people standing behind her. Seeing this, Yao Liangji did not feel happy. Instead, his eyes turned a bit cold. He could tell that the mental state of these 5 people was clearly different. The woman was obviously at her wit's end, looking as if she would faint from hunger, while the 3 women and 1 man behind her, though also haggard, were in a much better condition than the woman. Chapter 38. Bloodbait, if you dare eat that chocolate, I'll kill you. After being a bit irritated by the female corpse earlier and feeling pressed for time, the brutality in Yao Liangji's eyes reemerged. Gulp! The sound of swallowing saliva echoed, even though they were strangers at this moment. None of the 4 young students holding the chocolate doubted the truth of his words. You give me the chocolate, but don't let me share it. Then why give it to me at all? I'm Chu Xiaonan. The woman's voice became softer, as she noticed the barely contained brutality in Yao Liangji's eyes. Yao Liangji took a deep breath and turned to the side where Su Shuchu was standing. Without saying a word, he pulled her to his side, buried his head in her neck, and took a deep breath of her subtle fragrance to calm the rising killing intent. Su Shuchu was first startled, then stiffened, and finally relaxed slowly. After more than 20 seconds, Yao Liangji's rolling killing intent was suppressed, and he turned to Chu Xiaonan and said, "You may think being a moral model is your business, but you should know that your current state is the reason I'm willing to put in a lot of effort to save you. If your nobility wastes my efforts, then what do I keep you and those 4 ungrateful wolves around for?" Yao Liangji didn't mind using the term ungrateful wolves to describe the 4 students. Being in their 20s, They should have the most basic moral concepts, especially since they were studying medicine. He didn't want the four of them to remain ignorant of Chu Xiaonan's condition. If they understood a bit about sharing, Chu Xiaonan wouldn't be in this state now. Then he spoke, "If you dare spit it out, I'll kill all your students." Yao Liangji couldn't afford to gamble. He was genuinely afraid that this woman would vomit. And then he wouldn't want to kill her. Would he just let go? Hearing Yao Liangji's words, Chu Xiaonan, with a complex expression, used her tongue to melt the chocolate in her mouth and swallowed it. The four young students, whom Yao Liangji referred to as ungrateful wolves, wanted to defend themselves. But every time they saw Yao Liangji, they fearfully closed their mouths. In the end, after finishing the chocolate, Chu Xiaonan explained, "It was me. I forced them to eat a bit more." Yao Liangji couldn't be bothered to argue with this woman. He glanced at Zhou Ting, who had a strange expression, and said expressionlessly, "You take them ahead, I'll cover the rear." As the 10-person group walked out of the room, the four people opposite couldn't hold back any longer and brandished a few iron rods, threatening Yao Liangji, "Take us out, or none of you can leave." Originally not wanting to bother with these people, Yao Liangji felt a surge of brutality that seemed to have found an outlet. With a slightly charming smile, he turned and said, "Oh, threatening me?" Bang! For consecutive sounds echoed, and before they could react, the four of them collapsed to the ground like dead dogs. Chu Xiaonan's expression of rage turned to shock as Zhou Ting and Su Shuchu exclaimed, "You two take them and leave quickly. I'll have some fun with these four little brothers." Zhou Ting trembled, involuntarily recalling the scene of Yao Liangji dissecting a zombie, and quickly responded, "Got it, boss." Zhou Ting didn't want to know what Yao Liangji was going to do, but she knew those four rapists would definitely die miserably. Looking at the naked female corpse at the stairs, Chu Xiaonan mournfully said, "Lanting, I'm sorry. It's the teacher's fault for not protecting you well." Although Zhou Ting also felt heartbroken for the murdered student, she knew it wasn't the time to be sentimental. So she pulled the precious Chu Xiaonan and said, "Hurry up and go. Don't be sad. If those scum had kept pretending to be turtles, Boss Yao wouldn't have done anything. Now that they've gotten bold enough to jump out, they'd be lucky to die." After Zhou Ting and the group had walked for 2 minutes, hearing the sounds of roaring getting closer, Yao Liangji directly broke the hands and feet of 3 of them. Then, with a swift motion of his left hand, blood immediately gushed out. Ignoring their howls, Yao Liangji bound the remaining person's hands and feet, then stuffed something in his mouth and lifted him up to run out quickly. He placed the remaining firecrackers at the library entrance, lit a cigarette for a timed detonation, intending to not leave empty-handed. Casually finding a relatively large tree not too far from the library, he hung the remaining person in a conspicuous place and then hid in another tree, quietly waiting for the moment the firecrackers went off. Crackle! The firecracker sounded again, and soon Yao Liangji saw the horde of corpses surging towards the library entrance. Due to the position Yao Liangji chose, about 13 zombies ran towards him along the ambush route. Among them, the black-eyed zombies naturally saw the food swaying from the tree, and without Yao Liangji needing to do anything else, those black-eyed zombies stepped out from the horde, gazing hungrily at the bait swaying above. Whoosh! A black-eyed zombie fell in response, and seeing one of their kind go down, the remaining 5 black-eyed zombies scanned their surroundings in confusion, then looked up at the food dangling in midair. Letting out a breath, Yao Liangji felt slightly more at ease and turned to look towards the library. At this moment, the blood loss from the 3 people had completely incited the batch of zombies at the entrance to go mad. Zombies were continually collapsing, trampled by their kind until their skulls shattered and they were completely dead. Knowing he needed to hurry, Yao Liangji quickly placed arrows into his quiver and continuously aimed and shot. When he was left with the last 2 zombies, they finally noticed there was still a person present and turned to run towards Yao Liangji with a roar. Whoosh! Shooting out the last arrow, Yao Liangji jumped down from the tree and charged directly at the last black-eyed zombie. Hearing its somewhat hurried growl, he swung the military shovel in his hand, but it dodged by tilting its head, only slicing off one of its ears and cutting into its shoulder, while its claws were reaching straight for Yao Liangji's face. With his left hand pressing down on the bow, he deflected the zombie's hand. Yao Liangji knew that this black-eyed zombie had developed the most basic combat instincts. at least knowing to dodge lethal damage. Once the danger was averted, Yao Liangji forcefully turned his right hand, briefly gathering strength, and then exploded towards the black-eyed zombie's neck. But the black-eyed zombie, whether through combat instinct or coincidence, took the opportunity when the resistance dissipated to open its mouth and bite at Yao Liangji. Yao Liangji would not make such a mistake. He kicked up, sending the zombie's neck onto his military shovel. Thud! Black blood splattered everywhere. And then a pair of hard black heels stomped down violently on the zombie's head, instantly cracking the skull, which also meant the last black-eyed zombie was dead. Ignoring the sounds above him, Yao Liangji cut the rope binding the zombie to the tree. Chapter 39: The reactions of the fat guy in Zhou. Because there were no zombies on the way back, Yao Liangji arrived at the side gate in just 3 or 4 minutes without taking a detour. He quickly closed the iron gate and looked at Su Shuchu and the others waiting outside, feeling relaxed as he said, "Let's go, grab a box and pick some oranges." Upon seeing Yao Liangji, Su Shuchu and the others relaxed their tense bodies. Just a moment ago, without Yao Liangji around, the fat guy had looked at them with the eyes of a starving ghost. If it weren't for Su Shuchu's continuous, intentional mentions of Yao Liangji, he probably would have made a move. "Fat guy, I won't keep blocking you on this matter forever. As long as you don't force it, you can pursue whoever you want. But if I find out you resorted to force, I hope you're ready to accept becoming the first father-in-law of the apocalypse." Yao Liangji said, his eyes filled with danger, but he also left him a way out. In this uncertain environment, coupled with the influence of absorbing corpse crystals, even Yao Liangji found it hard to control his desires, let alone the fat guy, who was inherently reckless. Hearing that Yao Liangji wasn't being overly harsh, the fat guy's eyes lit up. He was confident that after the women saw his strength, they would definitely come closer to him. After all, apart from Yao Liangji, he and Zhou were the only ones capable of fighting zombies head-on. Knowing that women could only be attracted and not licked, the fat guy was already looking forward to encountering some zombies. "No problem, Boss Yao. If I mess up, feel free to deal with me as you wish." Yao Liangji nodded expressionlessly and then pointed to the 2 cars he and Zhou had brought, saying to Chu Zhaonan, "Among the 7 of you, find 2 people to drive. We need to set off soon." Okay. Chu Zhaonan knew that he had to listen to this young man in front of him. He was the soul of this team's survival. "Zhou, fat guy, come with me for a moment. I have something to discuss with you," Yao Liangji said, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. When he saw Su Shuchu in the morning, his desires and murderous thoughts intertwined, nearly leading him to betray his own nature. Just a moment ago in the school, a slight emotional fluctuation had ignited his killing intent. With such an unstable mental state, he could only look for the reason in the corpse crystals. As for the calming effect of Su Shuchu's scent, he had no intention of mentioning it to anyone. Following Yao Liangji to the roadside, Zhou curiously asked, "Boss Yao, is there a new discovery?" If it wasn't related to the zombies, he couldn't think of anything else that would necessitate avoiding those 8 people. Yao Liangji glanced at the 2 of them. He was willing to discuss the after-effects of the corpse crystals, partly to gauge Zhou and the fat guy's conditions, and partly because they had performed well today, making him happy to share some information. After a moment of silence, Yao Liangji organized his words. "After absorbing the corpse crystals, have you experienced any reactions? Any abnormal reactions?" Yao Liangji frowned slightly and elaborated. "I mean in terms of sexual desire and killing intent. Have you experienced anything unusual?" With Yao Liangji's reminder, the 2 seemed to realize something was off, especially Zhou, who unconsciously recalled last night and immediately felt a heat rise in her body, stuttering, It seems there is a slight problem regarding desires." The fat guy was much more natural. After being reminded by Yao Liangji, he had been comparing the situation before and after absorbing the corpse crystals. Being someone who paid attention to subtle details, he suddenly felt a jolt and then relaxed, saying, "Indeed, there is a bit. I absorbed the corpse crystals for a longer time than Zhou, so my reactions are slightly stronger. Compared to when I was in the community, my desires have increased a lot. As for killing intent, I don't feel much, but my temper seems to have gotten a bit irritable." For the fat guy, this issue was nothing to worry about. If he could become as powerful as Yao Liangji, or a few desires and killing intents. He had only been out for 2 days and had already gained 5 women, along with endless zombies and resources everywhere to take, there was nothing to be concerned about. After glancing at the two, one with misty eyes, lost in thought, and the other indifferent, he decided against discussing solutions to the problem with them. Let's go. Today we continue on our journey, and then we'll find a place to restock supplies and spend the night. Yao Yangji directly sat in Chu Xiaonan's car and then told Zhou Ting, "You sit in the other car and explain the rules to the newcomers, including what they need to do to join us." Zhou Ting looked pitifully at the several young students who had just survived a disaster, secretly thinking, being out here isn't necessarily safer than hiding inside. On the road, Yao Yangji leaned back in the leather seat, closed his eyes to restore his strength, and spoke about some precautions regarding the zombies. When he mentioned the strong attraction of blood to zombies, the three girls in the car couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. In the cramped space, Yao Liangji smelled the faint scent of blood and casually took out 2 sanitary pads from his front pocket and tossed them to Chu Xiaonan and a girl in the back, saying, "Don't worry, women's menstrual blood doesn't attract zombies. I've already experimented with it." Chu Xiaonan held the steering wheel with one hand and took the sanitary pad with the other, knowing that Yao Liangji was aware of her period, causing her face to flush with embarrassment as she said, "Thank you." Yao Yangji ignored her comment and continued, "I will give you 2 days. Except for Chu Xiaonan. Each of you must personally kill a zombie. If you can't accomplish this, we can part ways peacefully." Huh? Yao Yangji's words startled Chu Xiaonan and the others. Just thinking about those terrifying zombies and what Yao Yangji said about them, they felt no confidence to complete this test. Chu Xiaonan gritted her teeth and said, "Can I help my students kill zombies?" Yao Yangji glanced at this moral model in front of him, and the murderous intent in his heart surged again. If it weren't for her being genuinely virtuous, if it weren't for her not being generous with others, if it weren't for her being a doctor, Yao Yangji would have really wanted to throw her out of the car right now. Taking a few deep breaths, Yao Yangji's voice was filled with coldness as he said, "Don't keep challenging my bottom line. I am willing to respect you because you're a teacher at a medical university, because you are a highly skilled doctor, but your students are not. They want to prove their worth, so they must first prove their courage. In a place filled with zombies, if they are afraid to kill zombies, then in my eyes, they're useless, and my team will not keep useless people." Chapter 40, What Does Professionalism Mean? Initially, Yao Yangji thought that killing zombies would be difficult for this group of ivory tower individuals. However, he did not expect them to act so smoothly. Especially Jiang Wenbao and his girlfriend, they even began to dissect on the spot. From their initial nervousness and fear to later excitement and surprise, they, along with Chu Xiaonan, started an impromptu dissection lesson and analysis. The fact that these 7 students were able to survive until Yao Yangji and the others arrived already indicated that they had a strong psychological quality. Those with weaker mental fortitude would likely have ended their lives early, just like those who jumped off buildings in Yao Yangji's community. These 7 people, surrounded by zombies and seeing no hope, still managed to retain some humanity, which fully demonstrated their mental strength. Zhou Ting walked over to Yao Liangji's side, looking at his cold face with astonishment and a hint of teasing, saying, "Boss, we struck gold this time." After saying that, Zhou Ting glanced at Su Shuchu, who was eagerly observing the live dissection and sketching the zombie's body structure in her notebook. Yao Liangji felt as if he had punched into cotton and then looked at the slightly retreating fat guy, changing the subject. "Fat guy, now you understand I'm doing this for your own good, right?" The fat guy had seen blood before. In fact, among all the people present, even Yao Liangji might not be as ruthless as him, but he is cruel to people, not to a group of perverts. Watching Chu Xiaonan dig out the withered heart of the zombie and take a deep breath in front of his nose, the fat man couldn't help but feel a bit nauseous. His initial desire for the beautiful, mature woman completely vanished. He understood that this kind of woman was beyond his control, and he didn't want to control her anyway. After all, what he wanted was the entire forest. The fat man swallowed hard, turned his head away, and said a bit awkwardly, "Well, it's still Boss Yao with your keen insight. These are rare talents." At this moment, Yao Yangji's gaze had already turned to Su Shuchu. He didn't expect that the person who had struggled to kill a zombie today would now be excitedly asking others to help her cut open the internal organs at the makeshift dissection table so she could draw the internal structure. In the end, all 6 zombies were dissected, and all their parts were laid out for comparison. Naturally, the white crystals that appeared probabilistically in their minds also became a hot topic of discussion. Listening to their animated discussions, Yao Yangji also wanted to know the opinions of professionals. So he explained, "This white crystal I named Corpse Crystal." After hesitating for a moment, Yao Yangji took out a black quartz crystal from his pocket and said, "In addition to the white quartz crystal, there's also this one that I know of. The black quartz crystal." Quartz crystal? At this moment, Chu Xiaonan completely took on the authoritative demeanor of a teacher, and her tone and expression made Yao Yangji feel a bit of the nervousness of being questioned by a teacher. Speaking a bit quickly, she said, "Well, their appearance probability is relatively low. For the white quartz crystal, approximately 1 can appear for every 10 white-eyed zombies, and 1 black quartz crystal can appear for every 5 black-eyed zombies." "No, that's not right." Chu Xiaonan immediately refuted him, then picked up a zombie's brain and handed it in front of Yao Yangji's eyes, saying, "Take a closer look at the connection between the left and right brain." Yao Yangji focused and looked carefully. He didn't understand human anatomy, so he could only comment on what he saw. There's a small hole in the middle, and inside the hole, there seems to be some white fluffy substance. Chu Xiaonan knew it was already not easy for Yao Yangji to say this. So she took over the conversation and explained, "Normal human brain structures do not have this hole, and the white fluffy substance you mentioned is likely the precursor to that quartz crystal, so your probability is incorrect. The appearance of quartz crystals is not random, but rather depends on maturity." Chu Xiaonan found it hard to find the right word to describe this phenomenon, so she could only use maturity to refer to it. Yao Yangji felt a bit confused and uncertain as he said, "So, you mean the appearance of corpse crystals in these zombies' brains is not random, but occurs when the zombies reach a certain stage of growth?" Before Yao Yangji could say anything else, Chu Xiaonan handed him an analysis report, saying, "What you all discussed today is too rough. Through this experiment, I made some detailed analysis reports. Take a look." Being told that his experimental conclusions had issues made Yao Yangji feel a bit embarrassed, and he shot a glare at the fat man and Zhou Ting, who were watching from the side. Then he took the analysis report and looked it over. With just one glance, he knew that Chu Xiaonan was right. 5 or 6 minutes later, Yao Yangji's face was filled with surprise as he exclaimed, "Destroying the zombie's spine can also cause death?" One zombie was directly penetrated through the spine with a triangular bayonet, and another was smashed with a hammer to break the spine. After waiting quietly for 3 or 4 minutes, Yao Yangji noticed that the movements of these 2 zombies gradually weakened until they died. This discovery was much more useful to Yao Yangji than things like the hearing range of zombies. Previously, he could only attack a zombie's head to kill it, but since the target of the head was small and the skull was hard, he often had to take risks to create a killing opportunity. But now, with the addition of spinal weakness, it would be much simpler for Yao Yangji to kill zombies in the future. "Good, very good, haha." Yao Yangji tossed the analysis report to Zhou Ting and then took out a few white quartz crystals, tossing them to Chu Xiaonan and the others, saying, "Do you think I'm strong?" Satisfied with Jiang Wenba's flattery, Yao Yangji pointed to the white quartz crystals in their hands and said, "The reason I'm this strong is because of this thing in your hands. I'll give you a choice, 100 white quartz crystals or follow me for the rest of your life. Choose one, and if you fulfill the conditions, I'll tell you the secret of the corpse crystals." Just as Jiang Wenba was about to speak, he was pulled back by his girlfriend. After hesitating for a moment, he closed his mouth. At this moment, Su Shuchu finally finished her drawing and eagerly handed the zombie body structure diagram to Yao Yangji. Looking at this beautiful woman he had only met for a day, Yao Yangji instinctively took her drawing and sincerely asked, "What about you? Are you willing to follow me?" Chapter 41. Arrival at the destination, the side effects of the corpse crystals were already very apparent. Regardless of the reason, Su Shuchu's body fragrance could temporarily suppress Yao Yangji's killing intent, and as long as the side effect issue of the corpse crystals remained unresolved, Yao Yangji would never let Su Shuchu leave his side. At this moment, due to the distance, Su Shuchu once again smelled the bloody scent on Yao Yangji, but she felt no disgust or fear, only a sense of peace. She felt a bit flustered because this was not how a widow who had just lost her husband should feel. She lowered her head in a flustered manner and awkwardly said, "I am willing to follow the captain to work." Yao Yangji had no intention of paying attention to Su Shuchu's shy reaction. Hearing that she was willing, he was very happy and said, "Follow me. I'll teach you how to use the corpse crystals." 20 minutes later, Su Shuchu opened her misty eyes filled with affection and carefully looked at Yao Yangji, who was sitting across from her, and saw that he was completely focused on the zombie body structure diagram she had just drawn. She couldn't help but feel a joy in her heart. No one would be unhappy to have their talents appreciated. To her surprise, as soon as he looked, he became engrossed. Su Shuchu truly deserved the award she had received in her previous life. The muscle and bone structures of all the zombies were drawn clearly. Raising her head and glancing at Su Shuchu, who had already taken off her mask, Yao Yangji didn't know why he felt so close to this stranger. He slightly averted his gaze and gently asked, "How do you feel?" Thinking of that electric-like shiver, Su Shuchu's cheeks flushed as she replied, Very good. I can clearly feel that my strength has increased a bit." Throwing down 2 white corpse crystals, Yao Yangji felt he couldn't stay any longer and left a message that if she wanted more corpse crystals in the future, she'd have to rely on herself. These 2 corpse crystals were a reward for what she did today. He quickly walked out. Even after conducting some tests on them, Zhou Ting had already sold her life to Yao Yangji. So when Yao Yangji decided to recruit Chu Xiaonan and the others, she was very cooperative. As for the fat man, valuing his life, he naturally shared everything he knew. After completing a simple test, the fat man casually said, "Don't think that we are much stronger than ordinary people now. But when facing Boss Yao, even 10 of us might not be able to hurt him." Throughout the day, Chu Xiaonan had roughly understood that the relationship between the fat man and Yao Yangji was not intimate. They were not partners, but more like a transactional relationship. Moreover, it was a transaction limited by force, so after the experiment, she did not doubt the truth of what the fat man said. At the same time, she understood that with so many women on her side, especially beautiful women in this collapsed social order, if they were not protected, what awaited them would undoubtedly be the same fate as her students who were raped and murdered. However, there was still a question in her mind. So when she saw Yao Yangji come out, she immediately asked, Boss Yao, I want to ask you something." Yao Yangji's heated breath hit Chu Xiaonan's face. Suppressing the swirling emotions in his heart, he asked, "What is it?" "I want to ask how the other 4 guys in the library are doing." After saying this, Yao Yangji smacked his lips and couldn't help but imagine that scene. Does that mean they're dead? Although he was filled with hatred. When Chu Xiaonan heard that they were being eaten by zombies, she couldn't help but feel a little soft-hearted. Seeing Chu Xiaonan getting closer to him, Yao Yangji became a bit impatient and coldly said, "How would I know? I just broke their limbs and let them bleed a bit. Who knows if they're dead or not?" Damn, Yao Yangji's expression of having already shown mercy left everyone dumbfounded. In that school environment, with nearly 1,000 zombies, breaking someone's limbs and letting them bleed is equivalent to skinning a fat sheep and sending it into a wolf pack, right? Chu Xiaonan could already picture that scene, so she no longer hesitated and said, "We choose to follow you, as long as you respect us." "Respect?" Yao Yangji glanced around and then said, "I don't know what you mean by respect, but if you want to have a good life here, you need to show your value. Without value, you don't deserve to negotiate with me. Also, I don't know what respect means. If you want respect, then go kill a few more zombies. If you're stronger than me, would I still not respect you?" Chu Xiaonan didn't expect that Yao Yangji wouldn't even bother to coax them, but upon hearing his words, her anxious heart calmed down instead, and she firmly said, "No problem, then tell us how to use the corpse crystal now." Yao Yangji glanced at the 4 women in front of him, instinctively swallowed, and then instructed Zhou Ting and the fat guy, "Zhou Ting, you go teach Chu Xiaonan and the other 3 girls, Fatty. You go teach Jiang Wenbo and the other 3 guys." He didn't want to suffer that fate again. It was better not to see it if it made him itch. At this time, the fat guy was much more enthusiastic and said, "I'll teach them. Let Zhou Ting take a good rest." Half an hour later, Chu Xiaonan and the other 4 returned to normal with flushed faces, and their vigilance towards the fat guy increased. At the same time, curiosity about Yao Yangji bringing Su Shuchu into the room arose in her heart. They hadn't forgotten that Su Shuchu hadn't come out of the room since then. After taking a few detours and the time spent on training newcomers, they finally arrived near their destination on the fourth day, which was originally only a few dozen kilometers away. Looking at the zombie nest, even Yao Liangji didn't dare to act rashly, because just by a rough visual inspection, there were over 100 zombies wandering around. Chapter 42. Luring and Infiltration. Boss Yao, what should we do about this situation? The fat guy asked with a serious expression. He was genuinely afraid that Yao Liangji would force a confrontation. The terrain here was completely unsuitable for the tactics they used at the grain and oil market. In this small space, too many zombies were gathered, and there was only a small door to enter. Try to lure the zombies out with firecrackers or something similar was unrealistic because the small door would definitely be blocked if they surged in, and besides, the surrounding buildings were dense. If the noise got too loud, it was possible that zombies from other places would come over. However, at this moment, Yao Liangji was more worried about something else, as he had already seen 3 black-eyed zombies during his rough observation. The fat guy and Zhou Ting had never encountered black-eyed zombies, so they weren't very clear about their combat power among the zombies. To put simply, white-eyed zombies are the brave soldiers, while black-eyed zombies are the generals behind them. Once entangled by a white-eyed zombie, the damage caused by a black-eyed zombie hiding behind it would be considerable. Seeing the black-eyed zombie constantly looking around, Yao Liangji recalled the incident 2 days ago when he lured and killed a black-eyed zombie. He immediately started looking for a suitable position. Soon, Yao Liangji found a good spot. With a slight smile, he said to the fat guy, "Fatty, do you want to learn something more about black-eyed zombies?" Hearing Yao Liangji's words with a hint of a smile, the fat guy's heart tightened. He was about to refuse when he remembered the changes in Yao Liangji the day before and gritted his teeth, saying, "As long as it doesn't mean sending me to my death, I'm fine with anything." The fat guy thought that after he learned the secret of the corpse crystal, the gap between him and Yao Liangji would narrow. However, in the past few days, he realized what it meant to be one step ahead in the game. To change this situation, he could only set his sights on the black-eyed zombies, so, as long as it wasn't a death sentence, he was willing to give it a try. "Don't worry, you won't die, and you're safer than anyone else." "Wait, no, Boss Yao, put me down." The fat guy was tied up, and his small body was dangling in the air like a frog, kicking his legs wildly. He wasn't afraid of being hung up. He was scared because he was too high and saw too much. In just a moment, he had already made eye contact with 3 black-eyed zombies, and that instinct warning him of danger made him acutely aware of the deadly threat. Yao Liangji knew that the fat guy understood this very well, and even though his voice was trembling, he tried to control the volume. Yao Liangji glanced at the comical fat guy and said, "You better put in some effort. If you attract more than 5 black-eyed zombies, I'll let you pick a blind box." Yao Liangji's words immediately made the fat guy shut his mouth, and he even started swinging his body in the air. The fat guy knew that as long as Yao Liangji didn't run away while he was hanging in the air, he was safer than anyone else. Seeing the fat guy cooperating, Yao Liangji then said to Zhou Ting and the others, "You all clean up those approaching white-eyed zombies here, just like we trained before, and form groups." Okay. After making the arrangements, Yao Liangji went to a small hill halfway and crouched down, keeping a close watch on the horde of zombies coming out of the high-end apartment complex, listening to the growls and continuously calculating the distances between them. With a whoosh, a black-eyed zombie fell to the ground, causing the fat guy in the air to involuntarily exclaim, "Boss Yao, you're really accurate." Next, there were 3 more whoosh sounds. 2 were shot in the head and died on the spot, while 1 was hit in the spine. Although it was still alive, its movements clearly slowed down, and its growling stopped. "Yao, Boss Yao, another black-eyed zombie is coming." The fat guy exclaimed in the air, giving a signal to the white-eyed zombies that had stopped moving. After the second wave of zombies completely emerged, Yao Liangji made a gesture to Zhou Ting behind him, indicating to let the fat guy down first. A few seconds later, fighting sounds came from behind Yao Liangji, and he didn't delay. After shooting the last arrow, he grabbed a triangular military dagger in one hand and a single soldier shovel in the other and rushed out. The second wave of zombies absolutely could not be let through now. Otherwise, Zhou Ting and the others wouldn't be able to bear the pressure. Upon noticing Yao Liangji charging towards them, The remaining black-eyed zombie let out an excited roar and charged forward with 5 white-eyed zombies. With a single kick, half of a skull flew off, revealing the jelly-like brain inside the zombie's head. First, he crippled a leg, then pierced the spine. Even with the body strength of a black-eyed zombie, it was impossible for it to stand up now. Looking at the 3 white-eyed zombies roaring and charging towards him, Yao Liangji stomped heavily, deliberately making some noise to draw them away from the black-eyed zombie. After easily disposing of the 3 white-eyed zombies, Yao Liangji approached the severed zombie head, stepped on it, and a crunching sound came from the hard skull. He casually rummaged through it, then kicked it away. Yao Liangji's patience for zombies that didn't contribute was a bit lacking. At this moment, behind him, the fat guy and others looked at Yao Liangji, who was taking on 7 zombies, with shock in their eyes. They knew he was strong, but didn't realize he could be this strong. In just 2 or 3 minutes, 7 zombies had been taken down without any resistance. After finishing up top, Yao Liangji walked over and hung the fat guy back up, but this time, no zombies came out, no matter how much he jumped around. After letting him down, Yao Liangji said, "Come with me," looking at the 6 black-eyed zombies on the ground. Everyone felt a bit envious. After experiencing the effects of the corpse crystal, no one could resist being tempted by it. "Let's pick one." Walking in front of the zombie that the fat man pointed to, I kicked it lightly and sent it flying toward the fat man. Among the remaining 5, except for the black-eyed zombie that was shot in the spine, all the others were decapitated by Yao Liangji. To everyone's surprise, 2 black corpse crystals appeared among the 4 black-eyed zombies. Then, on the fat man's side, he nervously pried open the zombie's skull with trembling hands, ignoring the blackened brain matter that splattered onto him. He reached in cautiously, and immediately his face lit up with excitement. Another black corpse crystal. Such a high probability made Yao Liangji feel a bit uneasy, but there was no time to think too much at this moment. So he said to everyone, "We'll dissect the remaining black-eyed zombie later in a safe place tonight. You all handle the white-eyed zombies yourselves and discuss how to distribute them. The fat man will no longer participate in the distribution of the white corpse crystals." "No problem." The fat man readily agreed without a second thought. Yao Liangji nodded and continued, "You all take care of it first. I need to sneak in and check the situation. If I don't come out in 2 hours, you guys set off firecrackers to attract the zombies' attention." Chapter 43. Reunion and Strangers. Su Shuchu had not asked Yao Liangji who he was looking for this time. She wanted to speak up now, but didn't know if she had the right to ask such a question. So in the end, her words turned into, "You need to be careful. We will wait for you outside." Yao Liangji looked at Su Shuchu softly and said, "I will." Women have a keen sense, especially for those like Zhou Ting and Xu Zhaonan, who had rich life experiences. They could clearly feel that Yao Liangji treated Su Shuchu completely differently than he did with them. This difference was not reflected in material distribution, but in attitude and emotion. Out of women's nature, they felt a hint of jealousy, but it was quickly resolved by the affinity that Su Shuchu exuded. Yao Liangji wrapped a towel around his feet and circled around the high-end apartment complex before finally choosing a spot to climb over the wall. Pressing against the iron railing, Yao Liangji held his breath and quietly watched as a zombie in a tight dress walked past him. Because it was too tight after nearly 2 months, the hem of the dress had slowly moved up to the waist, revealing the black lace panties underneath. A feeling of disgust rose in Yao Liangji's heart when he saw a wire protruding from the private area. With years of theoretical teaching experience, Yao Liangji naturally knew what that was, so after the zombie left, he couldn't help but look towards the private areas of the other beautiful zombies in the high-end apartment complex. He forcibly shook off the morbid curiosity. Crouching down, Yao Liangji found the stairwell. After going up just 2 floors, he turned a corner and saw 2 zombies that had been eviscerated, looking like pitiful creatures that had been feasted upon by other zombies. Confirming that he couldn't get around them, Yao Liangji thrust the trident forward. A squelching sound echoed, and when another zombie turned to look at the source of the noise, he raised a shovel and struck down hard, the unexpected dull thud reverberating through the cramped stairwell. Yao Liangji's heart tightened, and he hurriedly rushed up. Upon reaching the resting platform 2 floors up, he pressed tightly against the corner with his head tilted, nervously listening to the footsteps coming from the stairs above. Soon, he saw 7 zombies descending from above, all of them transformed zombies that had been feasted upon. The survival rate shocked Yao Liangji. To know that in his complex of over 150 people, fewer than 20 had avoided natural transformation into zombies, and now, in this small complex, he had already seen 9 transformed survivors in such a short time. The unique stench of zombies entered his nostrils. Due to the narrow passage, the 7 zombies brushed against Yao Liangji's body, their sharp nails unintentionally sliding across his back with a faint scraping sound. The outer layer of Yao Liangji's clothing was torn, but he still dared not make any moves. If a fierce fight broke out in such a confined space, he would be doomed. Fortunately, the zombies had good hearing and realized the sound wasn't coming from here, so they quickly moved to the spot where the 2 zombies had died, wildly swinging their claws around the area. After waiting for a while, without any zombies coming down, Yao Liangji turned around and rushed upstairs. Gu Fangzhou lived on the 17th floor, and if he had to go through a couple more encounters like this, Yao Liangji wasn't sure he would be so lucky to avoid the black-eyed zombies. After racing up to the 7th floor, Yao Liangji's breathing became slightly hurried, and he slowed down again, killing and dodging along the way, determined not to use the shovel again, but instead substituting it with arrows. By the time he reached the 17th floor, 20 minutes had already passed. With a creak, the door opened, and Yao Liangji cursed the automatic retractable door, which made no sound, as if to prove its existence. Quickly slipping out from the stairwell, he unlocked the door with the fastest speed of his life. 3 seconds. He entered a room, isolating the 5 zombies that had come in response to the noise, while keeping a vigilant eye on the interior. Seeing no signs of zombie activity, Yao Liangji felt relieved at first, but then the intense stench of decay filled his nostrils, causing him to gag. He stepped inside and saw a corpse, already rotting and infested with maggots, lying on the more than 2-meter wide bed. There was no time to lament. Yao Liangji hurried to the window and opened it, struggling to breathe in fresh air, but not daring to stick his head out, fearing that a black-eyed zombie might see him. Once the smell in the room improved slightly, Yao Liangji began to survey the luxurious apartment. The interior area was just over 50 square meters, but was divided into 2 levels, making the space seem quite ample. The upper room and lower hall, if not for the smell of decay, would lead anyone to believe this was a place for the wealthy. With visible luxury items and a wall made of well-known sports shoes, all telling the story of the former owner's affluence. Looking at the various travel photos posted on the wall, Yao Liangji couldn't help but let out a low sigh. What a pity. The person in the photos was sunny and confident. Had it not been for the disaster, she should be indulging in various aspects of life now, not committing suicide in this desolate prison. After a few minutes, Yao Liangji peered through the peephole and saw that only 2 zombies remained in the hallway, spinning around, while the others had all been drawn into the stairwell by the sound of the door opening. He casually selected a long dress from the luxurious wardrobe, twisted it into a thick rope, and once the 2 zombies at the door wandered off, he quickly opened the door, locked the stairwell door, and charged forward to deal with the 2 zombies that had their backs to him. This high-end apartment was designed in a hollow square architectural style, so there was no need to worry about the awkward situation in the stairwell. He could freely use various weapons in the corridor. With 2 loud thuds, Yao Liangji couldn't help but exclaim, "Why are there so many female zombies?" Casually rummaging through the bodies, he found 2 white corpse crystals. This abnormally high probability made Yao Liangji feel increasingly uneasy. Suppressing the terrifying speculation, Yao Liangji arrived in front of room 1709. Feeling a bit anxious as he knocked on the door, 3 short knocks, 3 long knocks, and then 3 short knocks again, signaling to the occupant inside that a human was alive outside. Yao Liangji's keen perception made him sense that someone was moving in the room. He felt a surge of joy and immediately pressed himself against the door, whispering continuously, Gu Fangzhou, it's me, Yao Liangji, I come to find you." Yao Liangji didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. It wasn't the excitement he had anticipated, but rather a sense of relief, as if a weight that had been pressing on his heart had been lifted and the pressure had dissipated. Inside Gu Fangzhou's room, she was disheveled, her eyes full of tension as she stared at the door that she had blocked with objects. It wasn't until Yao Liangji called her name 3 times that she finally recognized the name, Yao Liangji. A wave of wild joy surged in her heart, recalling the days before the disaster when they had comforted each other. She frantically moved the furniture blocking the door, and without taking the time to confirm, she opened the door. Seeing the fully armed person before her, reeking of blood, was a stark contrast to the image of the small, punchy guy she had in her mind. Gu Fangzhou felt a sense of despair and wanted to close the door immediately, but Yao Liangji held it open with one hand. Then he pushed forcefully and walked in. After doing this, Yao Liangji frowned and asked, Gu Fangzhou, what are you doing? Why are you closing the door? However, Gu Fangzhou didn't respond. Instead, she crossed her arms, slightly hunched over, and looked at Yao Liangji warily. She had already decided that if this man dared to use force against her, she would scream to attract all the zombies. Noticing the wariness in Gu Fangzhou's eyes, Yao Liangji helplessly took off his mask and smiled. Gu Fangzhou, see, you recognize me now, right? I'm Yao Liangji. To his surprise, after he removed the mask, Gu Fangzhou became even more cautious, her voice tinged with a hint of crying. Don't lie to me. Do you think I don't know that small fat guy Yao Liangji? Small fat guy. Yao Liangji had no idea that he had such an evaluation in Gu Fangzhou's mind, but upon feeling his own body, he indeed realized that he had changed significantly. After all, he had only met Gu Fangzhou a few times, and it was quite strange that his features had become more defined after losing weight. So he had no choice but to start talking about their work together, about him hitting someone, her helping to speak, and finally about the comforting words they exchanged under that strange rain. After Yao Liangji finished speaking, Gu Fangzhou compared his current features with her impression of him and finally confirmed it, feeling a wave of suppressed joy rise again, and then she hugged Yao Liangji. Her body, almost instinctively tense, then forcibly controlled itself to relax. After comforting each other for a bit, Yao Liangji, feeling a bit awkward, pushed Gu Fangzhou away and took an orange from his bag, saying, You should eat something first. Huh? Fresh oranges. Gu Fangzhou's heart leaped with joy as she took it, peeled it, and shared half with Yao Liangji. Then she pulled him into the room. Looking at the pile of supplies on the floor, Yao Liangji couldn't help but smile. How much supplies do you have stored up? It had already been 2 months, yet Gu Fangzhou's supplies could last at least another 2 months if rationed. I've pretty much emptied half of the convenience store downstairs. When you told me to stock up on supplies, I moved these home as much as I could, Gu Fangzhou said proudly. After realizing that something bad was going to happen, she took advantage of the brief window to raid the convenience store. If Yao Liangji had come 2 months ago, he would have seen what a full house of food and drinks looked like. Peering out the window, she saw the dense crowd of zombies below, and after a struggle, she turned to Yao Liangji with a forced smile, saying, I'm really grateful you came to find me, but you really shouldn't have come. Now that you've fulfilled your promise, you can find a chance to leave. Yao Liangji looked at Gu Fangzhou, who was in a disheveled state, which certainly wasn't appealing. Moreover, due to the long-term survival pressure and eating junk food for so long, her mental state appeared quite poor, completely lacking the icy goddess demeanor she had at the company. Understanding Gu Fangzhou's worries, Yao Liangji gently reassured her, Don't worry, I'm not Zhao Zilong. I know I can't take you to freedom alone, but I have companions outside, and the zombies aren't as terrifying as you think. They have weaknesses. Companions? Weaknesses? Gu Fangzhou's hope reignited. Taking a glance at the time, it had already been 40 minutes, so he quickly summarized the precautions when facing zombies. Just then, there was a loud knocking on the door, and a low male voice came from outside. Beautiful lady, I know you're still alive, and there is food inside. Don't worry, I won't do anything bad to you. We've all struggled to survive until now. I hope you won't be so vigilant. Here, we need to stick together to survive. Is there still someone alive? Yao Liangji was genuinely surprised. This luxurious apartment building wasn't like those commercial housing where families lived. It was normal to have more supplies. However, for a single apartment, having enough supplies for a week was already considered good. Why would the person outside have supplies? Suppressing his discomfort, Yao Liangji gently asked Gu Fangzhou, Do you know? Perhaps because Yao Liangji was there, Gu Fangzhou quickly calmed down, albeit with some fear. I've been living here for almost a year, so I've occasionally communicated with the neighbors nearby. The residents here were either popular online influencers or well-off young people, and everyone usually kept to themselves. Previously, because of that strange heavy rain, many people stayed indoors. And it wasn't until a few days later that they realized something was wrong when no one responded to food delivery orders. As she spoke, Gu Fangzhou swallowed hard, as if recalling some terrifying images. Her hand unconsciously shifted from gripping her sleeve to holding Yao Liangji's arm, trembling slightly as she said, "When those zombies appeared. Many people were bitten by those zombies. No, they should have been eaten." Finally, after Gu Fangzhou finished speaking, Yao Liangji discreetly pushed her hand away and smiled. "Don't worry, you don't have to be afraid with me here. I have weapons on me. I'll go check out the situation first." Seeing Yao Liangji's exaggerated gear, Gu Fangzhou forced herself to close her mouth and grabbed a frying pan, following him. Peering through the peephole, Yao Liangji locked eyes with a crazed individual outside, whose eyes were filled with pathological joy and greed. However, Yao Liangji didn't even blink. His original warmth instantly turned cold as he used his mental power to project his killing intent into the person's mind. The person outside immediately let out a terrified scream. Just as the scream escaped, someone covered the mouth, and Yao Liangji heard someone curse, "Wang Jiamao, why are you screaming? Do you want to get us killed?" Yao Liangji slightly shifted his gaze, and the entire scene before the door came into view. There were 4 people at the entrance. 3 of them were holding kitchen knives, while one held a rope. Despite 2 months having passed since the disaster, these 4 didn't look starved. Instead, they appeared a bit weak. The kind of weakness related to kidney deficiency. Seeing their stance, Yao Liangji could guess how they had survived until now. "No, it's not me screaming, Boss Lin. There's someone inside this house, a man." At that moment, the man with the hoarse face slumped on the ground, pointed at Gu Fangzhou's door in terror. Slap! An unrelenting slap echoed, and Yao Liangji saw one of the muscular men angrily say, "This woman has been living here for over a year. Where would a man come from? Did you make too many women lose their minds?" After saying this, he ignored his terrified companion and stood at the door, threatening. "Woman, I know you're still alive. Now that there are no zombies on this floor, the 4 of us don't have to hide like before. If you know what's good for you, let's have some fun together before heading to the underworld. If you don't, do you think this door can withstand the attack of 4 men?" After hearing that there were no zombies on this floor, Yao Liangji opened the door without hesitation. In the muscular man's panic, he delivered a knee strike that left him speechless. Then he took a step forward, reached out his right hand, and pressed it against the face of the man on the right, slamming him against the wall, causing him to crumple down. With a swift kick from his left foot, the man who had blocked the peephole also fell in response. As for the last one, with a burst of murderous intent, Yao Liangji's mental strength surged, rendering him as silent as a chicken with its neck caught. Ignoring Gu Fangzhou, who stood behind him with a frying pan, shocked, Yao Liangji glanced around to see no other figures, then efficiently dragged the 4 men into the room. He controlled his strength well, leaving no traces of blood in the corridor. Chapter 45, Cannibalism. Why Yao Liangji? What do you plan to do? Gu Fangzhou was initially startled by Yao Liangji's action of opening the door, and before he had time to feel fear, he witnessed the 4 big men being effortlessly taken down in just a few seconds. Yao Liangji furrowed his brow. Perhaps because they had once shared moments of closeness over the phone, Gu Fangzhou didn't mind the coldness emanating from him and was willing to stay close. However, he was no longer the same person he used to be. 2 months of struggle and fighting had made him instinctively averse to anyone getting too close. Except for Su Shuchu. The 4 men's physical condition and expressions were off, and the fact that they came to knock on the door with weapons meant that they had certainly done this many times in the past 2 months. I needed to gather some information from them. The first to recover was the skinny man holding the rope, who, before Yao Liangji could speak, directly knelt down and began to plead for mercy. The muscular man, who was left questioning his life after the knee strike, also painfully lifted his head to look at the terrifying man before him. He was sure that this floor or this community did not have such a character, and an incredible guess popped into his mind. The muscular man stammered, "Be brother, I'm the son of the police chief. I know where to get guns." It must be said that children from wealthy and powerful families usually knew their place and understood their advantages. He could tell at a glance what was lacking in Yao Liangji, and he knew how to yield and flatter those in power. Sure enough, after the muscular man finished speaking, the murderous intent in Yao Liangji's eyes dimmed a bit. He didn't think there was anything particularly wrong with the behavior of these four men who acted like robbers. He couldn't impose his moral standards on everyone. However, Yao Yangji was not someone who would believe everything others said. So he asked, "What is the name of the police chief? What is his wife's name? How many people are in your family?" After confirming the situation, Yao Yangji crouched down and caught a faint whiff of blood and meat aroma from the muscular man. However, upon closer inspection, he did not sense the hidden brutality that would suggest the four men had killed anyone. Frowning slightly, Yao Yangji asked, "How did you survive for 2 months?" At first, the four of us started collecting supplies from people as homes. Later, when supplies ran low, we hid from zombies and tricked others into opening the door, then went in to rob their supplies. At this point, it was unnecessary to elaborate on why they had gathered at Gu Fangzhou's door today. Sure enough, Gu Fangzhou's face turned red with anger, and she swung the frying pan down. With a loud thud, the muscular man suddenly saw stars, and the nausea he had managed to suppress surged again, causing him to vomit. Yao Yangji initially dodged, then looked at the vomit on the ground, his eyes widening and then narrowing as he coldly asked, "You ate meat?" In a situation where there had been no water or electricity for over a month, where did they get the meat? The muscular man feigned calmness, but could hear the chill in Yao Yangji's voice. He replied, We have some jerky among the food we collected." Bang! Yao Yangji's hard shoe sole harshly pressed the muscular man's face into the pile of vomit. At that moment, the muscular man's lies confirmed his worst fears, and the murderous intent surged again. "Is your jerky made from fresh meat?" Yao Yangji's words completely shattered the muscular man's hopes. Smelling the sour stench invading his nostrils, he cried out, "We were too hungry. We cut some meat from our dead companions to eat. We didn't kill anyone." With no other options, the muscular man realized he had no power to resist before this man in black. Thinking about his current predicament, he couldn't help but feel extreme hatred for Gu Fangzhou. If it weren't for her frying pan, he wouldn't have been unable to control his vomiting. Seeing the man in black feigning cleverness by saying "I" instead of "we," Yao Yangji understood that the muscular man was adopting a mentality of the law does not punish a multitude. However, he no longer believed the words coming out of his mouth. With a cold and determined gaze, he looked at the skinny man who had almost collapsed and asked, "Is fresh meat better tasting, or is dead meat better?" Huh? The skinny man was momentarily stunned by Yao Yangji's question, thinking that he was going to ask him if what the muscular man said was true. There was no need to ask further. Yao Yangji already knew the answer. This group had eaten both living and dead flesh. With renewed strength, he looked at Gu Fangzhou, who was still vomiting by the frying pan, and said, "Let's go check their rooms." After hearing that the vomit contained human flesh, Gu Fangzhou couldn't control her nausea any longer. Upon hearing Yao Yangji's words, she immediately hid behind him, trembling and unable to look at anyone. She knew that if it weren't for her cowardice, if she had been tricked into opening the door by these men, what she would have to face would definitely be more than just being robbed of supplies. Noticing Gu Fangzhou's fear, Yao Yangji couldn't leave her alone there. So he casually stripped a piece of clothing from the muscular man and fashioned it into 4 balls, stuffing one into each of their mouths. Finally, he kicked each of them hard in the feet, causing 4 suppressed groans of pain accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Yao Yangji needed to ensure that these posed no threat to him. After finishing, Yao Yangji took a deep breath, looking at the formerly icy goddess with a face full of terror, and gently said, "Come with me to check out these guys' homes." Yao Yangji opened the door, then looked for the key he had found on the muscular man. Room 1715 was 3 doors away from Gu Fangzhou's home. Arriving at the door, Yao Yangji carefully sniffed. There was no smell of blood. Slightly shifting to the side, he gestured for Gu Fangzhou to step back a bit. Yao Yangji inserted the key and slowly opened the door. In an instant, a strong smell of blood mixed with the aroma of meat rushed into his nostrils. Pulling Gu Fangzhou into the room and closing the door, Yao Yangji then saw that all the gaps under the doors had been stuffed with towels, which were secured with tape, preventing any odors from escaping the room. Gu Fangzhou felt another wave of nausea, and Yao Yangji's expression darkened, but he still couldn't understand why there were no signs of murder on these 4 men. As he continued to approach, Yao Yangji finally understood why. In the living room on the 1st floor, There were 3 naked women with mutilated bodies tied up. They either had lost their arms or legs, or had their breasts and buttocks cut off. However, due to the abundance of drugs on the floor, they were struggling to survive. Chapter 46. Divergence. Upon seeing this scene, Yao Yangji's murderous intent could no longer be contained. This group, these scum, actually treated people like livestock, but since they couldn't finish eating in one sitting, human flesh would spoil, so they chose to cut them alive. The spirits of these 3 women had completely collapsed long ago. Upon seeing someone enter, they trembled all over, not daring to look up, merely keeping their heads down and constantly whimpering. Seeing this situation, Gu Fangzhou seemed to forget about vomiting and quickly walked up to the 3 girls, continuously trying to comfort them. However, these 3 had long been tortured to the point of losing their self-awareness, so no matter how Gu Fangzhou called out or comforted them, they could only respond with fear and attempts to please, trying to appease their tormentors. Get out of the way, they can't survive. No, they still have a chance. Gu Fangzhou was unwilling to face reality, and then, with red eyes, turned his head, only to see Yao Yangji's eyes filled with brutality. Under the gaze of those eyes, Gu Fangzhou unconsciously took 2 steps back, panicking and saying, Yao Yangji, what is wrong with you? In the previous 2 instances of murderous intent, Su Shuchu was by his side to help suppress it, but now she was no longer there, and he didn't want to hold it back anymore. With a cold and brutal expression, he said, send those 3 on their way, and then feed those 4 scumbags to the zombies. Why do you want to kill them? Why? Gu Fangzhou pounced on Yao Yangji and slapped him a few times before his voice immediately stopped, because Yao Yangji had uncontrollably grasped Gu Fangzhou's throat. Yao Yangji trembled as he tried to suppress his killing intent, struggling to say, Don't touch me. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Gu Fangzhou looked at Yao Yangji with disbelief in her eyes. She didn't understand why the savior she had been waiting for was someone like him, who had killed 3 people without a hint of hesitation and even wanted to kill her. Cough. After being set down, Gu Fangzhou coughed violently. Even though Yao Yangji had already restrained most of his strength, the remaining bit was still too much for her to bear. Looking at the blue marks on Gu Fangzhou's neck, Yao Yangji was about to apologize when they heard commotion coming from the 2nd floor. The 2 of them instantly became alert. Yao Yangji pressed his hand down, signaling Gu Fangzhou to follow behind. When they reached the 2nd floor, Yao Yangji finally understood why the 4 muscular men had issues with their kidneys. Seeing 4 women on the 2nd floor, dressed in various erotic lingerie and bound in artistic knots, Yao Yangji shuddered slightly, shaking off the last drop of blood from the triangular military dagger, and then cut the ropes binding them. Once the 4 women relaxed, they struggled to free themselves from their bindings and pulled out the dirty underwear stuffed in their mouths. Tearfully saying, Be big brother, please save us, they eat people. Looking at the 4 extraordinarily beautiful women in front of him, despite their various tempting lingerie, he felt no lustful thoughts at all. At that moment, Gu Fangzhou, hearing the noise, also walked over and saw the nearly naked 4 women. For some reason, this time she did not rush forward to comfort anyone, but tilted her head to glance at Yao Yangji. Seeing that he showed no signs of avoidance, she couldn't help but bite her lip. At this point, Yao Yangji was already running out of patience. When he noticed that the 4 women had eaten enough, he asked, Have you ever eaten human flesh? What is your relationship with those 4 people? When asking this question, Yao Yangji had already used his mental power to intimidate the 4 individuals. No, we haven't eaten human flesh. We only ate some spoiled rice. Those 4 demons said that we, as mere sheep, are unworthy of eating meat. We were all tricked by these 4 demons into opening the door and then captured, the 4 women explained eagerly. Looking at the half bag of blackened rice left by the wall and combining it with their expressions, Yao Yangji finally believed their words and said, Put on your clothes and come with us. Glancing at the various uniforms piled up and stained with bodily fluids, Yao Yangji frowned. These 4 scumbags were truly living in a drunken stupor. All right. Originally, these 4 girls who should have been adored were now filled with submission. Showing no disgust for the foul smell from the humiliating uniforms they wore, and without hesitation, they started putting on their clothes in front of Yao Yangji. They didn't need it anymore. Stimulated by the hellish scene in the room and captivated by Yao Liangji's brutal demeanor, Gu Fangzhou only wanted to escape this prison. The bloodthirsty desire was nearly uncontrollable. Yao Liangji looked at the five who were ready and said, "You all follow me outside." Checking the time, it had already been an hour and 15 minutes since Yao Liangji came in. The five girls quickly followed Yao Liangji to the stairwell, watching him open the door locked with clothes. Before long, they heard two faint sounds coming from the stairwell. When the five girls entered, they saw two zombies lying on the platform, brains oozing out. Ignoring the awe in the girls' eyes, Yao Liangji took the five to the 15th floor stairwell, opened the door slightly to observe, and after seeing the zombies wandering at a distance, he quickly darted out and used a thin wire to unlock the nearest room's door. In less than 5 seconds, as Yao Liangji pushed the door open, a zombie lunged at him. Ignoring the zombie's clawing, he reached out with his left hand, grabbed the zombie's face, and slammed it hard against the wall. He wiped his hands on the expensive pajamas of the zombie and then stepped back outside, waving to Gu Fangzhou and the other four girls. Once everyone was inside, Yao Liangji said to Gu Fangzhou, "You and the other four need to go over some precautions about zombies. After I go out, you all move things to block the door. No matter what you hear or what happens outside, as long as you don't hear my voice or a knock that consists of 3 short and 3 long sounds, you cannot open the door. Understood?" Yao Liangji snorted lightly through his nose and turned his head. At this moment, his eyes were filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Chapter 47. Bloodletting to lure the corpse. Once again arriving in front of Gu Fangzhou's room, he pushed hard and found that the door was blocked by something. Yao Liangji licked his lips and said excitedly, "Struggle? Struggling is what makes it interesting." Yao Liangji pried at the 3 door panels with a single soldier's shovel, and with a few cracking sounds, he twisted the doorknob back and forth, then lifted the entire door out into the corridor. Taking a bottle of white liquor from his bag, Yao Liangji first took a couple of swigs himself, then said with a look of enjoyment, "I've always believed that my moral standards are actually quite low. I have no sympathy. I think it's perfectly normal to kill and rob to survive. When it comes to extreme hunger, eating a bit of human flesh doesn't seem unacceptable. Furthermore, if you kill them and eat them, I will kill you. But I have to say, you are really ruthless. However, why do you have to cut them alive?" Ooh, the voices of the 4 people who do not reside here. They have already seen those 3 meat sheep, all dead inside the house. If even such a pitiful woman can be killed, what about us worthless scum? Yao Liangji casually set the wine aside, stood up, and took the remaining half of the human soup, grabbing the nearest emaciated man. A minute later, he held his head back and then forced the remaining bottle of high-quality white liquor into his mouth. After a couple of gulps, Yao Liangji cut the rope connecting the 4 people, then untied a rope from the 3 female corpses. Feeling the strong smell of blood and faint odor of decay from the rope, Yao Liangji, recalling the appearance from his memory, bound the frail man to resemble the female corpse in life, then stuffed the rags back into his mouth to stop his incessant pleas for mercy and repentance. Perhaps for aesthetic reasons, in this upscale apartment building, each floor had a stone dragon sculpture extending outward at the 4 corners facing the courtyard. Climbing onto the railing, he tossed the rope onto the dragon sculpture, tied a dead knot, and then threw the person outward, watching him sway and struggle in midair. "Rest assured, your 3 companions will soon come to keep you company." Looking at the last muscular man, he said, "Young Master Pang, it's no wonder you come from an official family. Not to mention anything else, your mindset is streets ahead of ordinary people." Yao Liangji still knew from the threats of the previous 3 men that the muscular man before him was called Pang Biao, the only son of the city police chief. After his 3 little brothers had finished all their pleas for mercy, Pang Biao, no matter how afraid or resentful he felt inside, understood that his chances of survival were extremely slim. When Yao Liangji pulled the rags out of his mouth, Pang Biao let out a cold laugh. "You kept me for last because you want to know about the firearms, right?" Yao Liangji indeed had this thought, but his main purpose was to make this muscular man feel more fear. So he casually said, "It would be great if young Master Pang cooperated. If not, I can only express my regret." As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Liangji pressed his head into the pot of soup, gripping Pang Biao's scalp tightly. He murmured, "Look, there are only a few bites left. If you obediently finish the soup and eat the meat. Consider it a farewell, and let me feel a bit of pleasure, okay? Ignoring the sharp pain from his scalp being torn, Pang Biao clenched his teeth and refused to open his mouth. He was just enduring and delaying time, betting that some unexpected event would happen under the zombie siege, even if it meant being bitten to death by zombies. "Oh, you're quite tough," Yao Liangji chuckled lightly, then turned Pang Biao over, pinched his face with a bit of force, and began to pour the soup into his mouth. When there was only a bit of meat left, he poked it in with a stick like stuffing a sausage until everything was inside Pang Biao's belly. Yao Liangji smiled and asked, "Are you going to speak? If you don't, there won't be another chance." At that moment, Pang Biao realized that Yao Liangji truly didn't care about the information regarding the firearms, but he knew that was his only chance for revenge. So he shouted, 407 Ping'an Road, District 2, there's a warehouse of police equipment there. If you have the guts, go get it, haha. Yao Liangji naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to believe it so easily. So he stuffed rags into his mouth and whispered in Pang Biao's ear, "The show is about to begin." After hanging up the four of them, Yao Liangji looked down with a bit of regret. Below, there was a small flower bed. It wasn't all stone pavement and with the zombie's vitality. Falling into the dirt of the flower bed might not kill them. Yao Liangji checked the time. He had been in for an hour and 40 minutes. Without hesitation, he controlled his strength and quickly made a cut on the necks of the four men. This cut had already affected their major arteries, but because it was too small, it would take a long time for them to bleed out and die from excessive blood loss. Watching the blood drip down from the four men like water droplets, Yao Liangji didn't dare delay and rushed to the 15th floor, anxiously knocking on the door. "It's me. Open up quickly." Just as Yao Liangji entered, the zombies that had heard the noise arrived at the door, but this time they didn't linger. Instead, they quickly turned and reached for the blood dripping from the railing, naturally sniffing out the deliciousness of the four men above them. In an instant, the entire apartment building erupted, and hearing the rising and falling roar outside, the brutality in Yao Liangji's eyes was replaced by a hint of fear. He quickly moved tables, chairs, refrigerators, washing machines, and everything else to block the door. Then he let out a slight sigh of relief. Looking at the 5 people in the room who were equally terrified, he gently said, "Don't worry. These zombies aren't coming for us. And this is the safest way for us to escape this apartment." As for what this method was, Yao Liangji didn't mention it. Gu Fangzhou, seeing the brutality in Yao Liangji dissipate, gathered her courage to ask, "Yao Liangji, why did you kill those 3 girls? They'd already suffered so much." As soon as the 3 girls were mentioned, the previously hopeful atmosphere in the room turned heavy again. After slightly releasing the brutality in his heart, Yao Liangji now had enough patience to discuss this issue with Gu Fangzhou. Yumi. Ultimately, that beautifully naive phrase remained unspoken by Gu Fangzhou. 3 strangers. It was not like before the apocalypse, where with her income, she could have casually donated a bit to let those 3 women survive. But now it was the apocalypse. Not to mention food, just the zombies everywhere were enough to turn the 3 incapacitated women into live targets. Although she knew this in her heart, Gu Fangzhou still found it hard to accept the ruthless decisiveness Yao Liangji displayed when killing. Chapter 48. Green Eyes? After the room fell silent again, Yao Liangji casually searched around and then went upstairs, bringing down half a bag of snacks and half a case of mineral water, placing them in the middle of the 5 people. "If you're hungry or thirsty, help yourselves. We need to run fast later." At this moment outside, all the zombies in the apartment building were in a frenzy, constantly rushing towards the 17th floor. But because the 4 men were hanging in midair, the zombies couldn't reach them and kept falling from the 17th floor. The sound of them hitting the ground echoed with thuds, and soon, the stone road and the garden below were piled high with fallen zombies, some of which even had black-eyed zombies among them. At this time, Pang Biao and the other 3 were still alive, but they wished they could just die like this, watching the zombies continuously pounce towards them only to fall and crash into a pile. They had already become accustomed to the fear brought by the zombies, but the experience of their own blood gushing from their necks, soaking their clothes and shoes, and finally dripping down from their bodies was what terrified them the most. Feeling their bodies slowly surrounded by a cold sensation. The four men didn't know if they experienced the same despair that those three women felt when they were treated as living sacrifices. As the roars of zombies outside grew quieter and the thuds from above became sparse, Yao Yangji made a gesture to the five women and then quietly opened the door, only to find that the hallway on the 15th floor was devoid of zombies. Glancing across to the 17th floor, he saw that there were less than 50 zombies crowded in a corridor, reaching out towards the already dead Peng Biao and the others. Listening closely at the door to the stairwell, Yao Liangji knew that they needed to run. The corpses of Peng Biao and his group wouldn't attract zombies for much longer. The five women hurriedly got up, grabbed their things, and followed Yao Liangji downstairs. Along the way, Yao Liangji encountered many zombies that were unable to move, drawn by the blood and crawling upwards. This time, Yao Liangji didn't care about making noise. He unleashed all his strength and attacked the zombies fiercely. Finally, when Yao Liangji and the others reached the first floor, they found that the exit was blocked by half-crippled but still alive zombies using their bodies. Without hesitation, Yao Liangji led the five women back to the second floor, then quickly opened a room door, and the six of them slipped inside. Yao Liangji casually slapped the zombie that lunged at him against the wall, ignoring the brain matter splattering onto himself. He walked to the balcony and looked outside. At that moment, the empty space in the community was surprisingly clean, with no zombies in sight. Without a hint of hesitation, Yao Liangji opened the glass window and kicked the outer security window a few times. Fortunately, it was a hollow aluminum security window. If it had been solid, Yao Liangji would have bet that he could jump into the pile of zombies below. He was the first to jump into the open space, then turned to the five women above and said, "Hurry up, jump down." Thankfully, none of the five women hesitated or expressed fear. One by one, they jumped down, looking back at the zombies that were drawn by the noise. Yao Liangji gritted his teeth and abandoned the idea of climbing over the wall. He led Gu Fangzhou and the five women directly toward the front door. At that moment, the fat guy and his companions waiting nearby noticed the commotion in the community and quickly drove over. Bang! Yao Liangji instinctively turned, holding his tactical shovel and triangular bayonet in front of him. He only had time for a fleeting glimpse before he felt as if he had been hit by a car flying backward. In midair, Yao Liangji's mind seemed to short-circuit. That was a green-eyed zombie? After landing, Yao Liangji stumbled back 7 or 8 steps to dissipate the force on his body. Looking at the zombie in front of him with glowing green eyes, his heart sank as he saw the green-eyed zombie gather itself and rush towards him. Yao Liangji gritted his teeth, leaned forward, bent his right leg, and suddenly sprang forward to charge at the green-eyed zombie. He knew that he could only take the zombie's attack head-on. Otherwise, if he was charged twice more, his body would surely fall apart. Bang! This impact sounded a bit muffled. Yao Liangji felt a numbness in his forearms. At that moment, he finally got a clear look at the zombie before him. When he noticed a black dot the size of sesame seed in its eye, he felt a surge of joy in his heart. This meant that the zombie before him was not a true green-eyed zombie. Strength surged through his body as he pushed the quasi-green-eyed zombie back a few steps, then utilized his weapon advantage to continuously attack it. However, all his strikes were deflected, causing only minor, inconsequential damage. Seeing the zombie horde forming a half-encirclement around him, Yao Liangji glanced outside and saw that Gu Fangzhou and the others had been picked up by the fat guy at the gate. He signaled for them to retreat first, then immediately turned and sprinted, leaping up to the nearly 3-meter-high wall, and with his momentum, he vaulted over it. The quasi-green-eyed zombie, seeing Yao Liangji escape, let out a roar towards the sky and mimicked his charge, leaping over the wall after him. Seeing this zombie pursue him, Yao Liangji felt a surge of excitement. From their brief skirmish, he had already understood the strength of this quasi-green-eyed zombie. It was on par with him in power, but its physical defense was significantly stronger. To injure it, he would have to exert all his strength. However, this was not the main issue. The biggest problem was that this quasi-green-eyed zombie was better at protecting its vital areas, making it difficult for Yao Liangji to find an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. In the chase, the man and the zombie quickly reached the ambush spot Yao Liangji had set up earlier. noticing that no other zombies were following him. He quickly turned and used the zombie's clumsiness in pursuing him to create distance. He quickly took out an arrow and loaded it into the bowstring, waiting for the zombie to turn before releasing an arrow with a whoosh. Swish! Yao Yangji knew it was going to be difficult. Clearly, this zombie's combat instincts were quite strong, and he could no longer treat it like a fool. He couldn't understand why his blood bait hadn't attracted this zombie. He continued running, and when Yao Yangji saw a series of small steps, his eyes lit up. With a big leap, he jumped nearly 7 meters. In midair, he drew another arrow, and as he landed, he quickly installed it on the bowstring, then turned to shoot at the zombie that was also leaping towards him. This time, he didn't greedily aim for the zombie's head, but shot for its kneecap instead. The zombie in midair clearly saw Yao Liangji's movement. It crossed its arms to protect its head. When it realized that Yao Liangji was aiming for its legs, it quickly pulled its feet back. Thud! The arrow hit directly, causing the zombie to slightly tilt as it landed and roll twice on the ground. Yao Liangji seized the opportunity, rushing forward with his tactical shovel to deliver a powerful strike at the zombie. However, the zombie straightened its head, its eyes flashing with a bloodthirsty light. Its instincts told it that if it could just eat this prey in front of it, it would be able to take the final step and complete its evolution. At this moment, Yao Liangji realized it was too late to dodge, as he saw the alloy arrow that had been shot into the zombie's kneecap had somehow been pulled out by the zombie and was now aimed directly at his chest. Chapter 49. Severe injury. Yao Liangji had never experimented to see if being infected by fresh zombie blood would lead to becoming a zombie, but the current situation left no room for hesitation. He steeled his heart, completely abandoning defense, and increased the force in his hands. Seeing the ruthlessness in Yao Liangji's eyes, the quasi-green-eyed zombie revealed a hint of obvious fear. This was different from the prey it had encountered before. Previously, when faced with such prey, they either panicked and screamed or submissively waited for death. But now, this prey not only injured it, but seemed to treat it as prey as well. With a painful grunt, Yao Liangji ignored the arrow piercing through his left chest, tightly gripping the quasi-green-eyed zombie's hand with his left hand, while pressing his knees firmly against the zombie's groin and chest. He had already taken the risk of being infected by the zombie, so he couldn't settle for just severing one of its arms. He had already loosened his grip on the tactical shovel, and he drew the triangular bayonet from his waist, thrusting it directly into the zombie's roaring mouth. Realizing the deadly danger, the quasi-green-eyed zombie attempted to break free, but was firmly pinned down by Yao Liangji. In the end, it could only turn its head to avoid the blow, but the sharp bayonet still managed to slice open the corner of its mouth before embedding itself into the concrete floor with a clang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the quasi-green-eyed zombie twisted its body, toppling Yao Liangji, who had shifted his center of gravity. With a bit of cunning, it only wanted to escape the grasp of this powerful predator, but Yao Liangji would not let it succeed. He could clearly feel his stamina rapidly depleting, and once the scent of his blood spread, he didn't know how many zombies it would attract. So at this moment, Yao Liangji could only fight desperately for a quick resolution. After all, he didn't possess the same vitality as a zombie. Ignoring the intense pain from the arrow, Yao Liangji used his last bit of strength, leveraging the zombie's momentum as it rolled to make an upward slash with the triangular bayonet along the zombie's severed left arm. The sound of the blade cutting through flesh echoed, and then he saw a head fly off. Injured internally, Yao Liangji struggled not to spit out blood. He pried open the zombie's grip on the arrow and kicked the zombie's head, driving the bayonet down hard into the severed neck. Thus, a quasi-green-eyed zombie died at Yao Liangji's hands. In his dazed state, he saw the figures of Su Shu and the others appear on the steps, and he finally let go of the last bit of worry as darkness quickly enveloped him. While Chu Xiaonan and others were busy treating Yao Liangji, Su Shu picked up the crossbow and scattered arrows on the ground, with the arrows pointed directly at the fat man. Fat man, keep your distance from the captain. The fat man, whose expression changed from cloudy to clear, flashed a hint of ferocity in his eyes upon hearing this, and was about to do something. But the instinctive danger alert woke him up again. At this moment, he noticed that because of Su Shu's words, Zhou Ting and the others were all looking at him with vigilance and determination. Hee, what are you so nervous about? I'm just concerned about Boss Yao. The fat man's expression instantly brightened. Take out that black corpse crystal you got today, or we will all die here together. Su Shuchu didn't trust the fat man at all. If Yao Liangji were conscious, he would definitely make the fat man hand over that black corpse crystal. The fat man's expression darkened again as he coldly said, "This thing was promised to me by Boss Yao. You want to take it?" "I'm not taking it. I'm just choosing a way that is good for everyone for safety," Su Shuchu replied. She didn't know what changes the black corpse crystal would bring, but she was clear that if the fat man were given time, under the temptation of Yao Liangji's substantial legacy, he would surely fight hard. In this temporary team, she was really unsure how many people would fight to the death with the fat man for Yao Liangji. Seeing Su Shuchu's index finger slightly move on the trigger, the fat man was startled and hurriedly took out the black corpse crystal from his pocket and threw it in front of Su Shuchu. It's not easy for everyone to come together for survival. I, the fat man, can sacrifice a bit to maintain the stability of the team. Jiang Wenba, help me pick it up and also bring the zombie head next to the captain. We must leave now. Okay. After Chu Zhaonan temporarily stopped Yao Liangji's bleeding, the group lifted Yao Liangji into the car, and at that moment, some wandering zombies had already surrounded them. The 5 girls rescued by Gu Fangzhou knew nothing about what had happened. After being rescued by Zhou Ting and the others, they hadn't even had time to breathe the air of freedom before seeing the blood-soaked hero Yao Liangji lying on the ground. Then came the eruption of conflicts within the team, which, although temporarily suppressed, was clearly only a matter of time. "Fat man, you take these newcomers, Zhou Ting Zhaonan, and I will be in one car," Su Shuchu calmly directed, and due to a previous guess, everyone tacitly obeyed Su Shuchu's command in this temporarily leaderless team. The 3 cars roared as they crashed through the surrounding zombies. At this time, Su Shuchu was both directing Zhou Ting to drive and continuously observing Yao Liangji's condition in the back seat, while tightly gripping the fat man's black corpse crystal. "Zhaonan, how's the captain's condition?" Su Shuchu didn't know why, but when she saw Yao Liangji lying on the ground, she felt as if her whole being had exploded, as if every cell in her body was calling her to absolutely save Yao Liangji. Chu Zhaonan frowned and said, "I can't judge this. I don't know if Boss Yao's injury has affected his lung lobes, but from a surface wound, there are obvious signs of secondary injuries. So my judgment is that the captain should not be able to hold on." Upon hearing this, Su Shuchu's expression turned bitter, and tears quickly welled up in her eyes. They had only known each other for 3 days. But due to her body's instinctive closeness and Yao Liangji's seemingly ruthless yet gentle demeanor over these 3 days, under the halo of a hero, she found herself moved. Thus, in just 3 days, Su Shuchu unknowingly developed feelings for him. Before tears could fall, Chu Zhaonan's words once again gave her hope. However, someone like Boss Yao, given his physical condition, should be able to recover as long as the arrow is removed in time and medicine is applied. "Really?" Su Shuchu asked, filled with hope. Although Chu Zhaonan had high moral standards, she was not foolish. She understood that in this apocalypse, Yao Liangji, as a team leader, was among the best in both ability and ethics. Although his personality was a bit ruthless, he wouldn't harm his own people. He knew how to share benefits and stood in front of danger. If Yao Liangji were to die, where would she and her students find a place to settle? As a woman, Chu Zhaonan was well aware of what Su Shuchu's behavior represented at this moment, so she took a deep breath and said, "I'm just judging from my professional perspective." Okay, Su Shuchu said, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Chapter 50. Decision. At this moment, Zhou Ting, who was driving, was also in a turmoil of thoughts. Others might think Su Shuchu's performance today was overly reactive. However, having known the fat man for so long, she naturally understood that if it weren't for Su Shuchu's intervention, the best outcome right now would be Yao Liangji's death, with the fat man briefly disappearing with Yao Liangji's legacy, only to return with another face to take over the remaining legacy of the group. Half an hour later, following Su Shuchu's instructions, Zhou Ting drove the car into a villa area, directly crashing through the barrier, ramming into a few approaching zombies, and then arrived in front of a blue and white villa. At this moment, the fingerprint lock powered by a battery was still functioning, And after Su Shuchu verified the door, she took the crossbow and watched the 3 cars enter. She casually stabbed a triangular military dagger into the eye socket of a white-eyed zombie, disregarding the splatter of fluids on her face. Then kicked the zombie out the door and closed it behind her. Jiang Wenbao, Gu Meng, and the fat man, you 3 stay outside and help keep watch. The fat man looked at the beautiful woman who was ruining his good deed and said with a double meaning, looking forward to the future when I can call you sister-in-law. After saying that, he cast an ambiguous glance at Gu Fangzhou standing beside him. Su Shuchu knew that the fat man was trying to provoke her, questioning whether Yao Liangji would choose a woman who almost cost him his life or her, the one who saved him. At this moment, Su Shuchu, who needed a name, didn't want to argue at all and said directly, "You can call me that now." He. The fat man chuckled lightly, then left the doorway under the pressure of Su Shuchu's crossbow. Inside the room, Su Shuchu and Zhou Ting stood guard outside. Su Ting, looking for conversation, asked, "Shuchu, how do you know this villa so well? This was where I used to live." Seeing Su Shuchu's nervous expression, Zhou Ting felt a twinge of jealousy for some reason, jealous of why Su Shuchu could care so much for Yao Yangji, even though she had been with him the longest and yet felt no sorrow for his serious injury. Inside the room, with the help of several students, Chu Zhaonan painstakingly cut open Yao Liangji's skin. Fortunately, the variety of medical equipment and medicines collected was rich enough, allowing her to perform this surgery despite the risk of infection. After quickly removing the arrow that was lodged in Yao Liangji's lung, which was obstructed by his ribs, Chu Zhaonan couldn't help but sigh. Yao Liangji is lucky. If it had been off by a bit, or if the arrowhead had a bleeding groove, he definitely wouldn't survive. After the arrow was removed, Chu Zhaonan couldn't help but stroke Yao Liangji's body affectionately. It was the first time she had seen such a powerful and vibrant body. If this were before the catastrophe, she would have insisted on taking something back to study, but now that she knew the reason, her anticipation for the corpse crystal grew even stronger. The simple surgery lasted a full 2 hours before Chu Zhaonan walked out, looking exhausted. She said to the anxious Su Shuchu, "The arrow has been removed, but you know the surgical environment. I can only say that if Boss Yao can improve by tomorrow, then there should be no major problems." Looking at Chu Zhaonan, Su Shuchu hesitated for a long time before handing her the black corpse crystal, saying, "Zhaonan, do you want to absorb this black corpse crystal and see what happens?" Su Shuchu knew that the team needed to cultivate a trustworthy and outstanding combatant. If possible, she would want to do it herself. Me? Chu Zhaonan was taken aback. Although her desire for the black corpse crystal had intensified, she also realized that she seemed unqualified to absorb it, even if the default big sister offered it to her. "I'm not suitable, right?" "No, you're the most suitable. Zhaonan, don't worry about Liangji's matters. Everything he has now is managed by me, and even if he wakes up later, he won't blame you for it." After saying that, Su Shuchu looked at her with a pleading expression and said, "Zhaonan, you should know that we need an outstanding combat power to support us. Although Liangji usually appears indifferent, you know that under his command, we at least have dignity. If we fall into the hands of someone like the fat guy, could we expect anything good?" Su Shuchu's words reminded Chu Zhaonan of the look the fat guy had when he first saw her, causing her to shiver. "All right, I agree." Hearing Chu Zhaonan's agreement, Su Shuchu placed the black corpse crystal into her hands. "Zhaonan, you can absorb this black corpse crystal now." She then turned to Zhaonan's few students and said, "You guys work hard and help guard outside. I will go in with Zhou Ting to take care of the captain." Seeing Yao Liangji lying on the solid wood desk with normal breathing, Su Shuchu felt a bit relieved. She then searched through his cut clothes and pulled out 2 black corpse crystals and 13 white corpse crystals without blinking, handing 1 black corpse crystal to Zhou Ting and saying, after Zhaonan absorbs it, "You should try to absorb it too." Zhou Ting, as if her thoughts were seen through, stammered, I don't think I should. It's fine. The situation is different now. You should have been with Liangji for quite a while. And if Liangji pulls through this time, I believe with his fairness and justice, even the fat guy would give him a black corpse crystal, let alone you, his lifesaver." Su Shuchu's words completely dispelled Zhou Ting's concerns, so she tightly gripped the black corpse crystal in her hand and said, "Sister Shu, don't worry. I will make sure to protect until Brother Yao wakes up. The difficulty of melting the black corpse crystal was exceptionally high. Chu Xiaonan concentrated for 4 to 5 minutes before the black corpse crystal finally transformed into a pool of liquid that fused into her body. The reaction brought by absorbing the black corpse crystal increased exponentially. While absorbing the white corpse crystals, she could endure the tingling sensation, but with the black corpse crystal, she couldn't resist at all and became feverishly weak. The soft moans couldn't be suppressed, and soon her entire body turned crimson. Especially after seeing Su Shuchu and Zhou Ting staring at her, her body turned even redder. This situation lasted for over an hour. During this time, Su Shuchu even worried that she might dehydrate and prepared 2 bottles of saline for her. No, just wash here in the room. You don't need to be shy. This is a normal reaction to absorbing the corpse crystal. Su Shuchu quickly stopped her because she didn't want Chu Xiaonan to hide out of shyness. She needed her to have enough strength to protect until Yao Liangji woke up or passed away. Chapter 51. Awakening and Choice When Urged to Stay. Chu Xiaonan didn't insist any longer. After all, it was in front of girls, so it was somewhat more bearable. She gently responded and walked directly into the bathroom. Su Shuchu's villa also had its own small water tower and diesel generator, so there was no shortage of electricity and hot water in the house. Looking at the time, it was already 8 in the evening, and Su Shuchu felt fatigued. She walked over to Yao Liangji's side, touched his forehead, and softly said, "If you wake up, you can't be mean to me anymore." After saying that, she seemed to recall another type of look Yao Liangji had when he looked at her, and her anticipation grew a bit. In another room, Gu Fangzhou and the 4 rescued girls were quietly chatting. They weren't familiar with Su Shuchu and the others. And now that Yao Liangji's life or death was uncertain, tension arose within the team, making them anxious. "Sister Gu, do you think Brother Yao can wake up?" Gu Fangzhou was a bit troubled. What kind of relationship did she have with Yao Liangji? Colleagues? But Yao Liangji had been fired before the disaster. Friends? They had only chatted on the phone for a few days, and aside from Yao Liangji's name, she seemed to know nothing about him. As for lovers, that was even more far-fetched. Although she had feelings for Yao Liangji, under Su Shuchu's appearance, it had turned into a regret that ended before it even began. Looking out at the round moon with a sense of loss, Gu Fangzhou murmured, "Hope? I hope so." "Brother Jiang, Sister Gu, don't stare at me like that." The fat guy looked at the 2 who were staring at him and felt helpless. They had been looking at him like this for over 3 hours, and he was starting to feel overwhelmed. Although he had impure thoughts, did they really need to guard against him like this? Hearing this, the fat guy couldn't help but twitch his mouth, recalling what he had said to Chu Xiaonan when he first met her a few days ago. Not wanting to continue on that topic, the fat guy sighed. "Brother Yao's injuries are quite serious. Given our current medical conditions, Wenba, do you think Brother Yao can pull through?" "Brother Wenba, you should know what kind of world it is now. People need to leave themselves an escape route. Thank you for your concern, fat brother. If it weren't for Brother Yao, I and Guming probably wouldn't have survived to be together. So even if Brother Yao dies, I will listen to Sister Su." "Me too," Guming echoed. A trace of ferocity flashed in the fat guy's eyes, but it quickly dissipated as he slowly turned to look at Chu Xiaonan, who had appeared behind him. With a slight turn of his head, the fat guy understood that Chu Xiaonan had absorbed the black corpse crystal, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. "Su Shuchu, this woman is really decisive and has great courage." The fat guy was not worried about Su Shuchu absorbing the black corpse crystal because he knew she wouldn't dare let herself lose the ability to act now. Everyone was clear about the effects of absorbing white corpse crystals, so the impact of the black corpse crystal was something the fat guy didn't need to guess. He knew it would at least mean losing the ability to act for over an hour. Given Su Shuchu's current situation, how could she dare? But the fat guy didn't expect Su Shuchu to choose Chu Xiaonan so decisively. Putting on a smile, the fat guy said to Chu Xiaonan, "Teacher Chu, is the operation done? How is Brother Yao's condition?" Chu Xiaonan was unaware of the fat guy's capabilities and was very satisfied with his obedience. The operation went smoothly, and if there are no surprises, Brother Yao should wake up the day after tomorrow. Hearing this, a hint of regret flashed in the fat guy's eyes, but he said, that is good. I feel uneasy with Brother Yao unconscious." Thanks to Su Shuchu's decisiveness, the last bit of the fat guy's small worries dissipated, and he obediently stayed outside, looking entirely loyal. Still can't let our guard down. We'll relax once the captain wakes up. After saying this, she looked at Zhou Ting, who was struggling and gasping for breath on the side, and thought to herself, two people have absorbed the black corpse crystal. Even if something unexpected happens, it should be enough to maintain the situation. All night, Su Shuchu didn't close her eyes, staying by Yao Liangji's side. However, things were always unsatisfactory. In the early hours of the night, Yao Liangji's body began to heat up, and despite Chu Zhaonan constantly adjusting the medication, by the time dawn broke, Yao Liangji's body temperature had already reached 40 degrees. Looking at Su Shuchu's pained expression, Chu Zhaonan could only comfort her. Shuchu, there's nothing we can do about this. The conditions for the operation were too rudimentary. We've already done our best. Hearing this, Su Shuchu felt a sharp pain in her heart. She knew her emotions had always been intense, but she didn't realize she had fallen so deeply. Knocking on the door interrupted her thoughts. Zhou Ting glanced at Su Shuchu with a questioning look. Taking a deep breath, Su Shuchu hid her sorrow behind a mask of hidden smiles and walked to the door, opening it willingly. When she saw that the person at the door was Gu Fangzhou, her expression froze, and she stiffly asked, "What do you want?" Gu Fangzhou naturally noticed the displeasure on Su Shuchu's face. Gritting his teeth, he spoke, "I want to see how Yao Liangji is doing." A flash of anger crossed her face. If it weren't for this woman in front of him, how could Yao Liangji possibly be in such a near-death state? Looking at the well-groomed Su Shuchu, who displayed a beauty that rivaled his own, Su Shuchu sneered, "There's no need to see him. Liangji can't meet anyone right now, so you should rest assured." After saying that, Su Shuchu closed the door directly, afraid that she might do something to this woman. Zhou Ting, who stood behind Su Shuchu, also heard their conversation. This kind of matter was beyond the outsider's interference. The only one qualified to be involved was currently lying in bed with a high fever. By noon, Chu Zhaonan stared incredulously at the thermometer in his hand, which had already reached 42 degrees. Yao Liangji's originally pale face finally showed some expression, though it was a grimace of pain. At this moment, Yao Liangji slowly regained some consciousness from the darkness. He felt as if he was engulfed in flames, burning his internal organs to the point of desiccation. Water. Under the powerful instinct for survival, Yao Liangji finally woke up. However, Chu Zhaonan felt despair instead. Her years of medical experience told her that under Yao Liangji's current temperature, waking up was merely supported by a strong desire to survive, which also meant that his life was nearing its end. Chapter 52. Communication and Survival. Su Shuchu, however, felt very happy. Ignoring Yao Liangji's burning body, she fed him the saline solution she had prepared earlier. 2 minutes later, Yao Liangji finally saw the person in front of him. Upon seeing her genuine, untainted concern, all his defenses based on strength dissipated. At that moment, he seemed to return to the Yao Liangji before the disaster. Shifting his gaze away, enduring the pain, he looked at the other two people in the room, sensing their presence, and rested his head on Su Shuchu's soft thigh. He was still alive, and the auras of Chu Zhaonan and Zhou Ting had grown much stronger. Yao Liangji could roughly guess what had happened, so he weakly said, "Thank you for your hard work." Just being looked at by Yao Liangji caused Chu Zhaonan and Zhou Ting to stiffen slightly. The arrogance from absorbing the black crystal immediately dissipated. Even though this man looked like he was about to collapse, their bodies instinctively feared him. After sensing his body, Yao Liangji felt a heaviness in his heart. His lungs had begun to rot and inflame, and the blood points inside him were starting to tear. Hearing this, Yao Liangji felt a bit relieved and continued, "Zhaonan, Zhou Ting, help me get that crystal." After being intimidated by Yao Liangji, the two obediently replied without hesitation, "Okay, boss Yao, just a moment." Once they left the room, Yao Liangji could no longer hold on, grabbing a thin blanket beside him and spitting out a mouthful of blood. He was much more cautious than Su Shuchu. Even with Chu Zhaonan and Zhou Ting, he didn't dare let them see him vomiting blood. A startled cry escaped Su Shuchu as she tightly covered her mouth. Her smile instantly faded, replaced by panic as she gently patted Yao Liangji's back. Liangji, what's wrong with you? Su Shuchu's voice was tinged with tears. Suddenly receiving such warm treatment from Su Shuchu made Yao Liangji feel a bit out of place. Although he had taken advantage of her, he had never expressed his feelings due to their unequal relationship. However, discussing such matters was inappropriate now. He didn't know if he could survive. After calming his body by spitting out blood, Yao Liangji lay back on Su Shuchu's lap and said sternly, "You need to remember what I say next. 1. The world is not only changing humans, but also animals and plants. If you encounter mutated plants in the future, you must slice and examine them. They might contain something similar to the crystal, which is far more effective than the crystal. 2. Absorbing the crystal carries risks. The more you absorb, the more it will affect your mind. However, the fragrance on you can suppress the influence of the crystal. You must keep this secret. 3. When zombies reach the green-eyed level, they undergo significant changes, their combat instincts soar, and they may even gain intelligence. So when encountering such zombies, don't overthink it. Run as far away as you can." On Chu Xiaonan's side, everyone stared in shock at the green crystal that appeared. With a trembling swallow, Zhou Ting said in a daze, "So, the one Yao Liangji fought to this extent was a green-eyed zombie?" The fat guy outside felt like his heart was being torn apart, constantly screaming in his mind, "Green, it's actually green. How could I forget this?" With Yao Liangji's strength, how could a black-eyed zombie fight him to a draw? After experiencing the benefits of the black crystal, even Chu Xiaonan couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the green crystal. But when she looked up, she immediately dismissed that thought. This thing was for Yao Liangji. Other people could only endure their envy because Yao Liangji had the prestige and strength to claim it. However, if she dared to covet it, Zhou Ting and the fat guy would definitely fight her for it. Right now, she only had strength. Her combat skills couldn't compare to theirs. "Zhou Ting, come with me to deliver this to Boss Yao." After saying that, she glanced at the fat guy and the others. "You all wait by the door. Boss Yao might want to say something to you." Listening to Yao Liangji's words, Su Shuchu could no longer hold back her tears. She realized that Yao Liangji was delivering his last words. "Knock, knock!" The door sounded again. Su Shuchu quickly wiped away her tears and lowered her head, not wanting her swollen eyes to be seen by outsiders. "Come in," Yao Liangji said weakly, without putting on a brave front. Gu Fangzhou followed Zhou Ting and Chu Xiaonan into the room, while the others stood outside, staring intently at Yao Liangji. After that, Yao Liangji told Chu Xiaonan and Zhou Ting, "You all go out. Just leave Shuchu here with me." Zhou Ting raised her head a bit unwillingly. She thought Yao Liangji wanted the green crystal for Su Shuchu, but when she looked up and saw Yao Liangji's cold gaze, all her reluctance transformed into a simple, "All right, Boss Yao." Once everyone left, Yao Liangji looked at the quasi-green crystal in front of him and noticed a small black dot in the core area. "Shuchu, stay a bit further away from me. Whether I live or die depends on this." Su Shuchu raised her head, which she had kept lowered, and sat on a nearby chair, her eyes fixed on Yao Liangji without daring to move. Nearly 2 minutes passed before the quasi-green crystal in Yao Liangji's hand turned into a puddle of liquid, merging into his body. This was Yao Liangji's only option. He could only hope that the healing effects of the crystal would help him get through this. The heat in his body quickly cooled down after absorbing the crystal, causing Yao Liangji to let out a comfortable groan. But this feeling didn't last long. Yao Liangji's muscles began to twitch all over, as if being squeezed together by an unknown external force, like they were being turned into compressed biscuits. In an effort to make Yao Liangji's muscles firmer and thicker, he used his last bit of strength to bite down on the blanket in his mouth, fearing that he might actually bite off his own teeth. After a little over half an hour, he finally survived the first wave. Without a moment's respite, his bones started to crack again, as if his bones and flesh were being torn apart, constantly adjusting their positions. With each tear, some black, filthy blood flowed out from Yao Liangji's 7 orifices. Half an hour passed like this, and Yao Liangji's internal organs began to react, but this matter was no longer related to him, as he had long since fainted from the pain. Su Shuchu was so frightened that she didn't dare to move her fingers away from Yao Liangji's philtrum, afraid that she wouldn't be able to feel his breath. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Yangji was awakened by a faint fragrance. He slightly opened his eyes and saw Su Shuchu, with a face full of fatigue and surprise, looking at him, holding a towel that was still emitting a bit of warmth. Captain Liang, you finally woke up. Chapter 53. Stabilizing Hearts. Yao Liangji's gaze slipped from Su Shuchu's face. Perhaps it was because she was helping him clean up. She had taken off her outer clothes and was now wearing a thin gauze outfit, with the pattern of her underwear clearly visible, especially since the gauze was clinging tightly to Su Shuchu's body, whether from sweat or water. Seeing Yao Liangji in a daze, Su Shuchu couldn't help but lean closer, full of concern. Captain, what's wrong with you? Finally, between the opening and closing of those red lips, the string of reason that represented his rationality snapped. Yao Liangji pressed his left hand on Su Shuchu's head, wrapped his right arm around her waist, and then, with his upper body suspended, he directly leaned in to kiss her in a way that tested his waist strength. After an unknown amount of time, Su Shuchu suddenly awoke, pushing her tongue out and then pressing down on the hand that was moving inside her clothes, weakly saying, No, your body isn't well yet. Having slightly released the pressure, Yao Liangji didn't pursue further, but straightened up and gently lifted her onto his sickbed. You've worked hard these past 2 days. Also, from now on, just call me by my name. I don't want us to be so distant, Yao Liangji said softly, breaking free from Yao Liangji's embrace. Su Shuchu smiled and looked at him, seeing that he was pretending to be generous on the surface, but had eyes full of anxiety. Yao Liangji got off the bed, took her hand, and said, Have you ever seen anyone who could approach me freely, touch me? Have you ever seen me let my guard down with anyone other than you? Struggling a bit like a child throwing a tantrum, and seeing that Yao Liangji was holding her too tightly, she could only say with a bit of emotion, Would you treat even the person you saved with your life like this? Hearing Su Shuchu's words, Yao Liangji finally understood her concern. So he explained in detail the intersection between him and Gu Fangzhou, even including what happened in that apartment building. Under Yao Liangji's candidness, Su Shuchu's little jealousy quickly dissipated, replaced by deep hatred for the 4 people, cursing those 4 beasts. After cursing, a wave of worry surged in her heart. After hesitating for a moment, she said to Yao Liangji, Liangji, do you think those 4 girls might be pregnant? Pregnant? Upon thinking of this matter, Yao Liangji immediately reacted. It was indeed very possible. After being ravaged by those 4 scum for so many days, they might now be carrying their children. Yao Liangji would absolutely not allow those 4 scum to leave anything in this world besides their corpses. So he sneered and said, I'll have Chu Zhaonan help them check later. If they're pregnant, we'll get rid of them all. Su Shuchu agreed wholeheartedly. The two continued their conversation for a while. After Su Shuchu got dressed, Yao Liangji called out to the people outside, Come in. This time his voice sounded very strong. Outside, the last bit of hope for the fat man was shattered. Now he was thinking about how to save his own life. After gritting his teeth, he knew he could only spend money to avert disaster. Everyone rushed in, and when they saw Yao Liangji looking just like usual, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Except for Chu Zhaonan and Zhou Ting, who looked surprised, because they had seen Yao Liangji's condition clearly before, but neither of them spoke, only looking enviously at Su Shuchu, whose face was still blushing. They knew that from today on, Su Shuchu would be the uncrowned queen of the team. It's over, it's over. As the fat man approached, he felt that the danger signals from Yao Liangji were even stronger than before. Without waiting for Yao Liangji to speak, the fat man said with a face full of relief, Boss Yao, it's great that you're okay. I happen to have some good news to tell you. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Yao Liangji remained silent, watching the fat man, who was still keeping his head down. He hesitated a bit. This fat man must have had some ulterior motives during his injury, but he hadn't acted against them. Moreover, the fat man's rich social experience and outstanding perceptiveness were things he could use right now. The fat man's sweat had already soaked a large area of the red wooden floor. He knew he had to make an offer, so he organized his words. Before the disaster, I knew there was a small batch of military supplies, including more than 10 guns and over 1,000 bullets. The key is that there are also some bombs. Yao Liangji's killing intent lessened slightly, but he still retained a bit of it towards the fat man, knowing that the chips weren't enough. The fat man felt like his heart was bleeding. This was his foundation for getting rich in the future. So he spoke again. There's also a place where I know there are several sets of protective clothing and banned drugs. If we get those, the safety of the team will definitely be greatly enhanced. Feeling the killing intent dissipate, the fat man breathed a sigh of relief, while Yao Yangji asked, "How soon can you get those things?" "One day." "Fat man, your news comes just in time." After speaking, Yao Yangji looked at Su Shuchu beside him and said, "Shuchu, take out that black corpse crystal." Su Shuchu pouted but obediently took it out. Yao Yangji pinched the black corpse crystal and flicked it slightly, causing a groan to escape the fat man's mouth. "This is the black corpse crystal that Shuchu borrowed from you. I'm returning it now." "Fat man, does this settle our accounts?" Feeling the intense pain in his abdomen, the fat man didn't dare to show any emotion, even feeling a bit fortunate that he had passed this hurdle. He then said with a forced smile, "Boss Yao is still so fair. Thank you all for your contributions these past 2 days. In a couple of days, I'll give everyone a big gift to express my gratitude." Over at Gu Fangzhou's side, watching Yao Liangji sitting upright, her eyes momentarily glazed over before quickly regaining focus. She didn't know how to face Yao Liangji anymore. "Gu Fangzhou," Yao Liangji called out, and after Su Shuchu expressed her feelings, his emotions towards Gu Fangzhou became complicated. The fondness that had developed over the phone had ultimately ended before it even started. "Huh?" Gu Fangzhou was taken aback, then nervously looked at Yao Liangji. "Don't be so tense. There are some issues I need to discuss with you and the other 4 girls first." Taking a deep breath, Gu Fangzhou looked directly at Yao Liangji, waiting for him to continue. "Do any of you 5 have any special skills? Something that could be useful in the apocalypse?" I used to race cars. I can fix them," said a girl with a big-eyed face. Yao Liangji's expression brightened at her words. Finally, another urgently needed talent had appeared. He smiled and asked, "What's your name?" Hearing that her skills were useful, the girl with the big-eyed face felt delighted. After experiencing the torment in the apartment building, she was now afraid of becoming useless, just like the 3 girls who had been alive and cut apart. "My name is Qiao Fei." Chapter 54, Heart and Mind Next. Including Gu Fangzhou, the 4 girls shared a bunch of their specialties, but unfortunately, none of them were useful in this apocalypse. After they finished speaking, they realized that their specialties indeed seemed useless, and their expressions became slightly dim. Yao Yangji, knowing he couldn't break the rules he had set, spoke up. "Join my team. If you don't have a recognized specialty, you'll need to kill a zombie to prove your courage. So, except for Qiao Fei, do you 4 have that courage?" Due to his good mood, Yao Liangji said this without the usual pressure he applied, instead adopting a tone of negotiation. "Kill a zombie?" The 4 girls' hearts skipped a beat. As adults, they naturally understood the difficulty of the task. This wasn't like a normal fight where one might hold back. They were dealing with zombies that could turn them into one of their own with a single bite. How could they, who had never even killed a chicken before, dare to act? "I want to kill one too." Qiao Fei timidly spoke up from the side. Yao Yangji turned to her, his expression serious. "Are you sure? You've initiated this. So, if you fail, even if you have a specialty, you must leave my team." "Sure." Qiao Fei gritted her teeth, disregarding the people beside her pulling at her clothes. The chubby guy, now fully aligned with Yao Liangji, patted his chest and said, "No problem. Everyone except the newcomers and Chu Xiaonan, please step outside." Yao Liangji discreetly scanned Qiao Fei and the other 3's bellies with his mental power, and the result made his expression darken. Once the others left, Yao Liangji turned to Chu Xiaonan and said, "Teacher Chu, please check if Qiao Fei and the others are pregnant." This was the first time Yao Liangji used his mental power for such a purpose, so he decided to let Chu Xiaonan check for safety. "Pregnant?" Yao Yangji's words made Qiao Fei and the others turn pale, instantly recalling the fear and torment brought by Pang Biao and his group. "All right." Chu Xiaonan's expression was grave after her experience with her students. She understood the implication of Yao Liangji's words, and her gaze toward Qiao Fei and the others turned sympathetic. 10 minutes later, Chu Xiaonan's face was not good as she said, "They are all pregnant." Chu Xiaonan's words were like a thunderclap, causing Qiao Fei and the others to collapse to the ground, realizing that the demon seed had sprouted in their bellies. They had been dealt with. Yao Yangji's voice was cold. For some reason, a retort slipped out. Yao Yangji, do you value human life so lightly? Yao Yangji frowned and looked directly at Gu Fangzhou. Seeing her expression, he realized that she still hadn't moved on from the 3 poor women he had killed. He didn't want to argue with her. So he said to Qiao Fei and the others, "You could discuss your situation in the apartment with Teacher Chu and Shu Chu. Gu Fangzhou, please come out with me. Such matters are better discussed between women," Yao Yangji thought, as he didn't want Qiao Fei and the others to suffer from lingering effects. Moreover, he needed to resolve the conflict of views with Gu Fangzhou as soon as possible. If Shu Chu hadn't confirmed their relationship, he could tolerate Gu Fangzhou's willfulness and naivety to some extent. However, after waking up, Yao Yangji had thought a lot. He needed to cultivate someone in the team whom he could absolutely trust, someone whose authority would be second only to his. At this point, Gu Fangzhou's willfulness and naivety could no longer exist. Outside the door, Yao Yangji looked at the iceberg beauty who seemed more real than before the disaster. His previous fantasies felt within reach, yet he found no reason to reach out. Gu Fangzhou, I know you're still resentful about me killing those 3 girls. But as you've seen these past 2 days, I could die at any moment. How could I have the ability to save those 3? Hearing the distance in Yao Yangji's words, Gu Fangzhou took a deep breath, a hint of loneliness in her voice. I'll only ask you one thing. When you killed those 3, was your first thought to free them or that you didn't want to carry a burden? Silence. Huh, I understand. This is the reason for my resentment. I was waiting for someone, yet that person is so indifferent to human life. So why do you risk such danger to save me? Gu Fangzhou was trying to find a reason to accept Yao Yangji. Still silence. When he saw those 3 girls, his first thought was that they had lost their usefulness and had become a burden, and only then did he feel pity and help them find release. As for the reason he came to save Gu Fangzhou, it was even simpler. It was merely a small goal on the path of the strong. Even if there were mixed emotions, how much could there be? Could it reach the 10 parts Gu Fangzhou hoped for? If he had known there were green-eyed zombies, perhaps he wouldn't have come at all. After a while of quiet contemplation, Yao Yangji explored his physical condition. After sensing everything, he finally felt relieved. The zombie's blood that had entered his body did not turn him into a zombie. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the door finally opened. Shu Chu looked at Yao Yangji, who was alone, and a smile appeared in her eyes, dispelling the horror of the recent events. With a hint of intimacy, she said, "Liangji, come in. We've completed our work." Chu Xiaonan looked at Yao Yangji, her face dark as if a storm was brewing, and said in a low voice, "Are we going to operate on Qiao Fei and the others now?" In the end, with the chubby guy's support, 5 zombies with their limbs broken appeared in the villa's living room. A tragic experience was bound to bring something like courage. Yes, it proved that Yao Yangji was indeed a gentleman. The next day, at dawn, the group set off, but there were 2 more vehicles added. The number of people in the team had increased, and with supplies and people, it naturally required more vehicles. Besides, the things the chubby guy mentioned had to have a place to store them, right? Chapter 55, Big Harvest, the chubby guy said proudly, and he was glad he had hidden it in a remote place. If he had hidden it in the city center, he would have had to watch helplessly. Looking at the heaps of garbage, Yao Yangji praised, "It is indeed safe." He thought it would be hidden deep, but the chubby guy led Yao Yangji and the others to some broken water tanks nearby, smashed them, and then kicked the soil on the ground. A piece of plastic film immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. After lifting it, a small wooden door was revealed underneath. After some busy work, the chubby guy emerged with 3 boxes wrapped in waterproof oil paper. He seemed to be presenting a treasure as he opened them all. Yao Yangji's eyes immediately lit up. Inside the 3 boxes were 4 assault rifles, 9 handguns, nearly 30 boxes of ammunition, as well as some homemade explosives and grenades. With a grin, Yao Yangji affectionately patted the chubby guy's shoulder. "Not bad, really not bad. This good news from you is truly satisfying." Stiffly accepting Yao Yangji's praise, the chubby guy forced a smile and said, "As long as Boss Yao is satisfied." Since this place was open and deserted, only a few zombies heard the noise and started walking toward Yao Yangji and the others. He casually picked up a handgun, loaded it with bullets, then released the safety and fired 5 shots at a zombie 200 meters away. First the legs, then the arms, and finally the head, all exploding into a spray of blood simultaneously before it fell straight down. Handing the gun to the eager Su Shu-Chu beside him, Yao Liangji asked, "Do you know how to use it?" "No." Walking behind Su Shu-Chu, Yao Liangji half embraced her and held her hand, explaining some shooting techniques he had learned through exploration. Then he pulled the trigger at another zombie. The movement trajectory of the white-eyed zombie was still easy to predict. After getting familiar with it, Su Shu-Chu quickly mastered the shooting skills, though her accuracy was average. After loading an extra magazine, she barely managed to take down that zombie, ignoring the gazes of others. Yao Liangji distributed all the firearms and then spoke up. "You've seen the effectiveness of this gun, and you're not unfamiliar with zombies. Unless you find yourselves in a desperate situation, or if you're in an open area, none of you should shoot recklessly. Understood?" "Understood." Looking at Gu Fangzhou beside him, Yao Liangji frowned slightly, but ultimately leaned closer to Su Shu-Chu and whispered. Su Shu-Chu had already understood the relationship between her captain and Gu Fangzhou yesterday, and since Yao Liangji asked her to step in, it naturally placed her status above Gu Fangzhou. So she just mumbled a sentence and then handed the last handgun to Gu Fangzhou, saying, "Here, take this last handgun. Consider it a gift for our first meeting." Su Shu-Chu's action made everyone's eyes narrow because her words indicated that she had officially become the second person in the team, directly participating in the distribution of the team's resources. Gu Fangzhou did not immediately accept it, but looked at Yao Liangji beside him. "If Shu-Chu is giving it to you, then you should take it. You need something for self-defense now." Gu Fangzhou's expression was a bit stiff as he looked at Yao Liangji, but he thanked Su Shu-Chu, saying, "Thank you, Sister Su." Once Gu Fangzhou accepted the handgun, it meant that the distribution was basically over. Yao Liangji took 2 bombs for himself and handed the rest to Su Shu-Chu, saying for her to keep them. In the following time, all the novices became familiar with the use and daily maintenance of firearms under the guidance of the experienced Fatty. After finishing, Fatty led everyone to the second target of the day, where Yao Liangji wanted to see what kind of contraband drugs Fatty was talking about. The second place was an adult product store located at the entrance of an urban village. After discreetly filling a small bag with items that might be useful, Yao Liangji spotted the protective clothing and some control drugs that Fatty mentioned in the vending machine's compartment. When he saw the control drugs that Fatty talked about, Yao Liangji's body tensed up, which was a reflex formed under years of national propaganda. However, when he heard the zombies roar from outside, Yao Liangji relaxed again. Morphine, fentanyl, ketamine, a full 5 types. "Fatty, it seems you used to do quite a big business." Fatty frowned at this and said with a bitter face, "Boss Yao, you've misunderstood me. These things aren't mine. I had a conflict with a group of drug dealers, and then I took out a few of their people. Following the clues, I planned to use these things to blackmail them, but then the disaster started before I could do anything." Yao Liangji had no intention of arguing with Fatty about the truth of the matter. In this environment, was he supposed to act as a vigilante? Although these things were poison, they were also life-saving. "Teacher Chu, I'm leaving these to you. Please help allocate suitable doses. In the future, these things will be essential supplies in everyone's resource packs." "No problem." Chu Xiaonan was not unfamiliar with these substances. In fact, the drugs she had dispensed before might not be less than this pile, so she calmly accepted them. Looking at the remaining 3 sets of protective clothing, Yao Liangji directly handed them to Su Shu-Chu, Zhou Ting, and Chu Xiaonan without discussion. During this day, they encountered no dangers and directly increased the team's strength several levels. Yao Liangji truly had no complaints about Fatty now and even thought about whether to stage another play to squeeze some benefits from Fatty. He then took Su Shu-Chu to patrol the villa area. He had lost interest in ordinary white-eyed zombies. He needed to get a black crystal for Su Shu-Chu. He swung the triangular military dagger in his hand in a semicircle and forcefully threw it down. The black-eyed zombie that Yao Liangji stepped on immediately stopped struggling. After absorbing the green crystal, as long as he was not surrounded, dealing with this kind of black-eyed zombie posed no pressure for Yao Liangji at all. He bent down, tearing the triangular military dagger backward, and felt it hit something hard, making him a little happy. Fortunately, this black-eyed zombie had dropped something. Otherwise, he would have almost cleared out this villa area. He pried open the zombie's head, then extended 2 fingers to extract the crystal, wiped it clean on the zombie's clothes, and handed it to Su Shu-chu, who was watching. You'll absorb this today, and tomorrow I'll take you to make some money. Chapter 56. Return and collect money inside the villa room. Yao Liangji looked at the trembling and panting Su Shu-chu, saliva dripping from his mouth like a turned-on faucet. Sweat quickly soaked Su Shu-chu's thin shirt, revealing her blue underwear. Yao Liangji felt like he was about to burst, crouching with his toes tightly gripping the ground. The solid red pearwood armrest creaked under his grip as desire surged. However, Yao Liangji clearly knew that this situation was different from when he first met Su Shu-chu, because he understood that this time it was from his heart. Su Shu-chu was in a state of wanting to suppress her feelings, but unable to do so, keeping her eyes closed and not daring to look at Yao Liangji, unaware that her shyness made her even more alluring. After Su Shu-chu finally absorbed the black crystal, Yao Liangji pounced on her like a hungry tiger, pinning her down. The gentleman from last night had finally transformed into a flower thief today, and this time, Su Shu-chu, taking advantage of the afterglow, did not resist, but naturally cooperated with Yao Liangji. 10 minutes later, after the act, Yao Liangji raised his head from beneath Su Shu-chu with a face full of grief and anger. I don't care. I want you to help me in another way. Seeing the red stain on the sheets, Su Shu-chu was helpless. She had forgotten to count the days, so she blushed and said, Then let me do it myself. Don't move around. Yao Liangji held Su Shu-chu's hands, looking intoxicated, and softly said, The next day, as the sky brightened outside, Yao Liangji brought a Su Shu-chu whose hands couldn't straighten up to Zhou Ting and the others, looking refreshed, and said, Let us go. To collect the big gift I mentioned. Seeing the familiar community in front of them, Zhou Ting and the others couldn't help but feel a bit frightened because a green-eyed zombie had appeared here before. Yao Liangji's ordeal was still fresh in their memories, and they had no confidence that they could survive better than him. Zhou Ting said fearfully, Boss, why are we here? What if there's still a green-eyed zombie inside? Green-eyed? No, that one was still a black-eyed zombie last time. It was just one step away from becoming a green-eyed. Besides, there won't be any more green-eyed zombies inside. The number of zombies in this apartment building was not enough to support the emergence of 2 zombies of that level. As for why we're here, of course, it's to harvest crystal shards. You should have realized, right? The probability of crystal shards appearing here is much higher than outside. Yao Liangji explained. Hearing that the zombie was even a green-eyed one, everyone's hearts stopped momentarily. It was until they heard Yao Liangji say that there was no possibility of such a zombie existing inside that they relaxed a bit. When discussing the probability of crystal shards, their eyes lit up. Indeed, the probability of crystal shards appearing here was more than double that outside. But what about the zombies inside? Chu Xiaonan expressed some concern. Didn't you notice that there are a lot fewer wandering zombies? And there are many more crawling zombies on the ground? Yao Liangji pointed at the apartment complex. Let us go, follow me. How much you can get today depends on your speed. Yao Liangji said excitedly. With one kick, Yao Liangji sent the zombie crawling at his feet flying, leading everyone to an open area in the apartment building's courtyard. Even Yao Liangji was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Before him lay a pile of corpses stacked over 1 meter high, covering an area the size of 2 basketball courts. The fat man stared in disbelief and muttered, This must be 2,000 or 3,000 zombies. Be careful. This pile of corpses, you can dig it up yourselves however much you want, Yao Liangji said, igniting everyone's excitement, including the 5 newcomers led by Gu Fangzhou. Yao Liangji did not hide the secret of the corpse crystals from them, though he didn't share how to absorb them. Nevertheless, this did not hinder the 5 from valuing the corpse crystals and reveling in this unexpected bounty. It proved that even picking up money could be tiring if done excessively. By now, Yao Liangji was taking a break, with several big men gathered around smoking. At this moment, everyone was completely devoted to Yao Liangji, including the fat man. The fat man kicked away a zombie that had been smashed down, looking at Yao Liangji with admiration and asking, Boss Yao, how did you manage to gather 2,000 or 3,000 zombies? Even if we worked from morning till night, it would take us 3 or 4 days, right? After taking a deep drag on his cigarette and blowing it all out, Yao Liangji extended an olive branch to the fat man. So, how about it, fat man? Are you interested in sticking with me? Yao Yangji still had his eyes on the fat man's resources, so even though his motives weren't entirely pure, he was willing to bring him in. The fat man hesitated for a moment, glanced at the pile of zombies beneath him, and eventually shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Boss Yao, but I still have my own plans." Oh, something just dripped on my head. As the atmosphere grew a bit cold, the fat man's voice broke the silence. Knowing the fat man wanted to change the topic, Yao Yangji went along with it, since forcing someone into a situation they didn't want was unwise, especially when it involved a scheming person. Looking up at the sky, Yao Yangji smiled slightly. "Smell what just dripped on your head, and you'll know how I managed to kill so many zombies." The fat man was taken aback, reached up to touch his head, and felt a sticky sensation on his fingers. After rubbing it and bringing it to his nose, a smell completely different from the stench of the zombies rushed into his nostrils. The fat man immediately understood. This was the scent of decaying human flesh. Looking up, the fat man spotted 4 black dots suspended about 40 meters above. His eyes narrowed, and he swallowed hard, saying, "Boss Yao, those 4 up there. They can't be humans, right? They are humans." The fat man's voice was loud enough for everyone resting nearby to hear, and Gu Fangzhou, particularly sensitive, felt something was off upon hearing 4. She looked up and, trembling, asked Yao Liangji, "Those 4. Are they those 4 people?" "Yes." Gu Fangzhou showed a hint of distress, but still gritted her teeth and said nothing more. Meanwhile, the 4 girls beside her were already overjoyed to the point of tears because they had never seen the 4 devils in person and couldn't help but wonder if they were dead. What if they appeared before them again? Even if they were dead, would that be too easy for them? Now that the outcome lay before them, the burden in their hearts was completely lifted, and they all cried out their thanks to Yao Yangji. Chapter 57. Sweeping in conflict for the next 3 days. The group stayed in the apartment building, resting in any clean room when they got tired or sleepy. By the end of the 3rd day, they had finally cleared the pile of zombies. After gathering together to tally their gains, they counted a total of 26 black corpse crystals and 514 white corpse crystals. Everyone was a bit hesitant to take them since there were simply too many. Even Gu Fangzhou and her 5 companions, who had never absorbed any corpse crystals before, each took over 10 in those 3 days. With Gu Fangzhou even lucky enough to obtain a black corpse crystal. "Here, I'll give this to you," Gu Fangzhou said, raising the corpse crystal in her hand to hand it to Yao Liangji. However, Yao Yangji didn't even look at it and wave his hand dismissively, saying, "I said to take it yourself, so just keep it. I can't guarantee I'll be able to protect you in the future. It's best to become stronger." Gu Fangzhou bit her lip, instinctively wanting to say that she preferred Yao Liangji's protection, but when she saw Su Shuchu standing beside him, she swallowed her words. Yao Yangji looked at the 50-plus story apartment building, where sounds of banging and zombies' roars occasionally emerged. Following the principle of maximizing benefits, he said to the fat man, "Fat man, come with me to clear the building and bring all the zombies down." "No problem." The fat man was now completely delighted, having obtained 2 black corpse crystals and 32 white ones. He had never felt so rich before, so he readily agreed to follow Yao Liangji and reap the benefits. Opening all the locked doors from top to bottom, he found that the proportion of zombies inside was less than half. Most were people who had committed suicide or starved to death in their rooms. In the end, they cleared out over 300 zombies from the apartment building, and it was already the 5th day since Yao Liangji and his group had stayed there. The drop rate for these over 300 zombies was much more normal. Yao Yangji pondered the differences between the 2 batches of zombies, one being those that naturally transformed and had stayed in the rooms, while the other mostly consisted of those that had been bitten by zombies and turned into zombies. At that moment, Yao Yangji seemed to realize he had never considered why zombies were so obsessed with human flesh and blood. Zombies could survive without eating or drinking for 1 or 2 months, so saying they acted out of survival instinct didn't seem to hold water. Considering the situation in the apartment building, Yao Yangji formed a hypothesis. Like their purpose, zombies prey on humans for the sake of evolution. However, Yao Yangji did not intend to voice this guess. He had already figured out how to deal with the scum when he encountered them next. After resting for a night in the apartment building, When dawn broke the next day and they had just gathered, they heard a commotion outside. The commander is right here. We escaped from here, and there are thousands of zombies piled up dead. To their surprise, some people were still alive and had escaped after Yao Liangji and the others left. Yao Liangji showed a hint of concern and gave a few instructions to the fat man and Su Shuchu before stepping back and disappearing into the shadows. Su Shuchu and the others raised their guns, nervously looking outside, and saw dozens of soldiers in military uniforms entering with their guns drawn. When both sides met, the atmosphere was tense and expressions were stiff. Finally, a burly black-faced man broke the stalemate, saying in a rough voice, so there were friends who came first. Soldiers. They are soldiers. We still have an army. Everyone put down your guns. Chu Zhaonan exclaimed joyfully. If you don't want to die, don't put them down. The fat man shouted sternly. Having been in a standoff with guns, even before the apocalypse, he would not entrust his life to the other side just because of their uniforms. He wasn't sure if this group knew the value of corpse crystals, but he heard the excited tone when they mentioned the zombies dying here. What are you doing, fat man? They are soldiers, Chu Zhaonan urged. Damn it. Have you lost your mind? Have you ever seen such a loose military? Have you ever seen soldiers with dyed yellow hair? The fat man directly cursed. The burly black-faced man on the opposite side couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon hearing the fat man's words. However, it's true what the fat man said. Out of the dozens in the entire team, there are only 2 real soldiers. But in this situation, there's nothing he can do. They need manpower, and with a shortage of it, they can only fill the team with all kinds of characters. As for the friend in front, I am indeed a soldier. But after the disaster, the losses in the army were significant, so the newly recruited members haven't had time to train. After saying this, the big man with a dark face took out his military ID from his pocket. The fat man noticed the restraint in the big man's demeanor, so he also wanted to speak properly. But at that moment, a frivolous-looking, pale-faced man stepped forward. His eyes filled with desire as he swept over Su Shuchu and the others. Hua Jingtong, what are you babbling about with them? Just look at this group. They're clearly not good people. A bunch of ordinary folks can pull out more than a dozen guns, and they even dare to point them at soldiers. It would be merciful of us not to kill them on the spot. What are you hesitating for? Hoang Xiao, shut your filthy mouth. Don't forget who calls the shots in this team. Hua Jingtong immediately shouted after noticing the fierce look in the fat man's eyes. He knew that the fat man and his group were not simple, but guns are equalizers. While his team of over 40 could indeed kill the other side, how many of them would be left in the end? At that moment, Ho Ingxiao saw that the fat man had aimed his gun at him, and he realized that this fat man really dared to shoot. So disregarding Hua Jingtong's disrespect towards him, he backed away repeatedly, wishing he could slap himself for being foolish enough to step out in front of a gun because of the allure of the woman in front. What are you here for? The fat man ignored the pale-faced fool and asked Hua Jingtong instead. By now, the sky had brightened considerably, and Hua Jingtong focused his gaze behind, seeing that the corpses of zombies had piled up into small hills, and without exception, their heads had all been smashed open. This group of people knew about the contents inside the zombies' heads. Hua Jingtong's heart sank. He knew that today's matter might not be resolved easily. Hua Jingtong looked at the fat man, still holding onto a glimmer of hope as he asked, Brother, did you take the stuff from inside the zombies' heads? Take. The fat man chuckled. We killed these zombies. Taking some spoils of war is only right. I assenti it. After seeing a fleeting shadow behind, the fat man felt relieved and then took out a corpse crystal from his pocket, flicking it in his hand. You must be talking about these corpse crystals, right? Corpse crystals? Hua Jingtong found this description quite fitting, then looked around with a tone full of suspicion. You guys killed 3,000 or 4,000 zombies with just over 10 people. Do you think I would believe that? Whether you believe it or not is not important. But we've already taken the stuff. So now you decide how you want to proceed. Chapter 58. No wealth without risk. Hua Jingtong made a gesture behind him, then calmly said 300 white corpse crystals and 10 black corpse crystals. Bullshit. The fat man's index finger had already slightly pressed the trigger as he laughed angrily. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and under his instinctive guidance, the fat man predicted the movement and dodged to the side, then without a word. Both sides opened fire and took cover behind obstacles. There were a few sounds of impacts, followed by groans of pain. Fortunately, The sky was relatively dark at this time, and both sides were primarily focused on confrontation, so neither side thought to shoot recklessly, resulting in poor accuracy in the hasty firing. On Hui Jingtong's side, he took cover behind an obstacle, tightly gripping Ho Yingxiao's neck from behind, cursing through gritted teeth, "Ho Yingxiao, who the hell told you to shoot?" Woo-woo. Ho Yingxiao was choked to the point of tears and snot, his hands constantly trying to pry off Hui Jingtong's grip. "Squad leader, let it go. You can't add more demerits to yourself," a somewhat dull-looking man beside Hui Jingtong advised. Hui Jingtong turned to glance at the three twitching figures on the ground, and ultimately, he forcefully flung them aside, then raised his foot to kick Ho Yingxiao in the face. After a scream, Ho Yingxiao twisted his body to stand up, his lowered eyes filled with malice. He had thought he could successfully ambush while Hui Jingtong distracted the fat man, but that fat man had surprisingly dodged. In Ho Yingxiao's mind, as long as he took out the leader of the opposing side, with those 10 or so women and 2 greenhorns, they wouldn't dare confront them. At that point, whether it was the corpse crystals or the people, wouldn't they be at his mercy? After the anger, Hui Jingtong instinctively felt something was wrong. In the past, after someone died on his side, that group of misfits would have already been trembling and calling for their mothers. But today, that kind of noise was significantly reduced. Narrowing his eyes, Hui Jingtong swept his gaze back and raised the gun he had already gripped, firing twice at the fleeting shadow. These 2 shots acted like a signal, and the gunfire from the opposing side resumed, but it was all in vain. Under the ghostly shadow, the people on his side visibly slumped down. Understanding the secret of the corpse crystals, Hui Jingtong knew that he could not deal with the ghostly figure in front of him at all, so he dropped his gun and shouted in a panic, "Everyone drop your guns and raise your hands." Sure enough, after Hui Jingtong spoke, the ghostly figure stopped, and once everyone surrendered, Hui Jingtong felt a gust of wind pass by him. Then he saw a straight back kicking towards Ho Yingxiao, a gun falling from Ho Yingxiao's body midair. Seeing this situation, Hui Jingtong now only regretted one thing. Why didn't he kill him? "Fat man, come out." When the figure turned around, Hui Jingtong's eyes narrowed, and he thought to himself, so young. At this moment, Yao Yangji was not wearing a mask, so his appearance was clearly visible in Hui Jingtong's eyes. But after Hui Jingtong's moment of astonishment, a sense of fear surged within him. It wasn't his will, but rather an instinctive reaction of his body, honed by years of sensing danger. Damn it, these bastards are really tigers. They dare to shoot in this situation. They really want to end up hurting each other. The fat man's cursing voice came through. Seeing Su Shuchu and her group come out, Yao Yangji felt a bit relieved, as he was blown away when he heard the gunfire. He never expected that there could be such brainless people in this world, who would pull guns on each other without any hesitation. Bang! The fat man kicked Hui Jingtong away, and he didn't hold back this time. Having already suffered losses at Yao Yangji's hands, he naturally had to vent his anger on the team leader in front of him. Hui Jingtong, who was kicked away, didn't even care about the pain. He knew he weighed at least 180 pounds, yet this fat man casually kicked him away, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he looked at the group of people in disbelief. Sensing the smell of blood in the air, Yao Yangji knew they couldn't stay long, so he said, "Tie them up and leave quickly. The smell of blood here is too strong. It might attract a lot of zombies." Yao Yangji hadn't held back just now. The bleeding effect of the triangular military dagger was indeed as rumored, and now the blood from those more than 10 people had already pooled into small puddles on the ground. Chu Xiaonan's expression was somewhat gloomy. She and expected things to evolve into this state. Knowing the habits of zombies, the fat man and the others didn't hesitate and quickly got to work, then used their guns to direct Hui Jingtong and the others into the vehicle, heading straight towards the grain and oil market. Moreover, they had dozens of firearms. One could say that this brief outing had yielded tremendous gains. All the way, Yao Yangji didn't interrogate Hui Jingtong and the others. After driving over 40 miles, they found a place to temporarily rest, and by this time, it was already noon. "Boss Yao, it should be fine here." The fat man let out a sigh of relief. They deliberately took a route that formed an angle with the direction of the grain and oil market. So even if Hui Jingtong's people came looking, it wouldn't affect them. "All right, clean up those 9 military vehicles. I don't want anyone knocking on my door in the future." Yao Yangji gathered Hu Jingtong and the others into a circle, and as if guided by a tracker, he quickly dismantled 6 positioning devices from one of the military vehicles. The chubby guy casually picked up a few of them, exclaiming, "Wow, these are all satellite locators," in various sizes and styles. When Hu Jingtong found 5 positioning devices, he felt despair. This group clearly had lost their moral compass from before the apocalypse. And with such power, they acted on their whims. But when Yao Yangji found the 6th positioning device, Hu Jingtong's expression became complex. And then he let out a bitter laugh and slumped to the ground as if resigned to his fate. It took nearly 2 hours to completely dismantle the positioning devices from the 9 military vehicles, and they casually packed them into a bag. After controlling a zombie to help carry the bag, Yao Yangji approached Hu Jingtong and the others. Yao Yangji had never liked tackling tough problems, so the guy next to him with half a shoe print on his face, Ho Ingxiao, naturally became Yao Liangji's focal point. He was very curious about how many people this group in military uniforms had gathered to easily send out around 40 fully armed individuals. Chapter 59. Gathering point. Yao Liangji directly grabbed the soft, pale guy's hair in front of him and dragged him out, smiling brightly as he asked, "Hey there, can you tell me some information about you guys?" Although Yao Liangji was splattered with dried blood, the murderous intent had not diminished in the slightest over time. Ho Ingxiao swallowed hard. At that moment, he didn't hate himself for shooting, nor did he dare to hate Yao Liangji in front of him. He directed his grievances towards Hu Jingtong. He was the only person he could manipulate now. Big brother, what do you want to know?" "I will tell you everything. First, I want to know everything that happened in the past 2 months since the disaster began. Don't be afraid to be verbose. We have plenty of time now." Hearing the cooperation from the person in front of him, Yao Yangji kindly lit a cigarette for him and then sat down to quietly listen to him. Ho Ingxiao and his companions were indeed soldiers, and the place they came from was a temporary safe zone formed by the military and political forces of the original society, located inside a mountain structure in District 5. Currently, it could be said that most of the survivors from the city were gathered there, totaling over 30,000 people. Most of these individuals had escaped just a few days before the disaster began and were then gathered by the original military and political personnel. When the population increases, resource consumption also rises, but in a world filled with zombies, acquiring resources naturally requires a certain level of armed force. Thus, the military and political side, in desperation, expanded their armed forces significantly, starting with original soldiers and police, primarily to clear out the surrounding suburbs of zombies and then sweep for supplies. Some direct personnel, such as Ho Ingxiao and Hu Jingtong beside him, were among the first to learn about this secret. However, because they had initially focused too much on gathering supplies, their methods for dealing with zombies were mainly to lure and dodge. Moreover, the useful courage to engage in close combat with zombies was incredibly scarce, and to maintain the normal operation of the gathering point, they couldn't acquire many corpse crystals. So when they heard that there were 3,000 to 4,000 zombie bodies available for collection, they rushed over in a hurry. Yao Yangji never arrogantly believed he was exceptionally clever. He knew that the secret of the corpse crystals would eventually be discovered by others. What he was most worried about now was how strong the strongest person in this gathering point was. "Ho Ingxiao, have you encountered zombies with green eyes?" "Green eyes?" Ho Ingxiao was taken aback for a moment and then asked, "Are there green-eyed zombies?" While asking this question, Yao Yangji kept observing Hu Jingtong's expression. Seeing the same surprise flash across Hu Jingtong's face, he felt slightly relieved. As long as there was no presence that could rival the green-eyed zombies with his current abilities, as long as he wasn't foolish enough to be surrounded by guns, he could move freely in this world. Yao Yangji tossed Ho Ingxiao to the eager chubby guy beside him and waved his hand, signaling, "Just remember not to hurt or kill him." Then Yao Yangji randomly selected a few more people to ask some questions, giving them a vehicle and a few fruit knives, saying, "I won't ask for much. Just 10 white corpse crystals per person or 1 black corpse crystal for 5 people. As for the location and time for the transaction, it will still be here, in 7 days. I hope to see you bring the corpse crystals." These people didn't dare to say much, repeatedly agreeing before turning to leave in their vehicle. After understanding the origins of this group, Yao Yangji's plans for the future became clearer. He realized that his initial elite soldier plan was entirely reasonable. However, now that the secret of the corpse crystals had been discovered by certain powerful factions, he had to keep up with them and expand his team. The saying more people means more power applied everywhere. When night fell, Yao Yangji and the others found a mountainous park to rest. Before the disaster, the residential areas around such parks were relatively far apart, so there was less concern about zombies at night. Additionally, this mountainous park had a water source, and after many days without fresh meat, Yao Yangji and the others couldn't miss such a good place. They opened the wooden doors of some small pavilions and cleared away a few scattered zombies. Su Shuchu and the other women looked longingly at a pond not far from the park's entrance. Although they had enjoyed collecting corpse crystals these days, they had been surrounded by zombies and rotten flesh for so long that they had only managed to take one bath at the beginning, enduring the rest of the time. Therefore, the smell on them was quite evident to those captured, and once the car windows were rolled up, they only needed to sit quietly for a few minutes. They would answer any questions without needing to be threatened. Yao Yangji stripped off his clothes, revealing a strong and powerful body, and with a three-edged military dagger in hand. He leaped into the water. The smell of rotten flesh quickly attracted some fish. After carefully observing and seeing no strange-looking fish, he felt a slight sense of relief. Although he hadn't encountered any animals like the deformed dog from before the disaster, he still decided to check the water to eliminate potential dangers for Su Shuchu and the others. He reached in, grasped a fish with his left hand, and forcefully threw it out of the water. A 5 or 6 pound fish landed on the shore. After catching more than 10 fish, Yao Liangji's surfaced, took a deep breath, and then dove back underwater. Since there was such a good opportunity, he naturally had to bring up everything from the pond. After 4 or 5 minutes, while everyone on the shore was getting anxious, Yao Liangji emerged from the water, holding a pair of pants tied at the ankles. He slid smoothly to the shore, tossed the pants he held in his left hand onto the ground, then exerted a bit of force and leaped out of the water, standing on the shore in fitted shorts with some shrimp and crabs spilling out from the pants. He then said to Su Shuchu and the others, "You can go down to bathe in batches. We'll deal with these things first, and afterward, it would be great if you could help cook." Yao Yangji's words made the group of women, who dared not look him in the eye, respond with a mixture of joy and shyness. Chapter 60. Rat-tied after walking away, the chubby guy approached Yao Liangji, reeking, and looked at Yao Liangji's well-built figure, enviously saying, "Yao Lauda, your figure is truly a woman's ultimate weapon." Just now, Zhou Ting and the others were completely captivated. He felt secretly pleased, but Yao Liangji showed no signs of it on his face. Such a good thing, of course he wanted to show it off to others, especially Su Shuchu. Calculating the time, her period should have ended by now. "Cough, fat guy. Think about some serious matters. Stop being so distracted." Yao Yangji's righteous words ultimately stimulated the fat guy, causing him to doubt himself. Yao Yangji had so many women at his disposal, yet only Su Shuchu caught his eye. However, even so, it seemed they had hardly spent the night together. The fat guy cared most about 3 things in his life: his own life, freedom, and women. Now, he was wondering if he should learn from Yao Yangji to invest more heart and less kidney. He took out some clean containers from the car and randomly gathered some dry twigs from the park, then prepared the things he had caught from the small pond a little. The fishy smell attracted 2 cats that were lurking nearby. Yao Yangji looked at the cats, which were no different from before the disaster, and felt no sense of caution. He directly tossed the cleaned fish entrails in front of the 2 cats, then cut off a fish tail and threw it over. Watching the pile of fish entrails and a large piece of fish tail in front of them, the 2 cats immediately lost their innate fear of humans and began to feast. Half an hour later, Yao Liangji and the others finally cleaned everything up. As they prepared to leave, Yao Yangji passed by the 2 cats and, noticing their slightly stiff bodies, petted their heads a few times. With slight surprise, he said, "What breed are you? You look like little piglets. Even your appetite is like pigs, able to eat so much." Sensing Yao Liangji's kindness, the 2 cats resumed eating, completely ignoring his hands that had touched them. Looking at the group in casual clothes and flip-flops, Yao Liangji frowned and sternly said, "Hurry up and put on proper outdoor clothes and shoes. We're outside. Do you want to die?" The previously laughing Su Shuchu and the others immediately fell silent and went to the back of their car to put on clothes. Let's go. You all need to wash up. You smell terrible. It turned out that the food made from fresh ingredients indeed tasted first-rate, although it was just simple frying and boiling. The freshness of the fish, shrimp, and crabs was perfectly released. Moreover, the earthy taste of the freshwater fish had completely disappeared, even adding a bit of sweetness. After eating and drinking enough, Yao Liangji mixed the leftover food with some fried rice and prepared a small bowl for Hu Jingtong and the others, knowing they wouldn't be full, but just trying to keep them alive. Suddenly, a large gray mouse appeared in front of Yao Liangji and the others, attracted by the smell. The fat guy casually picked up a three-edged military dagger and threw it, hitting the mouse that was eating fish bones on the ground. Nowadays, the mice are really bold. With so many of us sitting here, it dares to come out and steal food. It seems that after 2 months, these mice have gotten used to a life without human extermination. Not knowing if he saw a reflection of himself in the mouse, the fat guy said with some disgust. Mice reproduce quickly, and now it seems zombies have little interest in such animals. So of course, they have no fear of humans. Chu Xiaonan poured boiling water into a teacup, enjoying a life that he hadn't experienced in a long time. A few minutes later, Yao Liangji suddenly felt a rapid heat in his body and sharply sensed that many squeaking sounds were approaching him. Trusting his instincts, he immediately stood up and shouted, "Hurry in to the car." Everyone was slightly stunned, but quickly reacted, grabbing their weapons and moving toward the car. Before long, they understood Yao Liangji's words as a wave of black surged in from all directions, and upon closer inspection, they were all palm-sized gray mice. Everyone's hearts tightened, and Yao Liangji immediately spoke to Hu Jingtong and the others in a low voice. "If you want to survive, cooperate well. Fat guy Wenbo, you go loosen Hu Jingtong and the others, then return their guns and equipment." Okay. The black tide of mice stopped about 10 meters in front of Yao Liangji and the others, with thousands of pairs of glowing green eyes staring intently at them. Then, from the swarm, a gigantic mouse over a meter tall emerged, looking at Yao Liangji and the others with a flicker of fear before that fear turned into a fierce glare. It waved its nearly 20-centimeter long, gleaming gray claws at the mouse that the fat guy had pinned down, as if demanding an explanation from Yao Liangji and the others. "Go! Bring down all the food from the car." After the giant mouse appeared, Yao Liangji's body uncontrollably began to tremble, the danger warning continuously striking his heartstrings. Therefore, when this obviously intelligent mouse showed a willingness to negotiate, Yao Liangji certainly didn't mind spending money to avert disaster. Watching the various heavy oil foods laid out in front of him, the mouse horde clearly became restless, but at the Mouse King's shrill call, they immediately quieted down. However, Yao Liangji's compliance did not satisfy the Mouse King. Its fierce glare intensified. It seemed that being soft to the weak and hard to the strong was an animal's nature, and it had enjoyed enough submission in the past 2 months. The previous halt was solely because it sensed a strong smell of blood from Yao Liangji. Now that Yao Liangji had shown weakness, its caution immediately dissipated, and it felt that this little food was not enough as a concession. The Mouse King twitched its nose, pointed its sharp claws at the fat guy, hesitated for a moment, and then repeatedly pointed at Chu Xiaonan and Su Shu. When the Mouse King pointed at him, the fat guy felt his heart skip a beat as he sensed a more severe sense of crisis from this giant mouse than from Yao Liangji. However, when the Mouse King pointed at Chu Xiaonan and Su Shu, he slightly relaxed his body, then kept a vigilant eye on the Mouse King, knowing that a battle between humans and mice was unavoidable. "Hu Jingtong, you all go to the car and bring down all the gasoline. As soon as I say to attack, you pour out all the gasoline." Seeing that Yao Liangji had not taken action for a long time, the Mouse King grew impatient and emitted squeaking sounds. Yao Liangji took out 2 grenades from his waist bag, pulled the safety pins, calculated the timing, and threw them at the Mouse King while quickly rushing forward. Accompanied by 2 explosions, the Mouse King's figure was enveloped in flames and dust. Chapter 61. Cat-chasing mouse Yao Liangji was not very confident in the power of the grenades, so he took the risk of being affected and charged forward. Indeed, from behind the dust, Yao Liangji saw that the Mouse King had only been slightly injured, so he accelerated again and charged directly to the Mouse King's front. Swinging the individual combat shovel, towards its head. With a clang, the shovel in Yao Liangji's hand was almost knocked out of his grip. He stepped back to absorb the recoil, while simultaneously stepping on a mouse underfoot, and at that moment, a burst of gunfire erupted, all aimed at the Mouse King. After a few pained cries, the Mouse King immediately curled its body, while the surrounding mice, like the most loyal knights, completely surrounded the Mouse King. Yao Liangji looked in disbelief at the 2 notches on his shovel, which were gouged out by the Mouse King's teeth. To think, his team had faced that near green-eyed zombie without any damage to the shovel. Run, quickly get in the car. Yao Liangji understood that the Mouse King before him possessed intelligence close to that of a human. The most crucial thing is that with tens of thousands of mice at hand, with its defensive power, as long as it is steady enough, it can wear down its enemies just by relying on the swarm of mice. When a Mouse King saw the iron box from its memories activate, it immediately realized that the humans in front of it, who had heard it, wanted to escape. With a sharp scream, it directed the tide of mice toward the cars, completely blocking the view with a thick mass of mice, making it impossible to tell the direction. The Mouse King, seeing that the car was already surrounded by its swarm, no longer feared and ran to a nearby vehicle. With a swipe of its claw, the steel car door was sliced open with a sound like tearing paper. Inside the car, 5 people only had time to let out a scream before being devoured by the rushing swarm of mice. Unable to see the road, even if the car started, everyone could only turn the vehicle in place. Yao Liangji glanced at Xiao Shuchu and the others beside him, realizing that he could no longer hesitate. He pulled the pin from a grenade, opened the car door, and shouted, "Everyone get out of the car! The Mouse King wants to bury us alive. If you don't want to die, get out and fight." The sound of the grenade startled the Mouse King, causing it to shiver, and then with a scream, the swarm immediately covered its body. With a single sweep of his handheld shovel, Yao Liangji cut down more than a dozen zombies, and, seeing the tense expressions of Su Shuchu and the others, lowered his voice and said seriously, "Wait for the right moment to run outside. Head toward those zombie-infested buildings. This is our only chance to survive. Remember, don't hesitate." Su Shuchu wanted to argue, but when she saw Yao Liangji's serious expression, she bit her lip hard and said, "If you die, I will collect gasoline and burn this place for 3 days and nights, and then..." Yao Liangji didn't have time to hear Su Shuchu's follow-up, as the Mouse King appeared again in front of him. It didn't choose to confront Yao Liangji head-on, but specifically targeted the unenhanced males, and with just 2 swipes of its claws, 2 captives from the group were torn apart before they could even scream. Yao Liangji understood the Mouse King's intentions, and without thinking, pulled out another grenade, calculating the timing before throwing it at the Mouse King. However, after having suffered once, the Mouse King was not easily caught off guard. Upon seeing the grenade, it curled up its body, and the surrounding mice immediately wrapped around it. After a loud explosion, the Mouse King stood up unharmed, a clear look of mockery in its small eyes. Yao Liangji had never expected the grenade to have much effect. He directly locked onto the small wounds on the Mouse King's body that had been exposed. Amidst the sound of the grenade explosion, Yao Liangji had already swapped out his weapon, ignoring the biting mice on him, and quickly approached the Mouse King. He ducked to avoid a swinging claw, twisted his body, and stabbed the trident military dagger into the wound on the Mouse King's left leg with force. A painful howl erupted, and as Yao Liangji tried to turn and escape, the trident dagger got slightly stuck, and in that brief pause, the Mouse King's claw was already close. With no time to think, Yao Liangji could only position the shovel horizontally against himself. The sharp sound of scraping filled the air, and then he felt a sharp pain as a hot sensation surged from his chest. Yao Liangji didn't retreat. Instead, he steadied himself and thrust the trident dagger into the small wound on the Mouse King's right claw. This time, he didn't hesitate and let go of his weapon, turning and running quickly behind him. The Mouse King's left claw grazed past Yao Liangji's backpack without any obstruction, tearing it open and scattering its contents everywhere. Once he had created some distance, Yao Liangji took a few deep breaths and pulled out the arrows secured in his quiver on his back. If he had been just a few milliseconds slower, he would have lost the crossbow as well. Holding 2 arrows in his hands, Yao Liangji chose not to use the crossbow. First, the Mouse King wasn't stupid. It knew where it was injured. Even if he hit it with an arrow, Yao Liangji knew it wouldn't cause any real damage. Second, the Mouse King was quick to react. No matter how fast the arrows flew, they would take time to reach their target. If it allowed the swarm to cover him, the arrows would barely retain any power by the time they hit. He slightly controlled his muscles to staunch the wound and then looked at the shovel beside him, noticing that the alloy blade had been gouged with 3 deep cuts. This made Yao Liangji swallow hard. It was sharp, too sharp. Having suffered injuries twice, and both hitting deep, the Mouse King's eyes turned bloodshot. Suddenly, Yao Liangji's eyes widened, and he quickly jumped to the side, exclaiming in his heart, "It was injured in the left leg and is still so fast." The furious Mouse King no longer cared about controlling the swarm to attack others. It only had one thought: to tear apart the human before it who had caused it pain and threat. From then on, the Mouse King abandoned defense and shifted entirely to offense, while Yao Liangji felt increasingly pressured and struggled to breathe. His mental energy rapidly depleting as he tried to capture the Mouse King's movements. "Let us go, we need to leave now," Sushuku shouted in despair. She knew that against this Mouse King, their numbers wouldn't matter. The only way for them to survive was to leave, giving Yao Liangji a chance to escape. Suddenly, without any warning, 2 gunshots rang out, one hitting the ground in front of Yao Liangji and splattering dirt. But it did not affect him at all. The second shot rang out behind him, and he turned to see Jiang Wenba's pale face, blood and brain matter splattered on him. While lying in front of him was Ho Yingxiao. "Damn it, you guys fired a sneak attack." The fat man was truly enraged, raising his gun at Hu Jingtong and the others. These fools wanted to die, but Shun Ti dragged him down with them. If Yao Liangji wasn't holding the Mouse King back, they would all be torn apart. Hu Jingtong's side also wanted to tear Ho Yingxiao apart, but now, to survive, they absolutely couldn't have internal strife. So Hu Jingtong suppressed his voice and said, "I will definitely give you an answer on this matter. You all go first, and we will cover your retreat." Hu Jingtong knew that because of this sneak attack, they could no longer gain the trust of Su Shuchu and the others. So if they tried to leave first, internal conflict would erupt immediately, leading to everyone's death. He wanted to survive, so he could only stay behind to cover. Just then, 2 figures flashed by, and 2 meows sounded, sending the once arrogant Mouse King flying backward. Chapter 62. Encirclement and Hunt. Having gained a moment to breathe, Yao Liangji stopped. At this point, his head felt unbearably heavy. His body swayed slightly, and then he bent down, propping himself up on his thighs, looking ahead. He saw 2 cats, nearly half the size of the Mouse King. Watching the fallen Mouse King with vigilant and anxious eyes, its face marked with 4 bloody claw marks. When the Mouse King saw its natural enemies, the blood red in its eyes quickly faded, and it also sensed that its physical condition was deteriorating because of that human. Its timid nature took over again, and with a shriek, it attempted to flee with the swarm. However, the agitated swarm, after hearing the meows from the 2 cats, scattered immediately and dared not approach. It was unclear whether it was due to the Mouse King's indifference towards the swarm that they appeared no longer so loyal. Before the Mouse King could open its mouth again, the 2 cats leaped forward. The claws that had sliced through steel like it was tofu produced a clanging sound when they met the paws of these 2 cats, showing none of their previous sharpness. Watching the Mouse King's once flexible fur being easily torn by the claws of these 2 cats, Yao Liangji couldn't help but gasp in shock. The 2 fierce cats. He had actually been feeding them before, and unbeknownst to him, he was vigorously tugging at their fur and playing with their bellies. If they had even swiped at him with their claws, would he still be able to stand here unscathed? The Rat King, realizing something was off, no longer cared about its rat swarm. If it were in its prime, it certainly wouldn't fear these 2 cats. After all, they had confronted each other many times, and aside from losing a few minions, it had suffered no injuries. But today, it felt the taste of death, so after forcefully pushing the 2 cats away, it turned and ran towards the back mountain. The 2 cats would not let such a good opportunity slip away, so they immediately chased after it. At this point, Yao Liangji had also calmed down. He was not someone who would suffer in silence, so he took off the crossbow from his back, loaded an arrow, and followed suit. The Rat King's escape route was destined to be tortuous. Even in its currently half-damaged state, it was still not inferior to the 2 cats. However, the left leg injured by Yao Liangji increasingly affected its mobility, and and the right paw that had been pierced by Yao Liangji's trident was losing strength with each swing. Even though it had some self-healing abilities, how could it recover safely in front of three opponents that were not much weaker than itself? The saying that a cornered rabbit will bite is not wrong. The Rat King, taking advantage of its larger size and layers of fat, no longer cared about the four cat claws attacking it. Instead, it focused on one of the white-furred cats, lunging toward it while opening its large mouth to bite down on the white cat's neck. In a critical moment, the crossbow in Yao Liangji's hand made a whooshing sound. But due to the wrong angle, the arrow did not embed itself in the Rat King's head, but instead pierced through its cheek. The Rat King, feeling the pain, closed its mouth before it could bite the white cat's neck, but its head knocked the white cat away, and its claws tore 3 gashes about 8 centimeters long on the white cat's body. However, the Rat King was in a worse state, with exaggerated wounds on its chest and back, exposing the yellow fat layer beneath the skin, and a cold, gleaming arrow was still lodged in its mouth. Neither the person nor the 2 cats paid attention to their own conditions. Yao Liangji gripped 2 arrows and joined the attack on the Rat King, specifically targeting its wounds. After inserting one of his arrows into the Rat King's left scapula, Yao Liangji took a small bottle of high-concentration alcohol from his waist pouch and poured it directly onto the Rat King's wound. A sound even more piercing and tragic than before erupted from the Rat King's mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Yao Liangji aimed the crossbow directly at the Rat King's mouth and fired, cutting off the shrieking sound. The Rat King's eyes clearly showed a hint of pleading, but it was too late. It could only fall slowly with regret. At this moment, the 2 cats, seeing the Rat King they had been battling for nearly 2 months die, each let out a howl. Then, the white cat stumbled and collapsed on the ground. Yao Liangji, unable to care for himself, hurriedly pulled out some hemostatic medicine from his waist pouch, but it was of no use. The wounds on the white cat were too deep, and after fighting the Rat King for so long after being injured, it was a miracle it still had some breath left. Chu Xiaonan, come here, Yao Liangji shouted loudly. Soon, Chu Xiaonan and her group came running over. Seeing so many people approach, the remaining black-furred cat became alert, its fur bristling. Yao Liangji, disregarding the danger, reached out to stroke the black cat's head, continuously gesturing and indicating for Chu Xiaonan to come and help the white cat. Due to concern for the white cat and trust in Yao Liangji, the black cat's bristled fur slowly relaxed, though it still watched Chu Xiaonan with caution. Teacher Chu, you come over alone, and everyone else stay back, Yao Liangji said while gently stroking the black cat's fur. Chu Xiaonan, having seen the white cat's injuries, though not a veterinarian, understood some things were the same. So, taking a deep breath and summoning her courage, she approached with her medical kit. She cleaned her hands with alcohol, then put on a pair of plastic gloves, gently prying open the white cat's wound with tweezers. A pained whimper escaped the white cat's mouth, causing the black cat's body to tense up, but Yao Liangji held it close. Upon seeing the depth of the wound, Chu Xiaonan couldn't help but gasp, just a little more, and the white cat would have been disemboweled. Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiaonan said to Yao Liangji, Boss Yao, I'm going to suture this white cat. Can you keep them calm? Yao Liangji gritted his teeth and replied, You get ready. I'll communicate with them. Thus, Yao Liangji began to communicate with the 2 cats using gestures and words, never having imagined he would need to explain surgical precautions to 2 cats one day. It was unclear if the 2 cats sensed Yao Liangji's concern or truly understood his intentions, but they relaxed and looked at Chu Xiaonan with hopeful eyes. Thanks to the goodwill humans had shown them before the disaster, they trusted this woman who emitted the scent of medicine. Chu Xiaonan carefully trimmed the fur around the white cat's wound, then cleaned the wound with saline solution. Although the white cat grimaced, it managed to control its reactions. Due to the toughness of the white cat's skin, Chu Xiaonan had to abandon the tweezers and use her hands to suture the wound. Luckily, she had special surgical needles. Otherwise, ordinary embroidery needles would not have penetrated its skin. After nearly an hour of busy work, Chu Xiaonan finally finished treating the white cat's wound. She then struggled to find the white cat's vein, hanging 2 bags on a nearby tree branch. Finally, she breathed a sigh of relief, saying, It should be fine now. Boss Yao, let me clean your wound. Chapter 63. sharing after the treatment. The white cat's breathing had indeed become much steadier, lying on the ground and falling asleep. The look the cat gave Chu Xiaonan softened considerably, its body no longer stiff. It wriggled free from Yao Liangji's grasp and walked over to Chu Xiaonan, rubbing its head against her leg as a sign of affection. Chu Xiaonan had seen the black cat display its might before, and when it approached, she immediately tensed up, looking to Yao Liangji for help. She then turned to Su Shuchu and the others standing outside, saying, "We're fine here. You all go tidy up the camp and find another place to set up." After saying that, Yao Liangji looked at Hu Jingtong and the others, shaking his head. "You really have a pig teammate. This isn't playing house like before the disaster. In the apocalypse, this kind of thing could get you all killed." Hearing Yao Liangji's words, Hu Jingtong and the others gritted their teeth, but did not retort. With a slight sigh, Yao Liangji looked at the remaining fewer than 20 captives and waved his hand. If it weren't for Hu Jingtong and the others, Yao Liangji's team would have had at least half its members reduced. Now Yao Liangji began to feel a sense of fear. If the Rat King had not been so clever, so timid, and had not started breaking down the weak, could he remain so calm now? Whoosh! Yao Liangji took out 18 white corpse crystal from his waist pouch and handed them out one by one to Hu Jingtong and the others. He continued, "You've all seen my performance. These corpse crystals are the key to your survival in the future." Hiss! Yao Liangji felt the sting of the alcohol and couldn't help but grimace. "Bear with it. Your body's healing is a bit too fast. I need to cut open your wound and clean out what's inside." Chu Xiaonan understood that this recovery ability should belong to someone of Yao Liangji's caliber. However, the previous fight had been too intense, so a lot of dust and debris had mixed into Yao Liangji's wound. If these weren't cleaned out properly, it would affect his recovery in the future. The black cat continued to guard in front of the corpses of the white cat and the Rat King. With the remaining firelight, Su Shuchu and the others finished tidying up the old camp. They then spontaneously formed two groups, each sitting on one side. After sleeping for more than an hour, the white cat finally woke up, though it looked a bit sluggish. After calling the black cat a couple of times, it looked gratefully at Yao Liangji and Chu Xiaonan. Seeing that the white cat was fine, Chu Xiaonan got up to leave, but was stopped by the black cat, which pointed at the Rat King's corpse. It gently slid its paw and took 2 pieces of meat from the Rat King, one of which it dropped in front of Chu Xiaonan, and the other it fed to the white cat. "No, I don't want it." Chu Xiaonan waved her hands repeatedly. She wasn't interested in rat meat. After several unsuccessful attempts to communicate, the black cat felt a bit discouraged and ignored Chu Xiaonan, happily devouring the Rat King's flesh instead. Yao Liangji wasn't particularly interested in the meat, but he was very keen on the Rat King's 2 paws and its fur. Then, with a flash of cold light, the Rat King's paws were severed from the corpse. Good. Just as Chu Xiaonan was about to leave, a cat's call stopped her. Turning around with a face full of despair, she saw the black cat pointing again at the piece of Rat King meat on the ground. This time, Chu Xiaonan finally understood the black cat's intention and picked up the meat, quickly walking towards Su Shuchu and the others. Thanks to the sharpness of the Rat King's claws, over half an hour later, a complete Rat King skin was obtained. Although there were many holes in the skin, a professional tailor should be able to make a few sets of protective clothing out of it. The black cat had no interest in Yao Liangji's actions. It didn't understand why this strong human wasn't eating meat and was instead going after useless things. A whiff of meat aroma wafted in, and the black cat straightened up, looking ahead with a wary expression. Yao Liangji first tensed up but relaxed when he saw the newcomer. Aware of the black cat's vigilance, he approached before Su Shuchu could get close. "This is a little meat soup we made. Try it. It will replenish your strength." Su Shuchu's mood had been up and down today, which was a bit too stimulating, so her face was full of fatigue, but she still managed to bring over a bowl of meat soup. Taking the bowl, Yao Liangji gently stroked Su Shuchu's weary face with the back of his hand. Then, disregarding the smell of blood on his hands, he picked up the steaming bowl of meat soup and drank it. As soon as the soup entered his mouth, Yao Liangji felt a surge of warmth throughout his body, and his strength quickly recovered. After finishing it off in a few gulps, he slightly closed his eyes to sense the effects. "What kind of meat soup is this?" Yao Liangji was slightly surprised. The effect of this soup was surprisingly similar to that of corpse crystals. He looked back at the black cat, only to find it ignoring him. running back to the Rat King's corpse to tear off a large chunk of meat and bring it to the white cat, which was now able to stand up. "Wait for me a moment," Yao Yangji told Su Shuchu, then quickly ran to the Rat King's body, tearing off some shredded meat to eat. Soon, the familiar sensation returned. Yao Yangji's eyes lit up. It really was the meat of the Rat King that caused this, which was why the black cat took a piece of meat to reward Chu Zhaonan for saving the white cat. Chapter 64. The effect of Rat King meat. Yao Liangji quickly got up and explained a couple of things to Su Shuchu. Although he didn't mind eating raw meat, it was naturally better to cook it under certain conditions. Moreover, Su Shuchu might not necessarily be able to eat rat meat raw, even if it had a really good effect. When Su Shuchu saw Yao Liangji eating raw rat meat, she felt a bit disgusted. But upon hearing about the effects of the Rat King meat, she didn't care too much. According to Yao Liangji, the Rat King meat was like a meaty corpse crystal. Before long, Su Shuchu noticed that everyone in the camp was drinking from bowls with great enthusiasm. "Shuchu, this meat soup feels so different. How did you make it?" Zhou Ting asked while drinking. Su Shuchu's compliments were clearly heard by Chu Zhaonan not far away, and she immediately froze, the soup still on her lips. A spasm in her stomach brought a wave of nausea, and she quickly stood up and ran to lean against a tree to vomit. But this soupy substance absorbed so quickly that after a bout of dry heaving, she only brought up some stomach acid, with no trace of the meat soup. Su Shuchu wasted no time, grabbing a frying pan and some ingredients, exchanging a glance with Chu Zhaonan, shaking her head slightly, and then walked towards Yao Yangji. Before Su Shuchu could get close, the black cat grew wary again, staring intently. Yao Yangji felt a bit of a headache and quickly ran over to embrace the somewhat stiff Su Shuchu. He then slowly approached the Rat King's corpse, and seeing the situation, the two cats clearly furrowed their brows. They approached Su Shuchu with cat-like steps and sniffed gently, noticing that the scent of Yao Liangji on her wasn't very strong. With their bodies slightly bristled, they meowed a couple of times and gestured. Yao Liangji was left puzzled, while Su Shuchu blushed and whispered, "These two cats are asking why I don't smell like you." Yao Liangji looked at the two, momentarily stunned. "We're so close. And you don't smell like me? And how do you understand what they mean?" I don't know. I just feel that's what they mean." After saying this, Su Shuchu hesitated for a moment, then explained with a red face, "They mean that the scent of you on me isn't strong enough, like I'm not a partner." Feeling the softness at Su Shuchu's waist, and with no one watching, aside from the two observing cats, Yao Yangji couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. He then placed his left hand on Su Shuchu's head. "Didn't you say the scent of me on you isn't strong enough? Then I'll inject a bit right now." HM. This kiss lasted nearly 10 minutes, with sounds of swallowing echoing, and Su Shuchu's clothes became fluffy. In the end, Yao Liangji forcibly held back, realizing that being out in the wild wasn't suitable for deeper exchanges between the two. His goal was to let Su Shuchu share the Rat King meat with him, not to indulge in his desires. Pulling his hands away from Su Shuchu's front and back, Yao Liangji smacked his lips and looked at the two cats beside him. To his surprise, he saw the two cats covering their eyes with their front paws, peeking through their claws with curious eyes as they watched him and Su Shuchu. Slightly taken aback, Yao Liangji quickly whispered in Su Shuchu's ear, "Shuchu, the timing isn't right today. Once things settle down a bit, we can have a perfect experience at our base." Hearing Yao Liangji's words, Su Shuchu bit her lip and leaned in to whisper in his ear, "But I want you right now." Boom! Yao Yangji's hand, which was still on Su Shuchu's backside, instinctively tightened, and his breathing suddenly quickened. However, after catching a glimpse of the black cat's excited expression, Yao Liangji's body froze, and he forced himself to suppress his desires. There were still two little spectators around. They needed to finish off the Rat King's meat first. Upon hearing Yao Liangji's words, Chu Zhaonan turned slightly to look at the two cats, and then jumped away from Yao Liangji with a yelp. She figured she would probably never speak of what she had just understood from those two cats. Their actions naturally acknowledged Su Shuchu's presence. Noticing Su Shuchu's strong reaction, Yao Liangji couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Nothing. It's just that those two seem a bit too smart." The Rat King's meat, whether due to mutation or something else, felt far more delicious than any meat she had ever tasted, especially for Su Shuchu. who came from wealth and had eaten countless delicacies, she surprisingly found herself relishing the off-putting rat meat. The Mouse King meat is not something one can eat as much as they want. Even with the strength of Yao Liangji and the two cats, they still needed time to digest it. Not to mention Su Shuchu, who, despite her efforts, could hardly eat a tenth of what Yao Liangji did. Eventually, she simply switched to cooking the Mouse King meat, as those two cats weren't very keen on eating raw meat after having tasted cooked meat. So, they kept eating all night, and in the end, there was still a little less than half left uneaten. After that night, the white cat was finally completely recovered. When it was still dim outside, Hu Jingtong came over with a complex expression to bid farewell to Yao Liangji. He didn't know how to face this person because everything had been initiated by them. Empathetically, he didn't find any issues with Yao Liangji's response. Yao Liangji was quite interested in Hu Jingtong as a career military man, but unfortunately, people like him are usually not easily swayed. Boss Yao, Ho Yingshao's background is not simple. Now that he has died outside, your situation is definitely going to be exposed. I hope you can be prepared. I don't know how the base will treat you. Hu Jingtong reminded with a complex expression. The fact that someone like Ho Yingsha had survived until now was enough to prove his complicated background, so Yao Liangji was not surprised. As long as there was no one in Hu Jingtong's gathering place who could handle green-eyed zombies, he had nothing to fear. Chapter 65. Brief rest. You don't need to worry about me. In this apocalypse, everyone can only be responsible for the area around them. If the people in your gathering place want to make a move against me, they should first ask the zombies everywhere if they agree. As a suggestion for our shared battle, if you encounter a gathering of more than 3,000 zombies or a mutation ratio exceeding 30, you should run as far away as you can. Why? Hu Jingtong perked up. He knew this might be a secret unknown to the gathering place. After hesitating for a moment, Yao Liangji decided to tell Hu Jingtong. After all, zombies were now the common enemy of all humanity, and he couldn't just stand by and watch a large group of survivors become fodder for zombie evolution. So he spoke. When there are more than 3,000 zombies gathered, there is a possibility of higher-level zombies appearing among them, and the larger the zombie scale, the greater this possibility becomes. Also, the more people zombies consume, the higher their chances of evolution. You should have noticed that the zombies in the city actually have a very small activity range, usually divided into independent groups of small units. However, this situation will not last forever. My current guess is that the only factor that can change the situation is the green-eyed zombies. Hu Jingtong frowned slightly. Boss Yao, I keep hearing you guys mention green-eyed zombies. What kind of abilities do they have? Yao Liangji sighed softly. I have never encountered a true green-eyed zombie. But from the two quasi-green-eyed zombies I have come into contact with, green-eyed zombies possess a certain level of thinking ability and emotional expression. The key point is that they have the ability to command ordinary zombies. In other words, you should understand the danger of a human being able to dominate zombies, right? The fat man watched the 4 military vehicles leave and couldn't help but curl his lip. Boss Yao, why did you let them drive away in military vehicles? They left behind more than 10 corpses here and should be given some respect. After a few minutes of gesturing with his hands and mouth, the two cats looked at each other and then meowed a few times. Shuchu, what do they mean? Yao Liangji looked to the side at Su Shuchu, who was covering her mouth and laughing. They said they won't leave, but if you encounter something you can't handle in the future, you can come here. They will protect you. Yao Liangji didn't try to persuade them any further. Animals have such instincts. They have their own territorial awareness. Although they had a good impression of Yao Liangji, the relationship between the two sides was now one of equal coexistence. If he were to force the issue, it would really be ungrateful. So, he waved his hand, then cut off large pieces of meat from the Mouse King's corpse and pulled out 2 mouse tendons, leaving in a vehicle amid the complaints of the black cat. Still following the same route as before, Yao Liangji returned to the place where he discovered Su Shuchu. He planned to linger here for a few days, cleaning up the Mouse King's claws and skin, as this luxurious villa area was a treasure trove where most materials could be found. He returned to the same villa they had stayed in before, and there were no new guests in the house due to their absence. Holding Su Shuchu's small hand, Yao Liangji noticed that she had been sullen since entering this neighborhood. They began here, and he hoped to fully understand Su Shuchu's past from this point. Shuchu, I'll trouble you with the Mouse King's skin. Just tell me how you want me to cooperate. Gathering her spirits, Su Shuchu, as a fashion designer, was naturally well aware of how to handle animal leather. There's no material here. Can you accompany me to a place? Yao Yangji knew where Su Shuchu wanted to go, so he agreed without hesitation. No problem. I came here with that idea in mind. After saying this, Yao Yangji turned to Chu Xiaonan and said, prepare the surgical work and help Xiao Fei and the others process things quickly. We might need to stay here for a long time. After that, Yao Yangji sighed softly at Gu Fangzhou, who had been silent along the way. He then leaned closer to her and quietly told her the method of absorbing corpse crystals. In this world, the lives of ordinary people were indeed too fragile. Now that the secret of corpse crystals was no longer exclusive to his team, he naturally didn't mind a little breach of established rules. Watching Yao Yangji and Su Shuchu leave together, Gu Fangzhou sighed. Just then, Xiao Fei's voice rang in her ears. Sister Gu, although you might not be happy to hear this, I still have to advise you. The world has changed. A powerful man like Boss Yao is like a lion king. It's impossible for him to have only one woman. I think Sister Su is also aware of this, which is why she allows Boss Yao to show goodwill towards you. I told Gu Fangzhou the method of absorbing corpse crystals, Yao Liangji said, feeling a bit hesitant to look at Su Shuchu. To his surprise, Su Shuchu was not at all shocked. Instead, she happily linked arms with Yao Liangji. It's okay. Huh? As long as your body can handle it. I don't mind if you were a little flirtatious, but if you're not in good shape and still flirting around, I won't let you off easily. Stopping in his tracks, Yao Liangji turned slightly and rubbed his face against hers. You don't have to accommodate me. I do have feelings for Gu Fangzhou, but that was based on things before the disaster. Now all I have is you. After parting, both of their moods improved significantly, and they soon arrived at Su Shuchu's former home. The two zombie corpses at the entrance had already rotted beyond recognition, and a stench of decay wafted around. Yao Liangji set down the things he was holding, casually found some tools, dug 2 pits over 1 meter deep, and buried the 2 corpses in the pits while muttering, Shuchu will be taken care of by me from now on. Now you can be at peace in the ground. I will fulfill my responsibility and give Shuchu happiness. Su Shuchu's sadness had long dissipated after over a month of struggling to survive. Helping Yao Liangji pick up things from the ground, she generously said, Liangji, let me introduce you to my old home. Chapter 66. Mouse King's Claws and Skin. After entering the villa, Su Shuchu began to show Yao Liangji around, introducing him to each meaningful item inside and linking them to her childhood while not shying away from mentioning her ex-husband. Su Shuchu was born into an artistic family, but perhaps the ideas of those who engage in art are quite unconventional. Her parents had her when they were over 40 due to an accident. Then there was the semi-free-range upbringing. Her father was a painter, and her mother was a fashion designer. It's not unusual for her to follow in her parents' footsteps. Su Shuchu later walked down both paths simultaneously due to her talent and the influence of her parents, even surpassing them. As a beautiful artist with a good personality, she naturally attracted a large group of admirers, during which only her ex-husband pursued her diligently for 10 years. Even after her parents' unexpected death, her ex-husband took on all the responsibilities, and a year later, they got married. Since Su Shuchu did not want children, her ex-husband respected her wishes and took on the pressure at home, and they lived in their own world until the disaster struck. After saying this, Su Shuchu blinked and revealed a secret she had kept for years. It wasn't that I didn't want children, it was actually that my ex-husband, well, he wasn't very capable in that regard. I knew that this kind of thing couldn't be forced, so I said I didn't want to have children. We were married for 3 years, and he secretly sought medical help, ultimately ruining his ability. I didn't say anything because I knew he had helped me bear the pressure before, so I naturally had to help him bear some pressure too. I just didn't expect our fate would end there. So, would you be willing to help me have child? Yao Yangji, captivated by the spring feelings in Su Shuchu's eyes, wrapped his left arm around her waist and said, I would. Let's go to the bathroom first. Su Shuchu, supiresit hergasps. Wait a moment, I don't want any accidents. Otherwise, I might explode. The sound of rustling came, followed by their wild shouts. The two seemed to have forgotten why they came here, not even taking a break in between, not even separating when going to the bathroom to wash up. Until midnight. Su Shuchu bent down, mumbling for a long while, and only then did the room gradually return to calm. Feeling weak all over, Su Shuchu had no strength to push away Yao Liangji's teasing hands, lingering in the afterglow. She said, "Why don't you take the initiative and deal with Gu Fangzhou as well?" I didn't expect the enhancement effect of the corpse crystal to be so comprehensive. Offended, Yao Liangji turned Su Shuchu around, pressing her down fiercely, and said, "What enhancement? I've always been this strong." "Okay." Then with a thrust, the briefly quiet room became lively again. The next day, Yao Liangji woke up refreshed, made some millet porridge, and seeing Su Shuchu walking out while holding onto the wall, quickly put down the bowl in his hand and went over to support her. "You're not feeling well, just rest a bit more." Su Shuchu rolled her eyes, gritting her teeth in anger. "Who did this? Who made me like this? I said I didn't want it, yet you still insisted." Yao Liangji knew he had overdone it last night, trying to please her. "Next time, I'll definitely follow your orders. Wherever the queen says to strike, I'll strike." After eating a bit, Su Shuchu directed Yao Liangji to process the Mouse King's skin. The current moisture and oil content of the Mouse King's skin were too high, making it prone to mold and even maggots over time. So, it needed to be processed first and then softened with a potion to increase its flexibility. After completing the preliminary work, they could prepare to make armor from it. After giving instructions, Su Shuchu could no longer hold on and went upstairs to sleep. Compared to the Mouse King's skin, processing the Mouse King's claws was much simpler. After removing the flesh, Yao Liangji carefully sniffed. After more than a day, there was not a hint of odor, so he kept it for lunch. Then he soaked the Mouse King's claws in the potion to remove the attached flesh, and after a busy night, the two scratchers resembling itching tools made from the Mouse King's claws were completed. By this time, Su Shuchu had long since recovered, her face radiating a fresh sense of happiness, and the spring water in her eyes had not dissipated even after a day of rest. Looking at Yao Liangji's oddly shaped weapon, she couldn't help but laugh. "Are you planning to use this to scratch zombies?" After carefully testing the welding strength, Yao Liangji swung the nearly 80-centimeter-long Mouse King Scratcher casually, and the marble tabletop cracked directly. Feeling a bit proud, Yao Liangji looked at Su Shuchu and licked his lips. "Have you ever seen such a powerful scratcher? You can't judge a book by its cover. Haven't you suffered enough yet?" Startled by Yao Liangji's gaze, Su Shuchu took a defensive posture. No, let me rest for a few days. That one time last night can last at least half a month. I really don't want to experience it again so soon." Now, the two were alone outside, not knowing what others might think, and she had also looked in the mirror. In her current state, any normal person would know how satisfied she was, feeling a slight regret. But Yao Liangji was not the kind of person who would demand too much. Feeling the sense of security the Mouse King's claws brought him, he was indeed a bit impatient. "Well, you go ahead." Looking at the zombie that he had just smashed into pieces with one claw, Yao Liangji felt the sensation. This isn't much harder than cutting old tofu, right? With one claw down, he hardly felt any resistance. Thinking of this, Yao Liangji rummaged around in the zombie's head. After confirming there were no gains, he took out a white corpse crystal from his waist pouch and swung the Mouse King's claw down. As a result, only a small scratch appeared on the corpse crystal. Then he took out a black corpse crystal and tried again, but there was not even a scratch. At this point, Yao Liangji finally understood the hardness of the corpse crystal. This time, the corpse crystal did not get absorbed. Instead, it continued to exist in liquid form for a while. And after 3 or 4 minutes, it transformed into an irregular crystal. Clang, just like before, it only left a white mark on the resolidified corpse crystal. Thinking of this, Yao Liangji couldn't contain his excitement and ran straight to Su Shuchu. He wanted to try if he could combine them to forge a corpse crystal weapon. When the two met, they almost spoke at the same time. "Shuchu, Liangji, I have something to tell you." Yao Liangji smiled. "You go first." After organizing her thoughts, Su Shuchu picked up the Mouse King's skin. Pointing at the big and small gaps and holes, she said, "The Mouse King's skin is too damaged. It can only be made into segmented armor. But for the segmented armor, Liangji, are you planning to make full body armor or just upper body armor?" "What does full body armor mean?" "Upper body and limbs all covered," Su Shuchu explained. "Then let's make full body armor." Yao Liangji did not hesitate at all. After all, this thing was mainly used to deal with zombies, and Yao Liangji naturally hoped for it to be perfect. Otherwise, zombies would not show mercy and could attack the limbs. Chapter 67 Expensive Corpse Crystal Dagger. After confirming the matter of the Mouse King skin armor, Yao Liangji told Su Shuchu about the corpse crystals. Su Shuchu understood Yao Liangji's thoughts very well and said directly, "Let's try if different corpse crystals can merge." 3 or 4 minutes later, the two corpse crystals merged perfectly. Then when Yao Liangji melted the third one, there was an incompatibility between the liquid corpse crystal and the solid corpse crystal. But after Yao Liangji melted the solid corpse crystal, the 3 corpse crystals merged perfectly again. Yao Liangji and Su Shuchu exchanged glances. This corpse crystal can only be compatible in liquid form. The two immediately got to work, making a helmet model based on Yao Liangji's head size, wanting to fill in the last shortcoming. Once the model was ready, Yao Liangji took out all 300 white corpse crystals from his body, then used his mental power to melt them. But when he melted the 82nd one, Yao Liangji's head felt empty, and his mental power was nearing its limit, while the model's fill level was only at 13. Su Shuchu noticed Yao Liangji's fatigue and quickly leaned in to support him. Concerned, "Liangji, are you okay?" "No, I'm fine. It's just that my mental power has been overused." Yao Liangji furrowed his brows tightly. He did not continue maintaining the liquefaction of the corpse crystal, but immediately closed his eyes and rested in Su Shuchu's embrace. This was the second time he had used his mental power to such an extent. The previous time was when he attempted to move object from a distance. Sleeping was the most effective way to restore mental power under normal circumstances, and Yao Liangji soon fell asleep in Su Shuchu's arms. When he woke up again, it was already late at night. As he opened his eyes, his body instinctively tensed up and then quickly relaxed again. He rubbed his face against Su Shuchu's abdomen and said contentedly, "You've worked hard, Shuchu." Su Shuchu paused her needlework. She hadn't been idle during this time and had already started sewing the Rat King's skin. Seeing Yao Liangji wake up, she gently rubbed his face with the back of her hand and said affectionately, "Why don't you sleep a little longer? I've already slept enough during the day, so it's fine if I don't sleep now." After speaking, Su Shuchu remembered that her daytime drowsiness was due to Yao Liangji and couldn't help but blush. However, at this moment, Yao Liangji was not in the mood to pay attention to Su Shuchu's shyness. After pondering for a moment, he spoke in a negotiating tone, "Shuchu, what do you think about not making a helmet and instead making a corpse crystal dagger?" Yao Liangji now understood the limits of his mental power. With his current level of mental power, it was unlikely that he could produce enough corpse crystal liquid in one go. Moreover, he did not intend to let others know how to use this corpse crystal, as this little trick would be overshadowed by the fundamental function of the corpse crystal. If no one pointed it out, very few people would think of it, and certainly no one would carry hundreds of corpse crystals unused. A dagger? After glancing at the Rat King's claw nearby, Su Shuchu realized that Yao Liangji indeed lacked a close combat weapon, so she agreed, "A corpse crystal dagger is also very good. After all, you need this kind of small close combat weapon now." Without hesitation, Yao Liangji imitated Su Shuchu's actions, made a dagger mold, and then injected the corpse crystal liquid into the mold, quietly waiting for it to solidify. After taking it out of the mold, he casually found a piece of iron and sliced it with the dagger. The ancient saying of cutting iron like mud was realized on the corpse crystal version of the dagger. "Shuchu, give it a try and see if you're comfortable using this dagger," Yao Liangji said with a smile to Su Shuchu beside him. "Huh? For me?" Su Shuchu was slightly taken aback, but then joyfully accepted the dagger, casually waving it around in her hand. Su Shuchu looked at Yao Liangji with a smile. "The handle is a bit thin. Once you attach the handle, it should be fine. Everything else is not a problem." "Okay, I'll tidy it up." By the time the sky outside began to brighten, Yao Liangji had crafted 2 daggers. The outer sheath was made from scraps of the Rat King's skin, and the dagger handle used wood from Su Shuchu's family's golden sandalwood furniture. Looking at the white dagger before him, which resembled a piece of art, Yao Liangji proudly said to Su Shuchu, "See, my artistic talent isn't lacking either." Su Shuchu looked a bit pained at the disassembled golden sandalwood chair beside her. It was a real antique. She never expected it to be dismantled by Yao Liangji, this spendthrift. However, seeing the aesthetically pleasing corpse crystal dagger. Her eyes filled with affection as she gently stroked the blade. Each dagger required over 60 corpse crystals, and if they were outside, it would take fighting over 600 zombies to gather that many. Compared to the preciousness of corpse crystals, other things seemed trivial. Yes, your artistic talent can't be hidden even in this apocalypse. She put the dagger into the sheath and secured it, complimenting him without any insincerity. Once Su Shuchu finished her task, Yao Yangji looked at her with some desire, swallowing hard. He couldn't forget the intoxicating experience from last night. Wait, I'm still a bit sore down there. You might as well go find Gufan Zhou, I don't mind. Su Shuchu was genuinely a bit scared, so she told a small lie. Once they started, Yao Yangji would never stop until he exhausted her. Yao Yangji glared at Su Shuchu with annoyance and took a deep breath. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not a stallion who wants it from every woman. Picking up the Rat King's claw and the corpse crystal dagger, Yao Yangji glanced at the sky outside. I'm going out to patrol. Be careful at home. Someone needs to go find zombies to vent their frustrations. Su Shuchu mercilessly exposed Yao Yangji's intentions. All right, keep pretending. Once you've rested well, let's see if you cry. Yao Yangji fiercely kissed Su Shuchu. Inside the villa, Yao Yangji did not patrol anymore, but directly went outside to look for targets. He currently had no desire to engage with ordinary zombies and was mostly too lazy to avoid them, just casually dealing with one now and then. Yao Yangji was now inside an old residential building. Places like this, dense high-rises and high-density communities, would not have been permitted for construction before the disaster. These old communities were established when the country had not developed, so the government took a laissez-faire attitude, waiting for these old buildings to naturally reach the standards of dangerous buildings. After clearing the zombies outside the residential building, Yao Yangji crouched down and entered the building, repeatedly opening doors to kill zombies. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Yao Yangji opened a door, and a foul stench of human decay wafted out. Outside, the sun had already risen, but the room remained dark, with thick curtains blocking out the sunlight. A faint sound of swallowing was heard. Following the sound and the weak light coming from the stairwell, Yao Yangji crouched down, holding the corpse crystal dagger, and approached the doorknob. When the sound of swallowing was heard again, he immediately opened the door and charged inside. Once he saw the outline clearly, he shifted his right hand and clawed with his left hand, grabbing the other person's neck and lifting them up. At that moment, sunlight poured into the dark room through a gap left by someone, illuminating it and allowing Yao Yangji to see the girl in front of him, who was struggling and had a flushed face. Chapter 68. Sacrifice, there was actually someone alive? Yao Yangji stared at the little girl who was being choked by him, her face turning red, her feet flailing, and her oily hands desperately trying to pry his grip away. He involuntarily loosened his grip slightly, letting her fall to the ground. Then he began to survey the room. The first thing he noticed was a transparent glass bottle filled with yellow liquid on the windowsill. Next, he saw a small cup wrapped in tape leading to a shady area, smelling of a foul odor. Yao Yangji realized that this was a simple urine evaporation condensation device. As the little girl coughed, Yao Yangji continued to inspect the room. It was evident that before the disaster, this house must have been quite cozy, decorated in teal and pink, filled with various dolls. But now they were all dull, covered in dust. And the floor had some small buckets and some fried soybeans and packaged snacks, ignoring the little girl's hand as she stealthily reached for a fruit knife. Yao Yangji coldly said, "If you keep reaching, I'll kill you." Yao Yangji had no idea how this little girl had survived, nor did he want to know why there were so many supplies in her room, yet she was as skinny as a skeleton. Pausing slightly, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time, the little girl's voice was a bit hoarse, lacking the crispness typical of girls her age. "You can take whatever food and drink is in this room. Just please don't kill me." The little girl had no doubt about the words spoken by the bloodstained man before her. If it weren't for the gap she left behind, allowing sunlight to shine in and let this man see himself clearly, she would have suffocated and died long ago. Following the stench, she arrived at the door of her room, twisted the handle twice, but couldn't open it, then clenched her fist and punched the lock. Bang! The door was opened by Yao Yangji, who then saw two completely decayed corpses hanging in midair. judging by the state of the bodies. They had definitely been dead for over a month. He stepped on the maggots that spread beneath his feet. Yao Yangji observed the arrangement inside the room and saw no signs of struggle. Looking at the ground covered in flesh and maggots, along with intestines and internal organs that had fallen from the rotting bodies, he felt a bit reluctant to go in. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something resembling an envelope on the bed. At that moment, the little girl from the room also walked out. Looking at the situation inside, she had anticipated it, but still couldn't help but choke up and cry. "You go in and take out that envelope," Yao Yangji said coldly. He didn't trust pure tears. Only the dead were truly trustworthy. The fact that this little girl had survived to this point was proof of her resilience. In this weather with hardly any rain, she had managed to survive by evaporating and condensing urine, and even in the presence of ample food. She had starved herself to this state. What kind of self-control did that represent? How many people her age could achieve that? The little girl showed no hesitation and stepped into the blood and maggots, blankly retrieving the envelope. Yao Liangji reached out to take it and opened it, his expression immediately turning complicated. The main reason the little girl had survived was due to the self-sacrifice of the two people in this room. They were a middle-aged couple who had saved up some money to buy an old, dilapidated apartment. After the disaster struck and zombies appeared, they knew their food wouldn't last long. After waiting for over 10 days in despair, they realized no one was coming to rescue them. With so many zombies outside, the couple, holding onto a glimmer of hope, gathered all their food and drink and left it all for their daughter. Then, after a few days of not eating or drinking, the couple hanged themselves in this room. "Look, I think you need to see this." Yao Yangji didn't know how to evaluate the little girl before him. She should understand, but she didn't refuse. She was saddened, yet despite choking for so long, not a single tear fell. Choking, she took the envelope, her hand gripping it tightly to the point of turning white, but her sobs became quieter, and then, with a stubborn look, she said to Yao Liangji, "Big brother, can you let me live?" Yao Liangji fell silent, and then the little girl started to take off her clothes, mumbling, "I heard my classmates say that you boys like this sort of thing. I'm only 13 now, but if you can let me live, I can at least serve you for 17 years. Please, you must save me." Slap. Even though she was holding back, a trickle of blood oozed from the corner of the little girl's mouth. "Big brother, so you like to abuse, don't worry. I can endure it too. Please, you must save me." She understood that the man in front of her, who could come in from that group of zombies, was her only hope for survival, the only hope to carry on her parents' expectations. Yao Yangji didn't try to persuade the little girl. Her desire to survive was so strong that it frightened him. He wanted to kill her directly because he was uncertain of what she would do if she lived. But his conscience ultimately prevented him from doing so. Looking at the two corpses still hanging in midair and hearing the roars of zombies upstairs, Yao Liangji sighed deeply. "Put your clothes back on, eat, and drink well. I'll give you 5 minutes, then you come out with me." In the end, Yao Liangji's heart softened. Perhaps this apocalypse required people with such a mindset to survive. Without a hint of concealment, the little girl put her clothes back on in front of Yao Liangji, hoping to see desire in his eyes, even if it was just her developing body. Unfortunately, all the man saw in his eyes was pity and killing intent. Following closely behind Yao Liangji, the little girl felt a long-lost sense of security. In the hallway, stepping over the bodies of zombies, the community was littered with zombie corpses, and it was only then that the little girl's eyes revealed a hint of shock. Looking at the oddly dressed man with claws on his back, she realized how powerful someone could be. It was as if she was taking a leisurely stroll with her parents before the disaster. Arriving at the villa complex she had always dreamed of, then she saw a group of people in front of the villa, eating roasted meat, drinking millet porridge, and even having fresh fruit, something she hadn't dared to hope for in the past 2 months. Yao Lauda. The little girl watched the smiling and respectful crowd greet the man who terrified her. And then she saw a mature and beautiful woman carrying a plate of roasted meat approaching. Life is good. Yao Yangji immediately noticed the roe deer skin next to him. Handing the plate to Yao Liangji, Chu Xiaonan said with a hint of satisfaction, "This is all thanks to the fat guy. He found a roe deer in the woods and hunted it down." Chapter 69. Rat King Armor. Yao Liangji looked at the self-satisfied fat man beside him and joked, What would you do if you encountered a creature like the Rat King, or like Xiao Bai and Xiao He? Heh, I wouldn't be that careless. I've tested it thoroughly and made sure it was safe before deciding to take action. Knowing the fat man's abilities, Yao Liangji didn't ask further. Instead, he pushed the little girl beside him to Chu Xiaonan and said, "This is a survivor I just found outside. Treat her the same way you treat the fat guy." After saying that, Yao Liangji picked up some more meat, filled a bowl with porridge, greeted Gu Fangzhou, and headed towards Su Shuchu. TSK, Yao Laoda's life is wonderful, the fat man said with a hint of envy. He had been holding it in for nearly 3 months, and the women in the team didn't even dare to move. Looking at the little girl talking softly with Chu Xiaonan, the fat man couldn't help but have some thoughts. The nature of women is indeed interconnected. Su Shuchu didn't grasp the main point of Yao Liangji's words. When she heard that the girl's parents had committed suicide to help her survive, tears immediately welled up in her eyes, and she almost put down her work to check on the little girl. Yao Liangji's heart sank. He realized he had made a mistake. He shouldn't have handed the girl over to Chu Xiaonan. He should have entrusted her directly to the fat man. However, because of the girl's insistence on taking off her clothes, he couldn't help but avoid the fat man, who was an old pervert. He couldn't guarantee that the fat man could resist if this little girl threw herself at him. At that moment, inside Chu Xiaonan's villa, a group of girls all looked at the contents of the letter with tears in their eyes. The little girl was surrounded by various foods and drinks, roasted meat, fruits, snacks, drinks, and even a few boxes of milk. Although she was drooling over the sight, she only picked up a small bowl of porridge and timidly drank it, refusing to touch anything else no matter how much Chu Xiaonan and the others urged her. Seeing her like this, Chu Xiaonan felt even more heartbroken, holding her in her arms and gently stroking her head. "Zhu Yi, don't worry. Aunt Chu will take good care of you and let you grow up healthy." At that moment, Chu Xiaonan completely forgot Yao Liangji's warning, while the fat man stood at a distance, watching Zhu Yi in the crowd, thinking to himself, "Another tough one." Next, Yao Liangji didn't check on Chu Xiaonan and the others. During the day, he assisted Su Shuchu in the villa, and in the morning and evening, he went out to sweep the surrounding scattered zombies. This continued until the 3rd day, when Su Shuchu finally completed the final waxing process for the Mouse King leather armor. Yao Liangji looked at himself in the mirror, and the Mouse King leather armor fit him like a second skin, covering him completely. Yet, it didn't hinder his movements at all, feeling just like a second layer of skin. "Shuchu, your skills are amazing." Su Shuchu's face showed signs of fatigue, but she couldn't hide her pride upon hearing this. "My years of fashion design weren't for nothing. It's a pity we didn't have enough time to refine it more. Otherwise, we could have made the armor even better." They made a total of 3 sets of Mouse King leather armor, but the best and most complete one was the one Yao Liangji was wearing. The more he looked at it, the more satisfied he became. "I know you're skilled, so hurry and try on your set. We won't just have one set. It's possible to make you a few more in leopard print later." Su Shuchu picked up the nearby set of Mouse King leather armor, intending to change in her room, but Yao Liangji stopped her with a mischievous intent. After Yao Liangji repeatedly assured her, Su Shuchu blushed and changed in front of him. This set wasn't a full suit. The upper part resembled a high-neck tank top, with tight sleeves on both sides protecting 80 of her arms. The lower part looked like 3/4 leather pants, exposing her fair and delicate feet, and her slender waist flashed occasionally as she moved. Swallowing hard, Yao Liangji breathed heavily. "Shuchu, let me test the feel of this armor." It was only when he drew his weapon and mounted that he finally stopped. He knew his capabilities. If he started, it wouldn't be over quickly, and Su Shuchu would likely need to rest for a day or 2 afterward. After taking a couple of deep breaths to vent his frustration, Yao Liangji straightened up, wiping the moisture off his mouth with a serious expression. "How is it?" "I keep my word." Su Shuchu took more than 10 seconds to regain her composure. Before she even started, Yao Liangji had already brought her to her peak. This made her too shy to look at him, and she weakly pulled down her rolled-up clothes, tugging at the pants that slid down to her little feet, producing a sound like a mosquito. I'll go clean up first." Once she regained her normal state, the two looked at the 3rd set of Mouse King leather armor, and Su Shuchu tentatively asked, "Is this set for Teacher Chu or Miss Gu?" Yao Yangji shot her a glare, fully aware of her meaning, and after a moment of contemplation replied, "You give it to Chu Xiaonan. This treasure can't have any issues. Half of our lives will be in her hands from now on." With her eyes squinted into crescents, Su Shuchu understood Yao Yangji's clear distinction between public and private matters and readily agreed without a second thought. No problem. Due to his doubts about Chu Xiaonan's character, Yao Yangji reminded her once more, check on Chu Xiaonan's outfit every day. If she dares to let anyone else wear the armor, I'll kill that person. Yao Yangji put in so much effort not to let Chu Xiaonan become a saint. Su Shuchu understood and promised to supervise. When the two cleaned up and joined Chu Xiaonan's group, they found two new faces in the team, a delicate and pretty but frail little girl, and a plump woman who trembled as she followed behind a fat man with her head down. At that moment, Yao Yangji wasn't wearing a mask, so his smile faded abruptly, realizing that in just a few days, some people had already taken his words lightly. The fat man proudly proclaimed, "Boss Yao, I followed your lead to clear some zombies, and then I found 4 survivors in a machine repair factory, 3 men and 1 woman. Those 3 men killed Bai Ling's husband and child, leaving her all alone. When I discovered this, I rescued Bai Ling and took care of those 3 scum." The fat man didn't mention why Bai Ling was able to survive, but everyone present knew. "Lift your head and take off your outer clothes," Yao Yangji said coldly. Bai Ling trembled all over, slowly raising her head, and indeed, she was a person who evoked pity. With a painful expression, she took off her outer clothes, revealing her tender arms covered in bruises and burn marks from cigarette butts. As for other parts, it was easy to guess the situation. "Gumeng, didn't you help her with her wounds?" Yao Yangji's expression softened slightly. "We did help, but she has too many injuries, and with time being tight, we couldn't treat them all immediately," Gumeng said, her heart filled with dread, tightly gripping Jiang Wenba's hand beside her, unable to imagine the suffering Bai Ling had endured. Chapter 70. Back to the grain and oil market, huh? "Boss Yao, I don't have any black corpse crystals left." The fat man looked pained. After a few days of digesting, the fat man had fully converted his corpse crystals into power. So Yao Yangji wasn't sure if there were any black corpse crystals left on him. However, this didn't hinder his perception of the fat man's strength. "If you don't have any, then go outside and look for them. With zombies everywhere, you can't find a single black corpse crystal?" The girl Bai Ling's thoughts were entirely on the fat man, and Yao Yangji wouldn't waste his resources doing favors for him. I'll give." Chu Xiaonan immediately spoke up, but the fat man felt no joy at all, and even felt a jolt, wanted to run far away to avoid being affected by Yao Yangji. The foolish woman, Chu Xiaonan, had no sense of the atmosphere. Yao Yangji was already holding back his anger, planning to deal with her later, but now she popped up looking for trouble. Yao Yangji's gaze suddenly deepened, sliding past Chu Xiaonan. If it weren't for her medical skills, she would have been kicked out of his team long ago. Slap! Yao Yangji seemed to move without moving, directly reaching out to grab Zhu Yi's neck from 5 steps away, speaking without a hint of emotion. "I spared your life, not to let you deceive foolish women." "Yao Yangji, what are you doing?" Chu Xiaonan exclaimed, rushing forward anxiously. "Teacher Chu, are you trying to be a saint again? I remember I warned you." Yao Yangji had never been this patient with anyone before. Hearing Yao Yangji's words, she remembered what he had told her 3 days ago, feeling a bit deflated. "Zhu Yi, she's just a little girl. How could she be like the fat man who has a dark heart?" The fat man raised his head to the sky, realizing that being invisible was the best choice at that moment. His style of conduct was different from Yao Yangji and the others. Being obedient now was merely due to Yao Yangji's pressure, and once the 3-month period was over, he would be free as a bird. Zhu Yi was already rolling her eyes from being choked by Yao Yangji, but remained silent, still able to control her body's instinctive reactions even near death. In the end, it was Su Shuchu who noticed Yao Yangji's attitude, stepped forward, gently patted his hand, and shook her head slightly. If Yao Yangji truly decided to kill Zhu Yi, he wouldn't be dragging things out like this. Cough, cough. Zhu Yi sat on the ground, continuously coughing, with blue fingerprints appearing on her neck. Yao Yangji stepped forward, his left palm open, pressing against Chu Xiaonan's face. "Don't take my patience for indulgence. If you're brainless, ask more questions and observe more." The fat man is indeed dark-hearted. But even if I die, I believe he will still be alive. Xu Xiaonan's cheeks were pinched painfully, but she didn't dare to make a sound. Seeing the brutality in Yao Liangji's eyes again, she didn't understand why Yao Liangji had such deep mistrust of a little girl. Releasing his palm, Yao Liangji looked at the still, pale-faced Xiao Fei and the others. Xiao Fei, the four of you come with me. After speaking, Yao Liangji coldly glared at the fat man before pulling Su Shuchu inside. The fat man's face immediately fell, and he lamented inwardly. At this moment, the benefits of being the leader became evident. The fat man understood that Yao Liangji wanted him to give a lesson to Chu Xiaonan and those fools. He glanced at Zhu Yi, who was sitting on the ground and remained silent, sighed softly, and then began to explain. After listening to the fat man's analysis, everyone looked at Zhu Yi, who was lowering her head in disbelief. Zhu Yi had never told a lie. Everything was a product of their own imagination. They had always thought of Zhu Yi as a naive little flower who needed love. But now the fat man told them that she was a lurking young beast who only needed strength. How could someone who could endure her parents' suicide and live on her own, who could withstand despair alone for more than a month without breaking down, and who survived in the apocalypse as a child be simple? The fat man didn't try to speculate on the unknowns, but he knew that there must be other matters between Yao Liangji and Zhu Yi. Otherwise, Yao Liangji's expression wouldn't be so complicated, a mix of killing intent, caution, and admiration. After hearing the fat man's analysis, Chu Xiaonan didn't distance himself from Zhu Yi. Instead, his expression shifted from one of childish affection to a deeper understanding. He moved closer to her and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Although Boss Yao looked fierce, he was a good person. This world doesn't accommodate kind leaders. If you want to grow up healthy and survive, you should listen to Boss Yao. He will give you hope. Inside the villa, Yao Liangji looked at Xiao Fei and the other three. Although the surgery was not a major one, the sanitary conditions made him a bit worried. After carefully sensing, Yao Liangji felt relieved and smiled, saying, "Congratulations, you've started a new life." After giving a few instructions, he let Su Shuchu teach Xiao Fei and the others how to absorb corpse crystals while he chatted with Gu Fangzhou. He had never asked Gu Fangzhou what her plans were for the future, overly assuming that she could only stay by his side. And the same went for Chu Xiaonan and the others. Zhu Yi's situation made him realize that not everyone was like him. Some still had family. He had previously refrained from mentioning his own family matters because he had struggled to survive himself. But now, with the enhancement effects of corpse crystals and experience facing zombies, they would naturally develop some thoughts. Fangzhou, what do you plan to do next? Yao Liangji looked at the lush trees in the distance, expressing some concern. Gu Fangzhou's position in this group was the most awkward. Everyone knew she had a deep relationship with Yao Liangji, but they also knew that Su Shuchu was the one who was officially recognized and respected. Therefore, to avoid suspicion, everyone treated Gu Fangzhou with a mix of respect and distance. Plans? Gu Fangzhou looked confused for a long time, then firmed up. I want to find my mom, to see if she is still alive. Did you not contact your aunt back then? Yao Liangji asked. How could I actively reach my mom? After all, that man is a big shot, and my call wouldn't get through, Gu Fangzhou said self-deprecatingly, with a hint of loneliness. Yao Liangji didn't ask further, as it would delve into Gu Fangzhou's personal matters, and he didn't have the standing to pry into her privacy. Then Yao Liangji threw a zombie with broken limbs in front of Zhu Yi and chatted with Chu Xiaonan and the others. After following Yao Liangji for so many days, they had become more pragmatic. They naturally wanted to understand the situation regarding their loved ones. However, in this world, they knew they could only strengthen themselves first before they could consider crossing cities or provinces. When Yao Liangji and the others came out, Zhu Yi was already quietly standing aside, the zombie on the ground dead very peacefully, killed with a single blow, with a rusty reed bar stuck in its eye socket. Chu Xiaonan, you're responsible for teaching Zhu Yi how to absorb corpse crystals, and then tell her everything about zombies. After speaking, Yao Liangji looked at Zhou Ting, who was surprised. Zhou Ting, you're responsible for teaching Zhu Yi the techniques for fighting zombies. With a light swipe of the Rat King's claw, a white corpse crystal appeared, and with a slight flick, the brain matter-covered crystal struck Zhu Yi's white dress, blooming into a blood flower. Chapter 71. The The rapidly expanding team, Yao Liangji, parked more than a dozen vehicles at the entrance of the grain and oil market, and immediately, figures began to move inside. Yao Liangji got out of the car alone, signaling everyone else to stay in the vehicle. He noticed changes inside the grain and oil market. So he took off his mask and shouted loudly into the market, "I am Yao Liangji, call Lu Shou and Zhang Qingjie out." He repeated this 3 times and then quietly stood outside the market, no longer speaking. The sound of hurried footsteps soon approached, and Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou led a group of people running out. Upon seeing Yao Liangji, they were first delighted, then shocked by the 5 military vehicles. With a swish, all the cars behind Yao Liangji opened, and everyone's eyes widened as the appearance of more than a dozen handguns and assault rifles caused panic among ordinary people. Zhang Qingjie smiled slightly at Zhou Ting and the fat man behind him, then turned to the people behind him and said, "This is the Yao Liangji you all mentioned. Boss Yao, let's greet him together." One must say that guns are a good thing. The previously hostile and resistant expressions turned serious and uneasy after the appearance of those weapons. "Hello, Boss Yao." Yao Liangji smiled slightly, then said a few words to Su Shuqiu. Soon, several large boxes of oranges appeared in front of everyone. These were picked from the hillside of the medical university on the way back, clearing the trees completely. Boom! There would be no shortage of food in the grain and oil market, but they hadn't seen fresh fruit for 2 months. So their expressions immediately changed and became more friendly. "Thank you, Boss Yao." Ding! Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou looked at the black crystal in their hands with surprise, their hearts trembling, and they stammered, "Thank you, boss." Yao Liangji had specifically saved 2 black corpse crystals for Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou. It was natural for the fat man and Zhou Ting, who had been running around with him, to make great progress while risking their lives. However, it was not easy for Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou to gather nearly 100 people at the grain and oil market, so their rewards should not be less. A row of large vehicles entered the grain and oil market, and Yao Liangji looked at the familiar green in the flower bed, feeling happy in his heart. He said to Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou beside him, "Qingjie, Zhugan, have you started planting vegetables?" Lu Shou chuckled. "A few days ago, when someone came to the grain and oil market, they brought some seeds. I picked some seasonal ones and cleared the weeds in the flower bed before planting them. Otherwise, if we keep eating staples and cured meats, our bodies won't hold up." Looking at the chives that had grown to a finger's height and some unknown greens that had sprouted a few green leaves, Yao Liangji was surprised to learn that Lu Shou had such a skill. So he casually asked, "Is the fertilizer artificial or?" Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou paused, exchanging glances, and finally Lu Shou gritted his teeth and said, It's the bodies of zombies. We buried the zombie bodies first, and after they rot and fertilize the soil, we'll plant vegetables on top." Ugh. Su Shuqiu, who had been driving for a long time, felt a bit nauseous. She had just been thinking about how to eat enough of these vegetables once they grew. Yao Liangji had no reaction, looking at a small grave mound beside the lush camphor tree, the afternoon sunlight casting a layer of shadow over the grave. After a survey, Yao Liangji already had an idea. The current grain and oil market occupied a geographical advantage, but couldn't withstand significant fluctuations. The entry and exit points were too many, and the walls were too low and thin, and the number of people was a bit lacking. If the zombies start to move, this small stronghold is not a very good choice. So the urgent task now is to remodel the grain and oil market. Stopping in the middle of the grain and oil market, Yao Liangji casually pointed, "You can each choose a building to live in. Get your things settled within half an hour, and then come back here to get to know each other." All right. A building has several floors, so, in the end, the result of the distribution was that Gu Fangzhou and Xiao Fei were with 4 others, while the fat guy took Ba Lian with him. Chu Zhaonin and the others were chatting and laughing as they chose a building, leaving only Yao Liangji and Su Shuqiu, who moved their things down, while Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou looked at each other. Half an hour later, downstairs in the spacious grain and oil store, Yao Liangji introduced Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou beside him. "This is Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, old members of my team. I left them here at the grain and oil market to watch over, gathering survivors, so this is everyone's first meeting. Let us introduce ourselves." Thus, starting with Su Shuqiu, everyone briefly mentioned their names and abilities. The fat guy and Zhou Ting, being old acquaintances, naturally didn't need to introduce themselves. Especially the fat guy, who seemed to have experienced something last night and had been sleeping in the car until now, still feeling weak in his legs. After getting to know each other, Yao Liangji asked again, "Has everyone else passed the test, except for the children?" Zhang Qingjie pondered for a moment and then replied, 17 people have not passed the test. There aren't any solitary zombies nearby, so we've been delayed. No problem. Zhang Qingjie picked up a hammer and struck a copper bell hanging from a nearby lamppost. After a few clangs, people gathered, and they immediately saw the dozen or so zombies on the ground, unable to move and roaring. Yao Liangji needed to quickly unite the people in the grain and oil market. He could see that many were still hoping to live a stable life inside the market. Chapter 72. Remodeling the grain and oil market. Yao Liangji's words made everyone pause. They understood the meaning behind what he said. If you have no special skills and are afraid to kill zombies, then you can only be eliminated from the grain and oil market. If this were their first meeting, they might have had the courage to question him, but with 17 zombies on the ground, howling with severed limbs, they had no courage to refute. A woman holding a child looked conflicted, put the child down, and whispered a couple of words in their ear. When the child turned around, she immediately stepped forward, pulled out a long knife, and resolutely began to chop at a zombie's head. However, due to her lack of strength, it was like chopping through pig bones. The blade kept getting stuck, and she struggled to lift it. "Mommy, are you done yet?" The child's tender voice came through. Soon, Mommy will be done. You mustn't peek." Nodding, Yao Liangji sighed inwardly and said a couple of words to Su Shuchu beside him. He now needed to help Su Shuchu cultivate some trustworthy people, and the one before him was very suitable. Right now, people like Zhang Qingjie and Chu Zhao entrusted him, but in the future, if something happened, Su Shuchu might not be able to convince them just by her title. With someone to lead, even if the others were fearful and uncomfortable, they still forced themselves to step forward. But there was one person who kept retreating in fear until only one zombie remained on the field, and everyone looked at that person who was backing away. No, you executioners, you kill people, you kill for pleasure. Cowards always look for grand excuses for their cowardice. But clearly, his words did not shake the others. If both feet are human, then he should not be avoiding, but should step forward and kindly ask if you have eaten. Throw him into our previous little community. If he can survive, then so be it. Yao Liangji remembered that there were 2 cowardly people in the community he rented, but he didn't know if they were still alive. After the first collective meeting ended, Yao Liangji's absolute authority in the grain and oil market was established. He gave Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou a few instructions, then handed them a handwritten notebook, smiling at the other 5 from his community. After signaling to Xiao Shuchu, he quickly got dressed and took the opportunity of the sun setting to patrol the area next to the grain and oil market. Then Yao Liangji divided the people in the grain and oil market into 2 teams. One team was responsible for strengthening the defensive construction inside the market, first raising and thickening the market's walls, then digging a 4-meter-wide deep trench around the grain and oil market, leaving only 2 entrances at the front and back. The other team, led by Yao Liangji, would go out to clear zombies and collect corpse crystals while continuously gathering supplies and rescuing survivors. Yao Liangji did not hide the secret of the corpse crystals. He directly set a reward that once the remodeling of the grain and oil market was completed, everyone would know how to absorb the corpse crystals, taking the future into their own hands. As days passed after 2 months, the number of people in the grain and oil market exceeded 300. It proved that the lower the population density, the greater the chance of survivors existing. Moreover, since the disaster had happened recently, as long as you had the courage, getting enough food was not a problem. So the people Yao Liangji later found had only minor conflicts, and under the collapse of the old societal order, they lived somewhat in despair and indulgence. However, the scenes of humanity's extinction that Yao Liangji had seen before no longer appeared. Perhaps they had occurred, but were buried again by death. The sound of wheels crunching over iron sheets carelessly placed at the market entrance seemed to signal another abundant harvest of supplies. Once there were enough hands, Yao Liangji and the others moved much faster. They no longer had to clear the battlefield, and only the black-eyed zombies could briefly halt their steps. The growth of vegetables was also quite good. Ordinary people could eat them every 3 days, while combat personnel like Yao Liangji had enough vegetables and meat every day. After sorting and storing the supplies, Yao Liangji took several large barrels of water to the rooftop of the building he shared with Su Shuchu, pouring the water into a storage tank. At this moment, Su Shuchu had just finished washing her hair, rubbing her damp hair with a dry towel. The Mouse King leather armor fit tightly against her body, revealing her fair skin as she moved. Liangji, you go wash first. Su Shuchu was looking down, not seeing someone else's gaze. Swallowing hard, Yao Liangji stripped completely and directly picked up Su Shuchu. The sun hasn't been out for long today. In our home, doesn't have enough electricity stored. So let us save some electricity and wash together. Ah! A startled cry escaped as Su Shuchu wrapped her right arm around Yao Liangji's neck, while her left hand pressed down slightly on her own bottom, preventing it from pressing against him. The sound rippled like waves. Today, it hasn't been out for long. After more than half an hour, the bathroom door finally opened, and Su Shuchu hung limply on Yao Liangji. She didn't want to move at all, and later she didn't even know how she got clean, letting Yao Liangji carry her out. Then he helped her put on her undergarments, teasingly saying, I told you to eat Gu Fong Zhou, but you insisted on pretending to be a gentleman, and now you keep pestering me. Yao Liangji picked up his Mouse King leather armor. He was no longer avoiding discussing this topic with Su Shuchu. Feelings come first. I'm infatuated with you. But that doesn't mean I feel the same way about other women. Umph. A light snort came from the tip of Su Shuchu's nose. But her voice was full of delight. Chapter 73. Unwelcome. Guess the benefit of animal leather products is that they have isolation properties. Even if worn outside and fighting zombies for a day, the Mouse King leather armor can be rinsed with hot water and immediately worn again. After cleaning the leather armor of the two individuals, Yao Liangji placed the armor on the sofa and then put on all his clothes in front of Su Shuchu. He then looked at the neatly dressed Su Shuchu and said, Let's go. We need to celebrate the completion of our new base. After so many days of collecting supplies, the entire grain and oil market had plenty of canned meats and fruit preserves, except for fresh meat and fruits. There were always dedicated people who categorized and arranged the supplies according to their expiration dates, especially for high-proof liquor, an important resource that didn't have a shelf life, which was directly wrapped in tin foil and clay for preservation. This time, Yao Liangji fulfilled his promise and shared the method of absorbing zombie crystals with everyone. It wasn't that Yao Liangji was selfless. He knew that the evolution of zombies wouldn't be slower than that of humans, and that to defend a base or seize more resources, ordinary people would struggle to be of much help. After so many days of scavenging, except for a few large zombie gathering spots that Yao Liangji hadn't touched, all the easy targets had been dealt with, so he had to think about the future. The fat man, accompanied by Bai Lian, leaned in slightly, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. Boss Yao, in 10 days I need to take Bai Lian away. Yao Liangji directly grabbed a bottle of liquor from the ground and took a swig. What used to be so spicy and stimulating now tasted a bit sweet. He knew he couldn't keep the fat man, so he didn't try to persuade him, only saying lightly, I plan to clear out that mall. Are you going to participate or leave? The fat man knew what Yao Liangji meant by the mall, and his eyes lit up. That was the mall that had made him feel stiff just by getting close to it. Participate. If the mall is left unaddressed, it will eventually become a big problem. At this moment, Yao Liangji's thoughts had already drifted far away. The gun control in Huagua was too strict, and with only a small batch of guns scavenged from Huijingtong and the others, there were barely over 30 guns in Yao Liangji's team. The most critical issue was that they didn't have enough ammunition. So to clear out that mall with minimal losses, Yao Liangji needed to acquire a batch of heavy weapons. It would be best to get some bombs as well. Thinking of this, Yao Liangji couldn't help but recall what Pang Biao had said. With the influence of absorbing the zombie crystals that night, many men and women who had mutual feelings in this apocalypse comforted each other together, spurred on by the alcohol. Under the warm covers, Yao Liangji pulled his foot out from between Su Shuchu's smooth legs, then picked up the scattered clothes and arranged them neatly. He then walked into the kitchen wearing only a pair of shorts, turned on the gas canister, and started preparing breakfast. In just over 10 minutes. As the aroma wafted through the air, when Yao Liangji came out, Su Shuchu was already supporting herself against the wall. Yao Liangji quickly put down what he was holding and rushed over to help her to the dining table, muttering, "You could have just eaten in bed. Why get up?" Su Shuchu flashed a neat smile, bared her teeth, and bit down towards Yao Liangji's hand with a mix of anger and fear, mumbling, "I told you to let me rest a bit before doing anything, but you wouldn't listen." Even though Yao Liangji had allowed her to absorb a dark green zombie crystal, enhancing her body to such an extent, she still had to endure Yao Liangji's demands. Fortunately, Yao Liangji cared for her. Otherwise, she would probably be bettered in every day. Unable to bite down, Su Shuchu rubbed her slightly sore teeth and then turned her attention to the breakfast in front of her. Yao Liangji poured some warm water into a glass, mixed in the milk powder, and then licked off Su Shuchu's saliva from his hand. Su Shuchu, who had been watching Yao Liangji out of the corner of her eye, immediately blushed, forgetting to swallow what was in her mouth. She put down her chopsticks and started punching Yao Liangji with both fists. "You idiot!" Yao Liangji, however, was unfazed and instead held Su Shuchu in his arms. Avoiding the matter he had been criticized for countless times but still hadn't corrected. With a tone that suggested negotiation, he said, "In a couple of days, I'm planning to go out. How about you stay in the grain and oil market to help me keep an eye on things?" Upon hearing this, Su Shuchu stopped struggling and tilted her head slightly, her brows furrowed. She truly enjoyed this peaceful life. But when she thought about the hordes of zombies outside, all her comforting words were swallowed back, and she simply said, "Okay, I will help you look after this home." Now, the management system of Yao Liangji's team had also been clearly delineated. Zhang Qingjie, Lu Shou, Zhou Ting, and Chu Xiaonan each managed a large team. Each team consisted of 50 people, with Zhang Qingjie and Zhou Ting's teams primarily responsible for external cleaning and base defense tasks. Lu Shou's team was mainly composed of technical personnel responsible for the maintenance of all daily products, weapons, and vehicles at the base, while Chu Xiaonan was in charge of medical work within the base. The allocation of supplies at the base was solely under Su Shuchu's authority, who was responsible for a 100-person team. Yao Liangji had already clarified Su Shuchu's identity, so there was no need to worry about anyone being dissatisfied. After Yao Liangji left, Su Shuchu would be the one in charge of the entire base. After the two of them indulged in each other for a while longer, Yao Liangji called a few people together for a brief meeting, looking at everyone sitting up straight and serious. Yao Liangji waved his hand. "Everyone, don't be so serious. I'm not here to talk about clearing out that mall today. I plan to go check out a place, so I'll be taking some people out for a walk." Hearing Yao Liangji's words, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Ting asked, "Where are we going now?" Everyone's eyes lit up, and the fat man quickly chimed in, "Guns? What can we find more?" Before, they were afraid to use guns for fear of being surrounded by zombies. But now, going to clear out that mall, the more guns, the better. Even a few tanks would be fine. 407 Pingan Road. A piece of information from a scoundrel, Yao Liangji said in a deep voice. Before Yao Liangji and the others could discuss anything further, an urgent alarm rang out in the market, and everyone in the modified conference room immediately grabbed their weapons and rushed out with Yao Liangji. Chapter 74. The Wandering Demon upon reaching the platform on the wall. The base's walls were constructed to resemble ancient city walls, with spacious areas for people to take refuge, serving as the first line of defense against zombie attacks. Now, when Yao Liangji looked outside, he saw a convoy of over 30 modified vehicles lined up, heading towards the grain and oil market. On the convoy side, a group of armed individuals got out of their vehicles, staring blankly at the 4-meter wide and 6 to 7-meter deep trench, then glancing up at the nearly 10-meter high wall. A burly man with a tattoo extending to the back of his ear slapped down a frail middle-aged man beside him and angrily said, "Wang Laolu, is this the grain and oil market you said only had a few people?" Ignoring the blood spitting from his mouth, the man named Wang Laolu didn't even dare to stand up. He crawled to the side of the tattooed man in fear. "Longer, really? I left here over 2 months ago, and at that time our neighborhood only had a few reckless kids. You can ask Yi Qing and the others." Upon hearing this, Longgood gestured to a nearby lackey, who then went behind a cargo truck where no one could see. Looking at the white crowd, which even included some couples in the act of copulation, The lackey's eyes turned fierce as he kicked away one still emotion, stepping hard on an erect member. He asked, "Yi Qing, how many people were there in the market when you left that neighborhood?" After getting the answer, the lackey scanned the area and, seeing more couples casually copulating, couldn't help but sneer. "Get moving." Long has said, whoever gets pregnant first gets to leave the truck. Upon hearing this, the people inside the truck immediately got busy again, as if that was their only hope of survival. After getting off the car, the younger brother couldn't help but mumble a few words. Brother Long is truly abnormal, as he actually likes to eat babies. Brother Long, no problem. After receiving confirmation, Brother Long kicked the guy in front of him, Wang Laolu. "You go call the door and find out how many people are in this market, men, women, old and young, and how many weapons there are. Investigate everything thoroughly. Before coming here, Brother Long just want to make a quick buck and take a break." But now seeing the solid defenses and the mountains of food inside, he had already decided to take over this grain and oil market as his new base. "Cousin, will letting this Wang Laolu and cause him to leak our information?" A man subtly touched the voluptuous woman next to him and asked with concern. At this moment, Brother Long's eyes were filled with the grain and oil market, so he didn't pay attention to the little actions of the people around him, grinning. "Does this Wang Laolu have the guts? As long as I spread the word about him eating human flesh, will the people inside let him go?" Hearing the words human flesh, the faces of the men and women behind Brother Long flashed with discomfort. Then the voluptuous woman pressed her chest against Brother Long's arm and kept rubbing against him, saying, "What my husband said is right. Even if this Wang Laolu had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to betray us." Wang Laolu was completely terrified by Brother Long in front of him, having no heart to resist at all, not even considering whether he would be killed if he approached the grain and oil market. "Brother Long, I definitely won't betray our information. That market, I'm very familiar with it. I used to work in that market. Brother Long, you can rest assured. I will definitely bring out the information from inside the market." Wang Laolu hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Brother Long patted Wang Laolu's head like a puppy. "Go ahead. If you do well, I'll reward you with a leg." After shouting this 3 times in a row, Yao Yangji looked at a few people who had come out from his neighborhood and asked, "Does anyone know this Wang Laolu? I've heard of him. He's not a good person. He's greedy, lustful, and loves to gamble. Originally, he had a shop in this grain and oil market, but he lost everything. Later, I heard that he even drugged his wife to make money. After the disaster, it seems I haven't seen him." Yao Yangji smiled slightly. "Oh Yen, we saw him after the disaster. Don't you remember the few people who ran in the opposite direction when we were killing zombies?" "Ah, it's them," Zhang Qingjie and the others exclaimed, not expecting that among these clever people, there were still some who could survive. Yao Liangji smiled and turned to say, "Everyone, hide your guns a bit. Let's welcome this old friend." The gate slowly descended, and then the tightly closed iron door opened a crack. Wang Laolu nodded at Brother Long and the others behind him, and then walked in proudly into the grain and oil market. As soon as he entered, Wang Lao's eyes widened. He saw dozens of excavators and cranes parked inside. Then, he casually glanced at the crowd, noticing they were still holding some machetes. And he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, thinking, where does this society get so many guns? Brother Long is just too cautious. When Yao Yangji and his group came down, Wang Lao's eyes lit up, and he could hardly suppress his drool. Here were so many beauties. Before he even got close, he seemed to smell the fragrance of women's bodies. Just as Wang Laolu was about to speak, he saw a young man carrying 2 ticklers open his arms towards him. "Wang Laolu, you tell Brother Long that in this apocalypse, we survivors should work together to survive. I welcome Brother Long to enter this grain and oil market and work together to live on." Wang Laolu felt a bit confused, his eyes refocusing, his body warming up. He wanted to say something, but when he looked up and saw Su Shuchu and others, he forgot everything. With a slight turn of his head, Wang Laolu saw a string of verdant green in the market's open space and quickly spoke up. "Boss Yao, I will definitely convey this to Brother Long." He actually forgot how he knew this young man. After Wang Laolu left, Chu Xiaonan could no longer suppress himself and said angrily, "These scum demons actually raise people, and even eat them." Only the fat guy kept pondering, just now, what did Boss Yao do to make a person say everything without holding back? Chapter 75. news from other districts, especially when talking about the women and vegetables inside. He expressed all the praises he could think of in his entire life at once. When Brother Long heard about the women, his reaction was flat, but when he heard about the vegetables being grown inside, his greed intensified. After eating so much meat for so many days, he was already tired of it. Looking at the wide-open iron door, Brother Long could no longer suppress himself and waved his hand. "Let's go. We're entering this paradise." The convoy moved in continuously, with the cargo truck following at the end. Before Brother Long could show a friendly smile, he saw several excavators' buckets directly smashing into the vehicles behind. After a few loud crashes, those vehicles turned into a pile of scrap metal, blood seeping from the metal pile and flowing all over the ground. Without thinking too much, Brother Long jumped directly off the vehicle, and just as he straightened up, he was kicked in the face by a large foot. With a muffled grunt, Brother Long's last thought was, "Wang Laolu, I want to eat your brain while you're still alive." The others were also being pointed at by dark gun barrels, and anyone who moved without warning would be shot. Half an hour later, Yao Yangji frowned as he looked at the distinctly different two groups of people. One was fully armed, strong young men, and a dozen exceptionally flamboyantly dressed young women. The other was a group of naked, trembling, weak young men and women. "Teacher Chu, take the fat guy to interrogate the others. This group of Brother Long's people is left to me." Yao Yangji worried that Chu Xiaonan would get too soft-hearted, so he arranged for the fat guy to go with her. Chu Xiaonan had some clothes brought for the naked group to cover themselves a bit, and then took them to another place. Yao Yangji looked at a man and a woman next to Brother Long and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This world is indeed small. In front of this man and woman, he directly stepped on Brother Long's one foot, and a painful grunt came from the unconscious person's mouth, causing the couple to tremble. Yao Yangji smiled and had them taken to a room, then began rummaging through the miscellaneous bags outside. Soon, a string of keys with flower tags appeared in his hand. Looking at this set of keys, Yao Yangji couldn't help but recall the scene he saw on his most embarrassing day, which was also the day the disaster began. Muttering to himself, "It's been almost 3 months since the disaster, and I still run into this pair of cheating lovers. Now, tell me about your situation." Yao Yangji had a confident expression, but his gaze couldn't help but wander to the woman's backside, as the waves created by that slap back then were indeed too memorable. Seeing Yao Yangji's gaze, the woman felt a bit relieved. She slightly arched her ample backside and began to talk with the tattooed man about what they could say. The two spoke intermittently for half an hour, and Yao Yangji didn't interrupt. With an ambiguous smile, he said, "Look what this is. I was greatly inspired by your live battle back then. To say you are my teachers wouldn't be an exaggeration." The moment they saw the keys, the expressions of the two changed. How could they not remember the events of the first day of the disaster? But not knowing Yao Yangji's intentions, they could only stammer, "Yao, boss Yao, what do you want us to do?" Yao Yangji's expression turned stern as he coldly said, "Do you think just saying the truth is enough? I want details. I need to know your route from Area 2 to here, and I want to know how you got so many guns." The tattooed man panicked. "Boss Yao, we told you everything we know. The rest, Brother Long doesn't even talk to us and avoids us. We really don't know. If this key is sent to Longgu along with both of you, I guess you should be able to recall some things." Yao Yangji didn't have the heart to use severe torture on them, squeezing out the truth from their words like toothpaste. As for the mental influence method, it doesn't work on everyone. It only works on someone like Wang Laolu, who has completely lost their mind. As soon as Yao Yangji finished speaking, the tattooed man and the big-butted woman immediately clung to Yao Yangji's feet with terrified faces, even crying out loud. "Yao, boss Yao will talk, will say anything. Just don't send us to Longgu." Then they began to recount their affair from the day of the disaster. They were quite lucky. After finishing, they drove straight to Area 2, and the first rain didn't hit them. When they came out after finishing their business, they found the outside world had completely changed. Longgu was also a ruthless person. Knowing the world had changed, he rushed into the police station without hesitation, pretending to ask for help. Then he took the opportunity to kill the surviving police officers and rob all the firearms. While escaping, he absorbed any survivors he encountered. To demonstrate his brutality and courage, he even forced everyone to eat human flesh with his subordinates to escape the despair surrounded by zombies. With guns, cars, and people plus a bit of luck, It took them nearly 3 months to escape danger and arrive in front of the grain and oil market. After listening to their story, Yao Liangji didn't say anything, instead letting them draw a map of the route from Area 2, and then he turned to go to Longge. Longji's real name was Li Long. In his 38 years of life, he had only lived freely until he was 16. For the next 22 years, he spent a total of 15 years in prison. He had dabbled in various crimes like theft, extortion, gambling, and smuggling. He seemed to become more resilient. In the 2 years before the disaster, he quickly amassed wealth, leveraging his connections in prison to intertwine with both the underworld and the legitimate side, living a flourishing life. When Yao Yangji arrived at Li Long's place, he clearly noticed that this old hustler was full of lies. Every sentence was half true and half false, constantly portraying himself as a victim of circumstances, and even hinting to Yao Liangji to build a new world together. Yao Liangji couldn't help but find it amusing that someone who didn't even know the secret of the corpse crystal was talking about creating a new world. Holding a hand-drawn map, Yao Liangji said lightly, "So tell me, what is the reason you came here from Area 2 so decisively?" According to the maps drawn by the tattooed man and the big-butted woman, Yao Liangji could clearly see their escape route was quite clear. Although there were few detours, the direction of progress remained consistent. So Yao Yangji naturally wouldn't think that Li Long was just coming for the grain and oil market. Although it was only a fleeting moment, Li Long also realized what Yao Liangji was holding, and the flattering expression on his face instantly turned grim. He had put in so much effort to toughen up his subordinates, and in such a short time, they had spilled everything. Li Long forced a somewhat stiff smile and said, "I was just fleeing from Area 2, and along the way, I ran into Wang Laolu and a few others. They said there are fewer zombies near the grain and oil market, and there's plenty to eat and drink, so I came here. Everyone is a smart person. You know that in this world, there are no laws binding us. So do you want to speak honestly, or should I beat you until you do?" Yao Yangji seemed to have forgotten his anger in front of this brutal scum. He could still smile and talk so much with him. Chapter 76. Underground Modification Factory. Li Long wouldn't be honest just because of this threat, but he also didn't want to suffer. So he said half-truthfully, "I mainly developed in Area 5 before, but after my business grew, I shifted my focus to Area 2. However, there are still many inconvenient things I arranged to do in Area 5, so this time I came over to get some machines and materials for modifying cars. After all, in this world, having a sufficiently safe car is extremely important." Yao Yangji had been out for so long and naturally knew that Li Long's words were not wrong. Military vehicles were too few, and ordinary cars were indeed quite precious. They had to avoid zombies on the road, fearing that any collision would cause problems. Now that Yao Yangji planned to go to Area 2, he naturally had to prepare the transportation first. Lighting a cigarette, Yao Yangji placed the cigarette but in front of Li Long's mouth and kindly asked, "The location?" "Building 107, District 3, Jingwan Trade City," Li Long said, trying to lean back, but the cigarette kept following him. Li Long looked at his own legs with a bitter smile. He had thought about trying to escape, but a person with a broken leg running outside would only be a meal for zombies. "Big brother, you can rest assured. Everything I said is definitely the truth," Li Long said happily. Early the next morning, Yao Yangji took 30 people and drove 2 large trucks to Jingwan Trade City. As a commodity distribution center in the city, the population density was not high, but the usual flow of people was considerable. After the disaster, the number of zombies naturally increased. Under Li Long's guidance, Yao Yangji arranged for people to set off firecrackers in another direction to attract the zombies, then led his group into the warehouse. When Li Long saw the key in Yao Yangji's hand, he was startled, recalling what his wife had said. Rationality told him it was a coincidence, but his intuition told him that his wife was definitely hiding something from him. Upon entering the warehouse, Yao Yangji only saw some copper pipes and bags of nitrate and sulfur. His expression slightly darkened as he turned to Li Long, who was propped up with a cane. "Boss Yao, don't rush. We in this business have to hide some things," Li Long hurriedly explained, then limped down and lifted a corner of the carpet. With 2 clanging sounds, 2 iron doors on the ground opened, revealing a dark hole inside. "Boss Yao, the stuff is in there." Li Long reluctantly stepped aside. "Fatty, go down and take a look." Without hesitation, Fatty walked to the entrance of the tunnel. first shining a flashlight inside to confirm it was safe before crouching down and going in. About 10 minutes later, the lights below turned on, and Fatty's surprise voice came up. "Boss Yao, it's fine down here." Leaving a few people above, Yao Liangji led Li Long down, and they saw it was bright inside, high-powered bulbs illuminating every corner. Fatty patted Li Long on the shoulder. Although they weren't on the same side when they used to mingle in the underworld, seeing the arrangement underground made them admire Li Long's ingenuity. In such a large commodity distribution base, a few items coming and going would not attract anyone's attention. More importantly, Li Long had also connected solar panels and a diesel generator. All the consumption inside wouldn't show up on the power grid, naturally avoiding the attention of relevant departments. Yao Liangji wasn't in this line of work, but just by looking, he could feel how complete the equipment was, with a tone full of delight. He waved his hand. "Take everything. Small items, move them directly. For the large ones, disassemble and categorize them first, then move them out in batches." Throughout this process, Yao Liangji kept patrolling around the warehouse, clearing out any approaching zombies. After nearly a whole day of work, all the items were finally loaded onto the trucks. Just as Yao Liangji was about to leave, he saw Li Long breathe a sigh of relief. Yao Liangji confirmed that there was indeed nothing left in the basement. Thinking of Li Long's cunning, he couldn't help but shift his gaze back to the warehouse. When Li Long saw Yao Liangji's gaze turn to the warehouse, his heart sank. But he showed no signs on his face, not even asking a single question. However, the more he acted like this, the more Yao Liangji felt there was something he overlooked. Gazing at the copper tubes and bags of sulfur and nitrate on the ground, Yao Liangji directly asked, "What are these things for?" Having been observing Li Long, Yao Liangji keenly sensed the subtle mental fluctuations in him, and thus smiled slightly. Li Long's heart tightened, but he soon met Yao Liangji's half-smiling gaze and hurriedly lowered his head, not caring about his own feelings. When they went out, they were much more reckless, with 2 half-loaded trucks clearing the way. Yao Liangji and the others were outside, making some extra money, while Li Long was frozen in place, watching this group of people who could crush a zombie's head with ease. As he watched the once terrifying black-eyed zombies be decapitated by Yao Liangji like children with no resistance at all, he finally realized that Yao Liangji and his companions were not normal people. After safely leaving the commercial city, Li Long breathed in the foul odor emanating from Yao Liangji. He watched as Yao Liangji took off his gloves and held the crystals extracted from the zombie's head in his hand, and then saw the crystals turn into liquid and merge into Yao Liangji's body, his eyes bursting with immense surprise. He knew that the reason Yao Liangji and his group were extraordinary lay here. Without any delay, they turned on the night lights and reassembled the machines. Under the enthusiastic guidance of Long Gu, a professional, they began to modify the military vehicles. Soon, 5 military vehicles covered in spikes appeared in front of Yao Liangji. The spikes had a retractable base that could push anything stuck on them outward, ensuring that the modified vehicles wouldn't be overwhelmed by zombies. At this moment, Yao Liangji and his group had long fallen asleep, but the urgency in Yao Liangji's heart made him unwilling to wait any longer. Chapter 77. Arrival at Area 2 the next day. As dawn broke, Yao Liangji planned to get up but was directly pinned down by Su Shuchu, her softness pressing against his chest. Although Su Shuchu's voice was filled with laziness, she still said, "You can sleep a bit longer. I'll help you prepare things." Misunderstanding her intention, Yao Liangji's hand under the covers froze and slid up to Su Shuchu's shoulder as he teased, "Can you still move? Who are you underestimating?" Su Shuchu straightened her body. Although last night was hard and embarrassing, she had preserved enough energy to get out of bed. Yao Liangji understood that this was Su Shuchu's concern for his outing, so he happily responded, "Then I'll trouble my night." "Huh." Su Shuchu shot Yao Liangji a glance before putting on her pajamas and heading to the kitchen. This time, the objective was not primarily to clear zombies, so Yao Liangji did not bring Chu Zhaon in for protection. Instead, he let her teach others some medical knowledge and how to identify drug properties in the grain and oil market. After saying what needed to be said, Yao Liangji fell silent, completely handing over the grain and oil market to Su Shuchu. He then looked around. Great! With the lure of zombie crystals, everyone's spirits were high. Yao Yangji glanced at Gu Fangzhou in the crowd. Their eyes met in the air, but Yao Yangji ultimately did not say anything to her and simply waved. Let us go. 10 vehicles drove across the suspension bridge, heading toward the Black City skyscrapers in the remaining twilight of dawn. Along the way, Yao Yangji and his group did not stop, but followed the route directed by Li Long and his wife and cousin. They ate, drank, and relieved themselves in the vehicle. The vast city was eerily silent, except for the howls of zombies. Occasionally, they heard cries for help, but Yao Yangji and the others dared not stop. When zombies spotted them and began to pursue, Yao Yangji even had to take people down to clear the way, fearing that a larger commotion would attract the attention of certain zombies. Throughout the journey, Yao Yangji noticed that Li Long's evacuation route mostly avoided dense residential and commercial areas. So although there were occasional surprises, they were all within control. On the third day, after circling nearly 300 kilometers, Yao Yangji and his group finally arrived at Area 2. Seeing how quickly they reached their destination, the fatty patted Li Long's buzz cut. You guys really figured out this route. Finding such a safe path in a city with millions of people is no easy task. However, Yao Yangji's expression was heavy. Along the way, he sensed too many dangers. Thus, he said, Fatty, don't be blindly optimistic. We need to find what we need and evacuate quickly. The zombies will change again before long, and we can't get trapped in this isolated city. The fatty understood what Yao Yangji meant by change, and his heart tightened as he quickly took out the map to study it. This was the latest and most detailed city map they had scavenged from a bookstore near the grain and oil market. Although it was 2 years old, it was still sufficient for the now relatively stabilized inner city. After selecting a route to their destination on the map, after a long time, the fatty frowned and said, Boss Yao, we can't completely avoid residential areas and shopping malls. They're too densely packed in Area 2. Try to avoid shopping malls. We could take a bit of risk with residential buildings. The information gathered from clearing zombies made Yao Yangji instinctively avoid places with high foot traffic like shopping malls. He wasn't ready to confront that possibility just yet. After 5 or 6 minutes, the fatty planned a route for Yao Yangji. This route only requires passing through 2 residential areas, and the total distance is just over 10 kilometers. Let's take this route. The convoy soon approached the first residential area, where zombies had already left the community and were wandering on the street. Upon hearing the roar of the cars, they all rushed towards Yao Yangji's convoy. Damn, just one glance, and I see nearly 10 black-eyed zombies. Yao Yangji shouted, accelerate, smash right through. He then jumped out of the vehicle, ready to guard against the potential appearance of green-eyed zombies. Bang, bang. The sound of continuous collisions echoed as the zombies' bodies were pierced and hung on the modified spikes of the vehicle. The front row of vehicles constantly changed lanes and slowed down to allow the cars behind to pass, but the oncoming zombies were still unaffected. Hundreds of zombies charged forward, and Yao Yangji dashed through the horde, skillfully dodging their attacks. Each time he encountered a black-eyed zombie, he would strike, but he didn't dare to stop to collect the zombie crystals. Soon, Yao Yangji's eyes lit up as he spotted a green glowing creature among the horde. Crouching on his right leg, he made a powerful dash straight towards the green-eyed zombie. His hands wielded the Rat King's claws, clearing a path as his outer clothing was torn by the zombies, revealing the yellow-brown Rat King's armor beneath, splattered with the zombie's filthy blood. A high-pitched roar erupted, momentarily halting the surrounding zombies' footsteps as they all moved closer to Yao Yangji. Meanwhile, the soon-to-be green-eyed zombie sensed the danger from Yao Yangji and instinctively began to retreat. Yao Yangji would never let this thing escape. If he didn't kill it now, while there was a power disparity, who knew what would happen once it evolved? So, with a leap, he jumped up, ignoring the grasping zombies below, stepping on their heads as he soared forward. Wow, has Boss Yao reached this level already? Zhang Qingjie exclaimed in amazement at the sight of him soaring amidst hundreds of surrounding zombies. The fatty, however, observed closely, although Yao Yangji was airborne. His landing points were mostly on the black-eyed zombies. Whenever he couldn't avoid a black-eyed zombie, the Rat King's claws in his hands would first sever the claws of the black-eyed zombies, ensuring his own safety. After a dozen seconds, Yao Yangji locked eyes with the soon-to-be green-eyed zombie. He swung the Rat King's claws, but the soon-to-be green-eyed zombie ducked under the attack. Then, taking advantage of the moment when the zombie with green eyes had fewer points of support in mid-air, he extended his claws and leaped straight toward the abdomen of the green-eyed zombie. At the moment the green-eyed zombie died, the other zombies inexplicably paused. By this time, Yao Yangji's stamina had already been mostly exhausted. Seeing that the convoy had safely rushed out, he no longer lingered. He directly took advantage of that brief gap to decapitate the green-eyed zombie, and then quickly rushed toward the convoy. Chapter 78. The struggle for survival. As soon as he got into the vehicle, Yao Yangji let out a long breath, while the zombies behind stirred but for some reason did not chase after them. Looking back, Yao Yangji's scalp tingled. The residential area was still continuously pouring out zombies, and he even saw the green-eyed zombie again. The hearts of the others couldn't help but pound. In just a short while, nearly 2,000 zombies had gathered behind them. Moreover, the number was still increasing. If they had been even a little slower and surrounded by zombies, everyone in this convoy besides Yao Liangji would likely not survive. He picked up a bottle of water and gulped it down. During those few minutes, he had hardly stopped, and now, as he paused slightly, he felt his breathing was like a bellows. "Boss Yao, why aren't those zombies chasing us?" Zhang Qingji asked. It was his first time running away with Yao Yangji. Previously, clearing the zombies around the grain and oil market was relatively simple, so he had never witnessed zombies standing still while looking at people. Gradually regaining his composure, Yao Yangji sighed. There are high-level zombies controlling them. A high-level zombie should appear in that residential area soon, so they dare not pursue us to protect their king. Protect? Lu Shou asked in confusion. You should have studied the zombie manual I gave you. The current limited activity range of zombies is because low-level zombies completely follow their instincts. If they run around without orders, they might just trip and fall, drown, or rush into the sea. So, their small activity range is just waiting for and protecting the appearance of higher-level zombies, leading them to hunt with purpose. Yao Yangji's words made Zhu Gan and the others' hearts tremble. The smaller the zombie's activity range, the larger the survival space for humans. Once zombies start moving in large numbers, with such a massive base, unless a modern army is assembled to clean the area with artillery, who can withstand the tide of millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of zombies. Seeing everyone looking mournful, Yao Liangji couldn't help but smile and ask, "Am I strong?" His words acted like a stimulant, brightening the eyes of everyone in the vehicle. Indeed, zombies were evolving, but they were not standing still either. With Yao Liangji's strength, as long as they could help eliminate the interference from ordinary zombies, he could face high-level zombies alone. If zombies have a commander, then they just need to kill that commander and scatter them like sand. Hey, Boss Yao, check if this zombie has dropped anything." The zombie's head had several cracks made by the Rat King's claws, and the brain matter was seeping out through the gaps. Yao Liangji clenched his right fist and struck hard along the crack. The cheekbone caved in completely. He then extended 2 fingers to scoop inside, discovering that zombies of this level seemed not to be empty. A dark green corpse crystal appeared before everyone, and the pale gray brain matter on it did not diminish Zhang Qingjie and the others' desire for it. Yao Liangji flicked his hands, and the corpse crystal flew directly to Zhang Qingjie. "This level of corpse crystal is no longer very useful to me. You absorb it first, and later it will count as part of your merits." After saying this, Yao Liangji looked at Lu Shou beside him. "Zhu Gan, wait a moment. The next time there's a corpse crystal of this level, I'll give it to you." Yao Yangji's current strength meant that absorbing this level of corpse crystal was just a bonus. However, no amount of bonuses could compare to the strategy of dealing with the sea of zombies. Zhang Qingjie initially looked delighted, then hesitated for a moment, tightly gripping the corpse crystal in his hand. "Boss Yao, you can take it." Zhang Qingjie found it impossible to resist this temptation. A glimmer of envy flashed in Lu Shou's eyes, but he quickly stated, "Thank you, Boss Yao. I can also take it." Yao Liangji smiled. "Don't worry, I won't shortchange you. While it's still relatively safe, Qingjie, hurry up and absorb this corpse crystal. I can't guarantee I can protect the convoy alone in the next residential area." The reaction Zhang Qingjie had to absorbing the high-level corpse crystal was much greater than Yao Liangji's initial reaction, lasting longer. Even Lu Shou, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but swallow hard. Yao Yangji closely monitored Zhang Qingjie's response throughout the entire process and directly stimulated him with his mental power when he was about to lose consciousness. After 2 hours of this, Zhang Qingjie slowly calmed down. When he opened his eyes, the look in Zhang Qingjie's eyes was not one of joy but of fear. If Yao Yangji hadn't been watching him, he might have died during the corpse crystal enhancement. Zhang Qingjie spoke with a hint of trepidation. "Thank you, Boss Yao." Yao Yangji smiled in satisfaction. "It seems you have to experience it yourself to know how much of the information in the zombie manual can be trusted. If you lose your senses when you see a high-level corpse crystal and your willpower is lacking, someone must be there to keep an eye on you. Otherwise, I can't be sure which will come first, completion of the enhancement or death." Yao Yangji's words made Zhang Qingjie and the others smile awkwardly, as they indeed felt that way. As they were nearing the second residential area, Yao Yangji took the lead with Zhang Qingjie to scout ahead. The convoy was too large a target, too easy to attract the attention of zombies. Yao Yangji would not leave any chance for high-level zombies to command them as before. Taking off his crossbow from his back, Yao Yangji searched for his target among the roadside greenery. But before he could fully search for his target, someone living on the upper floors of the residential building spotted the approaching convoy and cleverly grabbed a loudspeaker to shout for help. Yao Yangji sighed and took out his binoculars to look in the direction of the sound. Even now, there were still people alive, but most of them were hardly human, disheveled and with red, bulging eyes, looking agitated. "Boss Yao." Zhang Qingjie waited for Yao Liangji to make a decision. By this time, the surrounding zombies had already rushed toward the direction of the sound, but most of those people continued to shout without care. "When we find a candle shop next time, let us set it on fire as a thank you for their self-sacrifice." Yao Liangji didn't look again. The first shout was instinct, the second was excitement. But those who were still shouting with all their might were either foolish or malicious, so there was no need to save them, which somewhat eased Yao Liangji's guilt. Chapter 79. Trapped armed police. The convoy did not stop at all. Instead, it accelerated past the residential area. A few dozen scattered zombies trying to approach were directly pierced through by the spikes at the front of the vehicle, blood and intestines spilling out, and then scattered by the vehicle's speed. Some longer intestines even hung on the zombies, continually slapping against the vehicle's body. With a push from the top, zombies fell from the vehicle onto the ground, only to be run over by the speeding cars behind, becoming a bloodstain on the road. "Boss Yao, there's still people alive in that residential area?" Lu Shou exclaimed, as he too had heard the cries for help from inside the residential area. At this point, the cries for help outside had turned into curses, and Yao Liangji smiled. There are advantages to overpopulation. There are more resources from others. As long as they are bold enough, they can survive. Besides, it's not like it's not raining now. A rain can save many people. The sound of curses was gradually replaced by the excited roars of zombies, a celebration triggered by their scent of human blood. The journey ahead became relatively peaceful, with occasional collisions having no effect on the convoy's progress. Upon reaching Pingan Road, Yao Liangji furrowed his brows. He didn't believe that Peng Biao would deceive him. Given his hatred for Yao Liangji, he would only lay a trap for him to walk into, and it was impossible for him to fabricate such a story. At this moment, there were no warehouses on Pingan Road. Aside from a large training ground, there were only a few scattered small shops. The fat man got out of the vehicle and cautiously asked, "Boss Yao, is your source of information reliable?" Yao Liangji looked around. There was definitely danger, but it shouldn't be false information. After all, that person was likely cursing him even from the depths of hell. "What is the exact address?" the fat man asked again. 407 Pingan Road, Area 2. Before coming, Yao Liangji had only mentioned going to the Area 2 side of Pingan Road, so the fat man and the others were unaware of the specific house number. The fat man immediately ran into the small shops nearby, checking the door numbers. There were numbers from 401 to 406, but there was number 407. "Boss Yao, how about we check out that training ground?" The fat man keenly sensed that the training ground was a bit different. Yao Liangji had also been observing, and the entrance to the training ground still had a sign that read Professional Training Ground, no entry without permission. Moreover, there were 3 security booths at the entrance. and the surrounding barbed wire was thicker than that of ordinary sports fields, with anti-climb spikes installed, giving the impression of protecting something very valuable. "Let's go in." Yao Yangji waved his hand, signaling to drive the vehicle directly inside. Once inside, Yao Yangji was surprised to find not a single zombie present. Given the unpredictable nature of the disaster, there should have been signs of zombies in such a place. He gestured for everyone to keep their distance and search further. Soon, at the back of the training ground, he spotted a low building with Warehouse 407 written on it. Yao Yangji felt a surge of joy but remained vigilant, signaling Lu Shou to open the door. Just as Lu Shou unlocked the door, a smaller set of rooms beside it opened up quickly, and a group of fully armed individuals rushed out, pointing their guns directly at Yao Yangji and his group, sternly ordering, "Put your hands up." Yao Yangji and his companions reacted swiftly, but their attention had been focused on the warehouse, causing them to overlook the group nearby. Now both sides stood at standoff, guns raised, neither daring to move. Finally, a man with 2 stars on his shoulder spoke first. "We are the police. Please lower your guns so we can talk. Trust us." Buffed. The fat man couldn't help but laugh. When he first saw the group in police uniforms, he was almost ready to throw down his weapon. His fear of the police from before the disaster had deeply ingrained itself in him. But upon hearing this, he instinctively laughed to mask his earlier fear. The fat man's snicker instantly shifted the atmosphere to a tense one. Yao Yangji shot him a glare, though he wasn't too afraid. Zhang Qingjie and the others couldn't escape the dense gunfire. "Where did you hear about this place?" Came the same voice again. Yao Yangji's expression turned cold. It seemed these police officers hadn't completely shifted out of their professional mindset, as their tone carried a natural interrogation stance. "Looks like we might find what we want here," Yao Yangji retorted, giving a glance to those beside him. "What do you want? What do you intend to use it for?" "Ha! Weapons are naturally for killing zombies. It can't be for playing this pointing game with each other, can it?" Now it was the police's turn to laugh, with you lot trying to shoot zombies. "Do you believe that if you step outside and fire a shot, hundreds of zombies won't swarm you?" It seemed this group of police had suffered losses, or else they wouldn't be so certain. "Let us send someone out to chat, keeping our guns raised like this isn't a solution." Yao Yangji didn't want to waste time. He just wanted to get the weapons and leave Area 2. The changes in the city center were too great, and the density of zombies was overwhelming. He really didn't want to waste time here and take unnecessary risks. Seeing that Yao Yangji was unresponsive to their words, the police realized he and his group weren't novices. After confirming, the same 2-star officer spoke up again. "Then let us talk over here." "No problem," Yao Yangji replied casually, not caring about the potential danger he might face. Although the police felt that Yao Yangji's agreement was too straightforward, they couldn't figure out what the problem would be, so they slightly moved aside. "Please come in." Once inside, Yao Yangji looked around and was surprised to find more than 30 people inside. The room was clearly divided into several areas for living, and everyone looked at Yao Yangji with a glimmer of hope. This was the first time they had seen an outsider voluntarily come here. Seeing no signs of inhuman behavior, Yao Yangji relaxed slightly. He no longer cared about who held the initiative and directly said, "I don't want to waste time. The zombies outside are about to change again, so I need to take my things and leave Area 2 immediately. Name your price." Change. The police on the other side weren't ignorant. Upon hearing Yao Yangji's words, their expressions changed instantly. The 2-star officer finally removed his mask, revealing a face covered in a beard. "Where exactly did you come from to get here? If I said I came from Area 5, would you believe me?" Yao Yangji also took off his mask, teasingly responding. As soon as Yao Yangji's words left his mouth, disbelief was written all over everyone's faces. And the bearded officer continued, "So what do you want to talk about?" "I already said, name your price. If we can resolve this through trade, I don't want to resort to force. I assume you won't need the goods in that warehouse anymore. So why not take a step back for a win-win situation?" Yao Yangji didn't want to recruit these people into his group. If they were in Area 5 or even Area 4, he would be willing to spend some time connecting with them. But being in Area 2, a place where even he could perish at any moment, he had no time to persuade this group. "We don't need anything and won't let you take those weapons and equipment, so you can forget about that thought," the bearded officer replied firmly. With a swift motion, Yao Yangji closed the distance to the bearded man, grabbing his neck and lifting him up effortlessly. "What are you doing? Let go of our captain." The remaining people in the room immediately pointed their guns at Yao Liangji and shouted. Despite having guns, they felt terrified. Lifting a nearly 200-pound man with one hand was not something a normal person should be able to do. Yao Liangji ignored the guns pointed at him and expressed a hint of disappointment. "You're really just hiding here to survive," without even studying the zombies. The moment he made his move, Yao Liangji felt that the police officer's physical abilities were no different from that of a normal person, with manpower, weapons, and combat experience. They had failed to uncover the secrets of the zombie crystals in over 4 months. Releasing his grip, the bearded officer coughed and, disregarding his fear of life and death, immediately asked, "What do you mean?" Yao Liangji lightly swung his right fist against the wall, and with a loud bang, a hole the size of a bowl appeared before everyone's eyes. Yao Liangji shook his hand to fling off the gravel and smiled, saying, "My subordinates outside could take on all of you one-on-one. What do you think I mean by that?" The man with the beard, feeling a bit regretful, replied, "Can people evolve too? Otherwise, how do you think we got here?" Both sides needed preliminary communication to avoid a gunfight. "Then take us out of Area 2. Everything in the warehouse belongs to you." After personally experiencing Yao Liangji's power, the bearded man finally believed what Yao Liangji had said before. If it were someone else, Yao Liangji might have to think twice, but facing nearly half a trained police force, he didn't feel they would hold him back. Yao Liangji extended his hand. "My name is Yao Liangji, and I hope we can cooperate happily this time." The bearded man placed his hand on Yao Liangji's. "I am Chao Yi." After the two stepped outside, the tense atmosphere eased, and both Yao Liangji and Chao Yi spoke together. "It's fine now. Put down your guns." Chao Yi walked up to the warehouse door, glanced at the already open lock, and pushed it open. The chubby man, getting Yao Liangji's signal, rushed in first. He shouted to Yao Liangji outside, "Boss Yao, everything is fine. Qingjia, go call everyone in to move the stuff." Yao Liangji felt relieved. He didn't want any danger, but was worried about not having enough supplies. After all, if they were short, managing the food and oil market would be troublesome. Watching his men busily loading things onto the truck, Yao Liangji tentatively asked, "Captain Chao, have you packed your things?" Chao Yi looked at the crowd, effortlessly carrying hundreds of pounds of goods, and fully believed Yao Liangji's words. He replied more warmly, "We finished organizing our stuff a long time ago. There's really nothing left to take." Then, "Captain Chao, do you have any plans for the future?" Yao Liangji didn't hide his covetousness for Chao Yi's group. After all, their physical and psychological qualities were much stronger than ordinary people. Chao Yi smiled, knowing that the person in front of him was ahead, but looking at his young face, he didn't want to lower himself to work under a younger man. His current goal was to seek out any remaining government organizations after going out and join them to continue his mission. "Can Boss Yao tell us how you found out about this place?" Chao Yi asked bluntly. To be frank, not everyone could know about our cage before the disaster. Chao Yi showed a hint of disdain. "So you're the troublemaking son of Director Pang. Is he still alive?" Yao Liangji glanced at the time and joined the moving team. "No, he died a miserable death. In just an hour, everything in the warehouse was loaded onto the truck." Yao Liangji looked at Chao Yi and the others, smiling as he said, "Take a good look at the zombie manual I just gave you along the way. I hope you can follow the precautions listed." "No problem." Following the route they came from, the convoy drove forward, fully loaded, and along the way, Chao Yi and the others could see the mangled corpses of zombies crushed on the ground. Occasionally, they saw a few zombies with black eyes, which were easily dealt with by Yao Liangji's team. "Attention, we are about to pass through a residential area." Yao Liangji's voice came through the intercom. And then Chao Yi saw Yao Liangji and a person named Zhang Qingjia get out of the car and run forward. The convoy speed was not fast due to many obstacles on the road, but the speed of those two was enough to astonish Chao Yi. Once they hid in the trees, Yao Liangji saw survivors throwing things outside, making a loud noise that continually attracted zombies from within the community. Yao Liangji wrapped his gun in a piece of clothing and then shot at the 3 people throwing things from the building. One of them, exposed too much, fell directly into the community after being shot, with the smell of blood quickly spreading. "Accelerate," Yao Liangji said into the intercom. Chapter 81. blood and flesh, clearing Yao Liangji could not let a few mentally unstable people affect the safety of the convoy. Since they were causing trouble, it was better to send them off early. Compared to noise, the stimulation of blood was far greater for the zombies. In an instant, the nearby zombies began to bite into the pile of flesh on the ground. Moreover, an endless stream of zombies was approaching from distance. The other two who were shot were not faring any better. Zombies kept squeezing into the residential building, and it wouldn't be long before they became the zombies' meal. Behind them, Zhang Qingjie was already accustomed to the scene, though he looked worriedly at the occasionally flashing green eyes among the zombie horde. Boss Yao, we're too close. Once our convoy passes, it will definitely attract the attention of high-level zombies. Ignoring the several zombies howling below the trees, Yao Liangji took off the cloth covering his gun and then pulled out several grenades he had taken from the warehouse. He specifically chose the more powerful grenades. While they were loud, their effectiveness was undeniable. Don't worry, the route has been cleared. As long as we don't get entangled, we will be fine. Without the green-eyed zombies, they won't chase too far. What we need to do now is clear as many of those near green-eyed zombies as possible. The roar of the cars sounded, and the zombies just a wall away excitedly looked towards the outside, then rushed out. Yao Liangji calculated the timing and aimed at the target to throw the grenade. First, there was a small explosion, followed by a massive shockwave. The surrounding zombies were blown to pieces, and even the near green-eyed zombies were torn in half. The high temperature from the grenade ignited the closer zombies, and since they were so close to each other, the flames quickly spread, making a sizzling sound like roasting meat. Boss Yao, what kind of grenade is this? The power is too great. Yao Liangji actually noticed that the near green-eyed zombies made a dodging movement the moment he threw the grenade, but it was only because the zombies were too close, giving them no space to maneuver. Otherwise, the grenade would have only injured it. I just took what was in the warehouse according to the instructions. This one had 3 red hazard symbols, so I took a few just in case. I didn't expect it to be this powerful and even self-igniting. It was indeed powerful, and the noise was considerable. The zombies within about 400 or 500 meters seemed to be stimulated and rushed towards this direction. But fortunately, Yao Liangji's grenade held them off. This allowed the convoy to safely pass the residential building, avoiding the ensuing wave of zombies. Unfortunately, Yao Liangji glanced at the burning pile of zombies, knowing that there were near-green zombie crystals remaining there. Yao Liangji and Zhang Qingjie jumped down from the trees, quickly following the convoy and running more than 100 meters forward when a high-pitched roar made Yao Liangji's heart tighten. Green-eyed, Yao Liangji was certain that it was a complete green-eyed zombie. For some reason, it seemed a bit weak and did not pursue them. Once they got into the vehicle, Yao Liangji's heart was still racing. This was the first time in 2 months that he felt the imminent danger of death. Boss Yao, what's wrong? Zhang Qingjie asked with concern. Yao Liangji didn't want to hide anything from Zhang Qingjie and the others, so he bitterly said, "There's a green-eyed zombie over there." Lu Shou's hand trembled, dropping the military dagger onto the car floor. Then why did it let us go? Aside from the influence of human flesh on it, it seemed clear that the evolution difficulty of the green-eyed zombies was far greater than that of the black-eyed ones. Maybe something made it wary. So, it temporarily let us go? Temporarily? Zhang Qingjie picked up the conversation. Yao Liangji forced a smile. That green-eyed zombie should remember me. Yao Liangji was sure that the green-eyed zombie's gaze towards him was filled with wariness and desire, just as he looked at it. Hurry up a little. Rush through the next residential area before dark. Yao Liangji did not want to be wrapped up like a dumpling, so he shouted directly into the car channel. Inside a house in the previously passed community, 5 or 6 humans lay on the ground, their entrails eaten out. A pair of green glowing eyes lit up, and fresh red blood slid down the corners of its mouth, resembling the sound of an old bellows being pulled. Humans. Chao, he had been observing the situation of Yao Liangji's convoy, and naturally saw the previous zombie tide. Seeing that Yao Liangji was able to pass through unscathed, and even confidently use a loud grenade, the zombies behind seemed to fear and did not dare to pursue. Looking at the zombie manual that Yao Liangji provided them, the current page clearly stated, advanced zombies have a certain level of thinking ability and can understand how to avoid some fatal dangers. The second residential area was not so easy to pass through. From a distance, hundreds of zombies could be seen wandering at the entrance. And Yao Liangji did not want to engage with the zombies again. He always felt that the green-eyed zombie behind him was like a death sentence. So this time he took a bundle of rope and shouted into the car channel. Stop the car, set the timer, in 3 minutes, accelerate and rush through. As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Liangji approached the car, opened the door, and looking at Li Long's fawning smile. He smiled slightly. I need to trouble you with one last thing. Finding the nearest traffic light, Yao Liangji directly cut a gash in Li Long's neck, ensuring he would not die immediately. Then he whispered in his ear, I have no interest in your last secret. There's a deadly guy behind us, so you have to be sacrificed. The smell of blood wafted in the air, dripping down Li Long's feet onto the ground. He never expected that Yao Liangji would act so decisively. During the days he was controlled by Yao Liangji, he had shown great obedience, and his foot injury had mostly healed. But now everything was over. Feeling the blood loss and watching the zombie horde surge in, Li Long was truly terrified. Chapter 82. Face to face soon, the zombies on the road cleared away, all gathering towards Li Long. The roar of the convoy followed, with the number of zombies reduced. Just over 100 could not stop the speeding convoy. The spikes around the cars were filled, continuously knocking the encroaching zombies away. Then, as if driving on a gravel road, the convoy rolled over them one after another, and soon the road was covered with zombie flesh and blood. Yao Liangji did not get back in the car. He kept a close watch on the presence of high-level zombies. During this time, he had seen two, but they seemed to remember Yao Liangji and restrain their instincts, hiding among the corpses and quietly watching the convoy gradually move away. After completely leaving the residential area, the convoy stopped to rest and carry out some vehicle maintenance. But as soon as they stopped, Chao Yi aggressively approached Yao Liangji, his face filled with anger and questioning. Is this the reason you crossed the city? Using a living person to attract zombies? Yao Liangji looked at Chao Yi calmly. I only promised to safely take you to District 5, but I didn't ask you to criticize my actions. Explaining Li Long's actions to Chao Yi and the others would only make them think he was making excuses, without seeing it with their own eyes. This group of good young people would probably think Yao Liangji was talking nonsense. Additionally, he was still surrounded by zombies. He just needed to obey and did not need to explain to Chao Yi and the others. Once they reached the grain and oil market, they would naturally understand Yao Liangji's reasons for doing so. Chao Yi's anger flashed, and he did not expect Yao Liangji to be so calm. But listening to the roars coming from all directions, his expression changed several times. He threw down a sentence. People should have some moral sense and compassion, especially those of you who are at the forefront. Watching Chao Yi turn and leave, Yao Liangji smiled. I advise you to walk around and see more. This world has no order. When questioning others in the future, understand the background of the matter before you speak. After a day of rushing around, Yao Liangji was a bit tired, so he arranged for some people to stand guard at night, and then closed his eyes to recover his spirit. In the middle of the night, Yao Liangji was suddenly awakened by a surge of heat. He touched his body, and, without thinking too much, Yao Liangji shouted loudly, Everyone, move forward immediately. Fatty, Zhugang, Qinglei, get out of the car with me. No one in Yao Liangji's team doubted his orders. However, some on Chao Yi's side hesitated for a moment. Then they saw a tide of zombies surging over. At this point, Yao Liangji had already thrown out flashbangs and grenades. With the light of the fire, Yao Liangji saw those familiar eyes, but now there was no weakness in them. Instead, they were filled with greed as they looked at Yao Liangji. There were at least 2,000 zombies, and the ratio of black-eyed zombies and quasi-green-eyed zombies was exceptionally high. Yao Liangji had no intention of engaging. After throwing down some bombs, he turned and ran with Fatty and the others, while Chao Yi's slower vehicle was quickly intercepted by the zombies, falling silent after a few wails. Boss Yao, how can zombies launch a large-scale attack on us at night? Fatty's talent was also wildly warning him of impending danger. The green-eyed one, a real green-eyed zombie, has appeared. I thought I had escaped, but this guy chased us overnight. Now the strength of the team was no match for this tide of zombies in the city. Even though the zombies' capabilities were diminished at night, they couldn't withstand the fact that this was their stronghold. As long as they were delayed, Yao Liangji and his team would have to face an endless tide of zombies. So even though driving at night was dangerous. Yao Yangji had no choice but to lead his people to escape. Soon, Yao Yangji and his team reached a large bridge at the junction of District 3 and District 4. The zombie tide chasing behind had also decreased significantly. After all, there were not many that could keep up with the speed of the convoy, so the green-eyed zombies were summoning nearby zombies while pursuing. The sound of water on the bridge at night, accompanied by the howling evening wind, the starlight reflected on the water's surface, was nothing but pitch black. Gritting his teeth, he growled in the channel, set up a formation at the bridgehead. We can't escape any longer. The road ahead is too narrow to outrun the zombies behind us. Leave a barrel of essential gasoline in every car and pour the rest on the bridge. There are 3 hours until dawn, and whether we can make a big score depends on this. Quickly, the convoy lined up. The barrels of gasoline were opened and poured on the bridge, the gasoline gurgling out from the barrels, creating a pungent smell. Once the zombies entered the gasoline area, Yao Yangji's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Open fire!" The flames ignited in an instant, but the zombies on the other side seemed completely unaffected and continued to rush forward. With the illumination of the flames, Yao Yangji couldn't help but gasp. There weren't many zombies, only 200 or 300, but they were all black-eyed, with more than 10 quasi-green-eyed zombies among them. It was proven that firearms were indeed the mainstream in large-scale battles. With the combination of flames and bullets, the zombies quickly fell one by one, but the green-eyed zombies remained unmoved, standing quietly behind the flames. Behind them, a continuous flow of black zombies approached. "Qinglei, fatty, take high-explosive bombs and come with me to blow up the bridge first." Yao Yangji handed a Rat King claw to Zhang Qinglei, then took out a zombie crystal dagger from his waist. Today he must devour this group of zombies. The flames gradually diminished, and Yao Yangji waved a hand to signal. The gunfire also ceased. He looked at the somewhat tense Chao Yi beside him and said, "You should know how to use a sniper rifle, right? Just provide us with support here, and if we can handle this wave of zombies, I'll tell you the secret of the corpse crystal." As soon as he came into contact with the situation, Yao Yangji felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed that the zombies were not immune to the effects of the night because of the presence of the green-eyed zombie. The green-eyed zombie had not once glanced at the fat man or Zhang Qingjie. Its gaze fixated solely on Yao Yangji. Its initial covetousness now replaced with a hint of caution. It slowly spoke as if just learning to talk. Human, you are very strong. You should taste very good." Chapter 83. The learning ability of the green-eyed zombie. Upon hearing the voice, Yao Yangji's pupils immediately contracted. In the moment Yao Yangji exposed a flaw, the green-eyed zombie, along with the remaining 4 near green-eyed zombies, rushed forward, blocking all of Yao Yangji's escape routes. Bang! The sound of the sniper rifle echoed. Yao Yangji felt a chill on his left cheek. Then his body immediately tilted to the left. With his left hand, he swung the corpse crystal dagger backward, blocking the claws of the attacking zombie. He slid the Rat King's claw upward from below, pushing the green-eyed zombie's hands away. Then, with a slight exertion of his left foot, he shoved against the still-standing corpse of the left zombie and broke out of the encirclement. However, Yao Yangji did not immediately distance himself. Instead, he quickly adjusted his stance and dashed directly behind the green-eyed zombie. At this moment, the weapons in his hands had exchanged places, and with his right hand gripping the corpse crystal dagger, he slashed toward the back of the green-eyed zombie's neck. Clang! It sounded like metal clashing as the green-eyed zombie raised its left hand to protect the back of its neck. The dagger collided with the claw, but failed to cut through. With no time to think, Yao Yangji twisted his right hand and charged, elbowing the green-eyed zombie's back, sending it flying. At the same time, the sniper rifle fired again, but the green-eyed zombie twisted in the air in a strange manner, the bullet grazing its scalp as it flew by. Once the green-eyed zombie landed, it let out a low growl. The other zombies quickly jumped towards the flames behind, and Yao Yangji wanted to intercept them, but he was locked in the gaze of the green-eyed zombie, not daring to move. The black line in the distance approached much closer, and Yao Yangji could not afford to waste any more time. So he took the initiative to attack and engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the green-eyed zombie. The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. However, Yao Yangji was unable to inflict any wounds on the green-eyed zombie. As time passed, the green-eyed zombie's combat skills became increasingly proficient, and Yao Yangji, who could still gain some advantage, now had to expend half of his energy to defend against the green-eyed zombie's attacks. His arms tingled slightly, and Yao Yangji panted heavily as he separated from the green-eyed zombie. He had no time to care about what was behind him. "Human, you are truly strong. Stay with me. Become my companion," the green-eyed zombie said with a rich expression, seizing the opportunity to recover some lost stamina. Yao Yangji couldn't help but chuckle lightly upon hearing this. "Companion? One that you would eat?" The green-eyed zombie straightened up, speaking with some temptation. "In the days of my evolution, I've heard many things from other humans about you all. Disease, death, fear, and suffering. What meaning does such a life have? The divine miracle has allowed us zombies to emerge, to replace you humans as the new rulers of this society." The more the green-eyed zombie spoke, the colder Yao Liangji felt. The green-eyed zombie, before him, already possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. It even knew about human society from what it had heard from humans. Evolution? Is the evolution of you zombies really that easy? I've traveled to so many places. And how many zombies can speak like you? The other zombies are probably just tools you use for experimentation, right? Yao Yangji saw no compassion for other zombies in the green-eyed zombie's eyes, only curiosity towards the flames, the gun, and the weapon in Yao Yangji's hand. It was like a newborn, actively absorbing all external knowledge. Swish! The green-eyed zombie rushed towards Yao Yangji, its agile limbs and sharp-toothed mouth relentlessly pushing him back. Its speech became increasingly fluent. "Under myself, the other kin are merely soulless dead things. If they're not tools, what are they? The harder we evolve, the more we can prove our strength. Unlike the other weak humans, you are born strong. So even if you become one of us, you can quickly become an existence like me. Come, embrace our future." Yao Yangji was nearly suffocated by the seemingly tireless body of the zombie before him. Hearing the green-eyed zombie's words, he seized a moment to retort, "Can you reproduce?" The green-eyed zombie momentarily froze, and Yao Yangji seized this opportunity to switch from defense to offense, pushing the green-eyed zombie back. At the same time, he kept speaking. "I almost thought your little thing could also be used. After all, how could a place that feels no pain be of any use?" The green-eyed zombie naturally understood the matter of human reproduction. It had observed it, so now it found it hard to comprehend why it, having already attained intelligence, could not even perform such a simple act. With gritted teeth, Yao Yangji, relying on his trust in the Rat King armor, ignored the claws swinging toward him. He moved in close, and in the astonished gaze of the green-eyed zombie, he plunged the corpse crystal dagger directly into the connection point of its shoulder blade, severing the tendons inside. Then he elbowed the zombie's jaw, followed by a powerful knee strike. A small explosion sound erupted, and the green-eyed zombie was sent flying. At that moment, several explosions sounded in the distance, shaking the entire bridge slightly, causing Yao Yangji's forward momentum to pause. The Rat King's claw only managed to leave 3 claw marks on the green-eyed zombie's body. Seizing this opportunity, the green-eyed zombie rolled over, using its remaining hand to push itself up with some effort. It was somewhat confused. Just moments ago, they seemed evenly matched, yet suddenly, it was almost killed by this human before it. The man and the zombie collided once more in silence. Due to an injury to its right hand, the green-eyed zombie's attacking capability was affected. Therefore, Yao Yangji kept attacking that weak spot, and although no fatal wounds appeared on the zombie, the number of injuries continued to increase. Sensing movement behind it, the green-eyed zombie attempted to distance itself from Yao Yangji, but he clung tightly, forcing it to turn its head slightly and allowing the two behind to unleash their attacks on its back. Without any hesitation, the green-eyed zombie made the smartest decision of this battle. It ignored Yao Yangji's attacks and directly lunged at the two behind him. The fat man felt a slight tremor in his heart, instinctively stopping his movement. Zhang Qingjia, having lost his assistant, struggled against the pressure from the green-eyed zombie alone, only able to cross the Rat King's claw for defense against the zombie's lethal claw. Bang! Zhang Qingjia was sent flying. Meanwhile, the green-eyed zombie's left hand was torn off under Yao Yangji's attack. Just then, a sniper rifle fired again, and the sound of a bullet embedding into flesh and bone echoed as the green-eyed zombie fell into the river below from a height of 20 to 30 meters, splashing up a barely noticeable water spray. Zhang Qingjie had already gotten back on his feet, glaring angrily at the fat man, shouting, "Fatty, why did you just hide?" Yao Yangji panted heavily, turning to the fat man, and coldly said, "Your gains this time are halved. Also, Fatty, your talent is quite useful, but relying on your talent in battle will never get you ahead." He picked up the green-eyed zombie's arm, and after being severed, it no longer bore the fierce appearance it had when contending with the Rat King. With a gentle swing, the long claw fell off with a sound. He casually tossed it into the still-burning flames and glanced at the black tide of corpses blocked by the trench. Chapter 84 Return as they passed through the remaining firelight. The few zombies that had rushed over were already smashed into pieces, lying helplessly on the bridge surface. Yao Yangji looked at the group and, seeing that no one was injured, felt a bit relieved. He then said to Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, "You two take the others and clean up the zombies." He turned his gaze towards the complex-faced Chao Yi. "You call 2 people to come with me. I'll teach you how to absorb corpse crystals." Yao Yangji was genuinely putting in effort now. The 3 guns' assistance had directly reduced much of his pressure. Otherwise, the green-eyed zombie would not have fled so messily, and he would not have simply endured just a scratch. Just now, although Yao Yangji had the protection of Rat King's leather armor, the force that came through it was still quite uncomfortable. Coupled with his physical fatigue, his enthusiasm did not seem very high at the moment. After teaching Chao Yi and the others how to absorb corpse crystals, Yao Yangji forced out a smile. "So how does it feel? Notice the difference?" Chao Yi first showed a hint of surprise, but then calmed down as he thought of something. Even absorbing the most basic white corpse crystal felt so significant. What level had this man, who could fight evenly with the green-eyed zombie and even maintain an advantage in a one-on-one, reached? He clearly remembered firing his first shot at the green-eyed zombie. At such close range, it still managed to dodge. And the last shot, even when the green-eyed zombie was half damaged, failed to hit its vital point. How resilient must the life force of someone at that level be? "Follow me." Yao Yangji spoke sincerely. Based on strength, Chao Yi wanted to agree with Yao Yangji. But thinking of the person who had been hung up, his heart trembled again. Just as he was about to refuse, he was stopped by Yao Yangji. "I brought 3 people to guide you. The other 2 are still in the car. You can go talk to them and see if what I did is problematic." After pausing for a moment, Yao Yangji continued, "I didn't intend to explain, but your 3 shots proved your value, so I'm willing to say this much to you." Chao Yi slowed his steps and then nodded, heading to the vehicle where the tattooed man and others were. More than 10 minutes later, Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou came over, pulling 2 bags of quartz crystals, their faces filled with joy. "Boss Yao, this time we got a total of 14 quasi-green quartz crystals and 73 black quartz crystals." Yao Yangji felt slightly disappointed. The drop rate for black-eyed zombies was still low, but considering there were only 200 or 300 zombies, getting these was no small feat. He accepted them and then directly flicked a quasi-green corpse crystal to Lu Shou. "You can absorb it in the car later." Then he took out some more and said to Zhang Qingjie, "This time, your earnings will directly offset the previous corpse crystal." Perhaps due to a change in mindset, the speed of their return journey was much faster. Even before dawn broke, Yao Yangji dared to drive with the headlights on through the dark city. Finally, by noon the next day, Yao Yangji's convoy appeared in front of the grain and oil market. The people in the tower saw this and immediately rang the bell. After releasing Su Shu-Chu, Yao Yangji's gaze seemed to automatically search for Gu Fangzhou, whose expression was somewhat dim in the crowd. He sighed softly and then revealed a smile. "Great harvest!" At this moment, Chao Yi and the others had completely relaxed. Yao Yangji casually pointed to the houses inside the grain and oil market. "The houses at the entrance without flags are all vacant. You can choose any one to live in. I'll have logistics take you to collect the necessary supplies. It's cold, so go take a hot shower and rest well. I'll introduce some people to you tonight." Although Chao Yi still did not agree to stay, Yao Yangji was already very satisfied. The fact that he was willing to actively participate in Yao Yangji's upcoming actions and even agreed to help train snipers was enough for Yao Yangji to feel content. Chao Yi also felt as if he had been reborn, looking at the growing cabbage and radish in the market's open space. with the air filled with the smell of soil and vegetables. In the bathroom, while Yao Liangji enjoyed Su Shuchu helping him wash his body, they chatted about their experiences in the second district. The focus was naturally on the green-eyed zombie and the impressive performance of large-scale firearms against the corpse tide. On the way back, Yao Liangji absorbed 7 quasi-green corpse crystals himself, leaving the remaining 6 on a small bench beside him. Su Shuchu cleaned Yao Liangji thoroughly, even scrubbing off 2 layers of dead skin. Although Yao Liangji did not mention it, seeing the faint bruise marks still on his chest, she knew that this operation was not as easy as Yao Liangji claimed. Dressed only in her underwear, Su Shuchu pressed closely against Yao Liangji's back, her hand sliding down slightly to wash his already proud member. Her rosy lips glided over Yao Liangji's neck and shoulders as she gently spoke. "So how do you plan to handle these quasi-green corpse crystals?" Yao Liangji, comfortably closing his eyes, replied without hesitation, "You absorb 2. Then send 1 to Teacher Chu and Zhou Ting as a prepayment for the next operation. Use the remaining 2 to cultivate people you can fully trust." Su Shuchu paused slightly, but still asked, "Are you not leaving 1 for Gu Fangzhou?" Allowing the water to wash away the foam on his body, Yao Liangji opened the hand that Su Shuchu held and did not refuse or oppose. Instead, he leaned down to bite off the strap of Su Shuchu's top, letting it fall and reveal her pair of fullness. He lifted Su Shuchu slightly, mumbling, "You decide this matter. Besides, absorbing these quasi-green corpse crystals could be a bit dangerous. So someone needs to watch over you." A slight smile appeared at the corner of Su Shuchu's mouth, her eyes dreamy as she embraced Yao Liangji's head. Chapter 85: Li Long's Legacy. No more. No more. I don't want to do this anymore. Woo. Su Shuchu sat cross-legged on the bed, completely naked, tears streaming down her face. After they had just finished their intimate moment, Yao Liangji helped Su Shuchu absorb the quasi-green corpse crystal. Although she kept crying out in pain, she persevered, unlike Zhang Qingjie and Lu Shou, who remained silent but nearly lost consciousness several times. Seeing that Su Shuchu, who had already rested for a while, refused to continue absorbing the second crystal, Yao Liangji had no choice but to comfort her. "Really, I'm not lying to you. It won't hurt as much to absorb the next one." What are you doing? Didn't we just do it?" Su Shuchu said shyly. After a long time, Su Shuchu, her face flushed, was carried out by Yao Liangji. This time she did not avoid him, feeling weak and limp on the bed as she began to absorb the second quasi-green corpse crystal. "See? I didn't lie to you. Eat something first to sustain yourself. I have some business to attend to in the warehouse." Now, in the entire grain and oil market, several key areas had full-frequency walkie-talkies. Yao Liangji had just received a call from Lu Shou, asking him to come to the warehouse for something important to discuss. The continuous battles, along with the mental fatigue from absorbing corpse crystals, made Su Shuchu's voice much lazier, pulling the quilt over her curvy body. She avoided Yao Liangji's fiery gaze and playfully said, "Why aren't you going? Why are you looking around?" A hint of regret flashed in Yao Liangji's eyes. "Okay, I'll go now. You rest for a bit." Upon arriving at the warehouse, Yao Liangji found Lu Shou nearby. "What's up, Lu Shou?" Lu Shou pointed to the piles of copper pipes and some sulfur nearby. "Someone on Chao Yi's side said these things are useful." "Oh." Yao Liangji immediately turned to look at Chao Yi, who was standing next to a man and a woman. If Yao Liangji remembered correctly, they seemed to be the ones who were hiding in the house at that time. "Xiang Rue, you guys talked to Boss Yao." "Boss Yao before the disaster. We were national weapon researchers. Today, we came to the warehouse to collect supplies and saw that you have materials for manufacturing bullets. So we asked Supervisor Liu to talk to you. During the last battle at the bridge, a lot of bullets were consumed, and if we need to clear that shopping mall later, our ammunition reserves might be a bit insufficient." Xiang Rue said with a hint of joy in his eyes. As a technical person, he always wanted to show his abilities. The other girl, Zheng Yi, followed up and said, "When I was walking around the base today, I saw there were operable lathes and some production equipment. With the raw materials, as long as we make slight modifications to those machines, we can produce firearms and bullets." The surprise on Yao Liangji's face kept appearing. This time he went to Area 2, which was dangerous enough. He couldn't guarantee that there would be another weapons warehouse for him to raid. He had always wanted to establish his own weapon production line, and unexpectedly, he found a pillow when he dozed off. He then directly popped out 3 black corpse crystals. Gao Yi, take Xiang Rui and Zheng Yi with you and see what needs to be prepared. Let's discuss it during dinner tonight. You can use anything in the market. After speaking, Yao Yangji looked at Lu Shou beside him. He also knew what a stable weapon production line meant, so he kept patting his chest. Boss, don't worry. I will cooperate fully. Chao, Yi, and the other 3 looked at the black corpse crystals in their hands, also expressing joy and loudly assuring that they would do their best. After explaining a few things, Yao Liangji went to the fat guy's house, kicked the door a bit forcefully, and soon saw the fat guy cursing as he came down while pulling up his pants. When he saw it was Yao Liangji, he hesitated and slightly dodged, saying, Boss Yao, what do you need from me? Wipe that grease off your mouth and come walk with me. Yao Liangji looked at the fat guy, whose mouth was still glistening with grease, not understanding how he had such a big habit. The fat guy wiped his mouth, and 2 bent strands appeared in his hand. Yet, he was not the least bit embarrassed, and instead comforted Yao Liangji. The side effects of the corpse crystals are so great. If you don't vent a bit, who knows what you'll become? In the entire base, except for a few people like Gu Fangzhou and Chu Zhaonan, almost everyone had their partners, one or multiple. Yao Liangji did not comment, and turned to walk towards the community S ground, as he had something to say to the fat guy. Fat guy, what are you thinking now? Are you leaving or staying? Yao Liangji bent down and casually pulled a cabbage leaf to chew on. The fat guy was silent for a long time, but finally said firmly, I still plan to look around by myself. Whoosh. A dark green corpse crystal was bounced into the fat guy's arms by Yao Liangji. Although the fat guy had previously harbored inappropriate thoughts, he had helped Yao Liangji a lot in the early stages. If the fat guy planned to stay, then Yao Liangji would not give him this corpse crystal. Now that he was leaving, Yao Liangji naturally hoped he would have more opportunities to survive when clearing the zombies in the shopping mall. The fat guy instinctively caught it, his mouth open wide, unable to speak for a long time. Yao Liangji continued walking forward, his voice betraying no emotions. This is not a gift for you. Consider it an advance payment for clearing the zombies in the shopping mall. After it's done, regardless of the harvest, you can't take any more corpse crystals. There might only be a few green-eyed zombies, and giving him one directly was already quite generous. He had no objections left. Chapter 86. Officially starting the attack, holding the corpse crystal tightly, the fat guy's voice was a bit hoarse. Yao, Boss Yao, why are you treating me like this? You know, I once had the intention to kill you, but you didn't do it, did you? This world should be diverse. After you went to Area 2 with me, you should understand what the future of zombies might look like. No matter how strong I am, I cannot match the zombies that are as vast as mountains and seas. You have ambition and brains, so go out and gather more people. Even if there are some of your values I do not agree with. As someone at the forefront, he could truly feel the power of zombies, especially with the emergence of green-eyed zombies. As long as they're given time to grow and learn some human things, they might surpass humans in many aspects. To put it diplomatically, he hoped there could be more possibilities for humanity. In a darker sense, he hoped someone could distract the zombies' attention. Although the fat guy was one to take everything for himself, for some reason this time he took the initiative to speak, his voice very firm. Boss Yao, I will definitely repay you in the future. This green corpse crystal was something Yao Liangji obtained during his return journey. So, he never told anyone about its existence, considering it a not inconsiderable investment in the fat guy from his personal point of view. I don't care. If you run into Shu Chu and the others in the future, just help him out. After all, who knows how long we can live. That night, at the grain and oil base, a grand party was held again, and Xiao Yi and his group were temporarily integrated into this community. The plans for bullet and firearm production lines were also brought up. As soon as the banquet ended, Yao Yangji, guided by Xiang Rui, and worked overnight to modify the production line. After confirming that the trial production had no issues, Yao Yangji thanked Xiao Yi and the others. Thank you. Seeing the harmonious atmosphere of Yao Liangji's team opposite him, Xiao Yi felt a slight stir in his heart, then sighed inwardly and revealed a faint smile. We didn't work in vain, did we? In the following 2 days, Xiao Yi took on the role of a temporary instructor, teaching Yao Liangji and other personnel at the base some techniques for using firearms and ammunition, as well as fighting skills. Everyone else was fully engaged in production, not keeping any corpse crystals, and absorbed them all during this time. On the night before the operation, Su Shu-chu, with her hair still damp, was sprawled across Yao Liangji's chest. Her fingers kept tracing circles on him, hesitantly saying, "Are we really going to deploy everyone? Not leaving anyone behind in the base?" Yao Liangji grasped Su Shu-chu's restless hand, thinking there were important matters tomorrow, and he didn't want her to be exhausted. There was always an inexplicable worry in Yao Liangji's tone. This might be the safest opportunity to face the zombie horde directly. These people are our foundation, and I hope they can gain experience fighting against zombies. The changes in zombies have already appeared, and no one knows how we will proceed in the future. With her hand being held, Su Shu-chu draped her round and elastic thigh over Yao Liangji. Breathing heavily, she said, "I've already given away all the corpse crystals, and I also used the method you taught me to help them through their first absorption." Yao Liangji glared slightly at Su Shu-chu, warning her not to move around, then lightly hummed to indicate he understood. More than 10 minutes later, unable to endure any longer, Yao Liangji rolled over and pinned Su Shu-chu down, angrily saying, "Do you want to embarrass yourself tomorrow?" Su Shu-chu, however, was not afraid at all and instead licked her lips provocatively. "Try it." Yao Liangji ultimately restrained himself, adjusting his position slightly to sit on Su Shu-chu's lower abdomen, panting heavily. "Let's try something else first. If you're not afraid of embarrassment, I still am." Su Shu-chu rolled her eyes at Yao Liangji, knowing she was indeed not his match. So she obediently opened her mouth slightly, then squeezed her chest on both sides, mumbling, "Tell me when it's coming." After a long time, Su Shu-chu, who was tightly embraced, suddenly gasped and whispered in Yao Liangji's ear, "Liangji, let's have a child." Yao Liangji's movements froze, and his speed slowed down instantly as he gently pulled apart Su Shu-chu's long legs that were tightly wrapped around his waist and kissed her lightly. Then, with a hint of apology, he said, "I'm sorry, it's not the right time yet. When we really settle down and have the strength to face zombies, I will definitely want a child." Su Shu-chu's expression darkened slightly, but she still smiled. "It's okay. I will wait for that day to come." The next day, the sky was still dim, but the grain and oil market was brightly lit, with boxes of gasoline and firearms being loaded onto trucks. Everyone was fully armed, waiting for Yao Liangji's command. Yao Liangji subtly nodded to Gu Fangzhou, then put on his mask and shouted loudly, "Let's go." Yao Liangji even managed to get a few excavators and road rollers out, reinforcing the cockpit. With enough personnel equipped, the excavators could output effectively under the changed terrain. These engineering machines could also become weapons for clearing zombies. By the time the sky began to brighten, Yao Liangji and his team had arrived in front of the shopping mall, pulling out a few people still being kept in Li Long's convoy. Then, they made a small cut on their necks and hung them on the excavator's arm. Before long, a black line of zombies surged from inside the mall. "Start," Yao Liangji whispered into the channel. Soon, 3 large road rollers started up in a row with a roar. The tiles in front of the mall cracked under the strain, followed by a series of popping sounds as the flesh and bodies of zombies were directly crushed into the broken tiles, a strong stench filling the air. However, this situation did not last long. After 2 rounds of crushing, a roar erupted from the horde of corpses. Suddenly, a pair of green-eyed zombies appeared. And although the ordinary zombies instinctively craved blood, they still held back from rushing out. Excavators move in, road rollers retreat. Yao Liangji calmly continued to arrange. The 3 excavators moved unsteadily, as if slipping. The previously observing green-eyed zombies also began to move at the right moment, attacking the engineering vehicles along with some black-eyed zombies, constantly dodging the excavators' attacks and pressing against their tracks. Yao Liangji would never give the zombies a chance. The moment the green-eyed zombies emerged, he instructed Zhang Qingjie to lead people forward. Then he turned and said, "Follow Su Shu-chu's instructions for the next arrangements. The time is about right. Fatty, Chao, Yi, you 2 come with me to investigate inside." "Okay, Boss Yao." Chapter 87. Infiltration and Inspection. Yao Liangji led Fatty and Chao Yi into the mall from another direction. As the commercial center of Area 5, this mall was well constructed, with office buildings adjacent to it. Before the disaster, Yao Yangji had come here looking for a job, but he was scared away by a scam company. Upon entering, Yao Yangji was slightly shocked. The number of zombies here was indeed a bit abnormal. He had roughly estimated around 4,000 to 5,000 outside, but once inside, zombies were everywhere. If you counted those in the building, there were at least over 10,000. Fatty swallowed hard beside him. Boss Yao, should we still go in under these circumstances? Yao Yangji's target was green-eyed zombies. And ordinary zombies did not pose a significant threat to his team now. The presence of so many zombies confirmed to Yao Yangji that green-eyed zombies existed in this mall. Perhaps they were in the process of evolving, just like the one in Area 2 before. No, the fact that these zombies are unchanged only proves that the potential green-eyed zombies are still evolving. This is their weak period. If we don't take this opportunity to clear them out, I can't imagine what it would be like to face a fully evolved green-eyed zombie leading nearly 10,000 zombies. Once the zombies outside were sufficiently attracted by the noise, Yao Yangji observed the movement paths of the ordinary zombies, then looked toward the most conspicuous building inside, the place where all the zombies unconsciously avoided. Let's go. In the shadow, close to the eaves, Yao Yangji led Fatty and Chao quickly toward that building. He couldn't inspect every building around. He could only choose the one most likely to have green-eyed zombies for inspection. Upon entering, Yao Yangji immediately sensed something was off. The ground was covered in dried, dark bloodstains, and a nauseating smell of decay and blood filled the entire space. In a large mall with 5 floors, there wasn't a single zombie wandering outside. Yet the stench was stronger than any zombie nest Yao Yangji had ever encountered. Chao frowned and said softly, "Boss Yao, should we split up the search?" Yao Yangji's body was gradually heating up, and he felt a burning sensation in his breath. He turned and said solemnly, "Chao, you and Fatty stay at the entrance. Unless you see me, you're not allowed to explore inside." After considering for a moment, Yao Yangji paused and added, "Everything will be based on Fatty's decision." Fatty understood Yao Yangji's decision, and this was also why Yao Yangji had always commanded respect in the team. As long as it wasn't a guaranteed death, Yao Yangji would always be the one charging to the front. "Don't worry, Boss Yao. I'll help guard the entrance with Chao." The towel wrapped around his foot made a dull sound in the quiet space as Yao Yangji first went to check the basement. However, apart from bloodstains and flesh, he found nothing. No zombies and no living people. The heat on his body became increasingly unbearable. Yao Yangji did not want this extermination to end in failure, nor did he want to be caught off guard by a green-eyed zombie one day. Therefore, he had to search slowly floor by floor. Just like that. After searching the 1st, 2nd, and 5th floors, he still found nothing, and the gunfire and explosions outside had already started. Yao Yangji felt increasingly anxious. While vigilantly observing his surroundings, he pondered whether he had overlooked something. His feet unconsciously rubbed against the glazed floor, soon creating a layer of bloodstains. Feeling the protrusion beneath his feet, a flash of inspiration struck Yao Yangji, and he quickly crouched by the railing to observe the thickness of the bloodstains on the 5th floor. 3rd floor. Yao Yangji's eyes lit up. With one hand, he took out the zombie crystal dagger and ran to the 3rd floor, arriving in front of a closed bookstore according to the thickness of the bloodstains. Outside the door, Yao Yangji quietly waited for more than a minute. His enhanced body did not hear a single roar. Cautiously, he pushed the door open. Before Yao Yangji could react, a claw with a dark sheen reached out from the gap to grab him. Yao Yangji was startled, leaned back, supported himself with the right hand's rat king claw, kicked the claw away with his right foot, and gently kicked the door with his left foot. The scene inside the bookstore immediately came into view. There were six green-eyed zombies. Among them was a mother zombie, the green glow in its eyes spreading, just one step away from becoming a true green-eyed zombie. Yao Yangji lowered his left hand from his waist bag, sensing a mental force enveloping him. Having learned from previous experiences, Yao Yangji pretended to be momentarily stunned, his eyes losing focus. Then, when the zombie approached him, his eyes widened, and he lunged forward, twisting the zombie crystal dagger into the gap of a zombie's cheekbone. With a quick jab, half of its face immediately split open. Yao Yangji's right hand swung down forcefully with the Rat King claw, while the left hand's zombie crystal dagger aimed at the right tendon of the mother zombie. A piercing scream erupted from the mother zombie's mouth, causing a slight pain in Yao Yangji's head. In just a fraction of a second, the mother and child zombie escaped a disaster, with the Rat King's claws leaving 3 large gashes on its body, even revealing the writhing baby zombie inside its belly. Without the green eyes appearing, Yao Yangji felt fearless, completely disregarding the other 4 zombies charging at him, and continued to step forward, pursuing the mother and child zombie, whose eyes were inexplicably oozing blood. The mother zombie clearly showed a trace of resentment in her eyes and charged at Yao Yangji, but the child took the opportunity to flee from the mother. Yao Yangji, who had long been prepared for this, would not allow such a high-threat zombie to survive, ignoring the zombie claws swinging at him from the side. He threw the corpse crystal dagger in his left hand, which struck the baby zombie's head directly and sent it flying several meters, embedding it tightly into the wall of the bookstore. At this moment, Yao Yangji was not in a good position. The green-eyed zombie on his left, although unable to pierce the Rat King's armor, had pushed his body half a meter away, directly placing him in the encirclement of zombies, with 8 claws reaching for him from all directions. Still relying on the toughness of the Rat King's armor, Yao Yangji had already gathered strength in his right foot as he was pushed away. As soon as he landed, he slightly lifted his right foot, elevating his body by 30 to 40 centimeters. The 6 zombie claws that were originally attacking Yao Yangji's head were swiped onto his chest. The pair of hands in front had been pushed aside by Yao Yangji, and with the momentum, he propelled the green-eyed zombie in front of him 2 meters forward. Finally, the Rat King's claw in his right hand slid down and was directly pressed into the zombie's head, marking the death of the 3rd green-eyed zombie. Without time to pick up his weapon, Yao Yangji held his breath, quickly increasing the distance, then felt a heat in his throat and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The attacks from the 3 green-eyed zombies were not easy to endure. Chapter 88. The internal war of zombies stimulated by the blood. The remaining 3 green-eyed zombies became even more agitated, but they restrained themselves, huddling closely together, greedily and warily staring at Yao Yangji. Yao Yangji took out a large-caliber handgun from his waist, disengaging the safety. This was the most powerful handgun he had found in the training grounds warehouse. The atmosphere in the bookstore made Yao Yangji shudder, gritting his teeth. He no longer hesitated and sprinted towards the 3 green-eyed zombies. Meanwhile, on the first floor, he struggled to look at the suddenly appearing woman before him. Covered in filth, her hair clumped together in grease, and her one summer white floral dress now dirty and clinging to her beautiful figure. Trembling in the cold of the room, she pleaded with Chow, E, and the fatty to help her save her family. Please, my family, they're on the 2nd floor. They've been caught by zombies. And they are still alive. Being caught by zombies and still being alive. If this were before Gunna Area 2, the fatty would definitely not believe it. However, after witnessing the intelligence of the green-eyed zombies, he had to hold a reserved attitude towards this possibility. Fatty, let's go take a look. Chow, E finally softened. The fatty glanced at Chow, E indifferently, and then asked the girl, you said that someone startled the zombies guarding you, and you took the chance to escape. Did you see what that person looked like? The girl still appeared very frightened, but her voice was more organized than before. I didn't see his face clearly, and I didn't dare to look closely. I only remember he was holding something that looked like claws. Oh, he had claws in both hands? The fatty continued questioning. Fatty. Chow, he grew anxious. The fatty waved his hand, signaling Chow, E to calm down, and continued to press on. What do the zombies guarding you look like? What color were their eyes, and why didn't the zombies kill you? There were 3 men and 3 women among the zombies guarding us. One of them was even pregnant. Their eyes started out black and then slowly turned green. I also don't know why they didn't kill us, but for the past few days, there's been a voice asking us about the disaster, about things before the disaster. Fatty, that's enough. Chow, he was more anxious now. The fatty ignored him and continued to ask, how long have you been caught by the zombies? I don't know, it's a bit dark there. I didn't keep track of the days. Please, I know you must have the ability to save us. Tears streamed down the girl's face, her eyes brimming with moisture. filled with pleading and hope as she looked at the fatty and Chow Yi. Fatty. Chow Yi's voice had turned cold. One last question. Are you afraid? The fatty's eyes were icy, but his voice was very gentle. Yes, I'm afraid. As soon as the girl's words came out, the fatty directly grabbed her neck forcefully and lifted her up. Chow Yi's expression changed instantly, shouting, "Fatty, what are you doing?" The fatty coldly glanced at Chow Yi, realizing why Yao Liangji would still instruct them to follow his lead in such a situation. The fatty said slowly, "You say you're afraid, but your eyes only show panic and a desire to survive. You say you haven't kept track of the days, yet your mechanical watch is still ticking. You even know the gender of the zombies and that their eye color gradually changed from black to green. You also said you saw someone with claws fighting with the zombies guarding you." After saying the last sentence, the fatty tightened his grip, and seeing the girl's eyes rolling back, Chow Yi could no longer hesitate. He raised the knife in his hand and shouted, "Fatty, let her go." The fatty looked at Chow Yi with pity. When Yao Laoda went to search, he only took one rat king's claw. The dagger in his left hand was still there. Moreover, this woman had determined that Yao Laoda could take on 6 alone after just one glance, urging them to save others. Considering her micro-expressions, Chow Yi, even if you're a special police officer, you shouldn't be so naive as to point a knife at me. As soon as he finished speaking, the fatty felt the girl's body trembling in fear. He quickly dodged, driving his knee into Chow Yi's stomach, disarming him, with a slight force on his wrist. Disregarding the pleading in her eyes, he directly snapped the girl's neck and then nervously looked towards them all. Coughing, Chow Yi, who had briefly lost his resistance due to the knee strike, heard the cracking sound and his eyes turned red, the words bursting out through clenched teeth. "Fatty, you actually killed someone just because of a guess." Looking at Chow Yi, who was drooling at the corner of his mouth, the fatty felt no fluctuation in his heart. After this, he would leave Yao Liangji, so the usual charming demeanor disappeared, replaced by a more autocratic attitude. "After the disaster, you wasted these months, Chow Yi. Remember what I did today. I will make you pay it back later." Bang! Yao Liangji delivered an elbow strike, closing the zombie's mouth, and shot directly at the zombie's kneecap, shattering it. The Rat King's claw slashed 3 large gashes across the zombie's neck, but its claws also attacked below Yao Liangji's neck. Yao Liangji's face turned red, but he forced himself not to retreat. He raised his left hand with a handgun and pulled the trigger into the mouth of the zombie that was biting towards him. With another bang, the 4th green-eyed zombie's head burst open, falling straight back. Coughing, Yao Liangji felt his throat burning, a mouthful of bloody phlegm spat out. He then rapidly approached the last 2 zombies, whose eyes were now filled with fear. Taking a few steps inside, Yao Liangji discovered that red and green flesh lines filled the entire bookstore. The nauseating stench continuously emanated from these flesh lines, and, occasionally, some slime slid down to the ground. Yao Liangji waved the Mouse King's claw in his hand, cutting through several strands of meat in front of him, and a pool of black-green liquid instantly oozed out. He stepped on it with his foot, finding it very similar to the blood of the green-eyed zombie he had encountered during the chase in Area 2. As he continued to explore deeper, Yao Liangji saw that a large hole had been torn open in the floor of the bookstore, with a flesh cocoon hanging down in midair. Inside the semi-transparent cocoon, he was shocked to see his old friend, the severely abused green-eyed zombie. Chapter 89. Stalemate. The eyes of the man and the zombie locked directly onto each other, and Yao Liangji grinned, showing no hesitation as he raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang. After the magazine was emptied, the cocoon showed no signs of damage. Yao Liangji, not believing it at all, took out the most powerful grenade from his bag, pulled the safety pin, and timed his throw directly onto the cocoon. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions sounded, and when the firelight dissipated, the cocoon remained completely unharmed. Yao Liangji jumped down from the 2nd floor and immediately saw several people lying on the ground, affected by the grenade, looking as if they were about to die. After a casual glance, he noticed the handguns and nail guns on the ground. A cold smile appeared on his face as he walked over to them. After sending them off one by one, he turned to the grim-faced green-eyed zombie and said, "You occupying the nest and enslaving humans. Isn't that a bit morally corrupt? Morality? You talk about morality with a zombie. The last shred of hope was extinguished, and a hint of despair flickered in the green-eyed zombie's eyes. Yao Liangji, undeterred, continued to attack the cocoon with the Mouse King's claw. He realized that it wasn't that his attacks were ineffective, but rather that the cocoon healed too quickly. Even minor injuries were immediately repaired. I thought that with intelligence, even zombies would pursue some grandiose appearances, he mused. Inside the second floor, Yao Liangji glanced at the scattered books, which included various theories on human morality and philosophy piled all over the ground. Following Yao Liangji's gaze, the green-eyed zombie sneered. This is merely the self-righteousness of some fool. We are creations of the gods. Why should we learn the thoughts of lowly beings? Yao Liangji's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the mass wrapped in blood inside the cocoon, filled with apprehension. Are you referring to what's inside there? Not anything. A slender, pale hand burst through the meat mass, followed closely by another hand, tearing it apart to reveal a naked man covered in slime. Yet with a gentle expression. Just like the one opposite him, his eyes were still pure green. Even though he had anticipated it, Yao Liangji's heart sank. Two real green-eyed zombies. The disfigured zombie's face changed in panic, then twisted into a snarl as its remaining hand lunged at the other. How can you come out? Struggling to resist. The newly born green-eyed zombie turned to Yao Liangji and said, I can't hold on much longer. If it eats me, you'll have to face it at its peak. With it commanding nearly 10,000 zombies and your experience in combat, can you injure it again? Yao Liangji stopped waving the Mouse King's claw, sneered coldly, and turned to leave, not believing a word of the zombie's words. He would only do things his own way. What do you think about humans cooperating with zombies? The disfigured green-eyed zombie taunted. The newly born zombie, however, showed a hint of pity. Senior, I pity you for being gravely injured and dying, voluntarily opening the cocoon of evolution to heal you. But you deceived me in sending all my companions away, wanting to take this opportunity to eat me and restore yourself. To use that human's words, that's indeed morally questionable. I think you become foolish from reading human books. In this world, how many can exist like you and me? Aside from us, the rest are mere ants. Why should we bind our hearts? As soon as the words left his mouth, the disfigured green-eyed zombie's expression froze, and the fear of facing the calm and handsome junior consumed it completely. What have you done to me? The newly born green-eyed zombie's eyes flashed with regret as it calmly replied, I am also consuming you. Glancing at Chao Yi, whose eyes were like fire as he looked at the fat man, Yao Liangji said coldly, the fat man did nothing wrong. If it weren't for him, I should be collecting your corpse right now. Chao, he was confused and incredulous. Boss Yao, do you also think she has a problem? There are 7 people above, armed and trying to ambush me. Do you think she doesn't have a problem? Chao Yi had indeed contributed significantly to the base these days. So Yao Liangji was willing to waste a bit of time explaining. Chao Yi's face stiffened completely, but Yao Liangji had no intention of waiting for him to calm down. He directly pinched his face. I don't have time to guide you. Follow me now and clean up the zombies outside. I need to get some things inside to deal with the problem. Outside had already turned into complete chaos, with gunfire dents, but not many zombies falling. Only 3 of the 6 construction machines were still operational, but they were already surrounded by zombies. The tracks had been destroyed, and the control room was stained with bright red blood. The excavator's mechanical arm was still moving, but as soon as it cleared a small pit, it was immediately filled again by a mass of zombies. Chao Yi, find a position and keep an eye on me. I'll create opportunities for you. Fat man, protect Chao Yi, and remember, no shooting unless it's a green-eyed zombie. Yao Liangji instructed the two, not wanting them to rush into the sea of corpses with him, as that would only lead to their deaths. No problem. Chao Yi's professionalism was quite good. He quickly found a tall building to run into. Not long after, a window on that building was shot open, while Yao Liangji dashed toward a predetermined area. The previous encounter with those 6 quasi-green-eyed zombies had left Yao Liangji's physical condition less than optimal at this moment. However, he couldn't let the 2 green-eyed zombies inside escape or complete their evolution safely. So even if it meant taking some risks, it was worth it. Soon, zombies discovered Yao Liangji's presence, crowding towards him. He only protected his head and remained alert for any high-level zombies nearby. He completely ignored the ordinary zombies, casually pulling the safety pins from the remaining 2 grenades and throwing them towards his target. But clearly, the zombies had learned from past experiences. A roar erupted, and all the surrounding zombies lunged at a shorter zombie. After 2 massive explosions, only a few surface zombies were cleared, significantly reducing the grenade's lethality. Seeing this situation, Yao Yangji's heart sank, but he did not slow his pace and continued to charge forward. As the pile of corpses parted, the green-eyed zombie in the center, whose eyes glimmered with green light, had just begun to smirk when its head exploded, followed by a sharp gunshot. Yao Yangji waved his hand and crushed the head of a black-eyed zombie, then leaped up, stepping on the zombie's head as he charged toward another target. Chapter 90. Strong pressure. The zombies clearly noticed this situation. They first stirred within a small range. Then a small group of zombies began running toward the building where Chao, Yi, and the others were. Yao Yangji, who had been observing with his peripheral vision, felt a slight sense of relief. As long as no quasi-green-eyed zombies headed that way, he believed the fat man could keep Chao Yi safe. Yao Yangji's figure was naturally spotted by Su Shuchu and the others, and their previously low spirits, due to the zombie tide, immediately lifted. The gunfire became much denser, and the smell of gunpowder in the air began to neutralize the stench of the zombies. 5. Yao Yangji saw 5 focal points within the tide of zombies, and without needing to think, he knew that represented the existence of 5 quasi-green-eyed zombies. Yao Yangji rushed towards the nearest center point, but the zombies did not sit idly by. They constantly moved to maintain a certain distance from him, directing other zombies to jump and obstruct his steps, exhausting his stamina. Breathing heavily, Yao Yangji crushed the head of a jumping zombie and looked at the consistently elusive green-eyed zombies. He thought to himself, once these intelligent zombies gather together, unless I obtain some kind of earth-shattering weapon, I won't be able to get close to them at all. After another failed attempt, feeling the fatigue and pain in his body, Yao Yangji no longer hesitated and directly rushed towards Su Shuchu and the others. He could not delay any longer, otherwise he would truly be ground down by the tide of zombies. Liangji, are you okay? At this moment, Yao Yangji's outer clothes were covered in scratches, and there were faint traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. As soon as he landed, he began to cough violently. Yao Yangji waved his hand, took out a dark green corpse crystal, and said to Su Shuchu, set it on fire. If the supplies inside burn, then so be it. Give me half an hour. I need to recuperate. Okay. Su Shuchu had long wanted to set it on fire, but had delayed because of Yao Yangji's presence inside. Buckets of gasoline were moved down from the vehicle and then carried by several people towards the tide of zombies. Fortunately, they were all people who had absorbed corpse crystals. Otherwise, they would have to operate machines to throw the gasoline barrels. In no time, dozens of barrels of gasoline were thrown into the horde of zombies, and with the sound of gunfire, a series of loud explosions erupted. Then, the scorching flames quickly spread, with the zombies acting as fuel, pressing together and intensifying the fire. Even though the green-eyed zombies continuously howled and commanded to isolate the zombie group, nearly half of the zombies were ultimately consumed by the flames. Suddenly, amidst the zombies' roars, the flaming zombies charged towards Su Shuchu and the others. Upon seeing this situation, Su Shuchu's expression changed, and she gritted her teeth, saying, "Everyone, travel light and retreat." Once they withdrew to a safe distance, half of the supplies in the convoy were ignited by the burning zombies and then exploded. For a moment, the fiery zone in the middle briefly separated the humans and zombies, giving both a momentary respite. Inside them all, hearing the howls of their kind, both the new and old green-eyed zombies became serious. The 2 zombies looked at each other in silence. One devoured the other's body while the other eroded the other's soul. Originally destined to separate in life and death, they both stopped their actions at this moment. The disabled zombie spoke in a slightly hoarse voice, "You won." The new zombie had a blank expression. It was supposed to lose and did not really care about losing. However, the appearance of Yao Yangji reversed the advantages and disadvantages of the 2. As long as it continued to persevere, just one more day, it would be completely consumed by the disabled green-eyed zombie, and become the other's new sustenance. Yet, influenced by the fusion of a small part of its soul, it surprisingly felt pity for the howls of its kind. At the same time, a strange spirit called sacrifice arose. It clearly understood that if they continued to entangle, once their kind of human had the opportunity, without the assistance of a zombie horde, how could they survive under human encirclement? Predecessor, please go to death. The devouring reversal occurred, and the new zombie began to grow small flesh threads, slowly wrapping around the disabled zombie. A human once asked me a question. Today I will use it to ask you. Please, predecessor, go ahead. Can we zombies reproduce our offspring? This question momentarily stunned the new green-eyed zombie, which remained silent for a long time before hoarsely replying, no. Exactly no. Our lifespan is limited from the moment we gain intelligence. We know that we will also grow old and die like humans. The length of time on the road to death doesn't matter. Only reproduction is the hope for the continuation of our kind, yet we have lost the most important instinct. The new green-eyed zombie fell silent. After a long while, it spoke again. I once heard in a human book that where there is a beginning, there must be an end. Where there is existence, there must be disappearance. I can now transform this. Where there are people, there are zombies. As long as humanity does not perish, our kind will not die. As the flesh threads were about to close, the last voice emerged from the small flesh cocoon. I hope you are right. This marked the transfer between the old and new green-eyed zombies, with the old one losing a part of its fortune. This meant that everything it had would become the sustenance for the new zombie, directly helping it bypass the weak phase and become a fully thriving new green-eyed zombie. On Yao Yangji's side, he knew what was happening, but at this moment, he had no time to pay attention. He focused entirely on absorbing the corpse crystal as quickly as possible to heal his injuries and advance further. After more than 20 minutes, Yao Yangji, not caring about catching his breath, directly stepped down from the vehicle, looking at the firewall in front of him. He turned and said, Zhang Qingjia, Zhou Ting. Gu Fangzhou, you three drive a big vehicle with me. Break through this firewall. I need to go in and kill those green-eyed zombies. Okay. The previously damaged zombies now all became fuel for this firewall, and Yao Yangji could no longer wait. If the two green-eyed zombies inside fought for dominance, commanding the remaining zombies afterward, it would ultimately be uncertain who would prevail. The roar of the large vehicle sounded, and Yao Yangji led the way, directly crashing through the firewall, with Zhang Qingjia and the others closely following, clearing a safe route. The burning stench continuously invaded their nostrils, and the sizzling sound of grease gathered together, even drowning out the sound of the vehicle's engine. Looking at the tall buildings behind the zombies, seeing the gun barrel in the window still in place, Yao Yangji directly opened the car door and charged towards the remaining zombies. As long as he cleared out the green-eyed zombies, he could safely hunt the two green-eyed zombies inside them all. Chapter 91. Newborn after experiencing the first wave of heavy machinery crushing, the second wave of bullet baptism, and the third wave of fiery burning. There were now less than 2,000 zombies remaining. Upon seeing Yao Yangji's figure, the 5 green-eyed zombies immediately howled, commanding the remaining zombies to surround themselves. Their eyes filled with caution and fear as they looked at Yao Yangji. The sound of air bursting erupted, and Yao Yangji showed no mercy, charging directly at the few green-eyed zombies. Perhaps being gathered together gave these 5 green-eyed zombies courage, as they did not retreat in the face of Yao Yangji's attack, but rather actively surrounded him. Yao Yangji kicked with all his might, sending a black-eyed zombie flying, knocking down a row of zombies behind it, and directly stepping on the bodies of the zombies to continue charging forward. The sounds of cracking bones came from beneath his feet as he completely ignored the attacks of the ordinary zombies, directly rushing into the encirclement of the 5 green-eyed zombies. Excitement and fear intertwined in the eyes of these 5 green-eyed zombies as they all attacked Yao Yangji. The dark green claws glimmered with a cold light, leaving no doubt about their sharpness. Yao Yangji, who had actively entered the encirclement and lost the ability to maneuver, showed no sign of panic on his face. His right hand's mouse king claw slid, gripping the handle, then flicking it upwards to deflect the claws of the 2 zombies in front of him. Taking 2 more steps forward, he pressed against the 2 zombies in front of him, feeling the claws of the zombies coming from behind. Yao Liangji twisted the Mouse King claw in his right hand, moving the two zombies in front of him. He exerted force with his body, allowing the attacks from behind to miss him, while his left hand swiftly stabbed into the jaw of one of the green-eyed zombies. With another twist, he pulled out the dagger and retreated. Yao Liangji's actions appeared simple, but they were entirely based on his strength and courage, as well as taking advantage of the fear in the eyes of these 5 zombies. If Zhang Qingjie or any one of them were to take over, they wouldn't be able to control the gaps in the attacks and would get several holes pierced by the zombies' claws. Only in front of Yao Liangji would these 5 zombies hesitate slightly and hold back their strength. This also allowed the 2 zombies closest to him to briefly forget about tearing into Yao Liangji. Yao Liangji knew that he could only take this risk once. Now he was surrounded, and the zombies' ferocity had been provoked. If he continued to operate like this, it would only end in mutual destruction. Without giving the remaining 4 quasi-green-eyed zombies much time to think, the car driven by Zhang Qingjie crashed into the horde, ramming into Yao Liangji's vehicle, which was already engulfed in flames. With a loud bang, a sharp tearing sound followed, and a blood blossom erupted, mixed with shattered skulls. Then the sound of sniper rifle echoed, leaving only 3 quasi-green-eyed zombies. Following that, Zhou Ting and Gu Fangzhou also drove into the fray, charging straight into the horde. Yao Liangji's presence gave them both much more courage, unafraid of being surrounded by zombies. The remaining 3 quasi-green-eyed zombies threw their heads back and roared. The surrounding zombies also went berserk, attacking Yao Liangji and the others without restraint. In an instant, the pressure on Yao Liangji increased significantly. No matter how many times he swung the Mouse King claw, the zombies around him showed no signs of decreasing. They pressed in on him recklessly, while Zhou Ting and Gu Fangzhou dared not get out of the car, only able to awkwardly maneuver the damaged vehicle with a punctured tire. Outside, Zhang Qingjie was also in despair, completely unclear about the situation. Yao Liangji gritted his teeth, watching the 3 quasi-green-eyed zombies still continuously roaring, observing the dark green blood flowing from their 7 orifices. This was a situation he had never encountered before. The 3 zombies were committing suicide in a unique way, enhancing the abilities of the surrounding zombies. However, this couldn't last long. He had to hold out. Boom! The group that followed in after Su Shuchu didn't dare to fire blindly, only able to toss grenades while avoiding Yao Liangji and the others. Just as Yao Liangji was gritting his teeth and retreating, he felt an inexplicable heat in his body and instinctively dodged to the right. With a twist of his left hand, he flicked the zombie crystal dagger backward, catching a glimpse of a green claw sliding past his neck. Then he felt a tremendous force coming from his left side, directly knocking him away and flattening 3 or 4 zombies to the ground. Yao Liangji didn't dare waste a moment to catch his breath and quickly rolled away, seeing the handsome face following closely behind him. Yao Liangji suddenly released his grip on the Mouse King claw in his right hand and tightly grasped the hand of the newly emerged green-eyed zombie, twisting it to leverage the force and pull it to his chest, continuing to roll. His slightly numb left hand gripped the zombie crystal dagger and stabbed toward the head of the newly emerged green-eyed zombie, but it dodged, and the dagger plunged into its shoulder blade instead. The other claw of the newly emerged green-eyed zombie scraped across Yao Liangji's back, but left no trace of blood. Realizing that Yao Liangji was twisting the zombie crystal dagger and preparing to attack again, the newly emerged green-eyed zombie had no choice but to kick Yao Liangji away. In this first encounter, Yao Liangji was slightly at a disadvantage. After landing, Yao Liangji took off the other Mouse King claw from his back and held the arrow with his left hand, only to spit out a mouthful of blood. A zombie's knee strike was no joke. So you came out? And so quickly, Yao Liangji was confident in his judgment, thinking that it was the green-eyed zombie he had nearly beaten to death that had won this internal struggle. Of course, that was after he had cleared out the zombies outside. But now, not only had the opponent changed, but the time had also sped up so much. As if feeling a sense of shame, the newly emerged green-eyed zombie tore a not-so-clean piece of clothing from another zombie nearby and covered its critical area. Then, clumsily tying a knot, it didn't even pull out the dagger from its shoulder blade. Thanks to you, otherwise I would have ceased to exist by tomorrow. After tidying up its awkward appearance, the newly emerged green-eyed zombie frowned slightly and took out the zombie crystal dagger from its shoulder blade, then gripped it in its hand. A clear and resonant roar erupted from the newly emerged green-eyed zombie's mouth, and the surrounding frenzied zombies immediately quieted down, all gathering towards it. However, the three quasi-green-eyed zombies seemed to have lost all their strength, collapsing to the ground. Their eyes filled with hope and submission as they looked towards the newly emerged green-eyed zombie, then slowly closed their eyes. The green-eyed zombie's eyes clearly showed a hint of sorrow before it glared fiercely at Yao Liangji and the others. At this moment, both the humans and the zombies fell into a silent stare. Chapter 92. Negotiation between humans and zombies. Slightly tilting its head, the green-eyed zombie looked faintly in the direction of Chao Yi's tall building, and then the sound of a sniper rifle rang out. Damn! Chao, he couldn't help but curse in panic, wondering how the green-eyed zombie could dodge a sniper rifle. This must be the special gun that the seniors refer to as deadly. I've seen in books. It should be called a sniper rifle. The green-eyed zombie, with a calm expression, asked Yao Liangji. Yao Liangji was not surprised that the green-eyed zombie could dodge the sniper rifle. After all, the previous green-eyed zombie had already proven this. With an unchanging gaze, he casually replied, "It's a sniper rifle. Have you read a lot of human books?" As the crystallization of a former brilliant civilization, we, the younger generation, naturally need to read and understand more. Yao Liangji smiled. "I didn't expect you to be such a good student. I used to get a headache just looking at books." The green-eyed zombie stood in front of the horde, human-like, licking its lips to reveal its sharp teeth. "Then I'll take you to read some books. Don't worry. I'll be very patient. After all, you're the most interesting and strongest human I've ever met." At this moment, neither side dared to make the first move. Neither was confident of surviving. If it were one-on-one, Yao Liangji would not lack the courage to take a gamble, but he had others behind him. If a fight broke out again, how many of them would be left? "I appreciate your kindness, but I still prefer to be with humans." Hearing this, the green-eyed zombie expressed regret. "We were once humans too, but one rainstorm has made us so wary of each other. If we didn't keep watch over each other, I think we wouldn't be so guarded. Don't you humans say that instinct is innocent? When we look at humans, it's out of instinct, just like when you're hungry and look at rice or meat. But why do you look at me with that kind of gaze? To eliminate evil and uphold justice." Interesting, really interesting. This is what you humans call having thick skin, right? The more the conversation progressed, the stronger Yao Liangji's desire to act recklessly became. The zombie before him had developed a sense of morality, but was not bound by it. A zombie like this, if it continued to evolve, based on its understanding of human society, could potentially cause unimaginable harm, and no one knew how great that threat could be. Noticing Yao Liangji's increasingly intense killing intent, the newly emerged green-eyed zombie's body also tensed up. "Liangji," Su Shuchu stepped forward, signaling Yao Liangji to look at the situation behind him. Yao Liangji glanced around. Apart from Su Shuchu, who was in good condition, the others were basically injured. Under such circumstances, trying to forcefully kill the green-eyed zombie, surrounded by over 1,000 zombies, would come at a cost that Yao Liangji could hardly bear, let alone Su Shuchu and the others. Even he might not survive. However, expending so much energy for such little gain was something Yao Liangji couldn't accept. What are your thoughts? Yao Liangji knew that the green-eyed zombie on the other side shared similar thoughts. The green-eyed zombie does not mind its disadvantages. On its side, there are only some ordinary zombies left, even if their numbers are 5 times that of the opposing side. It knows that when entangled with a human of the same level, it actually cannot command many. Right now, I am slightly at a disadvantage, so name your price. I want you to leave the city as far away as possible. I want the green crystal of the corpse in your predecessor's mind, and I want you to leave all the remaining zombies behind. A hint of mockery flashed in the green-eyed zombie's eyes. "We can pause today, and I can leave the city, but don't think about anything else." Yao Liangji's legs tensed. He could not afford to fall behind. For him, if he did not obtain a green crystal today, he would feel he had fallen a step behind on the path of evolution. A step behind means falling further behind, and he did not want to be surrounded by zombies and die one day. Su Shuchu timely spoke up, glancing at the 3 almost green-eyed zombies on the ground, bleeding from their 7 orifices and dead. You can take the remaining zombies, but the first two conditions are non-negotiable, and we must personally escort you out. Su Shuchu's words left the green-eyed zombie silent for a moment. Its emotionally charged eyes moved away from the three corpses and then looked at the other dull zombies beside it. Finally, it slowly made a small cut on its waist and pulled out a crystal glowing with brilliant green light. I can give you the item, but as the first human to meet me, could you do me a small favor and give me a name? The uniqueness of the soul begins with this small matter. Yao Yangji was taken aback upon hearing this. I'm not your parents. Can't you just name yourself? The green-eyed zombie shook its head, the green crystal in its hand shining even more brilliantly under the sunlight. Who names themselves? It should have been named by a predecessor, but it died. So this task naturally falls to you. May I ask how it died, and how did you win? It is hard to imagine feeling such complex emotional changes from a zombie. No trouble at all. It wanted to swallow me, and time was running out. By the time you were able to act, we would both be dead, so it became a bit reckless and let me eat it. Yao Yangji's body stiffened slightly, and his eyes were complex. I can't tell. It actually had a spirit of sacrifice. The green-eyed zombie just smiled, not commenting on its deceased predecessor. Sherry, how about naming you Sherry? As soon as Yao Yangji spoke, the green-eyed zombie's eyes brightened slightly. Sherry sounds good. I am indeed standing here, feeling the legacy of the elders. Ding! The green crystal was bounced into Yao Yangji's hand, and with a slight perception, he knew the item was correct. He then clasped his hands and said, I hope you won't make a sound on the way. I will take you to the riverside, and once you board the ship, our transaction will be officially completed. The market in the 5th district is quite abundant, and water transport is naturally relatively developed. Yao Yangji would not foolishly believe the zombie's words. Only by personally sending it on a road of no return could he feel safe staying in the city. You don't need to be so wary of me. Soon, there will be other peers appearing in the entire city, and they will encounter you just the same. At least they don't care about me like you do, right? After nearly an hour's journey, Yao Yangji brought a group of zombies to the riverside, turned on the automatic cruise mode of ship, and then watched Sherry lead over 1,000 zombies onto the deck. He ignored the fat man's hints of small actions because he knew it was unnecessary. The rolling river could not kill this group of zombies. Waving the Rat King's claw, he cut the mooring rope. A man and a zombie looked at each other in silence. After a long time, Sherry, with a beaming smile, waved and shouted, I look forward to seeing you again in the future. Chapter 93. Yao Liangji being played. It wasn't until it was almost dark that Su Shuchu came over with 2 bags of corpse crystals, smiling as she said, Liangji, this time we have a total of 342 white corpse crystals, 84 black corpse crystals, and 6 almost green corpse crystals. The probability of corpse crystal production in this mall is slightly higher than that of ordinary zombies, but Yao Liangji did not even look. He took out 3 almost green corpse crystals from his waist pouch. Su Shuchu smiled as she accepted the corpse crystals, a bit curious as she asked, What are you going to check? I feel something is off. I want to take another look at the place where that green-eyed zombie evolved. It appeared too conveniently, and its strength is too ordinary. Then I will accompany you. Yao Liangji and the two went directly to the 2nd floor of the mall, pushed open the door, and found that the net-like flesh strands inside had lost their vitality and turned dull. The large flesh cocoon suspended in the middle had also opened a large hole, revealing another small flesh ball still existing inside. Yao Yangji's heart sank, and he leaped up directly, using the Rat King's claw to slice open the flesh ball, only to see another zombie's body, partially digested and left with only a small half. Damn, I was actually played by a zombie. On the other side, aboard the ship that had no idea where it was sailing, Sherry's mouth continuously oozed black blood. It forced itself onto the ship, enduring until it disappeared from Yao Liangji's sight, finally unable to hold on and collapsing. I managed to trick Yao Liangji to this point. I'm ultimately a bit ahead. Listening to the sound of rushing water, it murmured to itself, Once I recover, I believe we will meet again. What is wrong? Su Shuchu looked at Yao Liangji's frustrated expression with confusion. That green-eyed zombie tricked me into thinking it had truly completed its evolution, but in fact, it ended the evolution process early and came out. Its combat state definitely can't last long, yet I foolishly sent it to board the ship. Yao Liangji angrily crushed the zombie remains in his hand. Huh? No way. Can this zombie be so smart? It was too calm. It not only didn't T escape after coming out early, but even actively attacked me and talked about human civilization. It seems that the after effects of it coming out early will be very severe and last a long time. Otherwise, it wouldn't take such a big risk. Looking at the remains that had fallen beside Yao Liangji, Su Shuchu muttered, "Could it really be that this zombie voluntarily sacrificed itself to be eaten?" Yao Liangji was startled and then suspiciously looked at the remains with a shattered head beside him. "Let Teacher Chu come in and clean it up. Let's see if we can discover anything. This incubation room alone should reveal a lot." After the zombies in the mall were cleared, there were no threats to the base within 3 to 4 kilometers. Of course, nearly 100 people remained here forever, following the wishes of the deceased, with only children surviving. Their children will be taken care of by Su Shuchu. Those with partners and friends would also follow their last wishes, distributing their rightful shares and compensations to designated individuals. The night was thick and the moonlight was like frost. Although it was already the cold winter night, there was not much feeling of cold. Whether sad or happy, everyone was gathered around a large bonfire, either singing songs or playing instruments, imagining the future. After showcasing the presence of a leader, Yao Liangji picked up 2 bottles of wine, took his coat, and walked towards the edge of the firelight. "Do you drink white wine warm too?" The night made it hard for them to see each other's expressions, and with Su Shuchu's departure, Gu Fangzhou spoke more openly. "My memories seem to still linger in the company. Back then, that slightly chubby, shy-eyed person, after hitting someone, had a face full of timidity and fear. If you were to go back to that time today, would you still be like that?" Gu Fangzhou couldn't tell if he was disappointed or happy about Yao Liangji's change, so he casually mentioned a small matter. "As for the payments that can be settled, I helped you submit the list to the finance department. But this salary will probably never reach your account." Yao Liangji inexplicably felt a pang of heartache. In the shadow, the already clenched hand tightened even more. His feelings for Gu Fangzhou had never been so intense, from the initial admiration and gratitude to the mutual encouragement during the disaster, and the entanglement over the past 3 months that felt both close and distant. He understood Gu Fangzhou's awkwardness in the base, and he also understood her pride. It seemed that the emotional account between the two of them would never truly balance. Feeling a bit flustered under Yao Liangji's gaze, Gu Fangzhou shifted her body. Even though the night made it difficult to see the color of her cheeks, Yao Liangji could clearly sense the heat spreading across her face. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Gu Fangzhou's voice at that moment was like a kitten's whisper, carrying a hint of intoxication. After the pressure, one naturally needed to release it. Yao Liangji, too, thought of the intimate words she had shared with Su Shuchu and, fueled by the alcohol, asked Fangzhou, "How do you eliminate the negative effects of your corpse crystal?" Clang. Gu Fangzhou first felt shy, then became even more flustered, turning her head away. "Why do you care?" Chapter 94. Opening up, Gu Fangzhou's shy voice made Yao Liangji's heart race even more. He reached out and took her hand. Sensing Gu Fangzhou's trembling, Yao Liangji tried to soften his tone. "Fangzhou, I like you. Do you know that?" Gu Fangzhou's body stiffened, and with a hint of choked emotion, she said, "But Shuchu is more suitable for you." "No one is more suitable," Yao Liangji insisted. "I like you. It's only about the two of us. What about Shuchu? I want both." By the end, Yao Liangji's voice had grown much louder, as if he was pumping himself up. Gu Fangzhou felt a mix of shame and anger, pulling her hand away forcefully, but it didn't budge. You shameless." "I am shameless, but this is also Shuchu's intention. I don't believe you." "Really? Do you think I'm a child? Which girl would be willing to share a man, especially when she can't eat?" Gu Fangzhou wanted to refute, but quickly understood Yao Liangji's point. The long-suppressed side effects of the corpse crystal emerged at this moment, her whole body burning, gritting her teeth. "Yao Liangji, you truly are shameless." But Yao Liangji moved closer again, pulling Gu Fangzhou into his embrace. "But I don't want my feelings to be expressed, yet never truly acknowledged." Gu Fangzhou leaned against Yao Liangji's chest and slowly softened, lifting her head, her eyes already filled with tears. With a choked voice, she said, "Liangji, please don't force me. I don't want to be the third party. I don't want to be like my mom, scorned and looked down upon for a lifetime. At this moment, all the romantic feelings in Yao Liangji's heart dissipated, leaving only a sense of pity filling his chest. You won't be the third party, and you won't be scorned. I want to be with you. I want the whole world to know. I want to give you a love that is above board. The only promise I can give you is my love. Gu Fangzhou held Yao Liangji tightly, tears quickly soaking his clothes. And then suddenly she lifted her head and kissed him directly. After a long while, Gu Fangzhou seemed to be out of breath and gently pushed Yao Liangji away. If this were before the disaster, Gu Fangzhou would never have dared to be so bold. But this old world had ultimately shattered the outdated social rules. Widening the distance between people and the uncertain days had led more people to follow their true nature. For example, at this moment, the fire pit had already lost more than half of its flames, replaced by the sounds of heavy breathing instead of the moans of zombies. Shall we go inside the building? Yao Liangji's throat felt dry as he looked at Gu Fangzhou with longing. Gu Fangzhou rolled her eyes and blushed, saying, "Dream on." Hearing there was no chance, Yao Liangji became anxious, his speech trembling. But I. Gu Fangzhou lowered her head, reached out, and unconsciously added a hint of panting. Just this once. Yao Liangji knew they couldn't progress too quickly and softened his expression, narrowing his eyes in enjoyment. His hands wandering over Gu Fangzhou's body. I'll listen to you. The final result naturally involves some other auxiliary techniques. With Gu Fangzhou's body adapted to the quasi-green corpse crystal, she could only reluctantly acknowledge Yao Liangji's strength and finally believed what he said. Su Shuchu really couldn't handle it alone. After rinsing her mouth, Gu Fangzhou lay limply, glaring at Yao Liangji with a mix of anger and vigilance. The next morning, Su Shuchu brought a group of people, driving dozens of trucks over. The large mall was filled with an overwhelming amount of useful supplies. Yao Liangji was not a gorilla. Aside from the corpse crystals, he could afford to lose anything else. Just as he was looking for an opportunity to discuss Gu Fangzhou with Su Shuchu, she hurriedly approached him. As the deputy leader of the base and the main logistics officer, Su Shuchu was too busy to ignore. Su Shuchu was bustling about, her feet barely touching the ground. It was unacceptable for her to be flirting with other girls while working here, so he had to wait until the busyness died down over the next 2 days to find a chance to clarify things with her. Su Shuchu didn't notice Yao Liangji's expression. While directing others to sort through the supplies, she said, "Liangji, take a look at this loot distribution list. If there's no problem, I'll distribute according to this." After carefully reviewing it, Yao Liangji found that Su Shuchu was indeed a capable assistant. The distribution of loot was very fair. After some consideration, he naturally wrapped his arm around Su Shuchu's waist. "Everything else is fine, but about the quasi-green corpse crystal, you should discuss it with Chao later. If he stays, distribute it to him as planned. If he insists on leaving, give him 1 quasi-green corpse crystal for me. Additionally, I will provide another one. Find someone completely trustworthy to cultivate it. Your own strength is still too small." Yao Liangji's arrangements regarding Chao made Su Shuchu frown, and by the end of it, her face was already scrunched up. "Aren't you afraid that one day I'll take your power?" Yao Liangji's hand gently rubbed Su Shuchu's waist. "I'm afraid you won't take my power. If Fatty and Xiaoyi leave, some people's minds will definitely waver. We've been living under too much pressure. Once they gain power, they will want to enjoy it." "That's not likely," Su Shuchu said, but her face showed a hint of understanding. "When I'm around, they naturally wouldn't dare, but if something happens to me one day, how many will still be loyal?" Su Shuchu directly covered Yao Liangji's lips with her hand. "I won't allow you to say such things." Hee. The specifics were understood by both of them. After a brief pause, Su Shuchu said cutely, "Let me catch my breath first." After several unsuccessful attempts, Yao Liangji regained some clarity and lay tightly against Gu Fangzhou's body, stuttering as he said, I want to tell you something." Su Shuchu casually responded, "Is it about Fangzhou?" After saying that, a hint of a smile appeared in her eyes filled with springtime affection. Being looked at like this by Su Shuchu made Yao Liangji gulp loudly, avoiding her gaze. "How did you know?" "Just looking at the way you two gazed at each other wasn't right. I left for just one night, and you already cheated on me. Just wait until I teach you a lesson." Su Shuchu pretended to be angry and directly pinned Yao Liangji down, baring her teeth like a mother leopard. Chapter 95, a series of underhanded tactics. I don't want it anymore. You go find Gu Fangzhou, go find Gu Fangzhou. Yao Liangji, however, ignored her completely and said fiercely, "You're both inexperienced and playful. You've worked hard these past few days. Just sleep in tomorrow. Woo." After it was over, Su Shuchu, with tear stains, quickly fell asleep. Meanwhile, Yao Liangji, feeling refreshed, helped cover her with a blanket. Then he took out a green corpse crystal, looking at it with a somewhat dazed expression. After a long time, Yao Liangji smiled self-deprecatingly. "Even I am addicted to this power, let alone others." With a determined mind, Yao Liangji, following his previous habit, enveloped his mental strength over it. But after just a minute or two, the green corpse crystal still hadn't melted. A chilling aura surged into his mind along the mental power, leaving Yao Liangji no time to react. "Sherry!" Yao Liangji gritted his teeth and called out, suddenly waking Su Shuchu beside him. "Liangji, what's wrong?" To his surprise, "You actually waited 2 days before starting to absorb this corpse crystal." Yao Liangji did not blindly resist the chilling aura invading his mind, but firmly maintained the clarity of his spiritual platform. Sensing the green energy filling most of his mind, he said in a deep voice, "Is this your unique ability as a green-eyed zombie?" Allowing the inexplicable energy to fill him, Yao Liangji observed coldly without being moved. After a standoff for a while, the green energy could no longer hold back and actively attacked Yao Liangji, who was guarding his spiritual platform. Yao Liangji, fully defensive, felt his self-awareness slowly waver from firm to shaky, then from shaky to blurry, while outside, Su Shuchu had already called Chu Xiaonan to her home barefoot. She didn't dare to tell anyone about this matter, because Yao Liangji's current condition was obviously abnormal. If others found out, who knows what kind of chaos might arise. As soon as Chu Xiaonan entered the room, he smelled the scent of bodily fluids from the couple. Yao Liangji hadn't put on any clothes while absorbing the corpse crystal. And with his robust and naked body, Chu Xiaonan, oppressed by the side effects of the corpse crystal for nearly 4 months, trembled slightly like being electrocuted. Looking again at the bed sheets that were wet in large patches made her momentarily forget her ethical duties as a healer, turning her head away with a flushed face. "Xiaonan, why are you shy? Quickly look at Liangji, he's not in a good state." Taking a deep breath, Chu Xiaonan didn't dare to casually touch Yao Liangji's body. After carefully observing Yao Liangji's condition, she turned her gaze to the solid green corpse crystal still in his right hand. Frowning slightly, she called out softly from outside, "Yao, big brother Yao, big brother Yao." Chu Xiaonan was also at a loss for what to do. After hesitating for a moment, she took out 2 thin slices of old ginseng from her medicine kit. Then she crushed a bit of hahuan bark in a juice and sent it into Yao Liangji's mouth along with the ginseng slices. Originally on the verge of collapse, sweating profusely, Yao Liangji felt a sudden warmth rise in his mind after the medicine entered. Outside, Su Shuchu saw Yao Liangji's complexion gradually relax and her already weak body completely slumped down, startling Chu Xiaonan into quickly supporting her. "Shuchu, are you feeling unwell too?" No, just a bit fatigued." After Yao Liangji stabilized, the atmosphere between the 2 women slowly became awkward. The matters between couples are well understood and generally avoided. Chu Xiaonan, feeling a bit itchy all over, slowed her breathing significantly, fearing that the scent might invade her nostrils again. "Big brother, Yao should be fine now. I'll leave first." "No." Su Shuchu quickly stopped her. "Yao Liangji hasn't woken up yet. No one can guarantee that there won't be any more issues. Xiaonan, please wait a bit longer. It will be fine once Liangji wakes up." After speaking, Su Shuchu belatedly covered Yao Liangji with a thin blanket. At this moment, in Yao Liangji's mind, after the green energy launched a final assault, it finally settled down. Looking at the gray substance suspended in his mind, Yao Liangji struggled for a long time, suppressing his instinctual desire and directly expelled it from his mind. "Sigh, I wonder if it's an illusion." Yao Liangji vaguely heard Sherry's voice again. Outside, the invisible energy radiated from Yao Liangji's body, and the green corpse crystal in his hand melted in an instant, directly integrating into his body. Zhao, look. Liangji has started to absorb the corpse crystal. Chu Zhaonan lowered her gaze, which had been fixed on the ceiling, but before she could speak, she felt a cool sensation invade her mind. A soft moan escaped her lips, and she immediately closed her eyes, while Su Shuchu was in a similar state. On a dark river, a boat had long run out of fuel, drifting forward with the river water. As the moonlight shone down, a handsome man on the boat opened his eyes. Although the green in his eyes was dim, it remained pure. Is it still not subdued? In the grain and oil market, after Yao Liangji expelled the gray substance from his body, a familiar feeling quickly returned. He didn't even have time to open his eyes before he focused his mind and carefully began to absorb the energy from the corpse crystal. Unlike previous corpse crystals, the green corpse crystal strengthened the human body in all aspects. Yao Liangji could clearly feel that his previously somewhat exhausted mental strength was slowly recovering under the enhancement of the corpse crystal. After an unknown amount of time, the three of them opened their eyes almost simultaneously. But before Yao Liangji could speak, a surge of greed instantly overwhelmed his mind. And driven by the scent he detected with his nose, he lunged forward towards the two in front of him without a care. Ah, Liangji, what are you doing? Teacher Chu is still here. Just as Chu Zhaonan had inexplicably gained some benefits, she witnessed a spectacular scene. Rationality told her to leave quickly, but one of her thighs was firmly held by Yao Liangji. Moreover, Yao Liangji's hands kept sliding over her, causing Chu Zhaonan, who had been oppressed by the side effects of the corpse crystal for nearly 4 months, to completely lose her composure, instinctively wrapping herself around Yao Liangji. Chapter 96. Accidents always come first after a long while. Su Shuchu's body tensed as she cried out, helping Chu Zhaonan to push Yao Liangji away. You go deal with Zhaonan. I really can't take it anymore, boo-hoo. Yao Liangji also went along with the flow, effortlessly pulling Chu Zhaonan in front of him. And with the pull, the high-pitched gasps sounded again, and this time, the remaining half of the bed also became wet. After an unknown number of exchanges, the three of them finally embraced each other and fell into a deep sleep. Last night was a celebration banquet, so everyone except those who needed to be on duty in the morning woke up very late. Therefore, no one noticed anything unusual, although the winter sun is not scorching. When it passed through the glass window and illuminated the entire bedroom, the temperature in the sealed room quickly rose. Yao Liangji drowsily opened his eyes halfway and felt a soft body lying on him, with a cheek pressed tightly against his chin and a head of shiny black hair spread out, which made his energetic self react slightly. His head slightly swayed as he sought that delicate feeling, and when their lips touched, both instinctively extended their tongues to intertwine. Liangji, a soft murmur came from beside him. Yao Liangji's right hand, which was resting on a round bottom, stiffened slightly as he locked eyes with the pair of eyes that opened beneath the long hair. Their tongues were still entangled when a muffled scream suddenly rang out. Su Shuchu looked at the two, who were blushing with embarrassment, with both amusement and annoyance. At the same time, she was very glad she had called Chu Zhaonan over last night. Otherwise, given Yao Liangji's unconscious state yesterday, she might have been the one needing rescue from Chu Zhaonan. Regarding what happened yesterday, she also understood Chu Zhaonan's initiative. After all, the side effects of the corpse crystal could be handled alone without stimulation. Yesterday, Chu Zhaonan had stayed with them in such an ambiguous environment for so long, and then witnessed a live spring scene. It was surprising that she could hold on. What are you, a big man, being so silent for? Once fully awake, the absurd memories of last night lingered in the minds of the three. When Su Shuchu said this, her eyes were filled with a glimmer of emotion, threatening to spill over. Teacher Chu, don't worry. Yao Liangji, will definitely take responsibility. Last night was so absurd, and this morning, before I even opened my eyes, I was met with another passionate kiss. It made Yao Liangji, who often yelled at Chu Zhaonan, feel an inexplicable awkwardness, as if the master-servant relationship had suddenly flipped. Chu Zhaonan also had her own pride. Although she had mixed feelings about Yao Liangji, she wouldn't let him force her to take responsibility over something that wasn't her fault. A loveless union held little appeal for her. What does it mean to be responsible? Do you need to take responsibility? Just tell me how you feel about Zhaonan. If you have no feelings, would you still be forced to take responsibility? This might not apply to other women, but it fits perfectly for Chu Xiaonan. Especially coming from Su Shuchu, the legitimate wife, it indicated a friendly attitude toward Chu Xiaonan, who had stepped in. As expected, when Su Shuchu spoke, Chu Xiaonan's breathing immediately became much calmer. Feelings, of course, were there. Teacher Chu was gentle and kind, impeccable in both her medical skills and her treatment of zombies, so naturally, I was moved. However, her habit of constantly clashing with me made my teeth itch. If she were a bit more obedient, it would be perfect. Su Shuchu was not indulgent. With a slightly jealous expression, she pinched the soft flesh around Yao Liangji's waist, saying, "You really are something, first Fang Zhou, then Xiaonan. Aren't you afraid of being drain dry?" Chu Xiaonan could sense Yao Liangji's sincerity, and a heavy stone in her heart lifted. She also understood Su Shuchu's last comment. If the legitimate wife had no objections, how could she, a latecomer, suggest anything to Gu Fangzhou? Moreover, she was still feeling weak all over. How could she be in the mood to be jealous? "You are too domineering. You can't even allow me to say otherwise," Chu Xiaonan said softly. At this point, Su Shuchu knew it was about time, so disregarding the springtime excitement. "With a look of this is your benefit," she kicked Yao Liangji out of bed. "Go make breakfast. I'm starving." Yao Liangji awkwardly got dressed and quickly left the bedroom, leaving the two women inside to whisper to each other. By the time the two women had finished getting ready, Yao Liangji had already made breakfast. However, as they walked, Chu Xiaonan clearly struggled more, using her eyes to stop Yao Liangji, who wanted to be attentive. The two women helped each other sit down. After the atmosphere among the three returned to normal, Su Shuchu took the initiative to ask about what had happened to Yao Liangji last night. Mentioning this made Yao Liangji flustered, and his expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and recounted everything that had happened in his mind yesterday. The dangers involved made both Su Shuchu and Chu Xiaonan stiffen. Then they exchanged a glance, suddenly recalling the energy that had entered their minds yesterday. "Liangji, I think we absorbed something yesterday. After you calmed down, we felt a cool, silver-white energy rush into our minds. Were we also affected by that green-eyed zombie?" Yao Liangji was taken aback at first and stood up straight, wanting to reach out, but then quickly realized. "What color?" Su Shuchu and Chu Xiaonan exchanged another glance, silver-white. "Damn, that shady thing with the relic. Thank goodness I was alert." Yao Liangji didn't forget the gray energy he had expelled from his mind. Although he didn't know what the gray represented, it was undoubtedly related to the relic's arrangements. Although he was certain there shouldn't be any issues, Yao Liangji still held the hands of the two women, cautiously probing into their minds. After a long while, Yao Liangji opened his eyes with a look of joy mixed with exhaustion. "You two try absorbing a black zombie crystal." Although the two women were a bit puzzled, they followed Yao Liangji's instructions. After more than 20 minutes, they opened their eyes in surprise. How's it so fast?" Zhuzanan et Gulim. While Su Shuchu already knew the reason from Yao Liangji, so she was not surprised at all. Yao Liangji pointed at the spoon on the table. "Focus your minds and see if you can make the spoon float." Following Yao Liangji's instructions, the two women concentrated, and the spoon quickly floated up. However, they couldn't be happy for long before feeling a slight dizziness, and with a loud thud, the spoon fell. After a while, the two women managed to recover, eagerly waiting for Yao Liangji's explanation. Chapter 97. Farewell. Yao Liangji pondered for a moment before organizing his words. "This ability I call mental power. So far, I've discovered its functions include the speed of absorbing zombie crystals, combat perception, and probing the condition of a human body." Chu Xiaonan, having calmed down, suddenly brightened her eyes, seemingly forgetting her shyness, and leaned closer to Yao Liangji, holding his hand with an excited expression. "Let me try." Chu Xiaonan's face was increasingly filled with joy, and after a long while, she opened her eyes. Really, I won't have to worry too much when performing surgeries in the future." After saying this, Chu Xiaonan, filled with hope, asked, "Liangji, can Gu Meng and the others do this too?" Yao Liangji's momentary discomfort quickly faded, and he returned to normal. Besides Su Shuchu, Chu Xiaonan was now the first to approach him without triggering his body stress response. Grasping Chu Xiaonan's hand, Yao Liangji smiled wryly. This strengthening of mental power is still unclear to me. I only heard you two mention absorbing the energy I forced out, which is why I had you try it. I really have no way with others for now. Chu Xiaonan, having recovered, showed a hint of regret in her eyes. But just hearing Yao Liangji's words made her feel the danger involved. She knew she couldn't take that risk and wouldn't want Yao Liangji to take it either. At this moment, Chu Xiaonan noticed that Yao Liangji was still holding her hand tightly, feeling increasingly sensitive. She quickly reacted and stole a glance at Yao Liangji with watery eyes. Yao Liangji slightly licked his lips, but knew he couldn't be reckless any longer. So he suppressed his feelings. Hurry up and eat. It's getting late. After glancing at the time, Chu Xiaonan suddenly exclaimed and then looked at Su Shuchu for help. Shuchu, can we go down later? Su Shuchu had no plans to go out today. She couldn't even walk properly, and going out would only lead to ridicule. So she agreed. Let's eat breakfast and then sleep for a bit. After Yao Liangji went downstairs, he first went to tease Gu Fangzhou, sharing with her what Su Shuchu knew. However, to his surprise, Gu Fangzhou shyly ran away. She truly hadn't expected that her and Yao Liangji's little affair would be so obvious to others. Yao Liangji didn't chase after her. He knew he needed to give Gu Fangzhou some time, especially with the unexpected addition of Chu Xiaonan. So feeling guilty, he didn't shamelessly pursue her further. The day passed with Yao Liangji's boring patrols, and in the evening, Fatty and Chao Yi approached Yao Liangji, their decision unchanged. I won't interfere. As long as those willing to follow you, I won't stop them. We've been through hardships together. Don't hesitate to ask for anything, whether it's food, vehicles, or weapons and medicine. Just speak up. Chao Yi's expression was complex as he recalled Su Shuchu bringing Zhang Qingjie to talk to him and remembered his irrational behavior in the mall. He now wanted to stay, but he knew his personality couldn't fully integrate into this team. So, upon learning that another half still had an official organization present, he decided to leave. I need to take 5 people with me this time. As for the others, they don't reject life here, so let them continue to survive with you, Boss Yao. Not everyone shared Chao Yi's mindset. After arriving at the grain and oil market, many people felt a long-lost sense of safety again. Moreover, with the temptation of zombie crystals ahead, most people were unwilling to take the risk of following Chao Yi to stir up trouble. Su Shuchu had already discussed this with Yao Liangji, so he was not surprised. After all, he was also thinking of the group of technicians in Chao Yi's team, so his voice unconsciously carried a hint of joy. When are we leaving? Just list what you need directly, and you can pick it up at the warehouse. We're leaving tomorrow morning. Supervisor Su has already prepared everything for us. I hope Boss Yao can thank Supervisor Su for us. In the future, if the mountains are high and the waters are long, may we meet again if fate allows. Definitely. After Chao Yi left, Yao Liangji turned to look at the chubby man who had been holding back his words and joked, "What's wrong? Can't bear to leave?" The chubby man laughed freely. "A bit, but I'm used to being wild. I'm really afraid I won't be able to follow Boss Yao's rules, so it's better for me to take the initiative." Looking at the silvery moonlight, the sky became much clearer after human activities paused. "Where are you planning to go?" "To the city." The chubby man's expression showed some struggle. Yao Liangji didn't ask him the reason, but sighed. "That's not close. We'll have to cross a province. Are those 3 coming with you?" The chubby man naturally knew who Yao Liangji was referring to, and his expression softened. "Bai Yin is coming with me. The other 2 I won't force. Bai Yin is really a nice person. Don't let her down." In this world, even fathers and sons can go their separate ways, let alone a couple met halfway. The chubby man's unclear purpose for his journey could be considered true love if someone was willing to follow him. The chubby man's eyes softened as well, recalling the unfortunate woman he had encountered, who turned out to be the one most steadfastly accompanying him. "Boss Yao, I have an uncertain piece of news that I don't know whether to tell you." Yao Liangji understood that the chubby man was giving him the choice regarding this matter. So he smiled calmly, as long as the benefits are substantial enough. "Before the disaster, I was actually a relic dealer. Due to some reckless actions in my early years, I got to know people from various industries, so I have a bit of broad information. This time I came to the city for an ancient tomb to scout the location, but accidentally ran into a drug trafficking gang. The owners of that batch of goods last time. From this group, I learned that they have a professional drug manufacturing factory in a mountain village in the city. equipped with all independent facilities and living supplies. I don't think Boss Yao wants to make a base in a place that could face a zombie horde at any moment. Since Yao Liangji faced the green-eyed zombies, especially after seeing the relics, the idea of moving had grown stronger. The grain and oil market is not suitable to become a base. It feels more like an outpost, where Yao Liangji can relatively conveniently obtain resources from the entire city. But it's not suitable for development. At least now, the vegetables grown in the base have to be supplied in limited quantities, let alone fresh meat. Location. Yao Liangji's eyes lit up. It was indeed a timely opportunity. Boss Yao, as you know, I'm not interested in drugs, so I haven't verified it at all. No problem. In Dachin Village, Jia County, next to a small waterfall. Yao Liangji didn't know the truth about the drug factory. However, for such professional matters, asking Chu Xiaonan would naturally clarify things by comparing the production requirements and environment of those drugs. He could get a rough idea and then consider whether it should be prioritized for exploration. Chapter 98, Druck den. Chubby, I hope we can have the chance to meet again in the future, Yao Liangji said with a hint of blessing. We will. The chubby man seemed very confident. Yao Liangji habitually propped the door open with something, then took off his gear and approached the two women wearing a silk shirt. He began to talk about the day's events at the base, and under Yao Liangji's serious demeanor, Chu Xiaonan quickly shed her shyness. After listening to Yao Liangji, Chu Xiaonan fell into a moment of silence. Then she began to analyze. The raw materials for those previous mind-altering drugs are strictly controlled in our country. Normally, every gram of loss needs to be monitored by the relevant departments. So I tend to think that the drug dealers are sourcing their materials from their own cultivation. Those things prefer a humid and warm growing environment, and the climate in the city is quite suitable. So what the chubby man said is very likely. Chu Xiaonan maintained her rigorous habit, just a higher probability. At this point, Su Shuchu interjected, holding a greenhouse-grown tomato and bringing it to her rosy lips. Isn't it clear if you ask Chao Yi in them? If there's a drug factory in the city, then drug-related cases are naturally unavoidable. Su Shuchu's words brightened Yao Liangji's eyes, and he picked up the wireless communication device to inquire with Chao Yi. A few minutes later, Yao Liangji put down the walkie-talkie. Smiling, tomorrow I'll take some people to scout Dachin Village. Su Shuchu slightly raised her skirt, revealing her fair and tight thighs, her eyes carrying a hint of provocation. You should go take a shower first. Chu Xiaonan, on the other hand, kept her head down, her legs tightly pressed together, gripping her silk skirt tightly without saying a word. Yao Liangji, amused yet impatient, licked his lips. It seemed that with Su Shuchu gaining a teammate, her confidence had increased a lot, and she dared to openly provoke him. It turned out that it just wouldn't work, even though Su Shuchu used some techniques to catch Yao Liangji off guard. But once the formal battle began, the two women still begged for mercy until Yao Liangji felt pity rising in his heart, allowing them to catch their breath. In the morning, after Yao Liangji discussed the situation with Gu Fangzhou, he drove with Zhang Qingjie, Zhou Ting, and 5 others to Dachin Village in Jia County. Once out of the city, Yao Liangji's concerns diminished significantly, and he even played music in the car. Looking at the greenery of the mountains and fields outside the window, even the cold of December couldn't erase it all. The distance from the grain and oil market to Jia County was only about 40 kilometers. But with stops along the way and to avoid the urban area, Yao Liangji and his group didn't arrive at Dachin Village until the sun set. Although Dachin Village is called a village, there are only about 20 households. As soon as Zhang Qingjie got out of the car, he couldn't help but curse. This village is way too remote. It took us a full 2 hours to get here from Jia County. Yao Liangji, however, remained silent, furrowing his brow as he looked at the quiet little village, so quiet that not even the roars of zombies could be heard. Be careful, there should be people here. Click, click. Zhang Qingjie and the others immediately unlatched the safety on their guns. Zhou Ting, you all stay here and keep an eye on the car. Qingjie and I will go in and take a look. The houses in Dachin Village were built against the mountain, winding up the mountain path. Logically, in the pre-disaster society, cutting down trees and hunting was prohibited, so such a small village should be relatively poor, but all the houses here were built quite luxuriously. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them villas. Yao Liangji and Zhang Qingjie arrived at the first house, and they entered the interior to search one after the other. After a long time, they met in the dim room. Some things are missing. Yao Yangji let out a light sigh. That's normal. How could the living miss them? Let's split up and finish searching these houses. If there's no one, that means we came to the right place. After more than half an hour, Yao Yangji arrived at the village entrance, his face showing some joy. We'll stay here for the night, and tomorrow we'll meet this group of survivors. This search wasn't without gains. At least they saw more than 40 freshly dug graves. With a pursuit of truth, Yao Liangji naturally dug out a few of them, all of which died from gunshot wounds, and the calibers were different. Before long, Zhang Qingjie also ran over, holding a flapping hen in his hand, looking even happier than when he absorbed the green zombie crystal. "Haha, Boss Yao, you guys quickly look at what I caught." "Gulu." Yao Yangji and the others looked no less pleased than Zhang Qingjie. Yao Yangji casually copied down some notes and looked at the lively old hen in his hands with a mix of longing and restraint. The pent-up frustration of the past 5 months erupted at this moment, and the impulse it brought was no less than the side effects of the corpse crystal back then. "Qingjie, where did you find this?" "Just in a pile of wild grass. I heard its calls and went to check." "Let's go. We need to find out immediately. Whether our lives can improve in the future depends on whether it has a husband and kids." Growing up in the countryside, Yao Yangji naturally knew the frequency with which hens lay eggs. Even if the villagers of Desheng village had accidentally overlooked it, judging by the dust accumulation in these houses, this old hen had probably lived outside for at least 2 months, meaning there were at least 30 or 40 eggs. After about 10 minutes of excited searching, it proved that Yao Yangji's guess was correct. Among the dry, fallen branches of the cedar trees, he found 37 fresh eggs. The old hen was treated as a guest by Yao Liangji, tied with a thin rope in the trunk of the car, and even given a small nest made of fur along with a small bowl of plain rice. Meanwhile, Yao Liangji and the other 6 were inside a room, gathered around a pile of burning wood, cooking a long-missed egg feast. Taking a bite, Zhang Qingjie was brought to tears. Although he had eaten plenty of canned goods and dried seafood over the past few months while following Yao Liangji, nothing compared to this simple egg. The last time he felt this comfortable was when they had fish at the mountain park. This was the only time Yao Liangji still needed to compete with his subordinates for food. Early the next morning, Yao Liangji luxuriously made himself a fried egg and looked expectantly at the mountain peak hidden in the clouds. He casually pointed to 2 people to stay behind to guard the vehicle, then led Zhang Qingjie and the others to follow the stream upward. There was no path by the mountain stream. The water cascaded down from above, crashing against the hard rocks and splashing into droplets, nourishing the wild grass and moss nearby, making the ascent difficult and dangerous. With their physical fitness, it took Yao Liangji and his group nearly an hour to reach a small waterfall, where they spotted some shadows moving nearby. Chapter 99. A peach blossom land. Suddenly, the figures froze. "Yuding, go check to the left." "Qingjie, you go to the right and see how many people are really in this drug den." Yao Liangji frowned as he looked at a few people by the waterfall pool who seemed a bit off, numb and emaciated. Not much different from some addicts before the disaster. "Got it, Boss Yao." Yuding and Zhang Qingjie did not directly voice Yao Liangji's orders, even though with their strength they could easily push through. Yao Liangji understood the psychological resilience of drug dealers. In a society before the disaster, they had already put their lives on the line, let alone after the disaster. He couldn't comprehend why so many people were involved in drug production. What was the mental state of these people? Were there any prisoners being held? Yuding and Zhang Qingjie exchanged glances. None. What about the male-to-female ratio? Yuding knew Yao Liangji was concerned that this group of drug dealers might engage in human trafficking. So after a moment of contemplation, she firmly stated, "There are about 30 men and a little over 20 women." It was clear that this was a drug production den involving the whole village, directly hiding in the mountains after the disaster. Everyone split up, aside from a few key people, take care of the rest, and keep the noise down. Naturally, Yao Liangji and his companions were confident in avoiding bullets, but the other 2 didn't need to take that risk. After all, in such a drug-producing village, there were hardly any good people. Cleaning them out all at once would be much easier. "Understood, Boss Yao." Yao Liangji, armed with a newly forged corpse crystal dagger, quietly slipped into the earthen and stone house constructed by the drug den. looking at the contrasting architectural styles inside and out. He couldn't help but marvel at the immense allure of money. He couldn't fathom how those modern machines had been brought inside before he arrived. He had looked around and found that there was basically no path up the mountain. All had to crawl through the woods, climbing step by step. Remembering Chu Xiaonan's instructions, Yao Yangji took out a phone that only had music and camera functions left, snapped a few photos, and swaggered right back out. In less than 10 minutes, Yuding and the others had completed their tasks. Pushing open a wooden house, Yao Yangji saw two men and a woman kneeling on the ground, half naked. One man was built like a tower, muscles bulging, while the other was slender and fair-skinned, exuding an air of cultured sophistication. Finally, looking at the woman, though she could only be described as pretty, she had a fair and tender figure, especially her chest, which was as robust as a basketball. As she breathed, the muscles in her arms swelled. Yao Yangji exchanged a glance with Yuding and Zhang Qingjie, who respectively escorted the woman and the muscular man out, while Yao Yangji seemingly had no defenses against the refined man in front of him, who still appeared calm. Nice skills. Which school did you graduate from? Nanyang Technological University. The refined man's voice matched his demeanor, rich and smooth. If they hadn't caught him in a den, Yao Yangji might have even offered him a cigarette. You seem to be doing quite well in business, but I wonder what to call you? The refined man's eyes showed no panic, only a hint of nonchalance. Life's necessities. Just call me Wenshanyu. Aren't you afraid? There's nothing to be afraid of now. Wenshanyu appeared very relaxed. At this point, Yao Yangji found himself at a loss for what to ask Wenshanyu. Questioning about his connections and channels was something the police should do. After a few seconds of silence, Yao Yangji finally found topic. Where did you get these firearms? I contacted arms dealers overseas and smuggled them in. After saying this, Wenshanyu raised his head and curiously looked at Yao Yangji. Is it that we are lax in our defenses, or are you not ordinary? With dozens of people in the entire camp, there had been no sound until now. It could be both. Wenshanyu's subordinates were no longer lax in their defenses. They had simply become addicts. Confined in such a valley, they had lost all other entertainment options from traditional human society, along with the status and money gained at the risk of their lives. Surrounded by endless sources of pleasure, without the need to worry about sudden police visits. Who wouldn't indulge in a hedonistic lifestyle? Yao Yangji was puzzled by Wenshanyu and his team's choices. They had guns, yet instead of gathering supplies in the county, they chose to live in seclusion, which was quite different from the stereotype of drug dealers. Why hide in mountains when you have guns? In this gun-free society, you should have the insight and courage to take a gamble and become a local emperor. Wenshanyu's expression remained unchanged. I've been out there. Anyone would check the situation if faced with this. Dealing with the nearly 100 zombies in the village has already exhausted all our bullets. What do we use to face the sea of corpses outside? A group of monsters that can only die with a headshot. Going out means death. Staying means survival. How can I go against everyone's will? Wenshanyu didn't express his own thoughts, but only conveyed the will of his team. From his tone, it was clear he had tried. But how could such a frail scholar sway others to take risks? You're quite a pathetic leader. Yao Yangji shook his head, expressing his feelings. Leader? Who said I'm a leader? Yao Yangji frowned. Not you? Is it that muscular guy? It's my sister-in-law. At that moment, Wenshanyu's expression changed slightly. A mix of infatuation and disgust in his eyes. Just then, Yuding, covered in blood, walked in. Boss Yao, that woman tried to ambush me, and I killed her. When Wenshanyu heard this, his eyes immediately turned dull. Then he revealed a sickly smile and laughed loudly, saying, Dying is good, dying is good. Yao Yangji frowned. He didn't know how to deal with Wenshanyu. This person was definitely a talent, but he was also one of the core figures of this toxic den. Before the disaster, his crimes could empty several magazines, but now Yao Yangji hesitated. Before long, Zhang Qingjie also ran in, leaned beside Yao Yangji, and whispered a few words, which made Yao Yangji's face show a brilliant expression. Then, with a face full of constipation and strangeness, he said to Wenshanyu, It's not easy for you either. Can you elaborate? Chapter 100. The transition from poverty to wealth. Wenshanyu stopped his manic expression, fell silent for a long time, as if something had been suppressed in his heart, and suddenly wanted to share it with others. But he seemed to forget his words. Yao Yangji did not urge him, quietly waiting for him to speak. The Shang village was actually a very remote village. In the past, they mainly relied on the mountains for a living, making some money from mountain goods. Although life was tough, it was not unbearable. Later, as the country developed and the economy soared, coupled with stricter control of mountain resources, the Shang village quickly fell behind other villages. Almost every year, someone would be taken away by the police for illegal logging or poaching. And Wen Shanyu's cousin was one of them. It is said that poverty breeds change, and the Shang village was no exception. Wen Shanyu's cousin's wife, Wen Ying, met Wen Shanyu's cousin while working outside in her early years. Because Wen Ying had seen the world, after understanding the situation in the Shang village, she spontaneously led the villagers to gather some non-protected mountain goods and started outdoor farming, which significantly increased the village's income. The villagers all held a sense of admiration for this capable outsider. But heaven does not always fulfill people's wishes. With the strengthening of environmental protection and market changes, many things from the Shang village could no longer be sold. To ease the financial strain, Wen Shanyu's cousin secretly went up the mountain to deal in rare plants and animals. Walking the night roads too often naturally led to being caught by the police, and in the end, because he had trafficked too many plants and animals, Wen Shanyu's cousin was sentenced to death, leaving Wen Ying alone in the Shang village, with admiration, affection, and the youthful blood of the young man. The smartest Wen Shanyu quickly fell under Wen Ying's tender affections. Following Wen Ying's arrangement, he chose to study abroad. Then, with the money raised by the entire village, under Wen Ying's arrangement, entered the drug production business. Even though Wen Shanyu knew it was wrong, under Wen Ying's tenderness and the smiles on the villagers' faces, he self-sacrificially threw himself into the drug production industry. In his youth, when Shanyu once asked his cousin's wife why she chose this path, he would always remember her sitting on him, swaying and crying, saying, "It's all a death sentence. It's better to choose one that pays more." It turned out that Wen Ying was indeed capable. For 7 years, she played the police like a fool. If it weren't for this disaster, perhaps the Shang village could have existed for another 7 years or even transformed into a wealthy village. After returning to the country, Wen Shanyu proposed to Wen Ying multiple times but was repeatedly rejected. Later, Wen Shanyu understood how Wen Ying had persuaded the decision-makers of each family into Shang village. One by one, she seduced them, slept with them until she sent Wen Shanyu abroad, and made the Shang village rich, turning it into a drug den. The decline brought by wealth and power did not differentiate between genders. The psychologically twisted Wen Ying had long considered herself a queen, demanding whatever she wanted into Shang village. Then came the disaster, a reflection of a woman's insecurity and fear, which imprisoned the Shang village in the mountains. Wen Ying knew that once they went outside, the men would realize they could have more say. Yao Yangji couldn't comment on such a contradictory woman, but he still didn't fully trust Wen Shanyu's words. So he reached out and pressed down on Wen Shanyu's head, using the technique he learned from the zombie's corpse, directly invading Wen Shanyu's mind with his mental power. After a long time, Yao Yangji slowly released his hand, looking at Wen Shanyu with an odd expression. Wen Shanyu, gasping and raising his head, finally showed fear in his eyes and trembled as he asked, "What did you do to me? Can I live?" Once he calmed down, Wen Shanyu asked this question. For talents, Yao Yangji was very tolerant. Besides, following him was also a daily worry. He might die any day. If it weren't for the blood on Zhou Ting, Wen Shanyu would have believed it. But now, with Wen Shanyu's intelligence, he naturally understood that this boss Yao needed him to help with some things. After a moment of silence, Wen Shanyu asked, "What about the others? They really went to the world of bliss, right?" Taking a deep breath, Wen Shanyu raised his head and revealed a smile. "I want to go out and take a look. After all, my mother always hoped I could be a useful person to the country when she was alive." Yao Yangji recalled a uniquely designed new grave at the foot of the mountain. From Wen Shanyu's memories, Yao Yangji knew that was his mother, and he reached out to pull Wen Shanyu up. But in his heart, he thought that he would have to bury him again later. Otherwise, it would sound terrible to dig up his subordinate's mother's grave. After Wen Shanyu came out, he saw the woman he loved all his life, who had also ruined his life, lying on the ground covered in blood. Next to her were the fellow villagers he hated the most, their withered and cold bodies piled up, completely devoid of their former madness. "Shanyu, Shanyu, save me, Save me. A muscular man, whose voice now carried a hint of softness. At this moment, when Shan Yu saw that muscular man kneeling beside him, his body bruised and purple, his eyes not daring to look at Yao Liangji and the others, and could only plead with Shan Yu, who had come out with Yao Liangji. Boss Yao, can you give me a gun? Yao Liangji smiled and handed over his pistol. Bang! Without a trace of hesitation, Shan Yu directly pulled the gun and shot. Thus, only Shan Yu remained in Deshang village. Feeling relieved? Yao Liangji said somewhat seriously. Thank you. But some people ultimately could not let go. Aiming the gun at himself, Shan Yu returned the pistol to Yao Liangji and tentatively asked, Can I be allowed to bury Wen Ying's body? Yao Liangji nodded and then took Zhou Ting and Zhang Qingjie to the pig pen, giving Shan Yu a bit of personal space. When they arrived at the pig pen, Yao Liangji's eyes lit up. Not only were there 7 large black pigs, but there were also more than 20 half-grown piglets. Not far away, there were dozens of ducks and chickens. Looking at these hopes for a better future, Yao Liangji swallowed hard and waved his hand. Roast 2 suckling pigs, make 2 pots of chicken soup, and go into the mountains to get some tonics. Let us all have a good feast. Chapter 101. Gu Fangzhou's departure after a hearty meal, Shan Yu also reminisced about the past. Eating some leftover food from Yao Liangji and the others, and curiously asked, Boss Yao, did you come here from the county or the city? Yao Liangji, lazily picking at the meat stuck in his teeth with a toothpick, replied, from the city. What is the situation like in the city? Shan Yu had been hiding in this mountain valley for too long, and he felt a bit lost regarding the unfamiliar outside world. Shan Yu was about to ask again, when he saw Yao Liangji toss over a manual. It contained some basic information about zombies. You should understand after reading it. After resting well, Yao Liangji took Zhang Qingjie and said to Zhou Ting and the others, You all stay on the mountain. Qingjie and I will take some supplies down. No problem. After patting Shan Yu's shoulder, which looked like it was about to wear out from reading the manual, Yao Liangji asked Shan Yu, Do you know the way down the mountain? Shan Yu looked at Yao Liangji as if he were a new species. The things in the zombie manual reignited hope in his heart. He had sensed that Yao Liangji and the others were not simple before, but he never expected they had come this far. I know. Do you need me to take you down? Yao Liangji found 2 big bags and smiled. We need to take some things, you just need to show us the way. With Shan Yu's physique, even if there was a path, it would be quite difficult to go down. Yao Liangji didn't want to be delayed until dark because of him. The road Shan Yu mentioned was a path that the villagers of Deshang village used for poaching. 5 months had made the already narrow path even less visible. It required careful discernment to ensure they didn't go off track. Thus, Yao Liangji and his companion took nearly 2 hours to walk down the mountain with their heavy bags. Boss, 2 younger brothers who were watching the car curiously approached. When they emptied the bags, they were filled with live pigs, chickens, and ducks. Following the principle of sharing the wealth, Yao Liangji casually grabbed a big rooster and a duck. Let's prepare these. This will be our dinner for tonight. The 2 younger brothers immediately showed excitement and hurriedly took the animals. Boss, Captain Zhang, let us see our cooking skills tonight. Indeed, good things should be handled by professionals. After they had eaten their fill, Yao Liangji looked at the surrounding mountains, occasionally hearing the roars of animals. At that moment, it felt as if zombies had disappeared from this world. The air was no longer filled with the faint stench of zombies, but rather the fragrant scent of night winds and trees. In that moment, Yao Liangji even entertained the thought of hiding here for the rest of his life. Entering the market, Yao Liangji glanced around and noticed something was off. Casting a questioning look at Su Shuchu. Su Shuchu sighed, I'll talk to you later. The 3 fell into silence for a moment, and Su Shuchu pulled out a letter from his pocket. Yao Liangji's expression hardened. Did they resort to violence? Initially, there had indeed been verbal threats, and, in the end, Fang Zhou had taken them all down alone. However, he didn't know what they had said to Fang Zhou, but Fang Zhou had reluctantly left behind this letter and then went with them. Hearing that Gu Fangzhou had left voluntarily eased Yao Liangji's expression, and he directly opened the envelope to read it. After a few changes in expression, he hesitated for a moment before handing the letter to Su Shuchu and Chu Zhaonan. He didn't want to leave any secrets between these 2 closest and most trustworthy people. However, Su Shuchu didn't even look at it. She folded it up and thoughtfully placed it in Yao Liangji's bag. Rolling her eyes, she said, "You don't have to be so explicit about matters of the heart. If it were me and Zhaonan and Feng Zhou's place, we wouldn't want certain secrets between us to be known by others. Don't be so straightforward." Yao Yangji pulled both women close to him. He had to consider the future of the entire team. Gu Fengzhou knew quite a bit. From Su Shuchu's words, he gathered that those who came looking for Gu Fengzhou were likely ordinary people. Even if Gu Fengzhou was unwilling, under pressure, they would inevitably reveal some information about the corpse crystals and other related matters. He had to be wary of any covetous thoughts those people might harbor. I'll share some details about Fengzhou with you. Fengzhou's family background is somewhat complicated. Her father was a commander of a military district before the disaster and retained considerable power afterward. At this time, there are still people capable of crossing provincial borders to come here. I'm not sure if they will be interested in us, but I hope you can be mentally prepared. While Chu Zhaonan was still a bit confused, Su Shuchu quickly grasped Yao Liangji's meaning and frowned lightly. Is Dasheng village suitable? Very suitable. The terrain is complex, surrounded by mountains, but there is ample water resources and relatively rich supplies. Then let us move. Su Shuchu made the final decision for Yao Yangji. Chu Zhaonan was still dazed. Move what? Yao Yangji tightened his grip slightly. The emergence of green-eyed zombies is unstoppable. With millions of people in the city, we can't place our base here. This would completely cut off our retreat, so I plan to relocate the base to Dasheng village. This place will only serve as a front for collecting supplies and corpse crystals. What about us? Chu Zhaonan's hand also tightened. After 2 nights of honest communication, he was able to face his feelings directly. Pulling his hand away, Yao Liangji gently caressed both of their faces. You two just help me take care of the home. Sitting on the sofa, Yao Liangji gently rubbed the letter that carried Gu Fengzhou's fragrance, murmuring, I will come find you. That evening, Yao Liangji held a meeting for all personnel and announced the decision to relocate the base. He divided all personnel into 3 batches, one for the base's permanent logistics staff, another for the transport team members, and the last for frontline combat personnel, while announcing the different benefits for each batch. Stimulated by the prospect of corpse crystals, the frontline personnel showed no opposition but rather appeared excited. Chapter 102. Sweeping the 5 districts, the relocation of the base was a massive undertaking. Aside from leaving behind necessary items, everything else was dismantled, packed, and loaded onto large trucks. Fortunately, Dasheng village had made some money and repaired 2 roads. Otherwise, those large trucks wouldn't have been able to enter such a mountainous area. Boss, how do we clear this community? Zhang Qingjie licked his lips. The zombies in this community had not spread, which meant there were no green-eyed zombies. Bring over the remaining few from Li Long's group. Use them as bait to lure the zombies, then sprinkle some gasoline on the ground and burn a batch. Bamboo, and I will sneak in to check the situation. Yao Yangji had not been raising Li Long's group for nothing. Keeping them around was to use them as blood bait. Those who were kept captive had been retained if they showed a desire to fight or had specialized skills after being persuaded. All others were thrown into the community where Yao Yangji had previously been, and he didn't even know if they were still alive. Boss, spare me. I can be a dog. I will be a good dog, Wang Laolu cried, clawing at the rough asphalt road in desperation. Yao Yangji squatted down and stuffed a candy into Wang Laoyu's mouth. Just pretend you died in the community and help us with this, okay? Wang Laoyu's mouth was stuffed with a piece of rag, and Yao Yangji ignored him, instead taking Lu Shou to hide halfway and carefully observe the zombies' movements. As the scent of blood spread, the zombies in the community became agitated, but only a few impatient ones rushed out from the outermost circle, while the zombies inside only continued to growl softly. Carefully observing the frenzy of the zombie horde, Yao Liangji quickly locked onto a building, leading Bamboo to bypass it through the back door, while Zhang Qingjie and Zhou Ting led their people in a frontal assault. I found you. Yao Yangji looked at the familiar meat cocoon inside the room. The large meat cocoon in the center was beating like a heart, with a slight force underfoot. He crushed a black-eyed zombie's head. Behind him, Lu Shou also dealt with a semi-injured green-eyed zombie that Yao Liangji had struck down. And looking at the large meat cocoon in front of him, he instinctively swallowed. Shivering slightly, he asked, Boss, is this the green-eyed zombie? To be precise, it should be called an evolving green-eyed zombie. Yao Liangji walked into the room with a smile, his gaze unwavering as he casually swatted away two humans hiding nearby, locking eyes with the green-eyed zombie through the translucent meat cocoon. You should be able to understand my words, right? Yao Liangji looked at the two women on the ground, who were spitting blood and increasingly delighted. Human, what will you do? Yao Liangji licked his lips, let off some steam. I was almost killed by one of your predecessors. I can't find it now, so I can only take it out on you. The green-eyed zombie showed no signs of panic in its eyes. You can't break my evolution cocoon. I know that, but I want to try. I wonder if your evolution cocoon can withstand fire? This was the method that Yao Liangji originally wanted to use against the green-eyed zombie, but the zombie never gave him the chance to try it. A hint of fear flashed in the green-eyed zombie's emerald eyes, but it still gritted its teeth and said, "Go ahead and try." Yao Liangji crossed over the flesh cocoon and opened the window to look outside. After gaining some experience, without the command of the quasi-green-eyed zombie, Zhang Qingjie was able to handle ordinary zombies with ease. In just over half an hour, under the barrage of gunfire and artillery, only 300 to 400 zombies remained, charging towards humans under the firepower. Zombies without command had no resistance against firearms at all. After more than 10 minutes, Yao Liangji said a couple of words into the walkie-talkie, and soon, Zhang Qingjie brought a few barrels of gasoline up. "Boss Yao, is 6 barrels of gasoline enough?" "It's enough. Pour it all over this flesh cocoon." As the gasoline was poured, the green-eyed zombie's expression grew increasingly uneasy, and finally, upon seeing the flames, it struggled to say, "Human, what do you want in order to let me go?" Yao Liangji shook his head. "If I were in your hands, would you let me go?" The green-eyed zombie's face changed repeatedly before it curled up, its outer layer continuously wrapped by blood and flesh tendrils. "Then let's give it a try." Boom! A tongue of flame surged, scorching the air inside the room and sending waves of heat. The intense heat forced Yao Liangji and the others to retreat further down. In modern high-rise buildings, the speed at which a fire spreads was beyond Yao Liangji's expectations. In less than half an hour, he was forced down to the ground floor, with black smoke billowing from every level, followed by intense flames. "It won't burn everything down, will it?" Zhang Qingjie, while collecting zombie crystals, kept a close eye on the 7th floor, the room where the green-eyed zombie was. Yao Liangji didn't respond. He knew that a fire of this magnitude wouldn't destroy the zombie crystals. He was just worried if the fire could destroy the flesh cocoon or simply roast the green-eyed zombie inside to death. Another half hour passed, and ultimately, things did not go as planned. The window on the 7th floor was directly smashed open by a flaming figure, rolling down to the ground. It seemed that this height caused it no harm. It leaped slightly and ran out of the community. Bang! A large foot kicked it away, and Yao Liangji looked on in disbelief. This zombie was able to survive for over an hour under such a fire thanks to that flesh cocoon and still appeared so vigorous. Crackle! The fire seemed to have damaged the green-eyed zombie's vocal cords, rendering it unable to speak. "Qingjie, you go try it out. Feel the combat instincts of the green-eyed zombie." Yao Liangji had already noticed that this green-eyed zombie had likely come out early, so its current strength was significantly reduced, even weaker than a quasi-green-eyed zombie. Therefore, Yao Liangji naturally wanted to give Zhang Qingjie and the others a chance to practice and familiarize themselves. Without hesitation, Zhang Qingjie charged forward with excitement. However, the green-eyed zombie didn't even look at him and let out a low growl at Yao Liangji, feeling insulted by his actions. Slightly tilting its head, it dodged Zhang Qingjie's attack, its hard claws aiming directly at Zhang Qingjie's neck. Even though Zhang Qingjie had already changed his move to slash sideways, he had to forcefully withdraw. He pushed the green-eyed zombie's claw away with his left hand and then raised his foot to kick. But the remaining hand of the green-eyed zombie, claw-like, reached for Zhang Qingjie's leg, and if it connected, at least 5 holes would be left in Zhang Qingjie's leg. Boom! A gunshot rang out from the side, shattering the green-eyed zombie's knee and causing it to crouch down, its claw narrowly missing Zhang Qingjie's thigh. Finally, it was kicked away by Zhang Qingjie. Chapter 103, Sweeping District 5, Part 2. Zhang Qingjie, having survived a close call, broke out in a cold sweat. All the reactions of this zombie were feigned, just to lure him into attacking and eliminate his chance to retreat. Notice the difference? Yao Liangji seemed unfazed, and turned to everyone, saying, when encountering a green-eyed zombie, you absolutely cannot treat it like those previous zombies. Either cover it with firepower and smash it, or treat it like a human. Don't think about taking it down in one move. That's not something you can do right now. Always hold back a little to protect yourself. That's the key. The green-eyed zombie struggled to stand on one foot, growling at Yao Liangji twice before smashing its own head with its claw and collapsing straight down. Yao Liangji understood the meaning in the green-eyed zombie's eyes and couldn't help but curse under his breath, just gaining intelligence and already so sensitive about honor and disgrace. Even committing suicide. Good. Cheers erupted. The further they went, the higher the probability of zombie crystals appearing seemed to be. Out of more than 3,000 zombies, they had contributed over 420 white zombie crystals, 21 black zombie crystals, 2 quasi-green zombie crystals, and 1 green zombie crystal. Half were set aside for logistics and the transport team, while the rest were distributed according to contribution. Yao Yangji did not intend to practice any kind of equal distribution. In times of scarcity, the green zombie crystals had to be prioritized for him. This team needed someone who could keep pace with or even outpace the zombie's evolution. The lessons from the previous green-eyed zombie were fresh in his mind. Had he been a bit weaker, he would have been long gone. Over the next month, Yao Liangji cleared out several larger communities in District 5. He encountered 2 green-eyed zombies still in their evolutionary cocoons, and due to this sustained large-scale sweep, some people who had been hiding and barely surviving began to emerge, wanting to join Yao Liangji's team. Looking at the more than 20 people in front of him, Yao Liangji frowned. This was already the 20th batch of people to actively come forward in the past month, but this group was all male, and apart from the stench of the sewers, there was also a hint of blood. Yao Liangji could guess without needing to think how they had survived during the 6 months following the disaster. You've been hiding in the sewers all this time? Yao Liangji smiled and stepped forward, his leather-gloved hand brushing over the scar on the man's face, casually asking, "That scar on your face is quite unique. Where did you get it?" The man with the black scar approached, fully embracing a gamble mentality. He was bold when the disaster struck. He had gathered a group of people and hidden in the sewers, occasionally venturing outside to collect supplies, barely surviving for half a year. But upon seeing someone daring enough to confront and encircle the zombies, his mindset completely shifted. The king's life in the sewers no longer satisfied him. He wanted to establish his own armed force like the man before him, to have power over life and death, and enjoy a true king's life. The man with the black scar chuckled awkwardly. "I got this during a fight before the disaster." Looking at the stark contrast between his skin and the tender flesh beside him, Yao Liangji did not expose the man's lie. He quietly signaled to the woman behind him, Zhou Ting. He was naturally welcoming of suitable people joining his team, but he did not want to welcome those who might cause trouble. With more people, there would always be issues, and Yao Liangji did not want those issues to arise from minor problems. To join our team, the requirements are simple. You can each choose a knife and kill a zombie to prove your courage. Yao Liangji's words caused the faces of the man with the black scar and the others to change. Having lived this long, they had naturally fought zombies. But some people are like this. They are brutal and cruel to their own kind, yet fearful and timid towards their enemies. How many among this group of people had the courage to face zombies, which felt no pain and could only be killed by smashing their heads? Yao, big brother Yao, we are feeling a bit weak right now. Do you think you could lend us some guns? Don't worry, we definitely have the courage to kill zombies. The scar-faced man with dark skin understood that seeing is easier than doing. Although these zombies were as easy to kill as chickens in the hands of Yao Liangji and his group, he still remembered vividly the attack power of the zombies. If it weren't for having a scapegoat, he wouldn't have been able to live so carefree till now. No hurry. I see that among your group, there are still a few strong-bodied people, right? Let them try first. If even the strongest among you dare not take action, what makes you think I would believe you have the courage? Yao Liangji casually slapped the gun he had at his waist onto the stone table in the community's open space. The scar-faced man looked at it enviously, thinking that if he had a gun, he could also be like this man in front of him, without further bargaining. The scar-faced man turned his head, his face half serious, and pointed to 3 people. Did you hear what Big Brother Yao said? Go and perform well now. The faces of the 3 people changed. But seeing how easily Yao Liangji's men handled the zombies, they mustered their courage, each picking up a knife and cautiously approaching the zombies. Zhang Qingjie and the others nearby showed a hint of pity in their eyes. Ordinary people are most afraid of hesitation when dealing with zombies. Their strikes must be swift, accurate, and ruthless. However, these three were hesitant, and failing to deliver a fatal blow, they were counterattacked by the zombies. The final result was that even if they didn't die, they would definitely be injured. Sure enough, the three acted one after another, but due to nervousness, two of them missed the zombies' heads and instead struck their shoulders. The last one did hit the head, but the knife got stuck, and with no experience, he didn't let go and try to pull it out. The result was that the zombie rushed up and bit him directly. The other two, having missed their strikes, didn't fare any better. Thanks to their cowardice, after missing, they panicked and let go of their knives to retreat, but it was already too late, and they were all scratched deeply by the zombies. As the blood flowed from the three, it stimulated the other zombies to rush towards them recklessly, while Yao Liangji's men leisurely harvested them one by one. The scar-faced man was horrified, his face turning pale, and he looked to Yao Liangji for help. See, aren't zombies much harder to kill than humans? Yao Liangji asked with a light laugh. Indeed, huh? No. The scar-faced man wanted to explain, but just then, Zhou Ting angrily rushed up and kicked him away about 4 or 5 meters. After the thud of his landing, the scar-faced man began to wail, struggling several times but unable to get up. Zhou Ting's actions startled the other men brought by the scar-faced man, and they quickly huddled together, forming a circle of vigilance. What's in the sewer? Yao Liangji could tell from Zhou Ting's expression that something was off. Zhou Ting bit her lip, trembling and resisting as she said, "There's still people in the sewer, 34 girls being controlled, 10 guards, and some human bones." Yao Liangji was no stranger to this. In such an apocalypse, men with physical advantages could easily commit heinous acts under the pressure of danger. So what about those girls? Zhou Ting's eyes flashed with disgust, but she spoke frankly. Aside from being restricted in movement, there are no other issues. Voluntary? Are the living ones voluntary? Zhou Ting couldn't help but feel nauseous at the thought of what she saw below. She had followed Yao Liangji since the beginning of the disaster. Even though there were conflicts at first, she maintained the dignity a woman should have. Not to mention absorbing zombie crystals and becoming the leader of a frontline team of over 100 people. So she found it hard to imagine that so many women would willingly be kept like slaves to survive. Yao Liangji frowned upon hearing this. It was somewhat different from what he had imagined, but he continued. How many died? According to the skulls, 23 died, 19 women and 4 men. After understanding the information, Yao Liangji didn't ask about the stories behind it anymore. He turned to the group huddled together and said, "As long as it's not for no reason, I won't do anything to you. As for those who have raped women, if you kill 5 zombies, I won't do anything to you either. Now, do you want to resist? Or will you honestly explain the situation?" 2 men with fierce eyes were kicked out directly, while the rest quickly knelt down to beg for mercy, repeatedly saying, "Big brother Yao, we will explain, we will explain." Zhou Ting was anxious, but was met with Yao Liangji's cold gaze, so she could only helplessly shut her mouth. Now was a time of shortage of people, and Yao Liangji couldn't just cut them all off, especially since it was a mutual agreement, and not allowing newcomers to compete to kill 5 zombies already carried enough risk, which was no different from sentencing before the disaster. Qingjie arranged for people to interrogate these men. Zhou Ting's kick had clearly not held back, and now the dark-skinned man was slumped on the ground, just gasping for air. Yao Liangji stepped forward and gently twisted his neck. "That scar on your face is obviously a new injury, and you're still lying to me." After the zombies were cleared, the women in the sewer were also rescued. Just a glance, Yao Liangji understood why they were voluntary. Half a year after the disaster, they showed no signs of starvation on their faces. Instead, due to a long time without sunlight, they appeared overly pale. Their clothes were cleaner than those of women in a high-class establishment, shiny and revealing. As soon as this group of women emerged, Yao Liangji noticed many men in his team brightening their eyes. The dark-skinned man's judgment was not wrong. The women left behind were all uniquely charming, from lowless to mature women, and even Yao Liangji, who had been holding back for a month, instinctively licked his lips. What skills do you have? Yao Liangji pondered for a moment before asking. Upon hearing Yao Liangji's voice, the group of women felt a surge of joy. They naturally knew who the leader was among the armed personnel. I can dance ethnic dance. I can play classical music. I can do yoga. After going around, most of them were related to the arts, which were of no use to Yao Liangji at all. Su Ting, you're responsible for arranging people to interrogate this group of women. If there are no problems, we will arrange follow-ups. Half an hour later, Zhang Qingjie and Zhou Ting came over one after the other to explain the situation of these two groups. The men could only be considered as thugs. As for the women, there were basically no issues. They were all doing it voluntarily to survive. Big Brother Yao, how should we handle these women? Although Zhou Ting felt some misunderstanding and disgust, she still hoped Yao Liangji could give them a way out. For those who are too timid to go, discuss with the frontline combat team and let them provide corresponding supplies to take care of these women's food, drink, and safety obligations. Yao Liangji adjusted the rules appropriately. As the number of absorbed zombie crystals increased, many team members began to experience side effects. However, since the frontline team was mainly male, most of them had been kept in check by Yao Liangji to avoid causing problems. Now, opening a small gap was a way to give both sides a bit of hope. Zhou Ting understood the meaning behind Yao Liangji's words. She wanted to encourage those women to be strong, but looking at the women who always focused on men, she couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Qingjie had been listening nearby, so he now actively approached. Big Brother Yao, can I choose? Yao Liangji shot him a sideways glance. This isn't a beauty contest. I value mutual consent. Besides, are you giving up on pursuing Zhou Ting with this? Zhang Qingjie scratched his head. There is no possibility between me and Zhou Ting. We were colleagues before, and after working together for so long, I never felt anything. If we were to be together now, I would find it quite uncomfortable, and I prefer women who are more obedient. It's up to you, but once we choose each other, it won't be as simple as saying we want to break up. Every resource they gain in the base will require you to pay an equal price. Zhang Qingjie is really about to explode. If you ask him to be a laborer now, he probably wouldn't hesitate. Chapter 105. The abnormal movement of the zombie horde according to the battle results. A corresponding number of people were chosen to observe each other, and neither side was allowed to speak. Whoever they liked would stand in front of that woman. If the woman was not satisfied, she would turn sideways, and the women left out would come in from behind to continue pairing. If a woman refused 3 times, she would be directly removed from the team. Yao Liangji could only ensure relative fairness this way, and he wouldn't give these women too much power to choose. Otherwise, losing the initiative would not be a good thing. Once the corpse crystals and supplies were collected, all the pairings were completed. Some men actively gave up, and some women turned away to refuse, but in the end, everyone was paired up. Seeing someone open the door for him, Yao Liangji felt a surge of joy and hurried over. Zhou Xiaonan, what brings you here? Zhou Xiaonan, recalling what Su Shuchu had told him before leaving, felt his cheeks flush slightly and looked around. I've been busy with things in the base, and Shuchu said there have been quite a few injuries lately, so I brought a few students to help out. Glancing at Jiang Wenbo and Gu Meng, who were already glued together, Yao Liangji felt a bit envious looking at Zhou Xiaonan. Perhaps it was because she had a man to support her, but the mature scent of a woman was even more enticing. For the past month, Yao Liangji had been in District 5, absorbing corpse crystals during breaks, and he had been holding back for long enough. Sensing Yao Liangji's breathing becoming increasingly heated, Zhou Xiaonan felt a shiver run through her, but still managed to say, I also brought some portable medical kits and ammunition supplies. You should check the warehouse. Thank you. Boss Yao. Jiang Wenbo was almost half-hugging Gu Meng as he ran toward his home, not forgetting to give Yao Liangji a suggestive look. In front of the warehouse, Lu Shou, the captain of the transport team, was counting the incoming items one by one. After a few months in a leadership role, he had shed his previous timid demeanor and spoke and acted with considerable authority. Upon seeing Yao Liangji and Zhou Xiaonan approach, Lu Shou jogged over. Boss Yao, Teacher Chu, is there anything new? Yao Liangji looked at the 2 new items and asked, as the logistics of the base were handled by Su Shuchu, while he was responsible for raising demands. After the factory began preliminary production, Su Shuchu had written to say she had a surprise for him. And it seemed the surprise was these two new items. Lu Shou, with a mix of excitement and fear on his face, said, "Boss Yao, it's white phosphorus bombs and flamethrowers." White phosphorus? Where did the white phosphorus come from? Yao Yangji naturally knew the power of white phosphorus. It burns upon contact and could be a deadly weapon against zombies. However, if not handled properly, it could easily become a double-edged sword. Lu Shou was gradually referring to Su Zhaonan as the lady of the house, which was also the consensus among others in the base. As for Zhou Zhaonan, those who were familiar called her Teacher Chu, while the less familiar called her second lady. Yao Liangji glanced at Zhou Zhaonan, who was squinting with crescent-shaped eyes, looking as if she had made a significant contribution, and gently scratched her palm. The thought of testing the new weapon faded a bit as he took out the corpse crystals that had already been divided. "Okay, Boss Yao." In the bathroom, Zhou Zhaonan, with a red face, kept dodging Yao Liangji's interference as she helped him wash off the zombie blood. When only one area was left, she filled her palms with shower gel, biting her lip, and nervously reached out. Yao Liangji relaxed all over, slowly closed his eyes. But his hand covered Zhou Zhaonan's small hand that was moving, preventing her from breaking free. "How about this reward? Is our Teacher Chu satisfied?" Yao Liangji smiled mischievously. Ever since that accidental encounter with Zhou Zhaonan, he couldn't help but tease her every time, enjoying her shy reactions. Zhou Zhaonan was a bit speechless, her voice charming and stammering. What reward?" Yao Liangji rubbed his rough beard against Zhou Zhaonan's delicate face. "Isn't this what Shu Chu asked you to come for?" After speaking, Yao Liangji slightly arched his waist, causing Zhou Zhaonan to let out a breath. The little thoughts of the two women were completely seen through by the man beneath them, and Zhou Zhaonan had completely pressed her face against Yao Liangji's chest, her voice full of coquetry. "You just like to tease me." With a flip, Yao Liangji, who had already finished his break, slowly began to move, his voice fluctuating. "Then I apologize for my impolite behavior." Timing it just right, the two took a shower together and went downstairs. Yao Liangji introduced Zhou Zhaonan to some newcomers and then slowly began to recount what had happened that day. Zhou Zhaonan frowned as she looked at the women in the crowd who were energetically showcasing their personal charm, and with some worry, she said, "Liangji, is this really okay?" If Yao Liangji had a choice, he naturally wouldn't want it this way. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. If they keep their heads down, then it's fine. If they stir up trouble, then they'll just have to be fed to the zombies. Will those who are mesmerized be willing? They had agreed beforehand, and there was no room for them to regret. If they had the confidence, they could naturally challenge the rules. That very night, in the darkness, Districts 1 and 2 emitted 4 ambiguous howls in a short time. The zombies, originally confined to one area, began to move towards the source of the howls. Under the dim starlight,